Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 392 to Chapter 470. Both Xianxia and the Ghost King concluded that the Ghost Emperor treated him differently, and the words he said when he was in a daze were intriguing. Guchen speculated that there might be a connection between the two. The Ghost King was also curious. He had more questions than Guchen, including the origin of the Yellow Springs. The Ghost Emperor didn't say anything. He returned to his original seat and looked at his crimson coffin in the Yellow Springs. "Brother, do you want to buy candied hawthorn?" The little girl in red moved closer to Guchen and asked. Guchen was thinking about how to answer when the Ghost Emperor spoke. "Ignore her. She's just a strange soul that has been wandering here for 30,000 years. Another 30,000 years? The two's eyelids twitched. The Ghost Emperor just said he saw Guchen 30,000 years ago, and now he said this. Could it be that he had lived for 30,000 years? Although the lifespan of the ghost race is longer than that of the human race, it's definitely not 10,000 years. Even the Celestial Arch only lived for 9,000 years. The Ghost King's eyes flashed. He said what he was thinking. The Ghost Monarch harumphed coldly. "You're a descendant of the ghost race. It's fine if you don't worship me, but you worship that human guy. The Celestial Arch lived for 9,000 years. He's indeed unique among the human race, but I've lived for more than 30,000 years. That's impossible." The Ghost King didn't believe him. "What's impossible about it? You don't even know the true origin of your race, and you dare to judge me?" The Ghost Emperor sneered. The Ghost King's face turned red. He was speechless. Guchen looked at the two. The Ghost King was a famous golden assassin in the underworld, but he was clearly weak in front of the Ghost Emperor. He was like a disobedient grandson being taught a lesson by an elder. "This river is the legendary Yellow Springs, right? There's always been a legend among my race. It's said that it's the entrance to hell. I didn't expect it to really exist." The Ghost King looked at the Yellow Springs. He had too many questions he wanted answers from the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor glanced at him coldly. "Fine, since you've already seen its existence, there's no harm in telling you the truth." The Ghost Emperor stood next to the Yellow Spring with his hands clasped behind his back. "You're gravely mistaken if you think the ghastly ruins is our ancestral land. According to what you said, this Yellow Spring is the ancestral land. When you see it, you should kneel down and worship it." The Ghost Emperor mocked. "It has been said for generations that the Ghost Ruins is our ancestral land. How could it be false?" The Ghost King was indignant. "Passed down from generation to generation? Let me ask you, have your elders ever told you how long I have lived?" The Ghost Emperor's tone was indifferent. "No one knows. Even the oldest person in the clan only said that you've lived for a long time." The Ghost King hesitated. "Of course, because no one has lived longer than me in the history of the ghost race. I am the first generation of the ghost race, it's just that you juniors don't remember." The Ghost Monarch sighed and looked at the Yellow Spring with a look of reminiscence. 30,000 years ago, which is what people call the Great Ancient Era, this Yellow Spring descended from the sky and landed here. This was originally a prosperous ancient city, but because of this Yellow Spring's appearance, it was cursed. The humans in the city mutated in a very short period of time and became what people called a ghost race. Because of this Yellow Spring, this place became a gathering place for the dead and spirits. As time passed, it became the ghastly ruins. The funny thing is, as time passed, the ghost race passed down the torch, but they forgot that they were the victims of this Yellow Spring and treated this place as their ancestral land. The Ghost Emperor's shocking words caused the Ghost King to be shocked. "Is what you said true? Back then, when the Yellow Spring descended from the sky, I was only a child in the ancient city. I saw my home destroyed with my own eyes. Ever since that day, the world was shaken and an extremely terrifying war broke out." The Ghost Monarch sighed. He had stayed in the ghastly ruins for too long, and it had been a long time since he talked so much to someone. He turned to look at Guchen again after he had started talking. "You asked me if I've seen you before, were you referring to a year ago?" Guchen shook his head. "Senior just said 30,000 years ago, that's wrong. To be more precise, you have the aura of someone I met 30,000 years ago." The Ghost Monarch's eyes were solemn, 30,000 years ago, not long after the Yellow Spring descended into the world, a war broke out. In that war, there was such a person who had an aura similar to yours. I was still young at the time, and soon after feeling that aura, I fainted and fell into the Yellow Spring. When I woke up, it was already many years later. I was pushed ashore by the Yellow Spring, and I grew from a child to an adult. The war that engulfed the entire continent had already ended while I was unconscious. Many of my memories from 30,000 years ago are already blurred. I can't even remember what my parents looked like, but I have never forgotten your aura. Guchen was shocked. The ghost monarch's words were so convincing, it didn't seem like he was lying. A year ago, Junior accidentally entered the ghastly ruins. Senior let me go because of this? Guchen took a deep breath. You could say that, the ghost monarch didn't deny it. How did you live for so long? Guchen emphasized, no one in the world can escape the limit of lifespan. This question involved the secrets of one's cultivation, so it was very disrespectful to ask it. However, the ghost monarch's words were too shocking, so Guchen couldn't help but want to get to the bottom of it. Faced with this question, the ghost emperor did not hide anything. There's a strange power in the Yellow Springs. I used it to turn myself into a half-human, half-corpse existence. That's how I obtained an almost endless lifespan. Guchen and the ghost monarch recalled the ghost monarch's previous mummified appearance. In exchange for a longer lifespan, the ghost monarch probably sacrificed even more than the celestial emperor. The two of them gradually believed the ghost monarch's words. This really was a monster that had lived for 30,000 years. Senior, Junior has a request. After understanding the secrets of the Yellow Spring, Guchen looked at the ghost monarch with a serious expression. The ghost monarch's eyes seemed to see through everything as he replied calmly. I understand why you're here. Although I'm in the ghastly ruins, it's not that I don't understand the changes on the continent. Guchen's eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation. I let you go earlier, but that doesn't mean I'll help you. I severed Huangfu Qingming's karmic luck only because he swaggered into my territory, and I wanted to teach him a deep lesson. It wasn't because of you. I've sealed myself here for many years, and I have no intention of leaving. The Yellow Spring Tower and I are no longer related, so there's no reason for me to help you. The ghost monarch's cold attitude caused Guchen's heart to suddenly sink. The ghost monarch drew a clear line between himself and the Yellow Spring Tower and explained that he didn't treat him differently. It was clear that the ghost monarch was trying to shut him up. Guchen frowned. The ghost monarch's attitude was much more resolute than he had imagined. Gudaozi, don't believe his nonsense. If there really wasn't any room for negotiation, he wouldn't have said so much just now. He rejected so decisively. I'm afraid he has a bigger plan. The Ghost King was right, the Ghost Emperor had talked so much with them after regaining consciousness and even told them about the secret of Huang Quan. He seemed to have rejected so cleanly, but it revealed his true intentions. The more cleanly he rejected at the beginning, the more anxious he would be, and the more space the Ghost Emperor would have to negotiate with him. This was the art of negotiation. Guchen didn't have much experience in negotiating with others. He placed too much importance on the alliance of the four races and almost fell into the Ghost Emperor's trap due to his anxiety. The alliance of the four races is of great importance. If I go around begging people, even if I succeed, the price I will have to pay will be unimaginable. The only thing that can unite the four races is profit. This Ghost Emperor is only the first target, I can't let him lead me by the nose. Guchen quickly regained his usual calmness and wisdom. Even if the Ghost Emperor had lived for 30,000 years, even if he was powerful, he still had his own motives. As long as he knew his true motives, there would be room for negotiation. What are you two discussing so sneakily? If there's nothing else, leave Huang Quan, this is not a place you should be in. The Ghost Emperor sensed the two were communicating telepathically, but he didn't know what they were talking about. Guchen's eyes flashed and he bowed slightly. Since Senior has clearly refused, we won't disturb you any further. Saying so, he turned around and left. The Ghost Emperor was stunned, and even the Ghost Monarch was surprised, but he quickly followed after them. Take care, I won't be sending you off. The Ghost Emperor coldly replied. He then flew into the red coffin in Huang Quan and laid down, looking like he was going to sleep. Guchen didn't turn around and went back the way he came. Are we really leaving? Won't we try to persuade him? The Ghost King asked Guchen in surprise. You were right, the Ghost Emperor definitely has an ulterior motive, but he didn't say it. In this situation, if we let him lead us by the nose, the situation will be very disadvantageous. Guchen calmly said. That's what you said, but what if the Ghost Emperor really wants us to leave after seeing our performance? Brother Ghost King, what do you think the Ghost Emperor can do to me with his cultivation? He's even beating around the bush for this motive. Guchen's lips curled up. I can't think of anything. The Ghost King shook his head. The Ghost Emperor has sealed himself in the ghost ruins for so many years, so it can be seen that he no longer has any need for external objects. Furthermore, he previously said that he was facing the heaven's decay, and that he would sometimes be delirious because of this. It's obvious that this is the only thing he cares about now. But the Deva's decay is restricted by heaven and earth. You can't help him, can you? The Ghost King frowned. The Ghost Emperor's biggest need was indeed related to the heavenly decay, but how could an immortal stage cultivator help a cultivator at the peak of the heavenly being stage? I don't know the reason either, but I'll know once I try. If it's really because of this, he'll definitely stop us. The two of them quickly left the underground yellow spring and returned to the Buddha Tower in the ghastly ruins. He didn't call us. He didn't seem to mind. The Ghost King couldn't help but ask when he saw that the Ghost Monarch still hadn't reacted even after walking out of the Yellow Springs. Ghost Monarch. Don't worry, we're not out of the ghastly ruins yet. Although Guchen said so, he was a little uncertain in his heart. The Ghost Emperor's request was merely a guess. If his guess was wrong, it would be even more difficult to convince the Ghost Emperor if he were to shamelessly return. Guchen walked out of the ghastly ruins expressionlessly and deliberately slowed down his pace. 3,000 feet, 500 feet, 100 feet. As he got closer and closer to the ghastly ruins, Guchen could see Lu Yichen and the others waiting outside. However, the Ghost Emperor still did not respond, as if he really did not want to keep them. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Guchen secretly regretted it. The Ghost King sighed. Looks like it's over. Just as the two of them were less than 3 meters away from the city, the sound of chains clanking came from behind them. Guchen's spirit was lifted, and he suddenly turned around. He saw the Ghost Emperor, who was lying in the coffin earlier, walking over with a somewhat unhappy expression. Success! Guchen and the Ghost King looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Since the Ghost Emperor had chased after them, it meant that there was a turning point. Kid, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. The Ghost Emperor looked coldly at Guchen. Although he was not in his horrifying mummified form, his gaze was still enough to send shivers down one's spine. The Ghost Emperor was clearly in a bad mood after failing to raise the price. Senior, please speak frankly, Guchen said seriously. The Ghost Emperor opened his arms and shook the chains that were wrapped around him. Can you see it? Senior, are you talking about these chains? Guchen asked hesitantly. No, I'm talking about something else. The Ghost Emperor shook his head. If you can see it, I can immediately come out and help you. Guchen's expression changed. The Ghost Emperor had directly made a promise. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Guchen could not help but activate his purple extreme eyes and spread out his divine sense to examine the Ghost Emperor in detail. However, apart from the chains that were wrapped around the Ghost Emperor, he could not see anything else out of the ordinary. White Ape also began to ponder, but he soon scratched his head, unable to find anything. If you can't see it, it means that you are still useless to me. The Ghost Emperor was disappointed to see that Guchen had not discovered anything for a long time. What could there be? I can't see anything at all. The Ghost King could not find anything either. He could not help but suspect that the Ghost Emperor was deliberately making things difficult for them. The Ghost Emperor looked at Guchen and did not say anything. His expression was uncertain, as if he was calculating in his heart. Forget it, I'll give you a chance. The Ghost Emperor sighed in the end. He really did not have a better choice. You want me to help you deal with the underworld god, but I am in an extremely bad state. Even if I can win, you won't be able to give me the reward I want in your current state. However, we can compromise. If you can really obtain the support of the various races of the continent as you planned, then you will have the confidence to fight against the underworld god. If that is the case, the risk will be greatly reduced, and I might be able to help you. However, you owe me a favor. You owe me a very heavy favor, and you must remember it. When the day comes that you can see what I have on me, you must help me resolve this matter. The Ghost Emperor said solemnly, emphasizing that Gu Chen would owe him a heavy favor. Gu Chen carefully pondered over these words, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The Ghost Emperor meant that as long as the other races did not have any problems, he could help. This was equivalent to agreeing, and the condition of the exchange was that he would remember this favor. I promise, Senior, I will remember this. Gu Chen replied seriously. The Ghost King was extremely shocked. He did not expect things to take such a turn. It seemed that Jiang Yu's deduction was correct. The Ghost Emperor was indeed treating Gu Chen differently. Then you can go. It will not be easy to unite the monster race, stone race, and demon race. I am only making an empty promise. Whether you can fulfill it or not will depend on your own ability. The two looked at each other. Ghost Emperor's thoughts were really hard to understand. He changed faster than the weather. Senior. Gu Chen stopped Ghost Emperor. What else? You'd better leave now, or I might change my mind. Ghost Emperor didn't turn around and said coldly. Senior said there was someone with a similar aura to me 30,000 years ago. What about underworld god King Fu Wuji? Was his aura similar? Gu Chen's eyes flashed. Ghost Emperor only sensed him because he used his innate qi. He suspected that the person Ghost Emperor saw 30,000 years ago was also someone with the Elysium bone. Although Underworld God also has the Elysium bone, there are some things that can't be transplanted. The Ghost Emperor disappeared from the ghastly ruins, leaving behind only those meaningful words. Gu Chen thought for a long time. Is that so? With the Ghost Emperor's promise, Gu Chen and his companions left the ghost ruins and headed straight for the South Mountains, which was the nearest. Although Ghost Emperor didn't agree, it was a good start. His confidence skyrocketed. He was friends with the Southern Mountains, so it would be easier for him to go there. As Gu Chen and the others flew to the Southern Mountains, Ghost Emperor returned to the ground and lay down in the coffin floating above the Yellow Springs. Back then, I thought I could use the power of the Yellow Springs to break through the limits of celestial being, but I underestimated the restrictions of the world on Kunlun continent. The decay of celestial being has become more and more serious. If that kid is really that person's descendant, he is the only one who can help me break free. Ghost Emperor mumbled to himself in the coffin. Suddenly, a small head poked into the coffin. Uncle, do you want to buy candied hawthorn? It was the little girl in red. She walked on the Yellow Springs like it was flat ground and didn't fear Ghost Emperor at all. Ghost Emperor looked at her with fear in his eyes. After so many years, he was used to the existence of this spirit. He pretended not to see it. With a thought, the lid of the coffin slowly closed, sealing himself inside the coffin. I can only use the Yellow Springs to slow down the decay. I hope that kid can reach that level soon. His voice disappeared into the coffin, and the Yellow Springs became silent again. Hee hee hee, hee hee hee. The little girl ran alone on the Yellow Springs, jumping around in the ghost ruins, laughing as if she would never get tired. The Southern Mountains was known as the 100,000 Mountains. It was filled with primeval forests and beasts. After leaving the ghost ruins, Gu Chen and the others traveled for many days and finally entered the South Mountains and slowly approached the Demon Clan's tribe. The forest below was lush and luxuriant. Tigers roared and monkeys cried. The scenery of the foreign land made people involuntarily take a few more glances. Little fellow, this trip to the Southern Mountains is not only to seek allies, but also to solve the mystery of your birth. Do you have any impression of this place? On the way, Gu Chen said to the white ape beside him. The race of the white ape was unknown, and there were many mysteries hidden in its body. Back then, the Demon King's son Jinming had told Gu Chen that if he came to the South Mountains, he would have a chance to understand its secrets. Gu Chen did not forget. The little guy was born in the Forbidden Forest and must be curious about Gu Chen's background. It wanted to know if Gu Chen had a family. White Ape heard Gu Chen's question and shook his head. He did not have any special impression of the forest below. All the forests in the world are the same. It's normal that you can't remember. Maybe you will remember everything when you reach the tribe of the ape tribe. Guchen smiled and comforted him. White Ape nodded. His golden eyes were filled with anticipation for this trip. The group sped up and reached the depths of the southern mountains. Many monster tribes appeared below them. Other than some monster beasts who lived alone, most of the monster tribes were united in the form of tribes. Humans called the monster tribe of the southern mountains, but there were many branches among them. The most famous were the 6 monster tribes, led by the ape tribe. Guchen wanted to visit the ape tribe. Firstly, the ape tribe had great influence in the southern mountains. Winning their support was equivalent to winning the support of the southern mountains. Secondly, he and Sun Jinming were old friends. According to the intelligence, the Demon King had returned to the southern mountains after the martial arts tournament half a year ago. Through Sun Jinming, Guchen believed that the success rate would be greatly increased. The ape tribe was deep in the southern mountains. Along the way, they had to pass by the rhino tribe, snake tribe, and many other monster tribes. Many monster tribes were hostile to humans. Guchen and his group passed by a few tribes. They were stopped a few times and only managed to escape after some entanglement. Considering the situation and the fact that Guchen's wanted order had been spread all over the world, the group decided to disguise themselves as monster tribes to avoid attracting attention. Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the rest of the 8 girls had natural elemental organs, so they disguised themselves as monster tribes of the 5 elements tribe. Some grass elves could turn into monster tribes by chance, and so could some natural elements. These monster tribes were different from the monster tribes that had inherited bloodlines. They were collectively known as monster tribes of the 5 elements. Zhao Rou had the bone of rain, so she disguised herself as a water monster. Lu Yichen had the heart of extreme frost, so she turned into an ice monster. The 8 girls used the advantage of their organs to disguise themselves as monster tribes of the 5 elements, so it was very difficult to see through them. Although the Ghost King did not have this advantage, he was a top assassin who was proficient in disguise. With a little trick, he turned into a bat demon. White Ape's name had already spread all over the world by following Guchen around. In order to prevent being discovered by others, his mind jolted, and the snow-white fur on his body also dimmed, turning into an unprepossessing gray monkey. In the end, only Guchen had not turned into a monster tribe. Everyone looked at him. Guchen smiled freely and performed the 3 revolutions phaseless technique. Soon, he turned into a monster with a gray back, loose hair, and a wide and flat head. Honey Badger? The Ghost King's eyes lit up and he exclaimed. The Honey Badger tribe is famous for its ruthlessness in the South Mountains demon tribe. Most people dare not provoke them. How did you come up with the idea of disguising yourself as one? You're so smart. With a honey badger leading the way, they could save a lot of trouble on the way because ordinary monster tribes did not dare to offend the honey badger tribe. Guchen touched his crew cut. The 8 women could not help but laugh at his funny look. They knew why Guchen disguised himself as a honey badger demon tribe. After all, they had met when they were looking for the Armament King. Guchen was satisfied with his disguise. He had fought with the honey badger demon king. Not only did he understand the characteristics of this tribe, but he could also simulate its demonic power. In terms of disguise, he was better than everyone else. The deeper one went into the Nanling Mountains, the higher the mountain and the denser the forest. In the end, it was a primeval forest with towering ancient trees and few people. It was said that the ancient land of the demon god was hidden in the depths of the Nanling Mountains. It was a famous dangerous land in the Kunlun continent, on par with the Kunlun ruins, ghostly ruins, and glacial abyss. Although it was a dangerous land, it was also the publicly acknowledged holy land of the demon race. It was said that the demon god that the demon race believed in had walked out of the ancient land of the demon god and helped countless wild beasts gain intelligence. That was why the Nanling demon race was so powerful today. Therefore, in the hearts of the demon race, the ancient land of the demon god was a holy land. The closer they lived, the stronger the tribe would be. As a result, this led to a phenomenon. The stronger the demon tribe in the southern mountains, the deeper they lived in the southern mountains. As the leader of the 6 demon tribes, the ape tribe was naturally the closest to the ancient land of the demon god. Legend had it that when the demon god walked out of the ancient land, the first tribe to gain intelligence was the ape tribe. The above information was what Gu Chen and the rest found out when they disguised themselves as demons and asked for directions to the ape tribe. Apart from that, it was an eye-opener for them along the way. There were too many species of demons. They saw old tortoises carrying mountains and strange birds with 6 eyes. In other places in the Kunlun continent, ordinary savage beasts were the most common. Demonic beasts were rarer. However, in the Nanling Mountains, demonic beasts could be seen everywhere. Even an ordinary rabbit could turn into a spirit and fly. This is a natural treasure trove. Countless demon cores and rare materials can be sold for sky-high prices on the black market. The Ghost King sighed as he looked at the many demonic beasts along the way. The demon race was usually covered in treasures. Their fur, flesh, and blood were of great use to human cultivators. They could be used to refine all sorts of magic treasures. Their demon cores could be refined into medicinal pills that could improve one's cultivation. Normally, the materials of these demonic beasts were extremely rare. They were often priceless on the black market. However, they could be found everywhere in the Nanling Mountains. Of course, these materials were alive. If one wanted to obtain them, they would have to kill them. If they did that in the Nanling Mountains, they would easily be attacked by other demons. That was the reason why the prices of demonic beast materials were so high in the human market. The Southern Mountains demon clan has always been united, and they have always been united against outsiders when it comes to matters that concern the survival of the clan. If it wasn't for that, they would have been slaughtered by human cultivators a long time ago with the enormous value they possess. Gu Chen recalled the relevant books he had read in the True Martial Arts Academy. He silently thought about how to persuade the ape clan demon saint when he met it. Now that Huangfu Wuji had unified the Middle-earth Empire, his next step was to sweep across the 4 regions. Once the Southern Mountains were conquered by him, the Southern Mountains demon race would face an extremely tragic fate. With the enormous value hidden in the Southern Mountains, he could imagine how many demons would die a violent death once the Southern Mountains were conquered, becoming bottles of pills and materials. Along the way, they saw a lot of natural scenery that hadn't been destroyed by the human race. Gu Chen was determined to return the Nanling demon race a peaceful environment. He also planned to persuade the major tribes of the Nanling Mountains to form an alliance with him. Gu Chen's group of demons were of different species. His honey badger was too conspicuous. Whenever a demonic beast approached, it would release its powerful demon king aura. Therefore, although there were many demons, none of them came looking for trouble. The Nanling Mountains were too big. After flying for many days, they gradually approached the ape tribe. In the distance, a huge mountain that was more than 10 times taller than the surrounding mountains entered their sight. It seemed to pierce through the clouds. The mountain was bare and made of black rocks. It looked like it had been scorched by lightning and fire from beyond the heavens. The mountain looked like it had been split into 2 by a huge sword. In the middle, there was a long and thin crack that extended from the ground to the sky. The skyline canyon where the huge mountain is located should be the legendary demon god ancient land, right? Zhao Rou asked curiously as they recalled the descriptions of the demons along the way. The demon god ancient land was too easy to recognize. It stood in the deepest part of the Nanling Mountains, like a crane among chickens. It was hard not to see it. And finding it also meant finding the ape tribe. Because according to the descriptions, the ape tribe was several dozen li to the northeast of the demon god ancient land. We've finally reached our destination. Gu Chen let out a sigh. The Nanling Mountains was too big. A single round trip had wasted a lot of time. The group identified the direction and flew towards the ape tribe at top speed. Roar screech as they got closer to the ape tribe, the number of demons flying in the sky clearly increased. Many of them were demons from the tribe who had formed groups. Seeing Gu Chen's group, many demons looked over. When they saw the honey badger leading the group, they harumphed coldly. Gu Chen's group sensed something was wrong. The Ghost King frowned. Strange. Demon tribes wouldn't enter another tribe's territory if there was nothing important. But along the way, we saw many large tribes of the Nanling Mountains besides the ape tribe. Did something happen to the ape tribe? Lu Yichen guessed. We'll know when we get there. But I have a feeling that some demons are hostile towards me. Gu Chen was deep in thought. The few demons who had just passed by looked at him in an unusual way. Hey, stupid crew cut. Just as he was speaking, a scarlet phoenix flew over from the distance and swept past him. You're pretty fast. Humph, but why are you alone? And why are you with the Five Affinities tribe? The phoenix seemed to know Gu Chen and spoke in a familiar tone. Gu Chen's heart stirred. The phoenix must have mistaken him for the honey badger demon king. He didn't explain and answered indifferently. What has it got to do with you? Yo, you're still acting so righteous after ruining our plans. The phoenix looked unhappy. Forget it. When we get to the ape tribe, there will be plenty of people who want to deal with you. With that, it spread its wings and flew away. What it said before it left made everyone look at each other. Meeting? Looks like something big is happening in the ape tribe today. Not sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing to visit the ape tribe at this time. Gudaozi, there are too many eyes. Unless you have no other choice, don't expose your identity. The Ghost King reminded Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded. He had planned to visit Sun Jinming after entering the ape tribe and then discuss what the ape demons sage through him. But now he had to think it through. With so many demons gathered in one place, if the negotiation failed and there was another mistake, it would be very difficult for him to protect himself. He could put everyone in danger. The situation in Nanling became complicated. Gu Chen's group was much more cautious. After a while, they finally arrived outside the ape tribe. The ape tribe's lifestyle was somewhat similar to that of humans, but much more ancient. In front of Gu Chen's group was a huge village. The ape tribe imitated humans in their tribe. They built villages of various sizes near mountains and rivers. It was full of life. When they landed, they could see apes, gorillas, and even baboons of various sizes. When the white ape arrived, it became inexplicably excited, perhaps because it had seen too many of its own kind. With a swing of its tail, it plunged into the vast forest. Gu Chen ignored it. To put it bluntly, this might be its home. Letting it wander around might remind it of its childhood memories. Gu Chen and the others walked to the tribe's entrance. 2 black gorillas were guarding there, checking the demons entering and exiting. There was indeed a special meeting today. Gu Chen spread out his divine perception and sensed a towering demonic aura in the tribe. He did not know how many powerful demons had gathered. Greetings, Honey Badger Demon King. When the 2 gorillas saw Gu Chen, they bowed to him. They immediately recognized him as the king of the honey badgers and did not stop him. The Ghost King, Lu Yichen, and the others followed behind him and smoothly entered the tribe. When they entered, the 2 gorillas were puzzled and muttered softly. That's strange. When did the Honey Badger Demon King take in other demons as followers? Those guys are all from the 5 Elements tribe. They seem to be very powerful. When Gu Chen and the others entered the tribe, they immediately saw experts from various demon clans. The 6 major tribes, the Ape tribe, the Flood Dragon tribe, the Phoenix tribe, the Tiger tribe, the Armor tribe, and the 5 Elements demon clan, had all gathered. In addition, various small demon clans with influence had also sent people. The Honey Badger demon clan was not one of the 6 major tribes. Because they had always had few members, they could not even be called a tribe. However, this tribe was extremely famous. Although they had few members, their combat strength was astonishing. Therefore, the other clans did not dare to underestimate them. As soon as Gu Chen arrived at the tribe, he became the focus of the demons' attention. He secretly regretted disguising as the Honey Badger Demon King. He could sense that there were many demon kings present, and the leaders of the various races were demon sages. The South Mountains demon race was indeed strong. Some of the tribes were not inferior to the glory sects of the Middle Earth. Looks like all the people from the big tribes are here. On the square, an old monkey walked over with a walking stick. When the demons from the various tribes saw him, they all revealed looks of respect. Greetings, High Priest. Everyone saluted. Gu Chen and the others followed suit to avoid being seen through. There's no need to stand on ceremony. The High Priest waved his hand, walked to the center of the square, and coughed twice. I'm sure everyone has heard the news and understood why this meeting is being held today. His voice was extremely old, and his body was thin and shriveled, but his eyes shone with wisdom. Gu Chen tried to probe the high priest of the ape clan with his spiritual consciousness and found that the other party's cultivation was unfathomable. In fact, when he used his spiritual consciousness to probe the high priest actually glanced at him, as though he had sensed it. This shocked him. Recently, the situation in the continent has been unpredictable. There has been a huge change in the Middle-earth's imperial court. There have been rumors that the new human race emperor intends to suppress our South Mountains demon race. This matter concerns the reproduction of our race, so it is necessary to discuss it. Also, half a year ago, Jin Ming and the rest ran into the demon god ancient land to cause a ruckus. They have yet to come out. This matter has to be resolved. As soon as the high priest opened his mouth, he mentioned the two topics to be discussed in today's meeting, which surprised Gu Chen secretly. Son Jinming ran into the demon god ancient land. This meant that he wouldn't be able to see him in the ape clan. This wasn't a good thing. He was hoping that the high priest could speak up for him. As for the first topic, it was to his liking. It seemed like the demons were going to discuss how to deal with Huangfu Wuji. Gu Daozi, the situation doesn't look good. It seems like all the major demon races have come for such an important meeting. Perhaps the real honey badger demon king will be here soon. You and I aren't demons, but we managed to sneak into their important meeting. If we're discovered, we will be seen as enemies and misunderstand our intentions. The Ghost King transmitted his spiritual consciousness. I understand, but it's not easy for us to escape now. Let's take it one step at a time. Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he transmitted his spiritual consciousness. High Priest, I heard that the ape clan captured a human spy a few days ago. Is this true? The Flood Dragon Demon Sage asked the moment the meeting started. It's true. The other party is from the Underworld God Palace. He committed suicide the moment we captured him. We didn't get his intentions out of him. The High Priest said indifferently. There's no need to ask to know what he's here for. He came all the way to the South Mountains to understand the situation of our demon race. From this point, it's highly likely that the Dog Emperor of the Middle Lands wants to deal with our South Mountains demon race. There's nothing to discuss about this. If they want a war, let's fight. The Flood Dragon Demon Sage spoke. Many demons agreed with his words. That's right. Huangfu Qingming nearly killed Jinming previously. It's because of this that Jinming was agitated and brought his sworn brothers into the demon god ancient land. They are all geniuses of our demon race, the hope of the future. Now, their fates are unknown. This matter must be blamed on the Huangfu clan. The humans are too ambitious. Since they want to swallow our South Mountains, we might as well launch a beast horde and attack the 9 provinces. Many of the demon races were not afraid of trouble. At this moment, they were all ferocious and hostile towards the humans. This made Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the others inexplicably nervous. Some of the demon race's hostility towards the Huangfu clan had risen to the level of hostility towards the entire human race. Under such circumstances, it would not be easy to form an alliance. If they were discovered, they might even be treated as spies. Everyone, calm down. Once we start a war with the humans, our South Mountains demon race will face great losses. Moreover, to put it bluntly, our chances of winning this war are extremely low. The 5 Elements tribe's demon sage's voice was thunderous. His words silenced the crowd. He said what many of the demon race already knew but were unwilling to admit. Huangfu Wuji has already destroyed the Middle Lands royal family and the celestial court. He has the Kunlun the Arch Sword and Kunlun Mirror in his hands. Although our South Mountains demon race is strong, how much stronger can we be compared to the Middle Lands royal family and the celestial court? Moreover, according to the information from the Honey Badger Demon Sage, the Underworld God Palace has already obtained the legendary Armament King Armory. This is one disaster after another for us. At this point, all the demons looked towards Gu Chen. Many of them were displeased. Everyone knows that the greatest disadvantage of the Nanling demon race compared to the human race is that the human race is proficient in the art of refining and can make all kinds of powerful artifacts. With the power of the artifacts, the human race can offset the disadvantage of our physique and often have the advantage in battle. The king of weapons is the most outstanding artificer of the human race. If we obtained his armory, our strength would soar, and we would have more confidence in the war against Middle-earth. But now, the armory has fallen into the hands of the Huangfu family. To them, it's like icing on the cake, but to us, it's like pouring oil on the fire. As the 5 elements tribe demon saint spoke, the demons nodded and began to criticize the honey badger demon king. Guchen suddenly saw the light. No wonder so many people were hostile to him. It turned out that it was because of this reason. The armory had fallen into his hands, but because he was hidden in the Underworld God Palace's team, the other forces did not know. So when the honey badger demon saint left the white whale's body, it thought that the Underworld God Palace had taken the armory. This was normal. This is troublesome. Guchen felt a headache coming on. It seemed that the honey badgers were the main characters in today's meeting, and they were the main characters criticized by everyone. He had disguised himself as them. Facing the criticism, Guchen knew that he had to continue the show, so he copied the honey badger demon king's tone and snorted coldly. It's easy for you to say that. Do you understand the dangerous situation in the armory? In order to obtain the armory, my grandfather and I have done our best. He was even seriously injured. There are many forces fighting for the armory, and we are alone. What can we do if we fail in the end? If you have the ability, you should snatch it yourself. His words did not quell the anger of the group of demons. Instead, they rebuked him even more. When you went to fight for the armory, did you not discuss it with us? Your grandfather acted first and reported later. He only sent someone to inform us after we set off. Now you have the nerve to say that you are alone? Stupid crew cut, you really need to be taught a lesson. You still don't know how to repent. In my opinion, they had the intention to monopolize the armory, causing the Nanling Mountains to suffer huge losses. They should be punished. Guchen felt a little guilty after being criticized by the crowd and the battle of words. He didn't know that the honey badger demon sage was in the wrong. He only remembered that in order to seize the weapon king's armory, the honey badger demon sage didn't hesitate to take the risk and jump into the poisonous sea alone. He even endured the humiliation and cooperated with the Thousand Smelting Saint clan. After he was tricked by the Underworld God Palace, he even risked his life to attack, causing the people of the Underworld God Palace and himself to almost die in the white whale's gastric juice. Guchen had a deep impression of his desperation, but he knew nothing else. Now that his speech had attracted public anger, many demons bared their fangs at him and surrounded him. Where's your grandfather? Could it be that he has a guilty conscience and is afraid that we will teach him a lesson? The beast saint of the tiger clan sneered. Guchen knew that with the personality of the honey badgers, they would definitely not cower at this moment. If they cowered in this situation, it would be very dangerous, and they would be more likely to be attacked. Thus, he wore a honey badger face and said ferociously, "Go to hell. Is my grandfather that kind of person? You bunch of trash, come at me if you have any objections. I'll let you off with one hand." His tone was extremely arrogant, and he looked like he was unrepentant. Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the others were dumbfounded. The sect leader was too immersed in his role. "Bastard! Take him down first. Stupid crew head, I've long found you an eyesore. I still remember when we were both young, you sneaked up behind me and," a bear demon king spoke with a face full of grief and indignation. He charged forward with 5 or 6 other demon kings. As for the beast saints present, they did not make a move and only watched coldly from the sidelines. Seeing that so many people were about to attack, Guchen shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Scram!" His voice was like a thunderclap. He used a sound wave attack, and the effect was no less than the lion's roar. The terrifying sound wave spread out, and the fastest demon kings that rushed over were all sent flying. They fell heavily in the distance and complained incessantly. That thunderclap shook their blood to the point that they felt like their heads were about to split open. When did this crew head learn this move? All the demons present had a change of expression. Even the beast saints looked surprised. Guchen pushed back the troublemakers with a ruthless expression. "Are you here for a meeting or to find trouble with me? If you're looking for trouble, come at me one by one. Let me tell you, in order to obtain the King of Weapons Armory, my grandfather worked his heart out. He's worthy of you. If you dare to be disrespectful to him again, I won't forgive you. Gu Chen's ferocious appearance was completely like a honey badger that was not afraid of anything. His impersonation was so successful that no one doubted his identity. Humph, how dare you speak rudely with so many beast saints present? You're really tired of living. White Tiger Beast Saint's eyes turned cold, and he waved his claw at Gu Chen. This claw was filled with monstrous demonic power, and it was going to suppress him on the spot. Gu Chen was not afraid. The origin energy in his body was simulated by the 3 revolutions phaseless technique and turned into demonic power. He stepped forward and punched, boom, he chose to meet force with force. White Tiger Beast Saint's eyes were originally filled with disdain, but when he came into contact with his opponent's punch, his expression suddenly changed. Crack. A light cracking sound came from his claws, and he himself couldn't bear the ferocious force and staggered back a few steps. Crewhead, when did your physical strength become so amazing? He said angrily. Gu Chen did not respond. His immortal golden body had evolved many times, and it was no worse than the beast saints of the demon race. In addition, he had cultivated hard in the white whale for half a year, and his origin energy had reached the late stage of immortality. Now, he could fight with a beast saint. White Tiger Beast Saint is at a disadvantage. Heavens, old Crewhead has taught a little demon. The other beast saints were also very surprised. They did not expect that the younger generation of the Honey Badger clan had reached this level. They were afraid that no one in the younger generation of the major tribes could compare with this level of strength. When the high priest of the ape clan saw this scene, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I was careless just now. This time I will definitely take you down. White Tiger Beast Saint felt that he had lost face in front of a junior in front of so many people. His demonic aura surged, and he was about to step forward again. Humph, do you think that you can bully the younger generation of the Honey Badger clan at will just because I am not here? At this time a voice came from the sky. The real Honey Badger Beast Saint had arrived with the Honey Badger Demon King. The White Tiger Demon Saint immediately stopped, and his expression became gloomy. When Gu Chen and the others saw the Honey Badger Beast Saint, their hearts suddenly sank. Oh no. Huh? Why are there 2 Honey Badger Demon Kings? Soon, someone with sharp eyes noticed this and asked in confusion. The demons came to their senses and looked at Gu Chen suspiciously. The Honey Badger Demon Saint descended from the sky and landed beside Gu Chen, giving him a meaningful look. The Honey Badger Demon King looked gloomy, and his eyes were full of dissatisfaction. Gu Chen smiled awkwardly and didn't speak for a while. Boy, I don't know who you are, and I don't know if you're really a honey badger, but what you said just now is very useful to me, and it's also a great honor for my Honey Badger clan. I won't argue with you for the time being. I'll ask you about your identity after the meeting is over. You better keep up the act. The Honey Badger Demon Saint's voice suddenly sounded in Gu Chen's mind, surprising him. The Honey Badger Demon Saint chose not to reveal his identity. In fact, Gu Chen didn't know that the Honey Badger clan had always had a small population. In addition, they were usually fierce, so they were often disliked in such meetings and were often besieged by demons. The Honey Badger Demon Saint had actually arrived for a while, but when he saw a honey badger he had never seen before, he was curious and didn't show his face for the time being. Later, the Honey Badger clan was besieged, and Gu Chen spoke for him, which made him feel very good. In particular, the other party first forced back the Demon Kings with a roar, and then fought with the White Tiger Demon Saint, which greatly increased the reputation of the Honey Badger clan. He was even happier. If he exposed the other party at this time, not only would he lose the face that he had painstakingly earned, but he would also be criticized by the great demon saints because the other party pretended to be a honey badger. Originally, the Honey Badger Demon Saint was in the wrong in this meeting because of the armament arsenal, and he didn't want to be criticized again. After considering all kinds of things, he decided to help Gu Chen hide his identity. As for his true identity, he would slowly investigate it after the meeting. Humph, old man, what's going on? Since when did you have 2 grandchildren? Asked the White Tiger Demon Saint angrily. He began to doubt Gu Chen's identity. What does it have to do with you how many grandchildren I have? He's a hidden genius of our honey badger clan, and he's only recently appeared. Even Guchen secretly admired the honey badger demon sage's ability to lie without a draft. Alright, since old Ping Tu has shown himself, let's get down to business. The high priest of the ape tribe knocked on the ground with his walking stick, stopping both sides from quarreling. The high priest is right. There are so many juniors here. Don't become a laughingstock. The flood dragon demon saint said indifferently. Let's get down to business. Since old Flat Top is here, tell us more about the armory of the King of Weapons. You've disappeared for half a year. The beast saints of the Phoenix clan and the Armor clan also chimed in. Seeing that everyone had said so, Demon Sage White Tiger could only reluctantly agree, and the meeting went back on track. It's true that I can't escape the blame for losing the armory this time. This is what happened. The Honey Badger Demon Sage began to talk about his experiences in the past 6 months. Gu Chan and the Honey Badger Demon King stood side by side behind him like a pair of twins. Who are you? It's fine if you impersonate me, but am I as ugly as you? The Honey Badger Demon King stared at Gu Chen and said secretly. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth twitched. He had completely imitated this guy's appearance. He was ugly to begin with, he simply ignored him. He was more interested in the contents of the meeting. After all, this meeting would affect the attitude of the Nanling demon tribe toward the Huangfu family. How dare you? I didn't expect the Nether God Palace and Acheron Tower to be so despicable. When the demon sages heard that the Honey Badger Demon King had failed because of Huangfu's sneak attack, they couldn't help but be furious. The other party's actions were too vicious. Old Flat Top, we've wronged you. You did try your best. I can see that you still have hidden injuries. The demon sages of the 5 Elements tribe spoke, and the other demons nodded. But why did you only come back after half a year? Demon Sage White Tiger asked. You may not know, but the location of the Armament King's armory is too strange. After we lost the armory, we couldn't find the exit, and we were sent out inexplicably after half a year. The poor Honey Badger Demon King stayed in the white whale's body for half a year, but he still didn't know where he was. When Gu Chen and the others who knew the truth heard this, their expressions became a little strange. Then you must have escaped from the Armament King's armory for some time. Why did you only come back now? We've waited for a long time since we received your information, another demon sage asked. It's like this. I worked with Jiang Bourgeois of the Thousand Refinements Holy Clan in the armory. I paid a lot, but in the end, I got nothing. He felt guilty. To make up for my loss, he asked me to follow him back to the Thousand Refinements Holy Clan after I escaped. He promised to refine a heaven-grade artifact for me. The Honey Badger Demon King's expression became serious as he spoke. I didn't expect that when I followed him back to the Thousand Refinements Holy Clan, I discovered a shocking fact. What is it? The demon sages were surprised when they heard this. It's best that we discuss this in private. The Honey Badger's eyes flickered. A large number of demons had gathered in the ape tribe, and he seemed to be worried. When the high priest heard this, he fell into deep thought. I understand. Let's talk in my house. Then, the demon sages walked to the high priest's house together. The following meeting was obviously not an ordinary one. Only the top demons could attend. Guchen wanted to know what direction the demon race's meeting would take. He pretended to follow the Honey Badger Demon King naturally. I let you go for now, but it doesn't mean I trust you. You should stop. The Honey Badger Demon King turned around and glanced at Guchen coldly. Guchen couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He looked helpless. Watch him, don't let him run around. The Honey Badger Demon King reminded the Honey Badger Demon King. Then, he was about to enter the high priest's house with the other demon sages. Guchen knew that whether the demon race would go to war with Huangfu Wuji in the future would be decided in the following meeting. He gritted his teeth and secretly sent a message to the Honey Badger Demon King. He wasn't familiar with the Honey Badger Demon King, but now that things had come to this, he could only tell him his identity. Senior, you and I entered the Weapon King's armory together. Do you still remember me? The Honey Badger Demon King stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Guchen, his face full of shock and surprise. "You are," the honey badger demon king's face became gloomy. Gu Chen sent a series of voice transmissions to the honey badger demon king, and the doubt on his face slowly disappeared. "I've heard about the new emperor's ascension ceremony. I didn't expect you to come to the southern mountains. Since you're here, come in and meet an old friend." The honey badger demon king took a deep breath and said. Hearing this, Gu Chen smiled and followed the honey badger demon saint into the house. At the same time, he was interested in the old friend demon king mentioned. Who was he talking about? All the demon sages entered the high priest's house without anyone else. Gu Chen entered behind the honey badger demon sage, looking very conspicuous. "Why did you let a junior in?" The white tiger demon sage looked displeased. "There's nothing wrong with his identity." The honey badger demon sage answered casually. Then, he took out array flags from his storage ring and threw them at the four corners of the house, forming an array that isolated the house from the outside world. In this way, no matter what was being discussed inside, outsiders would not be able to find anything even if they used their divine senses or eyes to spy on them. "You've never been a cautious person, but you're so serious this time. It seems that what you want to say is very important." The high priest's expression turned serious. Let's continue the previous topic. What did you find in the Thousand Refinements Holy Clan? It's better for Daoist Jiang to explain. The honey badger demon sage took out a beast-rearing bag and poured it on the ground. An old man with a gray beard appeared in the house. Old man Jiang Bourgeois greets fellow Daoists of the demon race. The old man tidied his clothes and introduced himself. "You're the #1 blacksmith on the continent, Jiang Bourgeois?" Many demon sages were shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Bourgeois to come to the Nanling Mountains and hide in a beast-rearing bag. Gu Chen was also surprised to see Jiang Bourgeois. Not only was he the #1 blacksmith on the continent, but he was also an important blacksmith grandmaster of the human race. Wasn't he afraid of danger by coming to the demon race's territory? "I've heard a lot about you, Daoist Jiang. Let's cut to the chase. What happened?" The high priest's expression darkened. Jiang Bourgeois' arrival meant that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. The old man hasn't returned to the Thousand Refinements Holy Clan for half a year. When I went back with Daoist Honey Badger, I found out that the higher-ups of the sect thought that the old man was held hostage by Huangfu Wuji. Jiang Bourgeois looked gloomy when he mentioned this. There's something fishy about Huangfu Wuji being able to unify the Middle-earth Empire in half a year. According to the old man, almost all the most important higher-ups of the 9 states, 2 courts, 3 families, 4 sacred lands, and 5 sacred sects have been held hostage by him and are now being held in an unknown place. Because the leaders of the major forces are under his control, all the forces now respect him completely. How is this possible? The expressions of the demon sages of the South Mountains changed drastically. None of the major factions in the Middle Lands were weak, especially their leaders, who were famous experts on the continent. Puji Holy Monk of the Buddhist sect, Luo Haicheng, the sacred leader of the South Flower Holy Land. Are all these experts controlled? The Grand Priest could not help but ask. Everything should be under control. A few months ago, not long after Huangfu Wuji annihilated the Central Plains royal family and the Celestial Court, he sent out invitations to the leaders of the various powers. Among them, the Thousand Refinements Saint sect invited the old man. All the leaders went to the banquet and never came back. Not long after, the second in command of each faction received news from Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji wants all the major powers to bow their heads and support him to ascend the throne. Otherwise, he will kill all the leaders of the major powers. My Thousand Refinements Saint sect also received the news. Huangfu Wuji said that the old man was also under his control, and my foolish disciples believed him. It was only when the old man returned safely from Beijing Prefecture that my sect understood the truth. The demon sages slowly digested this shocking fact. They did not expect Huangfu Wuji to use such a method to control the major human forces. Gu Chen had not heard of this before, but he soon recalled a noteworthy detail from the coronation ceremony. Back then, his clone had snuck into the coronation ceremony. Various forces had gathered in the Royal City Plaza. Apart from his maternal grandfather, the other major powers had sent only the second in command. He had not seen any of the well-known leaders. Huangfu Wuji is actually able to control so many sages at the same time without letting anyone know about it. It seems like his foundation is deeper than we thought. The demon sage of the dragon tribe suddenly felt his heart sink. Grandmaster Jiang, since you have returned to your own sect, why have you come to my southern mountains? The demon sage of the five elements tribe asked curiously. Although the old man has returned to his sect, and the Thousand Refinement Saint sect is no longer in the hands of the Huangfu clan, the major powers of the 9 prefectures are now firmly under his control. If the news of the old man's return is made known, it will be extremely disadvantageous to my Thousand Refinement Saint sect. The old man has thought about it. If Huangfu Wuji uses such a method to firmly control the various sects, then what difference is there between us and slaves? The major powers are now afraid of taking action, and do not dare to voice their anger. In that case, only the old man can do his bit. The old man has come to the southern mountains in the hope of seeking cooperation with all of you. If there is a chance, save the leaders of the major powers. Jiang Bourgeois' eyes revealed a ruthless glint. As long as the leaders of the major powers regain their freedom, combined with the strength of the southern mountains demon tribe, we might be able to overthrow Huangfu Wuji's terrifying rule. If we can't get rid of him, he will soon unite all the major powers of the 9 prefectures, and the lineage of the various sects will be severed. This person is too ambitious. He wants everyone in the world to work for him. The demon sages couldn't help but look at each other. One of them asked, then, Master Jiang, do you know where the leaders of the major powers of the Middle-earth are trapped? Jiang Bourgeois shook his head. Currently, the old man is alone, and the Thousand Refinements Saint sect is also under surveillance. They can't mobilize their manpower at will, so we don't have any leads. You might not know this, but Huangfu Wuji has already sent people to infiltrate the major powers of the Middle-earth and is gradually integrating them. According to his plan, in about 3 to 5 years, all the major powers will be reduced to an organization under the imperial court. Jiang Bourgeois sneered. He hated Huangfu Wuji's sinister intentions to the bone. After listening to the information brought by Jiang Bourgeois, the sages of the southern mountains fell into a long silence. Jiang Bourgeois' shocking words made them feel that Huangfu Wuji would be difficult to deal with. If all the leaders of the major powers of the Middle-earth joined forces, they wouldn't be any weaker than the demon sages present. However, they were all controlled by Huangfu Wuji. Although they didn't know how he did it, the thought of it still sent chills down their spines. It seems like the Middle-earth Empire is already united. Our advantage is gone. The demon sage of the Jia clan said solemnly. He was an old black tortoise. The sages nodded. For a long time, the Southern Mountains demon tribe had been feared by others because they were very united. Although the Middle-earth Empire was powerful, the factions were complicated and often had their own way of doing things. Even the imperial court couldn't command all the major powers, so if a war broke out between the two sides, the Southern Mountains demon tribe would have a significant advantage. However, Huangfu Wuji had already solved this problem. Although he was implementing a terrifying rule, all the major powers of the Middle-earth Empire had been integrated by him, and their combat strength was much higher than before. Adding on the Underworld God Palace, Yellow Spring Pavilion, Kunlun Sword, Kunlun Mirror, and the Weapon King Armory, the atmosphere in the room became extremely oppressive. Huangfu Wuji's strength was like a huge mountain, firmly pressing down on the hearts of the Southern Mountain sages. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid we can only compromise with Huangfu Wuji and hope to preserve the peace of the Southern Mountains range. After a long while, the monster saint of the Phoenix clan spoke first. What kind of conditions can make Huangfu Wuji give up on my Nanling Mountains? The demon saint of the 5 elements tribe also began to think about this possibility. Everyone, you're wrong to think like that. So long as we're able to rescue the leaders of the various powers, then we'll be able to fight Huangfu Wuji. Jiang Bourgeois said hurriedly. The reaction of the demon saints had betrayed his purpose of coming here. Master Jiang, you don't even know where they are trapped. How are you going to save them? Demon sage White Tiger snorted coldly. Moreover, the place where Huangfu Wuji imprisoned them must be heavily guarded. Why should the demon clans bleed and sacrifice their lives just to save the human forces? Even if we get rid of Huangfu Wuji, who knows what kind of new emperor will emerge from your human race? What we have to consider is the survival of our Southern Mountains demon tribe. We will not be hired thugs for your human race's internal strife. Demon Sage White Tiger's words rendered Jiang Bourgeois speechless. Although he was the best blacksmith on the continent, he was obsessed with blacksmithing and did not understand the human heart well enough. Now that they knew that all the major powers in the Central Plains were under Huangfu Wuji's control, the demonic beasts didn't feel that this was an opportunity. Instead, they felt that Huangfu Wuji was even more dangerous. The beast sages began to discuss the possibility of living in peace with Huangfu Wuji. At this moment, the honey badger beast sage snorted coldly. Stop your wishful thinking. Huangfu Wuji even annihilated the imperial family of the Central Plains, so what reason does he have to coexist peacefully with my demon race? That Huangfu's methods in the armament armory were incomparably despicable, and it's obvious that his father isn't any better. If all of you have any illusions towards the Huangfu clan and cause the battle to be delayed, then you'll be the sinners of the Southern Ridge demon race. His words were extremely harsh, and everyone was instantly enraged. Easy for you to say. Now that Huangfu Wuji is so domineering, how are we going to win? If not for you missing out on the Armament King Armament Armory, we might still have a chance of fighting. Demon Sage White Tiger glared at him. What if I say that the Armament Armory isn't in Huangfu Wuji's hands? At this moment, Gu Chen, who had been listening at the side, suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him in unison. Demon Saint White Tiger said with dissatisfaction. Don't interrupt when the adults are talking. Is that so? But this little rascal, made you suffer a loss just now. Gu Chen teased. Only then did everyone remember that the honey badger demon king's strength was indeed extraordinary. What did you mean by what you just said? The grand priest asked. I said, the armament armory isn't in Huangfu Wuji's hands. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Where is it? Don't tell me you have it? The white tiger demon sage sneered. Even the honey badger demon sage admitted that the arsenal had fallen into the hands of the Huangfu clan, so why was his grandson confused? That's right, it's in this Gu's hands. Gu Chen's figure suddenly changed. He removed his disguise and returned to his original appearance. Overlord? Many demon sages present were shocked when they saw his real body. Gu Chen's wanted order had spread all over the world. What he had done was too shocking. Even though the demon sages of the South Mountains lived in seclusion, they more or less knew what he looked like. It's you. Old Flathead, are you allied with the Celestial Court? Demon Sage White Tiger immediately understood who he had suffered a loss just now. He had long heard that the Overlord was a genius. He was indeed not simple, and his physical body was not inferior to his. Overlord, what do you mean? The armament armory is in your hands? Even Jiang Bourgeois and the honey badger demon sage were shocked. They had seen the people of the Nether God Palace and the Acheron Tower cross the Sea of Venom with their own eyes. As for the Overlord and his group, they had not seen them since they entered the armament armory, because they did not see the Overlord at all. They thought he had died in the armament armory. It was not until they heard about the Ascension ceremony that they knew he was still alive. Wait, Huangfu died in your hands. Could it be, Jiang Bourgeois? Suddenly remembered that Huangfu's head was given to Huangfu Wuji as a gift by the Overlord during the Ascension ceremony. His eyes suddenly lit up. Huangfu should have left the armament armory not long ago, and he was killed by the Overlord. Could it be, you're right. Although Huangfu obtained the armament armory, he was killed by me as soon as he left. The armament armory also fell into my hands. Gu Chen said expressionlessly. This was a lie. He had obtained the armament armory in Baijing's body. Poor Huangfu had not even touched a weapon. However, it was not appropriate to say this directly. After all, he had infiltrated the Nether God Palace's team and watched Jiang Bourgeois and the honey badger demon sage being plotted against. From a certain point of view, Gu Chen had also used the two of them. It was best not to talk about this in detail. Is what you said true? The Nanling demon sage's breathing became rapid. They looked at Gu Chen with burning eyes. Gu Chen knew that it was not good to reveal that the armament armory was in his hands. However, he had to say it in order to cooperate with the Nanling demon race. Of course. How else do you think I killed so many people from the Huangfu family and destroyed their palace during the Ascension ceremony? Gu Chen sneered confidently. When he said this, everyone immediately recalled what had happened during the coronation ceremony. So it turned out that the armament armory had played a part in it. That's great. You're here to hand over the armament armory to the demon race, right? Don't worry. As long as you hand the armament armory to us, we'll definitely make good use of it to deal with Huangfu Wuji. The demon sages said excitedly. Gu Chen shook his head slowly. No, I'm here to seek cooperation. I won't give you the armament armory. I'll only provide you with weapons under suitable conditions. Gu Chen's resolute words made the demon sages' faces darken. Cooperation? The white tiger demon sage sneered. Overlord, forgive me for being straightforward. Although what you did during Huangfu Wuji's ascension ceremony was admirable, what right do you have to cooperate with us? Your celestial court has already been destroyed. What can you do to help us? The only thing you can do is to hand over the armament armory to us. With our strength and the help of weapons, we can help you take revenge for the destruction of the celestial court. The white tiger demon sage's words were not pleasant to hear, but they were the truth. The entire continent knew that the celestial court had already been destroyed. Gu Chen, the Taoist, was now alone. The demon sages looked at Gu Chen. Many of their eyes flickered as they speculated. Since the overlord was here, was the treasure in the armament armory with him? Several demon sages took a few steps forward tacitly and vaguely locked onto Gu Chen, blocking any possible escape route for him. Gu Chen sensed something inside in his heart. Sure enough, even if he had some friendship with Sun Jinming, the demon sages of the southern mountains would not care about his feelings when it came to the reproduction of the race. In the dense forest, an ordinary-looking gray monkey shuttled through the forest at high speed, followed by a large group of angry monkeys. Stop. You damned thief, give me back the wine I brewed. I'm so angry. Where did this guy come from? I've never seen him before. The group of monkeys chased frantically, but the gray monkey in front was too fast and agile. Soon, they were out of sight. Squeak squeak, before it successfully escaped, it turned around and made a face at them. Its golden eyes were filled with spirituality. When there was no one around, the gray monkey shook its fur and turned back into a snow-white monkey. It took out the fruit wine that it had just stolen, leaned on a branch, and took a few sips. It enjoyed the wine leisurely. Its eyes were half closed as it looked into the distance. There was a towering mountain. The mountain seemed to have been split in half by a divine sword, and in the middle was a canyon with a line in the sky. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of wine, the white monkey danced on the tree. Then, without thinking much, it skipped toward the canyon. At that moment, the atmosphere in the house of the high priest of the ape tribe was tense and deadlocked. The demon saints vaguely surrounded Gu Chen and Jiang Bourgeois, their eyes flickering. What are you doing? They are guests. The high priest frowned when he saw this. High priest, the overlord has the king of weapons armory, and Jiang Bourgeois is the best blacksmith of the human race. Their arrival is a great gift for us demons. With the king of weapons armory, we have the confidence to fight against the central plains. With Jiang Bourgeois, the level of blacksmithing of the demon race can be improved by many levels. This is a great opportunity to benefit hundreds of millions of demons. The white tiger demon saint looked at Gu Chen aggressively. Overlord, hand over the king of weapons armory. We owe you a debt of gratitude, and we don't want to hurt our friendship. A sacred ape of the ape tribe also spoke. Damn it. We are here to seek cooperation, but you only care about your own interests. Jiang Bourgeois said angrily. There is no basis for cooperation. One of you has lost the celestial court, and the other has lost control of the Thousand Refinements Saint sect. You are nothing more than stray dogs. How can you cooperate? The so-called cooperation can only be discussed under the condition that both parties are equal. The demonic saint of the Phoenix clan said. What if I can bring you a powerful ally? Gu Chen's expression did not change as he said calmly. Alliance? Now that the entire human race of Middle-earth has fallen, and the celestial court no longer exists, where are you going to find the allies? The demon sages were suspicious. I can't tell you the specific details for now. I have to make sure that you are sincere in your cooperation. Gu Chen replied indifferently. This was a matter of great importance. His intention to unite the various races could only be revealed after the demonic race agreed to cooperate. Humph, deliberately mystifying things. Don't try to deceive me in front of us. Demon Sage White Tiger said gloomily. Fellow Taoist Honey Badger. Jiang Bourgeois looked at the Honey Badger Demon Saint, hoping that he could help. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Jiang. Although they are a little rude, they are right. I am standing on the side of the demonic race. I can only promise you that as long as you cooperate obediently, no one will hurt you. Demon Sage Honey Badger chose to stand with his companions, trying to make the two do what they wanted. Guchen saw that the momentum was getting stronger. He knew that it was extremely difficult to unite the various races, but after coming to the Nanling demonic race, he realized how deep-rooted the prejudice and estrangement between the various races were. The demon sages were not willing to cooperate with him, saying that he was a stray dog was only secondary. The main reason was that they did not trust the human race. Under such circumstances, it was useless for him to talk nicely. These guys probably believed that strength was the truth. They felt that he was in a disadvantageous position and was not qualified to talk to them as equals. Overlord, hand over the King of Equipment's arsenal, and we promise not to hurt you. If there is a chance in the future, there is still a possibility of cooperation. The High Priest sighed and said. If you don't agree to my conditions, don't even think about the King of Equipment's arsenal. Since it was useless to talk nicely, Guchen sneered and regained his usual domineering and fearless attitude. Do you want us to attack you? You're just an immortal level. Even if your ability is slightly stronger than those of the same level, it's like throwing an egg against a rock in front of us. Don't be so ungrateful. The demon sages scolded him. Do you think I'll come to the ape tribe alone? Guchen said calmly. The demon sage's expressions changed slightly. You have companions? Where are they? Where are they? Why should I tell you? Guchen looked like he was smiling. To tell you the truth, my companions have been scattered to every corner of the ape tribe. If I can't get out of here alive or if a battle breaks out, they will attack immediately. The White Tiger Demon Sage sneered. How strong can your companions be? This is our territory. Don't forget that the King of Equipment's arsenal is in my hands, and each of them has a powerful forbidden weapon. Guchen glanced at White Tiger Demon Saint indifferently and said in a lukewarm tone. If anything happens to me, I guarantee that the Nanling demon tribe will have the same tragic experience as Huangfu Wuji. The demon sages understood and recalled the tragedy of more than half of the Huangfu family members being killed or injured during the coronation ceremony. This was a blatant threat from the other party. Overlord, this is Nanling. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. The demon sages were furious. They did not expect to be threatened by a human young man in their territory. You can try. If you really think that I'm a pushover, you're wrong. Guchen's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he released his innate domineering aura at the same time. Boom, the overbearing aura of a supreme saint filled the air, and even the demon sages felt suffocated. At that moment, the demon sages remembered that Guchen had the same superb physique as Huangfu Wuji, and he was recognized as a genius in the continent. They might have to pay a huge price if they wanted to take him down. At that moment, both parties were ready to fight at any time. Once they started fighting, it would definitely hurt the harmony, and the cooperation would be completely ruined. At this moment, the earth suddenly shook and the mountains swayed. What's going on? Did your people attack? The demon sages in the house were shocked. They thought that the Overlord's companions had attacked the tribe, and they quickly spread out their divine senses. Guchen was also surprised. In fact, he did not instruct the Ghost King and the others to do anything, and he was just trying to swindle them. He also extended his divine senses, and when he sensed the source of the disturbance, he was even more shocked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the next moment, everyone disappeared from the house and appeared in the sky above the tribe, looking into the distance. There's an unusual disturbance in the demon god ancient land. The anomaly in the ancient land of the demon god attracted the attention of both the ape tribe and the neighboring tribes. All the beasts gathered on the empty ground and stared at the sacred land in shock. What's happening in the sacred land? I've never seen anything like this in my life. I'm not sure. Could there be a problem? The beasts discussed among themselves with worry written all over their faces. It was an eventful time. News of a possible war was coming from the Middle Continent, and now the Sacred Land was experiencing an anomaly that had not been seen in 1,000 years. Roar apart from the earthquake, the roars of beasts came from the ancient land of the demon god. The roars did not seem to come from any of the beasts in the southern mountains. They were earth-shattering and made one's soul tremble. Great Priest, could this anomaly have something to do with Jin Ming and the others? The beast sages put aside the matter of Gu Chen and asked the ape tribe's great priest anxiously. Even as beast sages, they had never seen such an anomaly in the ancient land since they were young. They could only ask the oldest and most knowledgeable great priest. It's the beast spirits in the ancient land rebelling. This is extremely rare in the recorded history of our beast race. The great priest said with a stern expression. Beast spirits? The beast sages were taken aback. The beast spirits were a strange existence in the ancient land. They had only heard of them or caught a glimpse of them when they were secretly observing the ancient land. The beast spirits in the ancient land were creatures that did not exist in the southern mountains. They were believed to be a primordial species. It was unknown where the beast spirits came from. They seemed to have been there since the ancient land of the demon god. They did not have a physical form. To be more precise, they were souls, and each of them was extremely powerful. Due to their existence, the ancient land of the demon god became a dangerous place. Even the descendants of the beast race did not dare to enter recklessly, fearing that they would be killed by the beast spirits. Fortunately, the beast spirits never left the ancient land of the demon god. Both sides had always been peaceful. But now, the beast spirits were rebelling. This anomaly made the upper echelons of the beast race uneasy. Gu Daozi, how did the discussion go? Gu Chen stood in the void and was also looking at the ancient demon god land. In order to prevent others from discovering his identity, he and Jiang Bourgeois were shrouded in a hazy light, preventing others from seeing his appearance. The others couldn't see it clearly, but the Ghost King and Lui Chen could. They immediately went to his side and asked. It's not going well. Gu Chen shook his head and focused his attention on the demon god ancient land. He could tell that the demonic saints had suddenly become nervous after the abnormality in the ancient land. Even he was not in the mood to talk to them. By the way, where is White Ape? Seeing that the Fey god ancient land was acting strangely, Gu Chen was worried about White Ape running around. I haven't seen him for a long time. Everyone looked at each other. No one had seen the White Ape. An ominous premonition arose in Gu Chen's heart. That troublemaker wouldn't be doing something sneaky again, right? Roar, amidst the beast roars of the ancient Fey god land, a voice Gu Chen was familiar with suddenly rang out. White Ape. Gu Chen was shocked. He stared at the ancient land as his breathing quickened. Sect leader, you said that White Ape is there? It can't be, right? The ladies asked doubtfully. The ancient Fey god land was a dangerous place like the ghastly ruins. Now that there was an abnormality, if White Ape entered the ancient land, he would be in grave danger. There's no mistaking it. It's White Ape's voice. Gu Chen's face darkened. He had been with White Ape for a long time and could naturally recognize his roar. The anxiety in his roar indicated that he was in trouble. Damn it. I have to make a trip there. Gu Chen gritted his teeth. White Ape was like a family to him. He couldn't allow anything to happen to him. He immediately soared into the sky and headed for the ancient Fey god land. Sect leader, wait for us. Everyone's expression also tensed up, and they hurriedly followed. What is that overlord trying to do? The beast sages were discussing how to deal with the abnormality in the ancient land when they saw Gu Chen flying towards it. They immediately chased after him. They had the advantage in numbers and were all beast sages. They managed to stop Gu Chen's group in no time. Stop. Overlord, what are you trying to do? Beast Sage White Tiger said with a dark expression. Can't you tell? I want to enter the ancient Fey god land. Gu Chen's expression turned cold. That's the sacred land of our demon race. Humans are forbidden from entering. Beast Sage White Tiger berated. If you know what's good for you, you better scram. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at the beast sages. White Ape was in danger and he wasn't in the mood to argue with them. How dare you? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Beast Sage White Tiger gathered a demonic wind as he tried to stop Gu Chen. It was daytime. Gu Chen raised his head and glanced at the sun in the sky with a cold grin. With a thought, golden crows flew out from the depths of the sun and quickly crossed the void. They were like rays of light that shot toward Demon Saint White Tiger's body. Pft! Pft! Puffs of true sun fire suddenly burned on Beast Sage White Tiger's body. He turned into a flaming tiger and howled in pain. Stop! Stop! He tried to extinguish the true sun fire, but the true sun fire was endless and would not stop until it burned its target. He was at a loss. Overlord! Stop right now! This is Nanling, don't cross the line. When the other demon saints saw this, they scattered to different parts of the sky and surrounded Gu Chen's group. My partner is in danger in the ancient land. I have to save him. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Gu Chen's voice was like thunder as a monstrous murderous intent surged out of his body. Get out of our way. The bodies of Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the other women flashed, and weapons of different shapes appeared in their hands. One carried a purple gold cannon, the barrel of which shone with a steel-like coldness. Another held a battle spear, which was covered with mysterious runes and emitted a destructive aura. After Gu Chen revealed his murderous intent, the 8 women took out all kinds of forbidden weapons they had obtained from the armory and pointed them at the beast sages who surrounded them without fear. The Ghost King next to them opened his mouth wide. He knew that Gu Daozi had obtained the armory, but he didn't know that his partners were all armed to the teeth. Do you think you can threaten us with forbidden weapons? The beast sages were furious. What kind of people were they? None of them had reached the celestial realm and were still very young, but they dared to be so presumptuous in front of the beast sages. What an overlord! His subordinates were all as arrogant as him. Take them down. Beast Sage White Tiger howled as he was burned by the true sun fire. The beast sages were about to attack together when Jiang Bourgeois flew over in a hurry. When he saw the various forbidden weapons in the hands of Gu Chen's group, his expression changed drastically. Before he arrived, his voice was heard. His voice resounded like a huge bell, causing the beast sages to hold back for fear of harming the innocent. The ancient land of the demon god was already acting strangely. If they were to fight here, it might lead to unexpected changes. If countless demon clan tribes were implicated, the losses would be incomparably heavy. For a moment, the beast sages were caught in a dilemma. They could not attack Gu Chen's group, but they did not dare to let him enter the ancient land of the demon god. Putting aside the fact that the sacred land did not allow humans to enter, what if the overlord entered and caused more trouble? Move aside. Gu Chen spoke again with a bone-chilling gaze. The roars of the white ape from the ancient land made him extremely anxious. The beast sages gritted their teeth. They could not move aside, but they could not move either. Overlord, you said that your companions are in the ancient land. Is it the white ape that is rumored to be following you around? At this moment, the great priest of the ape race suddenly spoke with a strange glint in his eyes. Gu Chen nodded coldly. Understood, let them pass. The high priest said and stepped aside to make way for them. But great priest, what if something happens? The beast sages were hesitant. If anything happens, I will bear the responsibility. The great priest spoke resolutely. In addition, they did not have any better ideas. The beast sages weighed the pros and cons before moving aside. Seeing that the beast sages were no longer obstructing him, Gu Chen took a deep look at the great priest before flying past. When he passed by the beast sage white tiger, he flicked his sleeves and the true sun fire on the other party dissipated. He did not have to endure the torture of being burned at the stake. Under the watchful eyes of the beast sages, Gu Chen and his group gradually flew into the ancient land of the demon god, leaving only their silhouettes behind. Great priest, is it really alright to let humans enter the sacred land of our demon race? The beast sages could not help but ask after they left. Overlord, something happened to the ancient land of the demon god. I wonder if it's a coincidence or fate. The great priest murmured. Great priest, what do you mean? The great priest snapped out of his trance and his expression turned solemn. Perhaps it's time to tell you some things. Gu Chen and the others flew at full speed towards the ancient land of the Fey god. From afar, they could see huge shadows appearing in the Line Canyon under the sunlight. The shadows rampaged in the canyon, causing earthquakes that spread for thousands of miles. Even the air rippled. As they got closer, due to the tremors in the air, they could no longer fly steadily. They could only land on the ground and walk into the valley. Roar, screech, the roars of all kinds of strange beasts rose and fell, causing people's hearts to tremble. The ancient land of the demon god was notorious. Everyone was armed to the teeth and did not dare to be careless. Once we go in and find White Ape, we'll immediately retreat. Gu Chen said and took the lead to enter the valley. The Line Sky Canyon was located between the giant mountains that had been split apart. From a distance, it looked extremely narrow, but once one entered, they discovered that it was a completely different world. It was astonishingly large. Here, ancient trees towered into the sky, orchids were everywhere, and there were all kinds of exotic flowers and grasses that were extremely difficult to find in the outside world. Some of them looked to be over 10,000 years old. But no one was in the mood to pay attention to the rare herbs, because in front of them was a shocking scene. In the distance, there was a mammoth covered in fur roaring, 100-jan-long snake-necked dragon spewing fire, and an iron-eating beast with black and white fur that looked charmingly naive but possessed terrifying combat strength that was hurling rocks. They're all desolate mutants. The Ghost King sucked in a breath of cold air. These beasts were either legendary mutants that had gone extinct since ancient times, or some that had never been heard of before. Each of them had blood and chi as vast as the sea, and their might made people's scalps tingle. No one dared to approach. There were so many desolate mutants surrounding a corner of the ancient land, as if something there had provoked them. Roar, White Ape's voice came from that direction. Gu Chen looked into the distance and saw his enlarged form. Over there. Gu Chen's expression stirred. He was about to use the traversing stars and moon steps to help but was stopped by the Ghost King. Daoist Gu, those desolate mutants are too strong. If you go over now, you'll die for sure. The Ghost King hurriedly said. Then what should we do? Gu Chen took a deep breath. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. White Ape's situation was urgent, and he could not think of a better idea. We'll think of a way to divert the attention of those mutants. The Ghost King said after some thought. Understood. Gu Chen's eyes flashed, and he immediately used the moon's reflection. His avatar walked out of his body. Give me the purple gold lightning cannon. Gu Chen's avatar said to Xiao Quebec. Xiao Ke nodded and passed him the cannon that she was carrying on her back. The purple gold lightning cannon was one of the forbidden weapons refined by the Weapon King. It was powerful and had a wide range of attack. Xiao Ke had the thunder bone, and with the purple gold lightning cannon, her strength would be greatly increased. However, she was small and dainty, so it was not suitable for her to carry the cannon on her shoulder. At this moment, Gu Chen's doppelganger received the purple gold lightning cannon and flew up unsteadily in the violently trembling void, flying towards a cliff in the ancient land. Boom, the avatar reached the edge of the cliff and directly fired the cannon at the cliff. Instantly, the earth shook, and thunder and fire surged. For a moment, many of the giant beasts surrounding White Ape in the ancient land were attracted over. Let's go. At the same time, Gu Chen's main body led the group and rushed toward White Ape. How simple and crude. The Ghost King smiled bitterly. He wanted to plan carefully, but he did not expect Gu Chen to be so straightforward. Boom. 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 Then, Gu Chen's avatar carried the purple gold lightning cannon and fired it everywhere. From time to time, it would hit the giant beasts, deliberately provoking them. Under such circumstances, the giant beasts were enraged. Many of their attention was attracted by Gu Chen's avatar, allowing Gu Chen's main body to successfully approach White Ape. Run! Gu Chen arrived in front of the White Ape and shouted at it in its enlarged form. White Ape snapped back to his senses and immediately shrunk back to his original size. He ran to Gu Chen's side in a flash. The avatar continued to attract the attacks while Gu Chen prepared to lead the group out of the demon god ancient land. Boom. 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 Under the indiscriminate bombardment of the purple gold lightning cannon, the bodies of the giant beasts actually became a little blurry, their bodies becoming illusory. They're not real beasts, but just beast spirits? When the crowd saw this, they were all extremely shocked. They were clearly just souls, but they still had such strong blood chi, as though they were still alive. How strong were they when they were alive if they still had such power even in death? We have to leave now. Everyone felt their scalps go numb and quickly ran out of the valley. Roar in the sky above, a huge shadow blotted out the sun. Everyone raised their heads, only to discover that a red and black dragon over 10,000 feet long was staring coldly at them. It coiled around the two sides of the cliff. With a light sweep of its tail, the void seemed to be shattered. Bang! In the distance, Guchen's clone was pierced by the sharp horn of a mammoth. His entire body collapsed like a bubble, and the purple-gold lightning cannon also fell to the ground. At that moment, all the beast spirits turned their heads around, noticing the group of people. Every single one of them was enormous and terrifying. They slowly approached, and every single one of them had an angry look on their faces. Their gazes fell on the white ape. Their eyes were filled with anger, hatred, and gnashing of teeth. Guchen was all too familiar with that expression. In the past, when the white ape was being mischievous, people who were being pranked or had their things stolen would always show such an expression. "Little fella, did you steal something from them? Hand it over," Guchen quickly said. The beast spirits were too scary. If they were to fight, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous to them. Squeak squeak. Squeak squeak. The white ape squeaked, looking aggrieved and anxious. According to what it said, it had just entered the ancient land of the demon god and was looking for some treasures when it was discovered by the beast spirits. When the beast spirits saw it, their eyes turned red as if they had seen their mortal enemy. They chased after it relentlessly, making the white ape feel very aggrieved. The white ape was used to being mischievous. This was the first time that it was chased to the ends of the earth without any benefits. So something like this happened. Guchen felt that the beast spirit's hostility towards the white ape was inexplicable. It was not just because it had trespassed into the ancient land. He did not have the time to think about the reason behind it. Seeing that the way out of the valley was blocked, he gritted his teeth and said, "Run deeper into the valley." He led the group deeper into the valley. His action further enraged the beast spirits. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at them. The group panicked and ran for their lives. Turning left and right, they were soon blocked by the walls of the valley. There was no way to escape. "We're doomed." The faces of the 8 girls turned pale, as they stared helplessly at the beast spirits, one after another, scrambling to be the first to charge at them. Once they arrived, everyone would be trampled into a bloody pulp. "Brother Gu, over here. Come to me." At this time, a sound suddenly came from about 1,000 feet above the rock wall. Everyone couldn't help but look up, only to find that there was a cave in the cliff, where a monkey was waving at them. "Brother Sun." Guchen was pleasantly surprised. He had never expected to meet Sun Jinming here. Seeing that the beast spirits were getting closer and closer, everyone hurriedly flew up, to burrow into the cave within the cliff. The group of people had just rushed in when the black and red dragon's body smashed into them. Boom! The huge dragon body hit the cliff, causing it to shake again and again, but it was not damaged. It was as if this was not a mountain, but a mountain made of metal. Guchen and the others landed in the cave, each of them panting heavily. Sun Jinming, on the other hand, moved a large rock out of nowhere and sealed the cave entrance. At that moment, the sound from the outside was largely isolated, and no matter how much a bunch of powerful beast spirits rammed into it, besides the slight tremors within the cave, nothing happened at all. "Brother Sun, why are you here?" After finally getting through the crisis, Guchen looked at Sun Jinming and asked. Sun Jinming was not the only one here, there were 5 other geniuses of the demon race. "Shouldn't I, old Sun, be the one asking you that?" Sun Jinming looked at Guchen's group with a strange expression on his face. This was the deepest part of the southern mountains, where the demon race's sacred land was. Why would a group of humans come here? This was really puzzling. When he sensed the commotion outside, he saw Guchen from afar, and he almost thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. "It's like this." Guchen smiled bitterly, and both parties briefly explained the reason they were here. Sun Jinming and his group had entered the ancient land of the demon god half a year ago, hoping to find the legendary encounter left behind by the demon god. According to the stories passed down from generation to generation in the southern mountains, a long time ago, the demon god walked out from the ancient land of the demon god and enlightened countless wild beasts in the southern mountains, which was how the demon race came to be. The ancient land was the home of the demon god, and there was a period of time in the past when the demon race of the southern mountains would enter this place to obtain an encounter. But the demon god disappeared, and the ancient land of the demon god became extremely dangerous. After that, no demon race dared to enter the ancient land anymore. Ever since Sun Jinming lost to Huangfu Qingming in Luoyang, he was indignant when he returned to the southern mountains. Hence, he gathered his sworn brothers, and after a discussion, they barged into the ancient land of the demon god. Who would have thought that they couldn't get out after entering, and were almost killed by the group of beast spirits? If they hadn't discovered the secret cave hidden on the cliff, they would have lost their lives. You guys are really crazy. Everyone was speechless. Barging into the ancient land of the demon god based on the baseless legends, Sun Jinming and his group were really audacious. Aren't you guys the same? How dare you threaten those old fellows? When Sun Jinming and his group heard that Gu Chen's group had threatened the beast sages of the various tribes before they could enter the ancient land, they were amused. The beast sages that Gu Chen threatened were almost all their seniors, and they always took advantage of their seniority to bully their juniors. It was rare for them to be humiliated, and they were actually rejoicing in their misfortune. You can still laugh? Speaking of which, you guys have been trapped here for half a year, and you don't want to get out? Gu Chen shook his head helplessly. He didn't know if Sun Jinming and his group were too optimistic. If a normal person was trapped here for half a year, they should be frowning. Although we can't get out, it's not bad to stay here. Sun Jinming grinned, and the other beast race geniuses nodded in agreement. Seeing their reactions, Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Brother Sun, could it be that you guys found an encounter here? Brother Gu is smart. Take a good look and see what's so special about this cave. Sun Jinming smiled. After being reminded, Gu Chen and his group began to examine the situation in the cave seriously. The cave looked very old, and there were strange drawings carved on the four walls. To put it nicely, they were drawings, but to put it bluntly, they were scribbles. Other than that, there was a stone table carved into the wall, and a clay statue was enshrined on it. The statue was wearing armor and looked majestic, like a human general, but there was a tail behind it, making it look more like a monkey. Unfortunately, the statue's head was long gone, and there was no way to see its original appearance. What is this place? Gu Chen's brows creased up. Besides the fact that the mountain was exceptionally hard, even a powerful beast spirit would not be able to break it open, there was nothing special about this cave. Even those murals looked like a child's scribbles, without the slightest bit of beauty. If my guess is right, this is the temple of the ancestors of the demon race. Sun Jinming said proudly. Temple? So that headless statue is the legendary demon god? This is the first time I know what a demon god looks like. Humph. Don't be rude. Do you think you can comment on the demon god? One of Sun Jinming's sworn brothers, a bull monster covered in black scales, said in dissatisfaction. During the Desolate Era, the demon god walked out of the ancient land and transformed into millions of demons, enlightening countless living beings in the Nanling Mountains. That's why it doesn't have a specific form. A peacock demon king explained. So the demon god really doesn't have a head to begin with? Everyone was shocked. They thought that the head had been lost. That's right. That's why the demon god is so mysterious. No one knows its true race. According to my race, the demon god did this because it wanted the races to be equal. It hoped that the Nanling Mountains demon race would be united and not want any race to be superior because of their bloodline. The peacock demon king had a fanatical look. The other demon geniuses also had looks of yearning. Only Sun Jinming had a strange expression. No wonder the Nanling Mountains demon race is so united. The demon god is indeed far-sighted. Ghost King could not help but nod. Since the demon god doesn't have a specific form, why does it wear armor and has a tail? Look at that tail, it looks like a monkey. At this moment, Zhao Rou came to the side of the statue and asked in puzzlement. The demon geniuses looked troubled. They did not know how to explain. They couldn't understand this either. Everything they knew about the demon gods had been passed down through generations of their ancestors. Sun Jinming scratched his forehead uneasily as he glanced at the white ape next to Gu Chen and said, "Let's not talk about this topic. I'll bring you guys to see something interesting." He then walked to the wall beside the statue and pressed on it. Rumble. The wall let out a loud sound. Then, a hidden door appeared. "What's inside?" Gu Chen and the rest were shocked. They did not expect there to be a whole new world inside. Sun Jinming did not answer. He led the way and the group followed through the door. What they saw next completely shocked their worldview. The interior of the mountain was completely hollowed out. There were all kinds of rooms everywhere. The structure of these rooms was very complicated. Some rooms had spirit pools. Soaking in them could temper one's body and increase one's cultivation level. Some places were gravity chambers, which were suitable for practicing all sorts of combat skills. There were even strange stones in some of the rooms, and when one knocked on them lightly, images would appear in the air. They were images of the vigorous figures of demonic beasts in battle. In the vast starry sky, these demonic beasts could actually destroy the stars with a raise of their hands and feet. The divine abilities they possessed were so powerful that they were like those of legends. Gu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. It was said that when he cultivated the celestial phenomenon art to the extreme, his body could endure thousands of tribulations, and his soul could roam the universe without being destroyed. He didn't have much of an idea about the so-called universe and starry sky. He had always doubted whether the power recorded in the nature of the heavenly stars art really existed. However, when he saw the demonic beasts in the images, he suddenly realized that everything was real. There really were creatures that were strong enough to travel the universe. Those demonic beasts were not as powerful as the ones recorded in the nature of the heavenly star skill, but they were already amazing. If he really cultivated to that level, what would he be like? Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He never expected such a place to exist in the ancient land of the Fey god. This place shouldn't have been built by your demon ancestors, right? Even the human race doesn't have such standards. Gui Wang couldn't help but say after looking at the rooms with various special uses. Everyone knew that the demon race was far inferior to the human race in terms of weapon forging, construction, and other skills. After all, their intelligence was lower than the human race. Many of the rooms here were difficult to build even for the human race on the continent. It was too shocking. This place might not have been built by us demons, but a long time ago, when the Fey god was still around, our demon ancestors would come here to cultivate. That celestial temple is the evidence. This is the opportunity that we are looking for. Sun Jinming said proudly, but his face was filled with regret. It's a pity that many of the doors can't be opened. The spirit designs on the doors are too complicated. We have been here for half a year, but we still can't fully understand the situation here. Gu Chen and the rest exchanged glances. No wonder Sun Jinming and his group didn't want to leave the ancient land of the Fey god. This place was simply a holy land for cultivation, and they were so happy that they forgot about home. GG. White Ape looked at the many rooms here, and his face gradually revealed a look of confusion. Following that, he jumped down from Gu Chen's shoulder and walked into the narrow tunnel ahead. Hey, the internal structure of this mountain is very complicated. You can't run around randomly. If you get lost, you might not be able to make it back. Also, there are some dangerous places here. The Peacock Demon King reminded. However, the white ape turned a deaf ear to it. Its golden eyes revealed a bewildered look as it walked forward. Seeing this, Gu Chen hurriedly followed behind it. When the others saw this, they could only go forward one after another. The white ape walked to the east and to the west in the passageway. It seemed as if it was an instinct, and it seemed to be very familiar with the place. He looked as though he had been here before. Sun Jinming looked at him and murmured softly. So it's related? White Ape led the way and opened many doors that Sun Jinming and his group couldn't open. Everyone could clearly sense that he was heading down. The internal structure of the mountain is very complicated. If you want to go up, you will go down instead. Why does he seem to know the way and walk without any mistakes? The Ox Demon King gaped in disbelief. Guchen fell into deep thought. One of his goals in coming to Nanling Mountains was to unravel the mystery of White Ape's origins. Now that he seemed to have special memories of the demon god ancient land, could it be that he was born here? The group went all the way down and finally came to the bottom. There was a narrow opening in front of him. Squeak squeak. White Ape cried out in surprise and turned to look at Guchen happily. What did he say? Lu Yichen asked Guchen curiously. He said that something ahead is calling out to him. Guchen took a deep breath and felt a ripple in his heart. This place was indeed related to the little fellow. The White Ape could not wait to get into the gap, and Guchen followed it without hesitation. The hole was really not big, and it took a lot of effort for the people behind to squeeze through. When they came out of the opening, they realized that they were outside the mountain. That is, the group looked forward and found that there was a huge pit in front of them. With the pit as the center, it was surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks that extended all the way to the mountain on both sides. The cracks on both sides extended all the way to the top of the mountain and were closely connected. It was as if something fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain, splitting it in half. This should be the deepest part of the canyon. Sun Jinming looked around and made his judgment. Because of the presence of those terrifying beast spirits, no one could enter the deepest part of the canyon. They went around the inside of the mountain and did not expect to enter this place so smoothly. Although they were inside the canyon, the strange thing was that the beast spirits did not come close, as if this was a forbidden place for living beings. Whoosh whoosh, like the wind, White Ape dashed into the huge pit impatiently. Guchen hurriedly followed. When he reached the edge of the pit and looked inside, he couldn't help but gasp. The pit was much deeper than everyone had imagined. They couldn't see the bottom at a glance. Around the pit, the ground looked like it had been hit by a meteorite, leaving scorch marks that hadn't disappeared after so many years. Look at the scorch marks on the ground. They clearly spread from the pit to both sides. Could it be that something fell here a long time ago and split the huge mountain in half? Ji Hongying, one of the 8 women, said. Everyone had this thought when they saw the pit. After seeing the situation on the ground, this thought was even more deeply rooted in their hearts. White Ape jumped into the pit, and Guchen followed closely behind. Gu Daozi will watch from the outside to prevent those beast spirits from appearing. Ghost King said. So some people stayed outside, and the rest followed into the pit. At the deepest part of the pit, White Ape had already arrived. He held a colorful unknown object and cried out happily. Gu Chan and the others rushed over and saw colorful fragments in front of them. In the center, the colorful fragment was even in the shape of a hemisphere. Gu Chen walked forward and found that the colorful fragment was thin and looked a little like an eggshell. Looking at the situation here, it seemed that a long time ago, an egg fell from the sky, smashed the huge mountain in half, and finally landed here. This absurd thought appeared in Gu Chen's mind, and even he found it funny. What kind of egg could have such power, and where did it come from? White Ape happily held the colorful eggshell, and then he actually started to chew on it, his face full of infatuation. To him, the eggshell was extremely delicious. He had never shown such an expression when he ate any treasures in the past. Seeing him eat so happily, Sun Jinming and the other demon kings were greedy and wanted to pick up a few pieces of the eggshell to study. At this moment, White Ape suddenly bared his teeth and roared at them fiercely. Sun Jinming smiled bitterly and quickly stopped. Okay, we won't fight with you. He had admitted defeat, but the other demon monarchs didn't buy it. The Ox Demon Monarch snorted coldly. We discovered the benefits here together. Why should we let you take it all for yourself? After saying that, he picked up a piece of eggshell, put it into his mouth, and bit down hard like the White Ape. Very quickly, he let out a miserable howl. Almost all of his teeth were broken from this bite. It was a heart-wrenching pain. One had to know that with his physique, he could even digest copper and iron, but now he couldn't even bite through a piece of eggshell. Not only was he unable to break it, but he was also unable to leave a mark on the eggshell with his terrifying bite force. Isn't this monkey's teeth way too sharp? The other monster kings tried to bite the eggshell, but they couldn't. They looked at White Ape in shock. Seeing that they had gone for wool and come home shorn, White Ape laughed out loud. Like a miser, it quickly collected all the scattered eggshells into its storage ring. In the end, it even collected the most intact half-round eggshell into its storage ring. After doing all this, it was as if it had obtained a treasure and was in a great mood. Looking at Gu Chen, it suddenly hesitated for a moment. It walked to his side, took out a piece of eggshell, and handed it to him. It was obvious that it wanted to share its most precious treasure with Gu Chen, but its heart ached a little. Gu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to eat the eggshell, but he was very curious about its origins, so he took it. Once he touched the eggshell, Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. He actually sensed two familiar powers on the eggshell. He couldn't help but close his eyes. When his divine senses spread to the eggshell, Gu Chen could sense that there was an extremely surging energy hidden in the eggshell. That energy seemed to be very beneficial to living beings. However, this was not what he was familiar with. He was familiar with the other two powers. One power was like the vicissitudes of the world, everlasting. That was the power of time. The other power made the space become lively. That was the power of space. The power of space-time. He didn't know how much time had passed on this eggshell, but it was still filled with the power of space-time. Gu Chen was shocked. He had originally cultivated the time magic spell Momentary Beauty, and at this moment, he subconsciously cast it. His entire body was wrapped in the mysterious power of time, and the colorful eggshell also released a few wisps of aura. Whoosh! In an instant, several images appeared in Gu Chen's mind. It was a group of meteors falling from the sky, landing on the vast land, causing a huge earthquake. In one of those images, there was a huge mountain that descended from the sky and landed in the vast forest, causing countless wild beasts to flee in panic. And not long after the huge mountain fell, another small meteor fell from the sky, landing on the huge mountain. It was like a divine light, directly splitting the huge mountain in half. Finally, it landed in the belly of the mountain, turning into a round, colorful egg. After that, Gu Chen couldn't see clearly. He seemed to vaguely see a large amount of bloody killing, and the huge egg remained unharmed under the countless attacks. After an unknown amount of time, all these images disappeared like bubbles. At the very last moment before it disappeared, Gu Chen vaguely saw a small, tender hand covered in white hair break the eggshell and slowly drill out from inside the egg. Everything froze here. Gu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Is this real history, or is it just an illusion? Gu Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The images he saw contained a huge amount of information. The surface of the eggshell in his hand dimmed a lot, and a few wisps of aura entered Gu Chen's body. Suddenly, Gu Chen felt that his understanding of time spells had deepened a lot. It wasn't just time spells, but also spatial spells. He seemed to have a deeper understanding of them. This eggshell actually has such a wonderful use. He was pleasantly surprised. It must be known that spatial and temporal spells were extremely difficult to learn. He had cultivated Moment of Beauty and Whirling Space Prison for a long time, but he still couldn't improve his understanding of time and space on this foundation. The few wisps of ethereal spacetime aura on the eggshell were actually very beneficial to his improvement in realm. Gigi. White Ape saw that Gu Chen held the eggshell for a long time without eating it, and couldn't help but urge him. Gu Chen's eyes showed hesitation. I can't eat this thing, can I? Just now, that Ox Demon King's teeth had shattered. With his previous experience, Gu Chen really didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Moreover, eating something like an eggshell always felt a little weird. Gigi. White Ape revealed a look of contempt, wanting Gu Chen to show the courage he had when he jumped into the Forbidden Forest blood pool. Gu Chen thought for a while. This eggshell was indeed magical. It would be a waste if he didn't eat it. He didn't hesitate anymore and bit the eggshell in his hand. TCH, you are a human after all. Could your bite force be stronger than mine? The Ox Demon King was waiting for Gu Chen to suffer a fate worse than his. The other Demon Kings were the same. However, crunch crunch crunch. Except for the first bite, which was difficult to swallow, Gu Chen quickly bit the eggshell and swallowed it into his stomach. The Demon Kings were dumbfounded. Was this guy even human? How could his body be more terrifying than a demon's? The moment the eggshell entered his body, it immediately turned into a warm current that flowed through Gu Chen's limbs and bones. He could clearly feel that after eating the eggshell, his body was showing signs of evolution. The essence force in his dantian was also growing at a visible rate. He had just reached the late stage of eternal life not long ago. Logically speaking, it was impossible for his cultivation to increase so quickly. Not only his physical body but also his origin energy, even his divine soul felt warm, and his divine sense seemed to have become a bit tougher. The nutrition of the eggshell was astonishing. It was beneficial to the body, essence force, and soul. No wonder the white ape treated it like a treasure. It was indeed a rare immortal treasure. Every piece eaten was one less piece. It was priceless. That little hand. Guchen recalled the little hand that came out of the eggshell. He looked at the white ape with a complicated expression. The white ape knew the way here. Could it be that the creature that came out of the eggshell in the image was the white ape, but the white ape was still so young? The creature in the image was at least tens of thousands of years old, right? How could the white ape be him? A long time ago, I once saw him. At this moment, Guchen suddenly recalled the words the azure ox had said to the white ape. He thought it was funny back then, but now he was terrified. Guchen looked at the naive and lively white ape. He thought to himself that it was useless to count on the white ape to recall its own life experience. Guchen could only look for someone else to solve the mystery of its life. At this moment, the high priest of the ape race appeared in his mind. Recalling the high priest's attitude before he entered the ancient land of the demon god, he guessed that the high priest might be able to answer his doubts. After collecting the mysterious eggshell, everyone came out of the pit and returned to the surface. Everything was normal outside. The beast spirits had not entered the deepest part of the gorge. Everyone discussed for a while and decided that it was not suitable to stay here any longer. It was time to leave. How do we leave? Those beast spirits have sealed the entrance to the valley and there's no way out. The 6 geniuses of the demon race had stayed in the ancient land for half a year. After hearing from Guchen that the situation between the southern mountains and the middle plains was delicate, they also had the thought of leaving. Guchen's brows knit together. He didn't have a better idea. Being able to escape from the jaws of the beast spirits was all thanks to Sun Jinming and the others. If he didn't think things through before acting, he might not be able to keep his little lives. GG. White ape squeaked a few times. Is that true? Guchen was surprised to hear that. It nodded heavily. Holding the eggshell in its hand, it took the lead and disappeared in the direction of the entrance of the valley. Sovereign, what did little white ape say? Zhao Rou and the others were puzzled. White ape said that the group of beast spirits were afraid of the eggshell in its hand and that when it brought it out, the beast spirits would not dare to get too close. Guchen used his moon-striding steps to follow closely behind White Ape. He believed that White Ape must have some degree of confidence when it said that. When it saw the eggshell, it must have recalled something. Is that possible? Everyone stared at each other. A mere piece of eggshell, would it be able to intimidate those ferocious beast spirits? I'm afraid that's a possibility. Look at the deepest part of the gorge. Besides the remnants of the eggshell in the pit, what's the difference between this place and the gorge outside? The situation is almost the same, but the beast spirits do not come here, which makes it very suspicious. Peacock Demon King's words made everyone secretly excited. If that was really the case, then there was hope to get out. They quickly chased after it, to see the results of White Ape's experiment. White Ape grabbed a piece of eggshell and went to where the beast spirits were gathered, chewing on it as he swaggered towards them. Roar! The beast spirits roared incessantly as they stared angrily at White Ape. But strangely, their faces were filled with fear and they did not dare to get too close to him. Seeing this scene, White Ape grinned proudly and quickly returned to the group. It's indeed possible. Let's hurry and pack our bags. The 6 geniuses were excited. Although the rooms in the ancient land of the demon god had given them a lot of opportunities, they were still annoyed to be trapped in this place. Now that they could get out, they were naturally happy. Everyone immediately split up to pack their bags. Although it was called packing, they were actually taking out as many treasures as they could from the rooms in the mountain. After all, it would not be so easy to enter the ancient land of the demon god next time. While Sun Jinming and the rest were busy with their own things, Gu Chen and the rest arrived at the other half of the mountain. The huge mountain was split in half because of the giant egg. Since there were so many strange rooms in one half of the mountain, the other half would not be an exception. Since they were already here, they might as well see if they could find anything else. After looking around carefully, they soon found an opening and entered the other half of the mountain. However, this place was different from before. The interior of the huge mountain was completely hollowed out, separated into a few simple sections. There were not as many rooms as before. The most eye-catching part was a vast underground hall, which seemed to be used for gathering people and gatherings. Around the hall, along the inner walls of the mountain, there were many prison cells. The number was astonishing. The group flew up and looked into the prison cells. They discovered that some of the cells were empty, and some had a pile of beast bones. Beside the beast bones, there were countless scratches on the walls as if they had struggled before they died. The group could not help but imagine that a long time ago, a large group of demonic beasts was imprisoned here. However, something happened after that. The people here disappeared, and the demonic beasts in the prison cells starved to death. Even those with strong bodies that could endure hunger eventually turned into white bones after a long time. The bones of these demonic beasts are very strange. They don't seem to be from the Kunlun continent. The girls could not help but comment. Everyone could vaguely guess that the ancient land of the demon god did not come from the Kunlun continent but somewhere unknown to them. There are too many unsolved mysteries in this world. The ancient land of the demon god, the ghost ruins, the Kunlun ruins. As for us, we are as insignificant as ants. We don't even know what's outside the Kunlun continent. The Ghost King could not help but sigh. He thought of the yellow springs under the ghost ruins. There were countless corpses buried in the yellow springs, and many of them belonged to unknown creatures. Guchen also recalled the ghastly ruins. Because of the scenes he saw in the eggshell, he was able to associate it with many things. The Ghost Emperor mentioned that in ancient times, the yellow springs descended from beyond the heavens. That was how the ghastly ruins and the ghost race came into being. Be it the huge egg or the ancient land of the demon god, if the scenes he saw weren't fake, then they also came from beyond the heavens. Guchen wandered aimlessly inside the mountain. When he reached a corner of the underground hall, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. At the side of the hall was a stone tablet. It was an ancient stone tablet with words that Guchen couldn't understand. It didn't belong to any race on the continent. "Ghost King!" he called out. The Ghost King immediately flew over and saw the stone tablet with a glance. It looked so similar to the stone tablet in the yellow springs. The Ghost King exclaimed. The moment he saw the stone tablet, he recalled the yellow springs under the ghastly ruins. They also found a similar stone tablet beside the yellow springs. The words on the two stone tablets were the same. He took a closer look. This stone tablet was just like the previous one, it also dazzled him. The ghastly ruins and the ancient land of the demon god are poles apart. How can there be an identical stone tablet? The Ghost King lost his composure. The ghastly ruins was the origin of his ghost race. Now that he found a connection with the ancient land of the demon god, he was completely confused. Guchen didn't speak. He couldn't help but recall the first scene he saw when he touched the eggshell. It was a bunch of meteors descending on a vast continent at almost the same time. What exactly happened in ancient times? Guchen murmured in his heart. There were no other discoveries in this half of the mountain. This place was relatively empty and there weren't any rare treasures left. The group left. At this time, the demonic beast geniuses had already packed up. Let's go, let's leave the ancient land of the demon god. Under Guchen's reassurance, White Ape reluctantly took out some broken little eggshells and distributed one piece to each of them. With these eggshells as protection, those beast spirits would not dare to come near them easily. The group quickly left the place and headed out of the valley. A large horde of terrifying beast spirits quickly poked their heads out from all sides of the cliff, staring at them menacingly. However, when they sensed the aura of the eggshell, even though they were furious, they didn't dare to get too close. They followed the group step by step, as if they were looking for the right time to strike. Being stared at by the lantern-sized eyes, everyone felt as if they were treading on thin ice, afraid that the eggshell would suddenly become useless. Among them, the pressure on the white ape was the greatest. Most of the beast spirits were glaring at it fiercely, like they had some kind of deep hatred for it. The white ape was in a bad mood after being stared at for a long time. He turned his hand and took out the 7-colored tree when he was about to reach the entrance of the valley. Whoosh, that audacious little fella, had actually raised the little rainbow-colored tree, and cast a divine light at the nearest beast spirit. Boom, the little tree exploded with a brilliant glow, and that terrifying ability to strip away life appeared once again. A beast spirit's entire body was quickly sucked dry, its spirit body turning transparent. These beast spirits did not have a physical form, but only had a strong sense of vitality, similar to the dragons in the 10,000 Dragons secret ground. The little rainbow-colored tree seemed to have a restraining effect on them. The white ape saw that its attack was effective and it could not help but feel excited. It was no longer in a hurry to leave but waved the little rainbow-colored tree, and flew towards the beast spirits. It raised the little rainbow-colored tree, like a mischievous child seeing a toy. "All of you go first." The corner of Gu Chen's mouth twitched. This little fellow really wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. He got the group to leave the valley first, while he himself flew towards the white ape, wanting to bring him back. The ancient demon god's land was still too mysterious. Only the heavens knew what other strange existences existed, and he was afraid that the white ape would be at a disadvantage. When he arrived, he saw the white ape squeaking and squeaking, raising the little rainbow-colored tree and slaughtering all the beast spirits. Because it had both the eggshell and the little rainbow-colored tree at the same time, the beast spirits were all terrified. Under the white ape's tyrannical attacks, the little rainbow-colored tree seemed to have sensed it, and the light it released became more and more dazzling. In the end, the rainbow-colored vortex appeared in the void again, and the little tree began to drain the beast spirits of their vitality on a large scale. Gu Chen was speechless. If the little tree was alive, he was sure that it would be as gluttonous as the white ape. After a long while, when all the beast spirits in the vicinity were either dead or had fled, the little tree returned to normal, and on its branches, there were 6 more fruits. Every fruit was a little different, and there were little beasts swimming around on top of them, looking very similar to the beast spirits they had swallowed. Adding on the 7 dragon-shaped fruits from the hidden ground of 10,000 dragons, and the fruits from the sound bone, the little tree could be said to be full of fruits. Roar, after so many beast spirits were killed, from the depths of the ancient demon god's land, an earth-shattering howl sounded. That howl was more terrifying than all the beast spirits from before, and within that howl, there was a deep sense of warning. "Run!" Gu Chen's expression changed and he picked up the white ape. While the white ape hugged the little tree, and quickly left the ancient demon god's land. He did not want to have anything to do with the mysterious unknown. Only the heavens knew what it was. After much difficulty, they finally ran out of the ancient demon god's land. The white ape hugged the colorful little tree, his face full of happiness, while Gu Chen was panting heavily from exhaustion. "If you dare to mess with me again, see if I don't teach you a lesson." Gu Chen knocked on the white ape's head. This time, he was really lucky to have escaped without any mishap. His companions were already waiting in the distance, and when they saw Gu Chen and the white ape come out, they all heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's go, we still have things to deal with." Gu Chen looked at the crowd, his eyes turning stern. Because of the accident that happened to the white ape, he had severely offended the beast sages of the monster clan. Now, it was even more difficult to negotiate an alliance with them. But no matter what, he had to continue the negotiations. If the negotiations failed in the southern mountains, the Ghost Emperor would not intervene, and the alliance would fall through. Fortunately, he had Brother Sun and the others to speak up for him, and the situation should be a little better. The crowd flew into the sky, and before they reached the ape tribe, a group of beast sages had already noticed the commotion and rushed over. "Jinming! You bunch of little bastards!" The beast sages were overjoyed to see that the juniors of their tribe had finally returned after being in danger for half a year. Moreover, after the white ape had caused a ruckus before he left, the beast spirits had also quieted down. The ancient demon god's land had finally returned to normal, and the beast sages were greatly relieved. "Great Ancestor, it's all thanks to Brother Gu and the others that we were able to successfully leave the ancient demon god's land." Sun Jinming walked towards the Grand Priest and took the initiative to speak. The other beast sages nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the beast sage's eyes were filled with complex emotions. "Great Ancestor, we found a temple left behind by our ancestors in the ancient land." Sun Jinming and the others excitedly told them about the situation in the ancient land and even showed them their harvest. When the demon sages heard this, they looked at Gu Chen and the others with surprise. It would have been fine if Jinming and the others had only come out alive, but they had also brought back information that was of great significance to the Nanling demon tribe. This meant that they owed the overlord even more. Even the white tiger demon sage who had a grudge with Gu Chen was at a loss. The overlord had come to the Nanling Mountains to form an alliance with them, but they had plotted to steal the king of weapons armory. After that, the overlord had disregarded the past and saved the future of the Nanling Mountains. How could they accept this? After asking about the details of the ancient land, the demon sages all came to Gu Chen. When their eyes fell on the white ape in his arms, their expressions became even more strange. After the overlord and the others entered the ancient land, the great priest told them a shocking speculation, which changed their view of the overlord. However, after they rescued Jinming and did the demon clan a great favor, the original unhappiness disappeared like smoke in thin air. At this moment, the demon sages discussed for a while and the great priest spoke. "Overlord, we agree to your proposal of an alliance. We will discuss the details later." Hearing the great priest's words, Gu Chen's companions were ecstatic. It was a success. Previously, they had thought that the alliance would definitely fail. They did not expect that after leaving the ancient land, the demon tribe would agree to the alliance without them saying anything. Gu Chen looked at the demon sages and could feel that they were not lying. Gu Chen looked down at the white ape in his arms. His intuition told him that the sudden success had a lot to do with the white ape. "Great priest, can I have a word with you?" He did not directly agree to the alliance, but decided to solve the doubts in his heart first. "Of course, I know what you want to ask. Ever since Jinming returned from the Central Plains, I knew that you would come here one day," the great priest said pleasantly. Therefore, everyone followed the demon sages back to the ape tribe first. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and the high priest went to a remote lake to have a secret discussion. "What you want to ask is none other than this little fellow's origins." The high priest looked smilingly at the white ape in Gu Chen's arms and tried to befriend it. However, the white ape was still gnawing on the eggshell and ignored the high priest. "I saw some things in the Fey God ancient land and have some guesses." Gu Chen paused for a moment and said. "What's the relationship between the white ape and the Yao immortals?" The high priest leaned on his walking stick and looked at the crystal-clear lake water with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. "The only thing I can tell you is the legend that has been passed down from generation to generation. It was probably told to me by my grandfather's grandfather, and he heard it from his grandfather's grandfather. In this era, very few people know about these matters. Even within the demon race, there are only a handful who know about these secrets." The high priest sighed. From his mouth, he narrated an ancient myth. About 30,000 years ago, which is the so-called ancient era, many meteors appeared in the sky above the Kunlun continent. From that day onwards, the entire continent became different. Those meteors landed in various parts of the continent, kicking up an unprecedented commotion. Among them, the meteor that landed in the Nanling Mountains was a huge mountain. Not long after that huge mountain, another meteor fell from the sky, breaking through the mountain and landing inside. Some of this information was personally witnessed by the ancestors of my ape race. Some of it is information I gathered from various parts of the continent. After sorting it out, I came to a rough conclusion. Not long after that meteor shower, an unprecedented war broke out in the Kunlun continent. This resulted in the destruction of many ancient civilizations, including the famous Ziwei ancient domain. Gu Chen thought of Beijing Mansion. It was once so resplendent and glorious that even the weapon king Jiang Beiming wanted to find the ancient refining method. It turned out that it was during that period of time that the Ziwei ancient domain was destroyed. After that, Beijing Mansion became the nest of the white whale. It was unknown whether the Ziwei ancient domain was destroyed because of the white whale, a creature that defied common sense, or if there were other reasons. It wasn't just Beijing Mansion. The ancient city where the ghastly ruins had been located 30,000 years ago was also destroyed at the same time. A large number of humans in the city, including young ghost emperors, were turned into members of the ghost clan due to a mysterious curse. Because it was too long ago, no one knows why the war started or what the outcome was. They only know that after the war ended, the Kunlun continent was in a state of devastation. The civilization of the past regressed and returned to the desolate era. Since then, the 5 major races of the continent gradually took shape. My demon race also rose up at that time, and the various races fought each other continuously. It was only 12,000 years ago when the first dragon emperor of the human race established the Middle Plains that the desolate era truly came to an end. My demon race rose up in the desolate era. Before that war broke out in the ancient era, the so-called demon race was just wild beasts that ate raw meat and drank blood. They did not have spiritual intelligence, and it was hard to imagine that we would have such power today. All these changes started when the ancient era ended and the desolate era began. At that time, a white ape walked out of the ancient land of the fiend god. When the high priest said this, Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. That white ape was very powerful. When it walked out of the ancient land, it was the first to meet the ancestors of my ape race, a group of monkeys that did not have spiritual intelligence. At that time, it had no memories and was in a daze. It only said that it was looking for something, but it could not remember what it was. Because it could not remember its purpose, it stayed with our ancestors and helped them gain spiritual intelligence, teaching them magic abilities and dharma spells. It even brought them into the ancient land of the fiend god and gave them an opportunity, speeding up the evolution of the entire race. Gu Chen thought of the various rooms in the huge mountain. Because of its appearance, my ape race went through an earth-shattering change, becoming the first to transform into a demon race. Even today, my ape race is still the strongest race in the Nanling Mountains. It can be said that its contributions cannot go unnoticed. If not for it, how could the ape race become the strongest tribe in the Nanling Mountains given their innate disadvantage in physical bodies? The high priest sighed. That white ape was kind and was not satisfied with just helping my ape race. It helped many other beasts gain spiritual intelligence. As time passed, the Nanling Mountains regarded it as the fiend god. When the high priest heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. Oh, that was just a lie to deceive the younger generations of my fiend race. According to my grandfather's grandfather, when the fiend god statue was built, it was designed according to its image. However, the fiend god found the statue to be poorly made, unable to accurately portray its majestic image. So, it chopped off its own head. This was the fault of my fiend race. The standard of our carvings was too low, unable to satisfy the fiend god's requirements. Hence, the statue remained headless. Over time, the headless statue became the true image of the fiend god, and it was passed down. When Gu Chen heard this, he laughed hoarsely. Too similar. This fiend god's temperament sounded too similar to the white apes. What happened after that? Gu Chen continued asking. When my Nanling fiend race gradually matured, one day, the fiend god suddenly disappeared. When the fiend god disappeared, the various fiend races of the Nanling fiend race mourned. Only my ape ancestor had a premonition long ago. Back then, my ancestor guessed that the fiend god had a special origin. It was very likely that it came from beyond the heavens. Furthermore, it came to the Nanling Mountains, to the Kunlun continent, to search for something. What was that thing? Did the fiend god find it? Gu Chen asked out of curiosity. According to the investigations of my ape ancestor many years later, the thing that the fiend god was searching for should have been lost during the ancient era. The ancient era war that involved a lot of things was vaguely recorded in the history books of the various regions of the continent. It seemed like the war back then happened to search for something. The thing that the fiend god was searching for should be the same thing. However, it might have overslept. By the time it woke up, the war was already over. It was already the desolate era, so it was destined not to find it. When Gu Chen heard this, he was speechless. This fiend god was as unreliable as the little fellow. Back then, the fiend god stayed with my ape race temporarily. Hence, my ancestor was not surprised that it left in the end. My ancestor originally thought that the fiend god might have returned to its homeland. However, from then on, every once in a while, he would hear news of the birth of the white ape in various places. My ancestor yearned for the Fey god and went to follow him, but he discovered that the Fey god had returned to his youth and knew nothing about my ancestor. I don't know if it lost its memory like when it first left the ancient land, or if that wasn't it at all, but its descendant. Later on, my ancestor died due to the exhaustion of his lifespan. The ape tribe grew stronger day by day. Every few eras, we would always hear the news of the birth of a white ape. And every time the white ape was born, no matter how many years had passed, it would always have that young appearance. It knew nothing, as if it was the cycle of fate. It was as pure as a piece of white paper. In order to protect it, the ancestors of the ape race had a discussion and sealed off all information about it. They even used the headless statue to deliberately obscure the image of the demon god so that people wouldn't know that this strange white ape was related to the demon god. As time went by, the only person in the entire southern mountains who knew about the relationship between white ape and the demon god was me. At most, there's also Jin Ming. He's heard some legends about the white ape and the demon god from me. Guchen suddenly understood. No wonder Sun Jin Ming had such a special attitude when he saw white ape at True Martial Academy. Later on, when he broke through, to prevent white ape from getting hurt, Sun Jin Ming even led a group of demons to protect him. High Priest, are you saying that white ape is a fey god? Guchen couldn't help asking. White ape had too many similarities with the fey god, and it was so familiar with the fey god's ancient land. But if it was a Yao immortal, how could it be explained that it had remained so young for so many years and had no memories? To be honest, I don't have a clue either. It's not just me, even my ancestor didn't understand. The high priest looked at white ape warmly. Maybe it is a fey god, but due to some special reasons, it has always been in the cycle of reincarnation. Or maybe it is just a descendant of the fey god's descendant, and its memory is passed on in its head. But no matter what its true identity is, you must remember one thing. The high priest's expression turned solemn. White ape never gets close to anyone easily, and only gets close to us apes. However, it chose to follow you. This is something that has never happened before in countless eras. Guchen was shocked. So no matter what, since it is following you, you must treat it well. It has been wandering for so long, and still refused to return to us apes. I really hope that it has a happy home. The Grand Priestess said in a serious tone. I understand. Guchen nodded and stroked the little guy's fur. So there was such a story behind it. Regardless of whether it was a fey god or a descendant of a fey god, since it was following him, he would treat it like family. This was something that would never change. White ape listened to the conversation between Guchen and the high priest with a confused expression. It seemed like he was also a little lost. Do the other beast sages already know about white ape's relationship with the fey god? Guchen asked as he chatted with the high priest. Seeing how the beast sages had suddenly softened their attitude, it was highly possible. Yes, I have already told them a little, but they don't know much. In this current situation, the Southern Mountains demon race needs unprecedented unity. If you want to form an alliance with us, it will be much easier with the fey god. The high priest said. Thank you, high priest. Guchen said gratefully. It seemed like the high priest had contributed a lot for things to go so smoothly. You don't have to be so courteous with me, I am just thinking for Southern Mountains. The high priest's eyes were filled with worry. If Huangfu Wuji were to conquer the Southern Mountains, countless demons would become the human race's dharma treasures and elixirs. That's something the kind-hearted demon gods would definitely not want to see. Since White Ape is following you, it means that you are different from Huangfu Wuji. If you become the Emperor of Middle-earth, there will be peace in the world. Perhaps one day, all the races will really live in peace. The High Priest sighed. Emperor of Middle-earth? High Priest, you are mistaken. I have no such thoughts. Guchen laughed involuntarily. He had no interest in the so-called imperial power. If you really overthrow Huangfu Wuji's rule, you will need someone to control the situation. Sometimes, even you don't have a choice. The High Priest said meaningfully. Guchen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If he really overthrew Huangfu Wuji's rule one day, he really didn't think about what would happen after that. He was originally a person who focused on cultivation, but he was forced by the current situation and unknowingly walked so far away. Alright, let's return to the tribe. It is time to discuss your concrete plan with everyone. The High Priest smiled. Guchen nodded. The Southern Mountains demon tribe had been settled. This was the strongest force among the 4 major tribes of the continent. With their support, his confidence had skyrocketed. Above the clouds, a battleship was flying at high speed. At the head of the ship, Guchen was sitting in a white robe, his black hair dancing in the wind. He closed his eyes tightly, and the space around him was distorted. The clouds gathered around him, then dispersed, then gathered again, from water vapor to clouds, clouds to rain, rain to water vapor, and so on. The details of the cooperation with the South Mountains had all been settled. Jiang Bourgeois was helping the South Mountains demon tribe to manufacture a large number of armors and weapons using the standard weapons in the armory left by Guchen as molds. Although there were many weapons in the arsenal, once the war started, it would be far from enough to satisfy the needs of the Celestial Court and the 4 foreign tribes. Therefore, they had to make more weapons. With Jiang Bourgeois' guidance, Nanling's level in crafting weapons improved rapidly. Whether it could be put to use depended on time. As for Guchen's group, since Nanling had succeeded, they left for the West Desert. It was a long journey, so for convenience, they took the battleship. Guchen also had time to cultivate. The white ape had obtained a pile of eggshells from the ancient land of the demon god. Apart from eating some every day, he also shared some with Guchen. The eggshells were rich in nutrients. Guchen ate them for many days and felt that his cultivation level was approaching the peak of immortal level. His spiritual power improved further, and he could vaguely feel the threshold of primordial spirit. At this speed, he could try to break through to celestial level in no time. Apart from the nourishment of power, the most precious part of the eggshell was the few wisps of spacetime aura. These days, Guchen handed over the command of the battleship to Zhao Rou and the others. He studied time and space spells every day. This was especially true for time magic. His understanding of momentary beauty was increasing day by day. Now, he was able to use the power of time more and more easily. His attainments in time and space spells began to improve by leaps and bounds, but Guchen's progress in the level 33 secret skill almost stopped. After Guchen successfully summoned the Sun True Fire, he had taken a very important step in the first heavenly secret technique, Sun and Moon Refining. Next, if he could summon the lunar soul ice and combine it with the power of the sun and moon celestial phenomenon, he would be able to cultivate the Yin-Yang Two Right Sword. Then, he would have achieved great success in the first heaven secret art. However, every level of the secret technique of the 33 layered heavens was difficult to understand. It was easier said than done to complete it. He had not made any breakthroughs in the last 2 steps. In the past few days, every night, he would try to establish a connection with the bright moon in the sky in an attempt to summon the so-called lunar soul ice. Unfortunately, he could only summon the moonlight to cleanse his soul over and over again. Since it was difficult to break through the secret technique, Guchen simply did not think too much about it and spent most of his time practicing momentary beauty. This was the Celestial Thearka's ultimate technique, and it was the key to learning the Celestial Thearka's time punch. Although the Celestial Arch was dead and the time punch's legacy was severed, Guchen still felt that it was very important. Time on the warship passed by like a white steed passing by, day by day. On this day, the endless sea of trees in the southern mountains gradually disappeared. The vegetation below them gradually became sparse. At first, there were hills and grasslands, but later, there was only endless yellow sand. At this time, everyone knew that they had entered the territory of the Western Desert. The Western Desert was hot all year round, and the environment was extremely harsh. Upon entering this territory, terrifying sandstorms would occasionally appear in the desert. Fortunately, the warship was flying in the clouds and had many layers of defensive barriers, so it was not affected by the sandstorms. But the sunlight became even more vicious, the blazing sun like a fireball that could explode at any moment. To Guchen's surprise, in the unique environment of the Western Desert, his ability to summon the Sun True Fire was many times stronger than in other places. The Western Desert Stone race is far less numerous than the Southern Mountain Jiao race, but more than the Ghost race and the Demon race. They are scattered throughout the Western Desert and live off ore. They like to live in caves. The ruler of the Stone race has a sage bloodline and has absolute authority in the Stone race. They live in the vast desert deep in the Western Desert. Upon reaching the Stone race's territory, Ghost King took the initiative to introduce his knowledge of the Stone race to Guchen and the 8 women. After all, he had roamed the continent for many years and had seen many things. He was not someone that a bunch of youngsters could compare to. Gu Daozi, although you are friends with the young master of the stone race, Shi, and according to the rumors, he is an extremely good person, but this time, we want to persuade them to fight against Huangfu Wuji. I'm afraid it won't be so easy. After all, compared to the southern mountain Jiao race, the stone race is slightly weaker. They need to think twice before doing anything. Ghost King looked at Gu Chen and added. Also, there is something I need to tell you. When Senior Qing Lin was young, he had a battle with the Heaven's Pride of the Stone Race. The Heaven's Pride of the past is now the leader of the Stone Race. His name is Shi Tsongfeng, and he is Shi Jian's father. When Gu Chen heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This was the first time he had heard of such a secret. Senior Qing Lin is your Dao protector, so we can't rule out the possibility that the leader of the Stone Race is making things difficult for you. Also, Huangfu Wuji's astronomical bounty is getting more and more intense. We can't rule out the possibility that the Western Desert Stone Race is trying to curry favor with the new emperor of the Middle Plains and capture you and offer you to Huangfu Wuji. Considering that we are going to the main camp of the Stone Race, it will be very dangerous if something unexpected happens. I suggest that I go first and probe the attitude of the Stone Race. Ghost King said. Back in the southern mountains, they had once confronted the various demonic sages. Although they had turned hostility into friendship in the end, he did not think that the same luck would repeat itself a second time. Now that Gu Chen had already won the alliance of the southern mountains, and Ghost Emperor also had the intention to make a move, his identity was even more important. He could not afford any mishaps. Let me go personally. I have some understanding of the Stone Race. They are especially concerned about whether others respect them or not. Since I want to form an alliance with them, I have to show my face personally. Hiding won't win their trust. Gu Chen said calmly, rejecting Ghost King's suggestion. But, there is no need to worry. I believe in Shi Jian's character. Even if the alliance fails, he will not betray me. Gu Chen smiled. Shi Jian was one of his few true friends in the True Martial Academy. He still had this bit of trust. All right then. Ghost King no longer objected. Inside a huge cave, many elders of the Stone Race stood on both sides of the hall. The patriarch of the Stone Race, Shi Tsongfeng, was currently sitting on the throne. Gu Chen was in the hall. His hair was as black as ink, and he looked extraordinarily heroic. On his shoulder was White Ape, and behind him were his 9 companions. Compared to the many tall stone people here, he seemed very small. However, he stood there with a kind of indifference, as if he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Overlord, your bounty has spread throughout the world. I really did not think that you would dare to come to the territory of the Stone Race. What business do you have here? Shi Tsongfeng leaned against the throne and glanced sideways at Gu Chen as he spoke casually. The Stone Race of the Western Desert is facing a great disaster. I came here to offer you a good plan. Humph. Boy, don't boast shamelessly. Our stone tribe has never faced a disaster. Even if there was, what can you do to help? Chase the humans out. I feel uncomfortable when I see them. Although the Stone Clan was xenophobic, for some reason, Gu Chen felt that they hated the human race even more than they did in the past. Shi Tsongfeng raised his hand to signal for the angry elders to quiet down. He looked at Gu Chen with narrowed eyes. Tell me, our stone tribe is content with Western Desert's natural defenses as a barrier, where would we face a disaster? Gu Chen did not feel afraid because of the angry gazes around him. He spoke the words he had prepared long ago. Western Desert has natural defenses, but it also has boundless mineral resources. The benefits will drive the new emperor of Middle Plains to attack the nobles. Gu Chen looked at the surrounding stone people and raised his voice. I believe everyone has heard that Huangfu Wuji, who has just ascended to the throne, intends to conquer the 4 regions and unify them for the first time in history. Think about it, if he wants to attack the 4 foreign races, where will he attack first? Gu Chen's words caused many elders of the Stone Clan to fall into deep thought. He strolled around the hall, walking past the elders of the Stone Clan. The Eastern Wasteland school race has been in decline for many years. Eastern Wasteland is actually a pile of loose sand. It is very easy to unify them, so Huangfu Wuji does not need to expend too many troops on the eastern battlefront. The Southern Mountain Jiao race is extremely powerful. They will be greatly weakened if they want to fight, so Middle Plains' first target will not be the south. This way, only Northern Plains and Western Desert are left. Western Desert Stone Tribe and Northern Plains demonic humans are about the same in strength. Northern Plains is cold while Western Desert is hot. Logically, the natural defenses on both sides are about the same. But Western Desert is vast and sparsely populated, it has abundant mineral resources, which Northern Plains cannot compare to. If I were Huangfu Wuji, or any normal person in their right mind, they would choose to take down Western Desert first. With Western Desert's mineral resources, even if they do not immediately attack other regions, Middle Plains' army will have a guarantee of weapons, and their strength will greatly increase. Gu Chen's eloquence flowed like a river. His words were reasonable, making the Stone Clan elders look at each other in dismay. Even his companions behind him were greatly surprised. Normally, Gu Chen was not a sharp-tongued person. They did not expect him to be able to hit the nail on the head. His words made all of the Stone Clan members who had just made a ruckus become silent. Even though Stone Clan's intelligence was relatively low, everyone here was at the elder level, so how could their intelligence be lacking? How could they not understand how terrible the situation was? What you said makes some sense, but what then? Did you come here just to tell us about this? Songfeng sat up straighter, clearly interested in what Gu Chen had said. At first, he only thought that the other party was a young brat, but seeing that the other party had an extraordinary way of talking, he curbed his contempt. I'm here to seek an alliance with your clan. With our combined strength, we can fight against Huangfu Wuji. Gu Chen revealed the purpose of his visit. Hearing this, the Stone Clan's elders were all fired up. Ally with you? Aren't you a human too? Humans can't be trusted. Look at what they did to the young master. In their eyes, our Stone Clan is only a third-class race. Cooperating with them is like asking a tiger for its skin. Many elders objected, and their resolute attitudes made Gu Chen feel that things were not going well. You may not know this, but although the Celestial Court is rumored to have been destroyed, our Celestial Court still has our fighting strength. Also, the military strength I have is definitely beyond your imagination. We have a chance of winning this battle. Gu Chen quickly emphasized. The surrounding Stone Clan's elders were still adamant in their opposition. Senior, what do you think? Gu Chen could only look at Songfeng. The Stone Clan possessed absolute power because of the Saint bloodline. As long as Songfeng, the clan leader, did not object, then there was room for discussion. Overlord, I'm afraid you haven't figured out the crux of the problem. Songfeng's eyes flickered. The crux of the problem isn't how many military strength you have, but how high the chance of winning is. Behind Gu Chen, the Ghost King and the 8 women exchanged glances. The most important thing in a war was the chance of winning. Without talking about the chance of winning, what did the Stone Clan leader mean? How about this, I won't say anything. I'll have my son come out and talk to you. As long as he is willing to ally with you, I believe the Stone Clan won't object. Songfeng thought about it and said. Gu Chen's face brightened. He knew Jian well. Compared to the other Stone Clan members, he was more confident in convincing him. Alright, thank you, Senior. I haven't seen Brother Shi in a long time and I miss him. Gu Chen said. Therefore, Songfeng quickly ordered someone to call Jian over. Not long after, he arrived at the palace. Seeing Jian again, his body was much thinner than before. There was also a faint coldness on his face. Gu Chen saw him and smiled. Just as he was about to greet his old friend, Jian coldly spoke. Gu Chen, I know why you are here. The Stone Clan of Western Desert will not ally with anyone. Leave. He directly refused Gu Chen as soon as he spoke. Brother Shi, Gu Chen was shocked. The current Jian gave him a different feeling than before. There was no smile, no gentleness. There is no need to say anything. Leave. If you don't, I will order people to capture you and send you to the Middle Earth. Jian's eyes flashed with coldness. As soon as he spoke, countless elders of the Stone Clan responded. That's right. There is no need to be polite with the humans. Talking to them is meaningless. There is no need to send him to the Middle Earth. That would just be taking advantage of Huangfu Wuji. Just bury him in the desert. Everyone in the palace was excited. Gu Chen's group acted as if they were facing a great enemy, fearing that they would be surrounded by the Stone Clan. Still not leaving? Shijian's expression darkened. Gu Chen wanted to say something more, but seeing Shijian's expression, he knew that it was impossible to convince him. I understand. Gu Chen took a deep breath, turned around, and left with the others. Shijian watched him leave expressionlessly, while Shi Tsongfeng, who was sitting on the throne, sighed inwardly. After everyone left the cave and went to a place with no one around, Zhao Rou and others felt injustice for Gu Chen. That young master of the Stone Clan has crossed the line. He is good friends with the clan leader. I didn't think it would be like this. The clan leader went through so much to get here. Even if he refused, he didn't have to be so heartless. The girls' chests were heaving from anger. Even the Ghost King sighed heavily. I didn't think we would get off to a bad start. We can't even use Gudaozi's connections. It seems like the alliance with the Stone Clan is impossible now. Gu Chen didn't speak. He was thinking about what he saw and heard in the palace. This time, Shijian was a completely different person. And the reaction of the Stone Clan's elders was too intense. He wasn't angry at Shijian, nor did he feel like he was merciless. Because if he was merciless, there was no way he would let him go. That young master of the Stone Tribe is too much. Before we came, I heard that he was different from ordinary members of the Stone Tribe, but I didn't expect him to be the same. Sect leader treated him as a friend, but he abandoned us like a pair of old shoes. The girls chattered, still angrily discussing Shijian's attitude. In their eyes, Gu Chen had suffered a great injustice, and as girls, they started to complain about Shijian's wrongdoings. Brother Shi has always been a gentle and refined person, and his way of thinking is very special. Don't misunderstand him. Gu Chen sighed, taking the initiative to explain to Shijian. He still remembered how Shijian had helped him many times, and his grand dream. Such a kind and righteous person would not easily change his mind. Brother Gu, why are you still speaking up for him? Zhao Rou could not help but ask, feeling that Gu Chen was too lenient towards his friends. Gu Chen smiled bitterly. The girls had only seen Shijian's unreasonable side today, and that was their first impression. It would be very difficult to change their minds. Let's think about what to do next. Ghost King helplessly stopped the girls' discussion. 3 women made a show, and there were 8 of them by Gu Chen's side. If they continued to criticize Shijian, it would not end until the day after tomorrow. What they should consider now was whether to stay in Western Desert and try to persuade him, or to leave for Northern Plains as soon as possible. Ghost King's words made everyone's expressions turn ugly. In the end, they could only look at Gu Chen. Seeing that it was impossible to form an alliance with Western Desert Stone Tribe, perhaps leaving as soon as possible was the wisest choice. Gu Chen did not reply. He also did not know what to do. Overlord. At this moment, a voice came from the ground. Who is it? Everyone's expressions changed. They had not noticed someone sneaking up. The yellow sand in front of them swirled, and quickly turned into a stone man. It was the Stone Tribe leader, Shi Tsongfeng. Senior, why are you here? Gu Chen was surprised. As the tribe leader, even if he wanted to summon them, he did not need to come personally, right? Don't take my son's words too seriously in the main hall. Shi Tsongfeng looked at Gu Chen and sighed. Seeing that his attitude was amiable and not aggressive at all, everyone looked at each other. In particular, the Ghost King was extremely shocked. Didn't the Stone Clan leader have some conflict with the Qing Lin killing god when he was young? Why was he treating them with such respect? What's wrong? Are you not used to me being polite to you? Shi Tsongfeng snorted coldly when he saw everyone's reaction. The Ghost King came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. I heard that clan leader Shi and our Celestial Court's senior Qing Lin had a grudge. Did you think that I would teach you a lesson so that you wouldn't be able to return? Shi Tsongfeng mocked. Ghost King was speechless. Qing Lin and I did have some conflicts when we were young, but I don't hate him. On the contrary, I don't admire many people in my life, but he is one of them. Shi Tsongfeng's eyes revealed a look of regret. I heard that he died in Huangfu Wuji's crusade against the Celestial Court. I even felt sad for him. After all, he was an indomitable person. Back then, he only had a mortal body, but he dared to challenge me. I originally wanted to fight him again, but I didn't expect that we would be separated forever. Shi Songfeng's words surprised everyone. They didn't expect that the Stone Clan leader would have such an attitude towards the Qing Lin killing god. Gu Chen's mind wasn't on this. He looked at Shi Jian's father and asked seriously. Senior, can you tell me why Brother Shi seems to have changed into a different person? Shi Songfeng looked at him deeply. A while ago, my son represented the Stone Clan to congratulate the new Middle-earth Emperor's ascension ceremony, hoping that the two clans could live in peace and understand each other. Gu Chen nodded. This was the Shi Jian he knew. He had been working hard for the two clans to understand each other for a long time. However, when he arrived at the imperial capital and visited many members of the Huangfu clan, he was repeatedly humiliated. Shi Songfeng's eyes grew cold. The Huangfu clan doesn't even see the Stone Clan as human beings. They only treat us as a lowly clan. They made fun of my son many times, making him eat human food. You may not know this, but to the Stone Clan, eating human food is like you humans eating feces. Shi Songfeng's words weren't elegant, but they were very vivid. My son was kind. For the sake of the two clans, he forced himself to eat human food. He spoke humbly, but the Huangfu clan always took pleasure in making fun of him. In the end, when he met the third son of the Huangfu clan, Huangfu Ren, he said that the Stone Clan was lowly and unworthy of eating at the same table as him. My son's guards couldn't take it anymore and fought with them. My son was in Luoyang. That was their territory. In the end, the bodyguard who had grown up with him died in Luoyang. After being humiliated, he returned to the western desert disheartened. When Shi Songfeng finished, Gu Chen and the others fell silent. The 8 women who had been badmouthing Shi Jian were speechless and sympathized with Shi Jian's experience. They didn't think that he would be treated like this by the Huangfu clan. No wonder he treated humans like this. Jianna returned to the western desert. When the entire clan learned of this, they were filled with righteous indignation. If I hadn't tried my best to stop them, they would have sent troops to the 9 states. Shi Songfeng was both angry and helpless. My son has been kind since he was a child. His dream is that humans and the Stone Clan can coexist peacefully, whether in the western desert or the 9 states. In the past, I always thought that his thoughts were childish and unrealistic, but in reality, I silently supported him. He is a strong-willed person, but in Luoyang, his heart was completely cold. Once a person's heart is cold, it is very difficult to recover. So don't take his attitude towards you too seriously. He usually doesn't treat his friends like that. When Shi Songfeng finished speaking, Gu Chen was completely silent. He felt sorry for Shi Jian, but he was also angry that there were scum like the Huangfu clan in the human race. Shi Jian was the most virtuous person he knew, but he was humiliated like this. Senior, what should I do to make Brother Shi believe that humans aren't all like that? Gu Chen murmured. Shi Songfeng shook his head. I don't know. Ever since Jianna returned, he has been very quiet. When I speak to him, he doesn't respond. We Stone Clansmen have a rough appearance, but we are actually very sensitive. Jianna is usually very magnanimous, but he is actually the most traditional of Stone Clansmen. His heart is sensitive and fragile. Gu Chen didn't speak. At this moment, he seemed to be able to empathize with his friend's sorrow. Shi Songfeng looked at the Ghost King and the others. You want to form an alliance with my Stone Clan? Actually, I have this intention. Times are difficult, and my Stone Clan is relatively weak. Only by working together can we survive. However, the problem right now is not how much help you can bring to my clan, but that a large portion of my clan has already lost confidence in the human race. They are sensitive because they feel that they are discriminated against by the human race. No matter what, they are unwilling to form an alliance with the human race. And the crux of this all lies with my son. So only by solving my son's problem can you have a chance of forming an alliance. Shi Songfeng pointed out the crux of the problem. Everyone looked at each other. The hardest thing to cure in this world is probably a mental illness. Even if we can't form an alliance, I still want to see Brother Shi who is full of dreams. Gu Chen mumbled. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Shi Songfeng's face revealed a look of relief. That's how you call yourself his friend. Gu Chen, do you know that I have a grudge against Qing Lin? Why don't I hate him? Gu Chen shook his head. Shi Tsongfeng exclaimed. When I was young, I traveled the continent. Though I was known as the heaven's favorite of the Stone Clan, many humans discriminated against me. Many humans held the banner that those who are not of the same race must have different intentions and discriminated against the Stone Clan. But Qing Lin was different. Though he fought with me, he treated me as one of his own. In his heart, there was no difference between races. Therefore, fighting with him was very satisfying. Gu Chen's eyes rippled as he understood Shi Tsongfeng's meaning. At this moment, Gu Chen thought back to the Tower of the Rising Clouds at the Martial Arts Institute. Shi Jian's impassioned speech to him and Mu Ziyu. I want to start from me and push for a better understanding between the Stone Clan and humans. Expanding the Western Desert's livable oasis is only the first step. Only when the two clans interact and understand each other can peace be maintained. I want to transform the desert and build a bridge between the two clans. Gu Chen involuntarily closed his eyes and murmured. If Brother Shi has forgotten your dreams, then I will wake you up. This is the duty of a friend. If you have given up, then I will fulfill your dreams for you. When Gu Chen opened his eyes again, they were filled with unswerving determination. It seems like you know what to do. Seeing Gu Chen's eyes, Shi Tsongfeng couldn't help but smile. He wasn't sure what Gu Chen could do to change his son's mind, but he saw a friend's heart that wanted to do his best. Good luck. When he finished, he turned back into sand and disappeared. Gu Chen, what do you think? Lu Yichen looked at Gu Chen. The look in his eyes was very similar to the look he had when he was trying his best to save her. When she had just regained her memory, she had once been completely disappointed in the world. It was Gu Chen who made her believe that there was still sincerity in the world, and it was the 7 women who made her feel warmth again. I'm afraid we'll have to stay in the desert for a while. Is everyone all right? Gu Chen smiled. No matter what, he had to prove to Shi Jian that the human race was not as he had imagined. We'll go wherever Big Brother Gu goes. The girls said with certainty. Following that, Gu Chen began to filter through the locations of the Stone Tribe's residences. He marked out a large area in the desert that stretched from the Stone Tribe's residence to the nearest human oasis. After confirming the address, Gu Chen told everyone his thoughts. That's like a foolish old man moving a mountain, will it work? The Devil King couldn't help but ask. I'll have to give it a try. If I was alone, I wouldn't be able to do it, but fortunately, I have all of you. Gu Chen looked at the girls. Don't worry, Big Brother Gu, we'll do our best. The girls promised him firmly. For the next month, Gu Chen's group busied themselves in the desert. Xianxia had the bone of earth, so she used her thaumaturgy to change the desert's soil, causing large areas of sand to gradually solidify and take shape. Xiao Rou had the bone of rain, so she caused rain after rain in the desert. In addition, Gu Chen sprinkled a large amount of spirit liquid on the sand, making the soil no longer barren. When the initial conditions were met, Lu Ruoxin had the bone of forest, so she scattered a large amount of seeds on the desert's soil. After that, Xiao Ke had the bone of lightning, so she summoned lightning clouds and cooperated with Xiao Rou, causing rain to fall after a long drought. Mu Shishir had the bone of wind, so she did her best to prevent the desert's harsh storms from affecting their planting areas. As for the Devil King, Yin Ting, and Lu Yichen, they were responsible for dealing with all kinds of accidents. The 10 of them divided the work according to their own strengths, and soon, the stone tribesmen who passed by understood their intentions. At first, there were some stone tribesmen who wanted to stop them, but once the stone tribe's leader gave the order, no one said anything. For an entire month, Gu Chen's group forgot to eat and sleep as they busied themselves in the desert, trying to turn the desert into an oasis. Under their hard work, greenery really did appear in the desert. The seeds that Lu Ruoxin sowed gradually sprouted and grew rapidly under the nourishment of the special thaumaturgy of rain. This matter naturally reached Shi Jian's ears. Gu Chen had only been reclaiming the desert for a little over 10 days, but he often stood at the top of his cave and looked at the greenery that gradually appeared in the distance. He had seen the hard work and effort that Gu Chen and company had put in, but he ultimately did not take any action. It's impossible to succeed. Even if the Azure Wood Manor wants to terraform the desert, they will need the cooperation of large amounts of manpower. It will take centuries or even millennia. This is a miracle that can only be accomplished through the combined efforts of several generations and races. To want to terraform a desert of hundreds of kilometers with just 10 people is a fool's dream. The cruelty of the desert will wake all of you up. Brother Gu, you are just like me in the past. You are having an impossible dream. Xianxia muttered before he turned and returned to the cave. After that, he continued to observe the desert a few more times. He watched as hundreds of kilometers of barren land gradually took the form of an oasis. However, the desert was filled with saplings and saplings. As long as Gu Chen and company gave up on the task, the desert's strong winds and scorching heat would destroy them completely. In the eyes of Xianxia and a large number of stone tribesmen, Gu Chen's actions were extremely laughable. However, Gu Chen did not care if what he was doing was ridiculous or laughable. He persisted. A month later, he shouted at Xianxia, who was secretly observing the desert terraforming plan. Brother Shi, there's nothing impossible in this world. You once said that you wanted to build a bridge of communication between the two races, but you forgot that communication doesn't just require the stone tribesmen to take that step. The human race also needs to respond. Today, we will take that step for the human race here. I hope you understand that no matter what happens, we will always be friends. Gu Chen's voice rumbled like thunder as he flew to the land that had just been reclaimed. There was a limit to one's strength. Even though the 10 of them were immortal-level monarchs and had the natural advantage of terraforming the desert, they appeared tiny in the face of the world. The soil that had just been reclaimed had already turned into sand due to the environment. The trees might wither in the desert before they could even grow. Although there was some greenery in the hundreds of miles of desert, it seemed like it could be submerged at any time. Gu Chen looked at the result of a month of hard work and took a deep breath. In fact, he was not very confident about whether he could do what he was about to do next. The 8 women flew up as well. They held hands, and the auras of the 8 natural elements mixed together, influencing and promoting each other. At a certain moment, with Zhao Rou as the center, the 8 women's powers merged into one and turned into a colorful light pillar that shot into the sky. Within hundreds of miles of the void, dark clouds rapidly gathered, and a heavy rain that was even more vigorous than before descended upon this land. The small trees and seedlings that had been planted in the sea of sand grew at that moment, greedily drinking the rain. At the same time, Gu Chen also made his move. Not only did the natural environment need to be modified to turn a desert into an oasis, but it also needed time. It would take hundreds or even thousands of years for a small tree to grow into a vast forest. At that moment, a mysterious aura of time spread out from Gu Chen's body, and it spread with the help of the 8 women. Momentary beauty, the sea could turn into a mulberry field, and similarly, the desert could turn into a forest. In the blink of an eye, the desert blossomed, and the trees bore fruit. Young trees swelled in the wind. In the spring rain and the power of time, they took root in the depths of the soil, holding up green tents in the desert. Under the eyes of countless stone tribe members, a miracle happened. In less than a quarter of an hour, hundreds of miles of barren land had transformed into a vibrant forest, and Gu Chen, immersed in the vast power of time, involuntarily closed his eyes. At this moment, he had a deeper understanding of what it meant to change the world. Because he had taken the eggshell, his understanding of the power of time and space had deepened day by day. Moreover, the great project of transforming nature this past month had deeply inspired him. Understanding one thing, understanding 100 things. Faintly, Gu Chen closed his eyes and saw an image. It was a majestic and magnificent 9-tiered heavenly palace, floating in the river of time, visible but untouchable. It brushed past him. He saw it, but missed it by a hair's breadth. Gu Chen suddenly opened his eyes and murmured. So that's how it is. The heavenly palace has never really disappeared. He suddenly understood what the celestial arch had done before his death. The 9-tiered heavenly palace was always there, but only the celestial Thearch's heir could recall it from the river of time. What was the celestial Thearch's heir? It wasn't that one only had to be a Taoist, but also had to reach a sufficiently high level of attainment in time magic. Gu Chen had originally done this magnificent feat of reclaiming the desert for Xianxia, but in the process, he had understood the cruelty of nature and the greatness of time, bringing him infinitely close to that step. At this moment, he couldn't help but smile. He was no longer at a loss as to how to rebuild the celestial court. He really did it? High up in the cave, Xianxia gazed at the huge forest that stretched for hundreds of miles in front of him, his heart filled with intense shock. There was a limit to one's strength, but today, Gu Chen had created a miracle. At this moment, Xianxia recalled his dream, and Gu Chen's words echoed in his ears. Nothing is impossible. No matter when, we will always be friends. Xianxia's eyes were filled with emotions, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. At this time, Xianxia came to his son's side. There are good and bad people in this world. I know that your trip to Luoyang has greatly disappointed you with humans, but don't reject everyone because of this, much less give up on yourself. Xianxia said in a serious tone. Xianxia remained silent. In every corner of the cave, countless Stone Clan people were talking enthusiastically. This group of humans is not simple. With so few people, they actually managed to forcefully create a forest in a month. This must be the young master's dream. I didn't expect them to persevere to this extent. Over the past month, Gu Chen and the others' efforts had been witnessed by many of the Stone Clansmen. From the initial anger and rejection, to the later habit and relief, they gradually accepted the existence of this group of people, and also saw a sincere heart. Stone Clan's people were naturally sensitive. They knew that this kind of foolish old man moving a mountain wasn't something many people could do. They suddenly understood that the human race wasn't as detestable as they had imagined. There were also people who maintained a sincere heart and saw them as friends who could communicate with them as equals. The wind had changed. The elders of the Stone Clan couldn't help but nod. Xianxia flew up into the sky and left the forest with a silent expression. He flew to the other side of the forest, where the humans lived in an oasis. At this time, in the oasis of the human race, looking at the lush green forest, many young children were dancing with joy. They impatiently ran into the forest to enjoy the gifts of nature. In a corner of the forest, a group of small stone golems sneaked out of the ground. Their innocent eyes were wide open as they looked curiously at the forest before them. They had never seen a place like this before. After discovering that this place was harmless to them, they happily ran through the forest, their bodies covered in leaves. The human children and the stone golems soon met. At first, they were a bit timid, but they gradually began to play together. The human children plucked the leaves from the bodies of the stone golems. The stone golems gave a simple and honest smile. When Xianxia saw this scene, his eyes became slightly moist. Wasn't this scene his dream for many years? As long as the human race and the Stone Clan could communicate, they wouldn't have any misunderstandings or fear towards each other. Only through communication could they create true peace. Brother, sure, this forest might be insignificant, but as long as we work together, perhaps in hundreds or thousands of years, this desert will become a green corridor. Whether it's the human race or the Stone Clan, we will all live and reproduce together in this corridor. Children are the purest and most innocent. From their generation onwards, there will no longer be any discrimination or prejudice. And what we need to do is to create the conditions for them. We need to create an era of peace without power and oppression. Gu Chen came to Xianxia's side and said calmly. Xianxia took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. He turned to look at Gu Chen. Brother Gu, how confident are we in fighting against Huangfu Wuji? I cannot make empty promises to Brother Shi. Gu Chen answered. No worries. Even if there is only a 10% chance, it is enough. Xianxia looked at the children of the two clans playing below with determination in his eyes. I will definitely not allow the arrogant and prejudiced humans like the Huangfu clan to destroy the future hope of this land. My Stone Clan will fight together with Brother Gu against the Huangfu clan. Gu Chen left Western Desert, bringing with him the solemn agreement and promise of the Stone Clan. On the Sky Patrol warship, because of a month of hard work, everyone's skin was slightly tanned. However, everyone's face was brimming with excitement. Uniting the four races was originally a fantasy. Before this journey, they had no confidence that they could succeed. But now, they had already won the support of the Southern Mountains Demon Race and Western Desert Stone Clan. As long as they took down the demonic race, the Ghost Emperor would come out. After several months of traveling to various regions, they were finally about to reap the rewards. Scree in the sky, a black eagle circled. After recognizing the Sky Patrol warship, it dived down. Ghost King opened the air barrier at the right time and let the Black Eagle in. He took out a letter from its paw. Due to the disappearance of the Ninefold Palace and the disconnection of the Skynet, it was difficult for the Celestial Court's assassins to contact each other. They could only use this method to contact each other. This Black Eagle was raised by Killer God Rose. Before they separated, she had already established a connection with Ghost King and could sense their approximate location. Ghost King opened the letter, read the content, and smiled at Gu Chen. Daozi Gu, Senior Rose has successfully contacted many killer gods and Daozi. They have unanimously decided that the remaining forces of the Celestial Court will hold a meeting. Gu Chen nodded. Now that the Celestial Court had no leader, they needed a meeting to unite the remaining members. Will the other 3 Taoists be there? He asked. They will be, but because they are scattered all over the continent, it will take some time for them to gather. Senior Rose said she will inform us of the specific time and location. Ghost King said. That's good, we will go to Northern Plains first. If we can win the support of the demonic humans, then contact the old members of the Celestial Court, that will be the best. Gu Chen smiled and asked. How is the situation on Jiang Yu's side? Did you find Samsara Wanderer? Did you contact Lan Chu? Senior Rose did not mention this in her letter, they are acting separately. Ghost King hesitated. I hope to receive good news from them as soon as possible. Gu Chen sighed. Brother Ghost King, tell us about our next plan. None of us are related to the demonic humans, how will we convince them when we get there? Lu Yichen asked. Ghost King pondered, to be honest, the demonic humans are the least confident among the 4 races, after all, we do not know them well enough and have no acquaintances. I mean, when we get to Northern Plains, we will first go to Nalan tribe. If we can convince them to be on our side, then our chances of success will be higher. What does Daoist Gu think? Nalan tribe? Hearing Ghost King's words, Gu Chen and the 8 girls looked at each other. Could it be the Nalan tribe whose ancestor had a personal relationship with King of Weapons Jiang Beiming? Gu Chen asked. Yes, there is such a thing. Ghost King nodded and explained. Nalan tribe is a famous aristocratic family in Northern Plains. Although they are humans, they have a good relationship with the demonic humans. With their recommendation, I believe it will be easier to convince the demonic humans. Gu Chen could not help but think of Nalan Su. He was the patriarch of Nalan tribe, they were acquainted. Dealing with people he knew was much better than dealing with people he didn't know. Looks like our chances of success have greatly increased. That Nalan Su even wanted to marry his granddaughter to Brother Gu. Xiao Ke teased. When the other girls heard this, they giggled incessantly. Oh? There is such a thing? The Ghost King was shocked and quickly asked for details. Thus, the girls told him everything that had happened during the Whale Alliance meeting. Ha ha ha, Jiang Yu was right. Gu Daozi really is blessed by karmic luck. It looks like there's a chance. Even the calm Ghost King couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that Gu Chen and the ancestor of the Nalan family actually knew each other. Stop joking around. That Nalan Su was merely joking back then. Gu Chen shook his head. Everyone was actually making fun of him. Big Brother Gu, last time that Nalan Su said that his granddaughter is the #1 beauty in Northern Plains. Now that you have the chance to see her, don't you look forward to it? Jiao Rou covered her mouth and laughed. Humph. Grandma Wang is selling melons and praising herself. Who knows if that Nalan Su is exaggerating? Besides, I'm not a king of weapons, so why would I be bewitched by mere beauty? Gu Chen shook his head. In order to prevent the crowd from making fun of him, he controlled the Sky Patrol battleship to speed up. Let's go to Northern Plains and see the scenery of Snow Domain Ice Nation. Badu, inside Huangfu Wuji's palace. A bunch of useless trash. Huangfu Wuji was so angry that he smashed the teacup in his hand. The diviners in front of him were so frightened that they quickly knelt down and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. These few months, we haven't slept or rested and have really done our best. However, for some unknown reason, it seems like someone has deceived the heavenly secrets. We can't divine any information about Xinyu Shu. The veins on Huangfu Wuji's forehead bulged, it's not just Xianxia. I asked you to divine the remnants of the celestial court, but you also got nothing. Trash like you still have the nerve to call yourselves diviners? Many diviners immediately lowered their heads in shame and explained weakly. We are truly powerless. That overlord definitely has the help of a top diviner. He has completely concealed the relevant information. In this situation, we can't do anything. Huangfu Wuji subconsciously touched his astrology hand when he heard this. His expression was extremely gloomy. Damn Heavenly Emperor, damn the remnants of the Jian family. He didn't even need to think to know that the person who could do such a thing was definitely another brat from the Jian family who possessed the astrology hand. His astrology hand had been sealed by the Heavenly Emperor, and the brat from the Jian family actually ran to that Gu Chen's side, causing him to be in a completely passive position. The dignified sovereign had already issued a sky-high bounty for several months, but he still couldn't find the brat who deserved to be hacked into pieces. All of you, scram. Huangfu Wuji said coldly. The diviners felt as if they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly left the main hall. If it wasn't for the fact that these diviners were still of some value in other matters, Huangfu Wuji really wanted to kill them all. Haha Jia, why is Lord God of the Underworld so angry? A strange laughter came from outside the main hall. The man with a bamboo hat walked in slowly. You're laughing so happily. It better be good news for me. Huangfu Wuji was in a bad mood. When he heard the man with a bamboo hat's strange laughter, which made him feel that it was filled with conspiracy, his mood instantly became even worse. It is indeed good news. Lord God of the Underworld, according to our informant in the Western Desert Stone clan, Overlord has appeared there. When the man with the bamboo hat finished speaking, Huangfu Wuji's eyes emitted a bright light. What is he doing in that godforsaken place? Haha Jia, Lord should have thought of it. The man with the bamboo hat's pair of will-o'-the-wisp eyes flickered. Humph, he's just looking for helpers. Otherwise, with just the few stray cats and dogs left in the celestial court, how can they resist me? It seems like the Stone clan is also restless. They didn't report this matter at all. Did they cooperate? The man with the bamboo hat nodded, probably so. It's said that Overlord has already left the Western Desert safely. Since the Stone clan didn't detain him and hand him over to us, their attitude is self-evident. A murderous intent flashed in Huangfu Wuji's eyes. This group of lowly Stone clan people are indeed unintelligent. They can't even see the big picture clearly. Following that Guchen will only speed up their destruction. The man with the bamboo hat did not express his opinion and continued speaking. According to my prediction, Overlord's next destination should be the Northern Plains. Since he has joined forces with the Stone clan, there's no reason for him not to join forces with other clans. Some time ago, there was news from the Southern Mountains. The Demon clan seems to be mass-producing weapons. Perhaps they have also allied with Overlord. Huangfu Wuji's expression turned serious when he heard this. If that's the case, if that brat takes over the Northern Plains, we'll be attacked from 3 sides? The man with a bamboo hat laughed. Don't worry, Lord. He won't be able to take over the Northern Plains. I've already arranged everything. What awaits him is a death trap. Oh? I don't need to go there personally? Huangfu Wuji squinted his eyes. His fear of Gu Chen had reached an unprecedented level. That Overlord is at most an immortal level king. Why would I need to go there personally? Do you remember the 3 test subjects that I brought back when the God Creation Pavilion was attacked? The man with a bamboo hat said. Of course I remember. You didn't even save De-er's illegitimate son. You only cared about taking the 3 test subjects away. De-er even complained to me about this. If I remember correctly, one of the test subjects was given to the Yen family. Huangfu Wuji said calmly. Haha Jia, please don't blame me, Lord. When Qing Lin suddenly attacked, I couldn't split myself. The man with a bamboo hat explained. Forget it. He's just an illegitimate son. Now that his father is dead, what's the point of talking about this? What do you really want to say? Huangfu Wuji waved his hand. Haha Jia, what I want to say is that I've already sent one of the remaining 2 test subjects to the Northern Plains. Overlord will definitely be surprised to see him. I've worked hard to reform him because I knew this day would come sooner or later. The man with the bamboo hat smiled in an extremely creepy manner. I understand now. Your bad taste is really unbearable. But it's good too. With him around, I'd like to see how the brat from the Gu family can survive this time. Northern plains had been sealed in ice for thousands of miles since ancient times. The weather here was cold and the ground was frozen. As far as the eye could see, everything was covered in silver. In such a harsh environment, the people here were tough and valiant. The creatures that could survive here, whether it was the human race or the demon race, had always been brave and good at fighting. Today, in the face of a snowstorm, a majestic warship stepped into the northern plains and flew toward a city called Frostless City. The owner of Frostless City was Nalan clan, a famous tyrant of northern plains since ancient times. They dominated northern plains and had good relations with the neighboring demons. Even if the major forces of Middle Plains came here, they would not show any courtesy. After a long journey, the warship finally arrived at the city gate of Frostless City after many days. Then, Gui Wang appeared first and entered the city to discuss with Nalan clan. Not long after, Nalan clan's ancestor, the famous sage of northern plains, Nalan Su, led a group of clan members to personally welcome Gu Chen. Overlord, long time no see. I did not expect you to visit, what a pleasant surprise. Nalan Su welcomed Gu Chen with great enthusiasm. I hope Senior Nalan can forgive me for disturbing you. Gu Chen did not dare to be rude and said politely. Not at all, not at all. I did not see you after leaving the weapon arsenal. The old man was worried that something had happened to you. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes and you are safe and sound. Nalan Su led Gu Chen into the city. His etiquette was extremely considerate. Not only did Gu Chen receive a warm welcome, even the people who came with him were treated like distinguished guests. This made Gu Chen feel somewhat unaccustomed. The other party's extravagance in welcoming him could easily attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. Senior Nalan, do you know my current situation? Gu Chen reminded. You mean the wanted poster of Middle Plains? Nalan Su said disapprovingly, don't worry, everyone in Frostless City is my Nalan clan's people. This is Northern Plains, a long journey with few people here. Why would we be afraid of the new Emperor of Middle Plains? Nalan Su chuckled, since you're here, I'll have to entertain you well. I can't let you down. Nalan Su was too enthusiastic. He did what he said. After arranging accommodation for Gu Chen's group, he held a grand welcoming banquet that night. The grandeur of his etiquette and the enthusiasm with which he treated his guests made others feel overwhelmed by the favor. Gu Chen did not like this kind of scene, but he had to ask for help, so he could only exchange toasts with the Nalan family. That night, both sides had a pleasant conversation. Gu Chen had wanted to bring the topic to the demon tribe several times, but every time he brought it up, Nalan Su, that old fox, would change the topic at the right time. There had never been a suitable time to discuss important matters. Overlord, last time the old man said he wanted to introduce his own granddaughter to you. Now that you are here, it is the right time. After 3 rounds of wine, Nalan Su was already somewhat drunk. At this time, he clapped his hands. Xue Ling, come out and meet the overlord you have admired for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure slowly walked in from outside the house. Nalan Xue Ling, the famous beauty of Northern Plains Nalan clan. She was only 18 this year, the same age as Gu Chen, who had just turned 18 not long ago. This young girl had her hair combed, with a golden hairpin on her head. She wore a blue robe with ruby cloud patterns, and her figure was almost perfect. Her biggest characteristic was her skin, which was especially white. It seemed that the cold of northern plains had nurtured her skin to be especially moist, as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. Be it her appearance or figure, she was not inferior to the 8 girls around Gu Chen. She even had a soul-stirring beauty that was unique to northern plains women. Gu Chen's eyes brightened when he saw her. He did not expect Nalan Su to not lie. His granddaughter might really be the #1 beauty of northern plains. Xue Ling greets young Master Gu. Nalan Xue Ling came to Gu Chen and lightly bowed. Her voice was gentle and pleasant to listen to. She raised her head and secretly glanced at him before lowering her head again. Her ears were blushing. She looked like a young girl in love who had just seen her lover, making people's hearts flutter. Overlord, you don't know. Even in this bitter cold of northern plains, everyone knows what you have done. True Martial Academy continuously battled various kings, triggered stars in daytime when it was breaking through, killed a genius in the imperial capital Luoyang, and even issued a sky-high bounty not long ago. All of these are not things that an ordinary person could do. Nalan Su sighed, and his eyes were filled with admiration. The old man's granddaughter keeps mentioning your name in front of the old man every day. Ever since the old man came back from Beijing Prefecture, she heard that the old man met you. She kept asking for details, almost annoying the old man to death. Nalan Su's tone was almost teasing. Nalan Xueling's face blushed and she said anxiously. Grandfather, all right. The old man will not meddle in the affairs of the young. The old man has drunk a little too much tonight, so he will go back and rest first. You accompany young Master Gu. After Nalan Su finished speaking, he left with the help of his juniors, looking like he could not hold his liquor anymore. Nalan Xueling, on the other hand, blushed and sat next to Gu Chen. She poured wine for him like an obedient and sensible wife. Gu Chen originally wanted to talk business with Nalan Su, but he never expected that he would do this. Since Nalan Xueling was already by his side, it was not appropriate for him to say anything, so he could only chat with her. As the two talked, Nalan Xueling gradually moved closer and closer to Gu Chen. She covered her mouth and chuckled when she was happy. This scene was witnessed by the 8 women and the Ghost King who were sitting below. The saint of the Nalan clan is too unrestrained. He is blatantly trying to seduce her. The Ghost King had a strange expression. To be honest, Nalan Xueling was indeed a great beauty. He really suspected that Gu Chen, who was full of vigor, would not be able to control himself. One look and I can tell that she is a little vixen. She is getting closer and closer to Brother Gu. Before they came, the 8 women were still teasing Gu Chen about Nalan Xueling. But when they really saw Nalan Xueling and realized that she was such a great beauty, and she even took the initiative to approach Gu Chen, a few of them suddenly felt uncomfortable. Brother Gu, why did he really accompany her to drink? Jiao Rou peeked at Gu Chen from time to time and couldn't help but pout. Let him be, he should not forget about business. Lu Yichen looked at her for a while and didn't look anymore. But everyone noticed that she had obviously drunk a lot. When the banquet ended, it was close to midnight. Nalan Xueling could not hold her liquor and frequently accompanied Gu Chen. When the banquet ended, she could not even walk steadily and was on the verge of falling. Young Master Gu, Xueling is not feeling well. Can you send me back? Nalan Xueling summoned her courage and said softly. Hearing this, the 8 women widened their eyes. This? Isn't there someone else? Gu Chen was just about to ask the Nalan clan to send Nalan Xueling back, but he found that the Nalan clan suddenly left one by one. He called out to them, but they also said that they had something to do and couldn't send her back. Therefore, Gu Chen supported the drunk Nalan Xueling and left first. The 8 women watched their backs as they left. Xiao Ke murmured. I finally understand why Master Jiang from the Thousand Smelting Sect said that the Nalan family is shameless. Lu Ruoxin and Mu Shishir heavily nodded their heads as they felt the same way. Miss Nalan is so beautiful. Do you think Brother Gu will? Xiao Rou's eyes were filled with worry, and everyone understood what she meant. Ahem, I think Gu Daozi is a young man after all. If this beauty takes the initiative to throw herself into his arms, I'm afraid, the Ghost King said in a reserved manner. Squeak squeak. The white ape heard it and could not stop laughing while holding its stomach. Ever since it learned how to drink from Sun Jinming, the little guy had fallen in love with the taste of alcohol. The alcohol in the northern plains was very strong and had a unique flavor. It drank too much at night, so it did not stick to Gu Chen like before. In the eyes of the crowd, this was a perfect opportunity for Gu Chen and Nalan Xueling. I hope he won't be as useless as the king of weapons. Lu Yichen snorted coldly and turned to leave. Upon hearing what she said, Jiao Rou and the others became even more worried. Even the extremely talented king of weapons from 800 years ago had fallen for the Nalan clan's honey trap. Gu Chen had drunk a lot of wine that night, and they didn't know whether his animal nature would be triggered. While many young girls were feeling perturbed, Gu Chen helped Nalan Xueling into her boudoir. Gu Chen wanted to say that there should be a few maids serving Nalan Shuling, and he would leave after sending them to the door. However, he did not expect to see any maids when he arrived. Nalan Shuling seemed to be even more drunk as she fell into his arms. Her body was soft, and it was very comfortable to hug her. There was also a unique fragrance of a young girl. Recently, Gu Chen had been consuming the mysterious eggshell every day. Not only had his cultivation level reached the peak of immortal level, but his vitality was also much stronger than before. In addition to that, he had drunk too much alcohol in the northern plains. After being teased by Nalan Shuling, a certain part of his body had a strong reaction. Fortunately, his mind was very clear. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and discarded the messy thoughts in his head. He half-carried Nalan Shuling to her bedside, and after putting her down, he wanted to leave. He didn't expect that just as he turned around, she would grab his hand. "Young Master Gu, don't go." Nalan Shuling's body was lying on the bed. Because she drank too much, her cheeks were red, and she murmured in a low voice. Gu Chen turned around and looked at her figure, which was much more outstanding than other girls her age. His lower abdomen felt another wave of heat. At this time, Nalan Shuling didn't know if she drank too much or if she felt hot or something else, but she actually pulled her collar. Thus, Gu Chen saw a vast expanse of snow and a deep ravine. "Young Master Gu, I've liked you for a long time," Nalan Shuling murmured. She hugged Gu Chen's arm as if she was acting coquettishly. Her eyes were half closed, as if she had already lost consciousness and was at the mercy of others. Gu Chen took a deep breath, removed his arm from her hands, and went forward to cover her with the quilt. After doing all this, he left Nalan Shuling's room. After he completely left, Nalan Shuling slightly opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear. Where did she look like she was drunk? Gu Chen returned to the small courtyard where they were staying. As soon as he came back, he found that everyone was still awake and waiting for him. So fast? Ghost King saw that Gu Chen came back so quickly, and his face revealed a strange expression. The 8 women all heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yichen joked. "Tyrant, that girl who admires you didn't ask you to stay the night." Gu Chen shook his head. "Don't make fun of me." Gu Chen's mind was still thinking about the previous scene. Nalan Shuling was really a great beauty. If he drank a little more, he might really not be able to control himself. "What do you think of this Nalan family?" Gu Chen asked everyone. After the whole day, Nalan family's attitude towards them was too good, but because of this, Gu Chen felt vaguely uncomfortable. "Of course it's great. When we went to Ghastly Ruins, Southern Mountains, and Western Desert, we didn't get such treatment," Xianxia said. The women all nodded. There was not much to say about Ghastly Ruins. When they went to Southern Mountains, they almost started a war with the demon saints there, and when they went to Western Desert, they were busy planting in the desert all day long. Unlike Nalan family in Northern Plains, they were so well received. "I'm not talking about that. Don't you think that Nalan family is a little strange?" Gu Chen pondered. Now that he was wanted by the whole world, he suddenly came to visit Nalan family. Even if Nalan family was not afraid of getting into trouble, they should at least ask his purpose of visit, right? However, as long as he wanted to talk about this today, Nalan Su avoided the important matters and focused on the trivial ones, as if he had no intention to talk about this. This made Gu Chen, who had always been meticulous, a little worried. When everyone heard Gu Chen's concerns, they all started to ponder. "In my opinion, there might not be a problem with the Nalan family. Nalan Su is an old fox. Perhaps he is purposely delaying you, Gu Daozi, to make you anxious so that he can reap more benefits, just like the Ghost Emperor." Ghost King guessed. "Benefits? What benefits does he want?" Gu Chen asked. In terms of benefits, what he could give Nalan family was really not much. Maybe it's a political marriage." Lu Yichen hesitated for a moment and said. Her words made everyone's eyes turn cold. "Tonight, Nalan Su is obviously trying to match his granddaughter with you, Gu Chen. With Gu Chen's talent and potential, if we can really overthrow Huangfu Wuji, then your future will be limitless. Nalan Su has lived for so long, he definitely has a good eye for people. Maybe it's like how he gave his sister to the King of Weapons." This time, he wants you to marry his granddaughter, Gu Chen. After Lu Yichen finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but nod. It had to be said that this was really possible. If they wanted Nayland family to risk being exterminated and offend the royal family of Middle-earth, then they definitely had to take out a bargaining chip that could move them. Since ancient times, it was very normal for two forces to form an alliance through marriage. Maybe Nayland Su, this old fox, had already made up his mind when everyone came looking for him. However, he couldn't say it too directly, so he deliberately arranged a chance for his granddaughter and Gu Chen, hoping that the rice would be cooked. This way, it would save a lot of effort. If that's the case, Gu Daozi, why don't you just accept? Ghost King braced himself and suggested. These words instantly attracted the unfriendly gazes of the girls. Cough cough, Gu Daozi, now we only have the northern plains left. As long as we win the support of Nayland family, it is very likely that we can successfully rope in the demonic race. This way, the alliance between the four races and my celestial court will be formed. Ghost King's heartfelt words caused the girls beside him to roll their eyes at him. Gu Chen felt a headache coming on. He only wanted to focus on the crusade against Huangfu Wuji and didn't want to talk about anything else, especially his love affairs. He had only just met Nayland Shuling today, so it would be absurd for him to get engaged with her. However, Lu Yichen's guess did make some sense. Gu Chen pondered if Nayland Su really brought up this matter, how he should deal with it to avoid harming their friendship. For the next few days, Gu Chen's group stayed at Nayland clan. After Nayland Su received Gu Chen on the first day, he found an excuse to not see him for many days and had his granddaughter come often to accompany Gu Chen. He delayed Gu Chen from talking about business, so Gu Chen could only accompany Nayland Shuling on sightseeing tours every day. Frostless City was a strange place in northern plains. There were spirit veins and hot springs everywhere, so even if it was a world of ice and snow outside, it was like spring in the city all year round. Spirit veins and hot springs were one of the wonders of northern plains. People could not only wash away their fatigue by soaking in them, they could also reap all kinds of benefits. Gu Chen's group had been traveling to various regions for the past few months and were already exhausted. Seeing this spirit vein hot spring, they all fell in love with it. Especially the 8 girls, they heard that this spirit vein hot spring could maintain youth and improve their skin, so they were even more enthusiastic about it. As a distinguished guest, Gu Chen enjoyed the spring with the best effect in Frostless City alone. This spirit vein hot spring indeed had magical effects. After soaking in it a few times, Gu Chen felt that the origin energy in his body that was close to the peak had improved, and his soul also showed faint signs of transformation. He was only one step away from Heaven Tier. Considering this, he was no longer in a hurry to negotiate with Nayland Su. If he broke through to Saint Tier, he believed that he would have more confidence in the negotiation. Gu Chen would almost enter the spirit vein hot spring every day. Besides thinking about breaking through, the other reason was that he could justifiably avoid Nayland Shuling. These days, Nayland Shuling always pestered him with ambiguous words and charming actions, making him somewhat unable to resist. As soon as he entered the hot spring, Nayland Shuling couldn't follow him, so he finally had some peace and quiet. At first, because the Nayland family was too enthusiastic, Gu Chen was still a little wary of them, but there were no abnormalities for many days. He gradually put down his guard, and his attention was attracted by another matter. It was about White Ape. The little guy had obtained a huge pile of mysterious eggshells in the ancient land of the Fey god and ate a few every day. After eating for such a long time, the eggshell was finally finished, and the egg began to experience an abnormality that had never occurred before. It started to become drowsy and was not as lively as usual. From time to time, colorful lights would overflow uncontrollably from its body. In the past few days, it had simply fallen asleep while soaking in the hot spring. No matter how many people called it, it wouldn't wake up. Gu Chen's attention had been drawn to the white ape's unusual behavior. He had been worried about it for several days. The energy contained in the eggshell was extremely majestic. He was worried that the little guy had eaten too much and its body couldn't take it. After all, it had eaten far more than Gu Chen. Fortunately, after a careful inspection, it didn't have any major problems. The blood and qi in its body were vigorous, but it had fallen into a deep sleep and couldn't be woken up. In the end, a thin layer of colorful crystals even began to form on its body, which was somewhat similar to the eggshell. It was very strange. Guchen guessed that the little guy might be evolving. So he put it in the beast-raising pouch to prevent it from being disturbed. After that, he also devoted himself to cultivation, looking forward to breaking through to the heaven tier as soon as possible. At that time, he would directly go to Nailan Su, that old fox, and have a face-to-face conversation with him. On this day, Guchen came to the Spirit Vein hot spring as usual, preparing to continue cultivating inside. His whole body's essence, qi, and spirit had reached a peak. He estimated that he might be able to successfully break through within these few days. He took off his robe and walked into the hot spring with his naked body. Just as he sat down and enjoyed the warm and comfortable spring water, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was just about to start cultivating when he heard some slight movements outside. "Who is it?" Guchen became vigilant. "It's me." A soft female voice sounded. Guchen recognized that it was Nailan Shuling's voice and frowned. This was a hot spring. Normally, as long as he came here, Nailan Shuling would be tactful and not follow him. Why did she come today? Then, he saw Nailan Shuling only wearing a doo-doo, revealing large patches of snow-white skin on her body. She blushed as she carefully entered the hot spring. Guchen's eyelids twitched. This girl was too bold, wasn't she? Nailan Shuling entered the hot spring without Guchen's permission. That thin doo-doo was wet by the hot spring water, and the scenery on her body was faintly discernible. Guchen's breathing quickened, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. "Miss Nailan, this is not a place you should be," he said coldly. "Young Master Gu is so cruel." Nailan Shuling's pretty face revealed a bit of sadness. It was truly pitiful. "These days, young Master Gu has been avoiding me. Is Shuling really that annoying?" Nailan Shuling waded into the water towards Guchen. Her figure was extremely graceful. "Of course not. Miss Nailan is a rare beauty. Who would hate such a beautiful thing?" Guchen shook his head, but he kept his eyes closed. "Then, young Master Gu, why are you ignoring me?" Her voice came close to Guchen, and Guchen finally had no choice but to open his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, the front was filled with turbulent waves, and his vision and senses were all affected. "Young Master Gu should be able to see that my grandfather and the entire Nailan family have the intention to facilitate our marriage." Nailan Shuling lightly pursed her red lips and snuggled up to Guchen's side. "As a woman of the Nailan family, I have never had the right to decide my own marriage. Shuling is very lucky. At least the person that my family wants to arrange for me is someone that I truly like." Nailan Shuling's eyes wandered. In this hot spring, her jade-like skin was rosy, and it had an even more charming charm. "I am not suitable for Miss Nailan." Guchen sighed. "Without trying to be together, how can young Master Gu be so sure that I am not suitable?" Nailan Shuling lightly gritted her teeth, and suddenly made a bold move. Her delicate little hand groped towards Guchen's crotch, and there, she felt a spear that was as hard as divine iron. "It seems that young master is not uninterested in me. Why do you always have such a cold face?" She pretended to be sad. "Miss Nailan, please behave yourself." Guchen frowned and removed Nailan Shuling's hand, but she took advantage of the situation and threw herself into his arms. She had very few clothes on her body, and Guchen was even more naked. Now that he had bumped into her arms, she felt her whole body go crazy. Swish. "Miss Nailan, take your time in the hot spring," he said coldly. He didn't want to hurt Nailan Shuling's heart, but she had no self-respect. "Overlord. Am I that unattractive?" Nailan Shuling's body was in the hot spring as she said with a red face. Her voice was no longer gentle and affectionate, but it was mixed with anger. "It's not that you're unattractive, but I'm not a casual person." After Guchen finished speaking, he was about to walk forward, but he suddenly staggered. "What's going on?" He found that his body had suddenly become numb, and he couldn't control it. He quickly mobilized the elemental energy in his body, but found that the elemental energy in his dantian was completely stagnant, and he couldn't move it at all. "Ha ha ha, Overlord, how smart do you think you are? Didn't you fall for it?" Nalan Shuling's bashful expression quickly changed, turning cold. You, Guchen turned his head, his expression turning cold and gloomy. You soak in this spirit vein hot spring every day, you never expected that there would be a problem today, right? Nalan Shuling stood up, took out a piece of clothing from her storage ring, and put it on herself. Her movements were also weak, and it was clear that she was also poisoned by the hot spring. You are indeed an exceptionally cautious person. In order to make you lower your guard, I don't know how much time we wasted. Nalan Shuling sneered. Guchen understood that Nalan Shuling's offering of her body was fake, and the real reason was to divert his attention. This hot spring was poisonous, and he didn't notice it when he first entered. It was clearly a colorless and odorless poison, and with Nalan Shuling's interference, he didn't notice it, and soaked in the hot spring for a while. Why? Guchen felt his entire body become heavy. Logically speaking, he had the unburning golden body, and with his tyrannical physique, ordinary poisons wouldn't have any effect on him. But the poison in the hot spring took effect, and it was as ferocious as a tiger, causing him to quickly lose his combat strength. Why? Of course it's for our Central Plains' great virtue and mighty God Emperor. At this moment, Nalan Su's laughter came from outside, and he also walked into the hot spring, followed by a few black-robed men. So Nalan family has already sided with Huangfu Wuji? Guchen's expression darkened. That's right. Overlord, although you're talented, you're still not strong enough. Nalan Su was in high spirits. He was happy that his scheme had succeeded. Your mistake is that you shouldn't have made an enemy of the great virtue and mighty deity Emperor. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have wanted to kill a peerless genius like you. What benefits did Huangfu Wuji give you? Guchen said angrily. With a flip of his hand, a forbidden talisman stealthily appeared in his palm. The great virtue and mighty deity Emperor has already promised to confer Xue Ling the title of imperial concubine. At that time, my Nalan family will be a relative of the Emperor. Nalan Su said proudly. Upon hearing this, Guchen could not help but curse. What a shameless old man. How old was Huangfu Wuji? For his own benefit, Nalan Su actually intended to give his granddaughter to Huangfu Wuji as a concubine. You want to sleep with that Huangfu Wuji? Guchen turned to look at Nalan Shuling behind him and sneered bluntly. Although he was annoyed by her pestering him these past few days, he did not feel that this young girl was inferior. He only felt that she was a sacrifice that the Nalan family used to kidnap him. But now, he knew that he was wrong. Huangfu Wuji is the Emperor of the Middle Earth. He is the man who is destined to unify the entire continent in the future. If you can become his concubine, you will have the chance to become the Empress, the most honorable woman in the continent. Nalan Shuling said coldly. When she saw the disgust in Guchen's eyes, she was furious in her heart. This overlord was handsome and had the best innate talent in the continent. The two of them were a perfect match. How could she not have thought of being together with him these past few days? However, he was indifferent to her seduction with all her strength, causing her to suffer a severe blow to her heart. Finally, she steeled her heart to set this trap. Today, she was going to be even more ruthless. If Guchen did not push her away in the hot spring, she would have stabbed him when the two of them were about to have intercourse. This was the complete plan, not giving Guchen any chance. However, Guchen's willpower was stronger than she imagined. In the end, he was able to walk out of the hot spring. At this moment, he was filled with disgust towards her. Nalan Shuling felt an indescribable sadness and anger in her heart. What a good Nalan family. Where are my companions? Guchen said angrily. He was worried about the situation of the others. You are the most difficult to deal with. After I get rid of you, dealing with the others will be as easy as flipping my hand. Nalan Su sneered. You want to deal with me? You can try. Hearing that his companions were temporarily fine, Guchen's eyes turned ruthless and was about to activate the forbidden talisman. This forbidden talisman was extremely powerful. Even if it was a sage, if they were to get close, they would be severely injured. Nalan Su would not be able to escape. Guchen forcefully mobilized the origin energy in his body. He was about to fight with his life on the line. Behind Nalan Su, a black-robed man spoke coldly. Don't waste your energy. The poison in your body is a mixture of thousands of poisons. It is the poison that only the old man has, the dragon-binding essence-locking powder. Not to mention you, even a true dragon would lose its battle strength if it was poisoned. This voice sounded familiar. Guchen suddenly raised his head and looked at the other party. And the other party was also looking at Guchen. It was an old face with white hair. His brows and expression were so familiar. Elder Nangong? Guchen saw the other party's appearance clearly. He was momentarily dazed. The person in front of him was actually the person who protected him when he left Feng Lin Mansion. For him, he even sacrificed himself to hold back the man with a bamboo hat. He was his grandfather's good friend, the elder of Wuchen sect, Nangong Jing. Ever since the calamity of Feng Lin Mansion, Guchen had wanted to know the whereabouts of this respected elder countless times. However, there was no clue at all. Therefore, he deduced that he had died in the hands of the man with a bamboo hat. However, he didn't expect that they would meet again in this place under such circumstances. Was he the one who poisoned me? Guchen looked at the cold face of Elder Nangong and felt that it was unbelievable. Thud. His hand became weak and the forbidden talisman in his palm fell to the ground. How could this be? The poison invaded his brain. Guchen's consciousness gradually became blurry and he finally fell to the ground. Dao friend Nangong, the overlord knows you? Nailan Su saw Guchen's abnormal reaction before he fainted and asked in surprise. The old man doesn't know him. Nangongjing replied coldly. We have finally dealt with the overlord. What should we do now? Nailan Su said happily. He stepped forward and kicked Guchen's body which couldn't move. According to the new emperor's decree, the overlord will be publicly executed in the northern plains as a warning to others. Nangongjing's eyes revealed killing intent. Aren't we going to kill him directly? Nailan Su's brows twitched. The new emperor wants to use the overlord's death to shock the world. He also wants to use him to warn the demonic race in the northern plains. In order to prepare to unify the world, the new emperor wants to subdue the demonic race first. At that time, he will need your help. Nangongjing explained. No wonder. The old man said that there were so many dark sky guards. When Guchen woke up, he was already in a small and narrow cage. Outside the cage, snow filled the sky, and his entire body was shackled by heavy shackles. The cage stood alone on the high platform, and in the distance, many northern plains citizens were pointing at him. He could not mobilize a trace of Yuan Qi in his dantian, and his body was limp and powerless. Even his divine sense could not spread out. At this time, he was like a mortal, his hair was messy, and all his belongings had been taken away, leaving him wearing only a thin prison gown. Whether it was the storage ring, the beast-raising bag with the white ape in it, or even the dragon phoenix heart connecting bracelet that Lanchu had given him, they were all gone. In this life, Guchen had never been in such a bad state. His eyes were unfocused, and because he was poisoned, it took a long time for him to recover. Brother Gu. Gu Daozi. The voices of Zhao Rou, Ghost King, and the others came from not far away. Gu Chen's eyes regained focus with great difficulty, and he looked at them. They were all tied up and detained in a large cage under the high platform. Are you, all right? Gu Chen said weakly, gradually recalling everything that had happened. We are all right, the despicable Nailan family betrayed us. Many people from Underworld God Palace have arrived. This time, we were careless, and I'm afraid we cannot escape. When everyone saw that Guchen could still speak, they all breathed a sigh of relief, but then their expressions became sorrowful and heavy. After Guchen was poisoned and captured, Ghost King and the others were quickly surrounded by Nailan Su and his team. They had used Guchen's life to threaten everyone. Coupled with the fact that the Nether God Palace had sent 5 Dark Heaven Guards, they had no chance of winning. Thus, they could only surrender and be thrown into the cage along with Guchen. According to the discussions of the citizens around the square, Nailan family had already informed all the major cities in northern plains that they would publicly execute Guchen and them in 5 days. At that time, all the influential forces in the northern region would come. Right now, all of them were trapped in a cage, and they were in the distant northern region. Even if they wanted to look for reinforcements, it would be too late. So, it could be said that they would definitely die 5 days from now, everyone had gone to many regions and worked hard. They had finally succeeded in forming an alliance with all the races, but they hadn't expected such a change to occur. "Brother Gu, I think I saw Elder Nangong," Zhao Rou said to Guchen with sadness in her eyes. Guchen was silent. Of course, he remembered who he saw before he fainted. He didn't expect that Elder Nangong wasn't dead, but had been tricked by that damned man with a bamboo hat. Elder Nangong's current state was far too similar to that of Lu Yichen back then. It was likely that he had also lost his memories and had become a hired thug for the Infernal God Palace. In the past, Elder Nangong's cultivation base was already unfathomable. Now, however, it was even more impressive. It was likely that he had reached the sky-human realm. In particular, the poison he had given himself was too fierce. Now, he had lost all his abilities and all his treasures had been taken away. He was already at the end of his rope, everyone was trapped in a cage, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy and oppressive. They had been deliberately detained in the square by the Nalan clan, so that they could be seen by the people of Frostless City as criminals. The name of the overlord had long spread to the northern plains, and the sky-high bounty on his head had caused an uproar. Thus, when the news came out, not only did the people of Frostless City come to watch, but many cultivators from other parts of the northern plains also came to witness the tragic end of the legendary overlord. However, these people could only watch from the edge of the square. The whole square was set up with layers of killing formations to prevent Gu Chen's group from escaping or someone from breaking into the prison. Outside, the cultivators of the Infernal God Palace and the Nalan clan kept an even tighter watch, not allowing anything to go wrong. They had received orders from the new emperor of the Middle Plains to punish the overlord as a warning to the rest of the world, so they naturally had to put up a good show. "Is that the overlord? Rumor has it that he's a devil who kills without batting an eyelid. He looks too young, and so do his companions. They don't look like vicious people. What do you know? This person is the most vicious criminal in the Kunlun continent. Now that he has fallen into the hands of the Nalan clan, it can be said that the human race of the northern plains has gained face." There was a lot of discussion among the spectators around the square. Every day, people came to watch a good show, and the topics of conversation were mostly the same. On the first day that Guchen woke up, he tried all kinds of methods to break free from the shackles on his body and to detoxify the poison, but to no avail. Gradually, he accepted the situation and gradually calmed down. Whether it was the matter of Elder Nangong or the lives of his companions, being anxious would not solve anything. Before his death, Guchen chose to turn a blind eye to the various evil deeds that the Nalan clan had spread about him in the northern plains. He began to close his eyes and sat motionless in the cage for several days. He tried to do everything he could at the moment. No matter how the sun rose and the moon set, or how the wind and snow filled the sky, he would not move. It had to be said that the Underworld God Palace and the Nalan clan had made a big fuss about him this time, leaving him no chance at all. Not only was there a killing formation set up in the plaza, but there were also cages and shackles that completely trapped him. Every 2 days, Elder Nangong would reapply the poison in his body to prevent his physique from being too strong and unknowingly detoxifying the poison. "Elder Nangong, do you still remember the Wuchen sect? Do you still remember the Fenlin mansion?" Elder Nangong muttered when he appeared in front of Gu Chen. "Humph, cut the crap. In the last few days, just pray that you will suffer less torture on the day of the execution." Elder Nangong was expressionless, unmoved by Gu Chen's words. He seemed to have forgotten his memories even more thoroughly than Lu Yichen. He had already become a cold-blooded and emotionless killer of the Underworld God Palace. "On the day of the execution, what will happen to me? What will happen to my companions?" Gu Chen asked. "According to His Majesty's decree, you will be cut into pieces, then your bones will be dug out and you will bleed to death. As for your companions, most of them also have extreme path organs, they will not have a good ending." Elder Nangong left after he finished speaking. "So that's how it is." Hearing how he would die, Gu Chen expressionlessly looked up at the sky. It was night time now, and the moon in the sky of the northern plains was especially round and big. No matter how he tried these few days, there was no reaction from his physical strength, elemental energy, or mental energy. He was completely controlled by the poison. The only thing that had any reaction was the heavenly phenomenon art. When he silently recalled the chant of the heavenly phenomenon art, he would faintly form a connection with the moon in the night sky. He could feel the celestial force contained in the moon, and this gave him a trace of hope. Different from when he was in the western desert, the power of the sun's true fire that he could control would greatly increase during the day. But in the northern plains, the connection with the sun was weakened during the day, and his perception of the moon was greatly increased during the night. These few days, Guchen's cultivation had reached the peak, and he was on the verge of breaking through at any time. But unexpectedly, he was poisoned. But even though he was poisoned, his cultivation did not disappear. He could still form a connection with the moon, and this gave him a decision. After Elder Nangong left, Guchen completely forgot himself and where he was. Every night, he would stare at the moon in the sky. His hair was messy and his clothes were untidy. He looked as if he was recalling his life, melancholy and sad. Seeing this scene, the audience in the square pointed and whispered, saying that the overlord had gone crazy and was no longer heroic. The matter reached the ears of the Nalan family. Nalan Su and Nalan Shuling came to see Guchen one after another. Poor overlord. He was once a peerless talent, but in the end, he was a hero at the end of his life. Nalan Su shook his head, his face was full of regret. He was proud in his heart. The once arrogant overlord, who stirred up chaos in the world, was finally defeated by his hands. Guchen did not respond and only stared at the cold moon in the sky. Overlord, there should be a lot of treasures in your storage ring. After you die, the divine sense imprint on the storage ring will dissipate. The old man will make good use of your belongings. Nalan Su saw that Guchen did not respond and ridiculed. Oh, that's right. Also, the strange little monkey beside you is in a very strange state. When Guchen heard this, he finally reacted. He turned his head to look at Nalan Su, and his expression became extremely cold. If you dare to touch it, I will destroy the entire Nalan family. When Nalan Su heard this, it was as if he had heard a great joke. He, who was so old, actually laughed out loud. What an arrogant brat. You are in a precarious situation and do not have many days to live. Where did you get the courage to say such words? My Nalan family is about to become the royal family of the Middle Earth. As for you, after you die, your head will be sent to the Middle Earth and hung on the Tower of Ba-Du as a warning to the world. How pitiful. When Nalan Su finished speaking, he turned around and left. You are not allowed to touch it. Guchen said angrily. He was afraid that the little guy, who was in a special state, would have an accident. Don't worry. That is a very intelligent demonic beast. It is said that it is related to the southern mountains. How can the old man bear to hurt it? Of course, we have to figure out its situation before taming it. Nalan Su finally left. Guchen gritted his teeth, and his eyes revealed an intense killing intent. How pitiful. He was once so glorious, daring to declare war against the emperor in front of the whole world, but now he has fallen to such a state. Nalan Shuling also appeared in front of Guchen and looked at him with joy in her eyes. She had made the right choice, choosing Huangfu Wuji was the correct choice. Although he was much older, he would undoubtedly be the greatest emperor in the history of the Kunlun continent. And she would become his concubine, under only one person and above tens of thousands. Guchen ignored her and only responded with a cold stare. Nalan Shuling seemed as if her sensitive nerves had been touched when she saw him like this, and she spoke furiously. What kind of attitude is that? There will be a day when you will regret your choice. That day will come very soon. Guchen responded coldly. Nalan Shuling laughed when she heard this. I am looking forward to that day. Unfortunately, even if that day comes, you will not be able to see it. She turned and left, not wanting to say another word to this loser. After the Nalan family left, Guchen finally had some peace. His pitch-black eyes once again looked at the night sky. Under the gradually approaching crisis of life and death, under the enormous pressure of the underworld god palace and the Nalan family, his divine soul rapidly changed with the help of the moonlight soul refining technique. No one noticed that every night, Guchen was always surrounded by the most moonlight, as if he was covered by a thin veil. His eyes gradually became as clear as jade, full of vitality and zen. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Today was the day of the public execution of the overlord. All the famous clans of the northern plains, especially the demonic race, were invited to Frostless City. Many people wanted to witness the fall of a generation's legend, so they could not miss this opportunity. When the patriarch of the demonic race, Luo Hao, led a group of clansmen into Frostless City, the entire Frostless City shook. Everyone knew that the giants had arrived. Nalansu immediately went out of the city to welcome his old friend. However, when Luo Hao saw Nalansu, he was not as enthusiastic as before. Both sides quickly entered the Nalan family's mansion, and soon after, the roars of the demonic race could be heard from inside the mansion. Nalansu. As a person of the Northern Plains, you actually surrendered to the Central Plains royal family. Luo Hao's voice rumbled like thunder. He saw a total of 5 Huangfu Wuji's Dark Heaven guards in the Nalan family's mansion, and he was immediately locked by their powerful killing intent. Patriarch Luo, a wise man, submits to circumstances. For the sake of the demonic race, I hope you have thought it through clearly. Nalansu originally wanted to persuade the demonic race to surrender to the Central Plains royal family, but he did not expect Luo Hao to not give him face and directly point at his nose to scold him. His expression immediately turned cold. The demonic race only had 2 Heaven Realm experts, while they had a total of 6, so they did not need to take him seriously at all. Luo Hao sensed Nalansu's fearlessness and sensed the countless ambushes in Frostless City, and his face turned livid. However, although he looked rough, he was not a reckless person. He knew that it was impossible to become enemies with the Nalan family and the Underworld God Palace, so his anger immediately subsided. Patriarch Luo, that's right. Nalansu saw that Luo Hao's anger had subsided, and could not help but reveal a proud smile. Patriarch Luo, there is no need to rush to make a decision. Wait until you see the Overlord's execution today before making a decision. Our human race's great virtue and mighty god, the Emperor, is a wise ruler throughout the ages. Surrendering to him will definitely not disgrace you. Luo Hao felt sad when he heard this. It was not a disgrace to him, but it was a disgrace to the ancestors of the demonic race. They had lived in the northern plains for generations and had never been anyone's subordinate, but now the Central Plains actually wanted to take them in and enslave them. Nalansu said to wait until he saw the Overlord's execution before making a decision. This was clearly killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Today, almost all the influential forces in the Northern Plains had been summoned. Most likely, the Huangfu family and the Nalan family were preparing to unify the Northern Plains in one go today. Luo Hao's heart was as clear as a mirror, but he was outnumbered, so he could only silently follow behind Nalansu and head to the square where the execution would take place. Due to the special geographical location of the Northern Plains, it was winter all year round, and the nights were far longer than the days. It was already night time when the execution would take place. The wind and snow had just stopped, and the moon peeked out from the clouds, sprinkling down bright moonlight. The moonlight sprinkled on the snow, sparkling everywhere, extremely beautiful. Unfortunately, such a beautiful night was destined to be extremely bloody. On the square of Frostless City, the periphery had already been filled with countless spectators watching the show. And forces from all over the Northern Plains sat in the VIP seats, ready to witness the execution of the century. However, this era was finally coming to an end. With the fall of the butcher's knife, the monstrous geniuses were no more, and the geniuses had fallen. This era was destined to be the era of the mighty and virtuous emperor. From the demonic race's patriarch Luo Hao to the common people, they were all looking at the execution platform, at the disheveled young overlord who was being escorted out of the cage. He was at the end of his rope and seemed to have lost his drive, walking weakly. Big Brother Gu. Gu Daozi. Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, Ghost King, and everyone else looked at Gu Chen sadly. After Gu Chen's execution was over, it would be their turn. They would become sacrifices for Huangfu Wuji to intimidate the world. Everyone inside and outside the square sighed, feeling sorry for the fall of such a young man with infinite potential. Only the people of the Nether God Palace and the Nalan family seemed a little excited at this moment. They had removed the hatred in the new emperor's heart and would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Gu Chen was escorted to the high platform. His spine was straight like a pine tree, and he raised his head to look at the moon. At this moment, the depths of his eyes were overflowing with purple, as if something was burning. Begin. Nalansu gave the order, and the two carefully selected executioners of the Nalan family began to execute the capital punishment. According to the new emperor's decree, the overlord had to be cut into 1,000 pieces, then his tyrannical ether bone would be extracted, and he would bleed to death in pain. Two sharp knives stabbed towards Gu Chen's abdomen, but there was a clanging sound. Crack, the knives broke. Gu Chen had the immortal golden body. Even if his body became soft and powerless, his physique was as tough as divine iron. How could ordinary attacks be effective? The two Nalan family's executioners looked at each other in dismay. Feeling ashamed, they quickly switched to a new sharp knife. They tried another 3 to 5 times, but the knives couldn't even cut through Gu Chen's skin. The audience gasped. The overlord was indeed the overlord. Even if he was powerless, not anyone could deal with him. Use this. Elder Nan Gong, who was on the VIP seats, could not bear to watch any longer and threw out 2 black blades. It was a special weapon of the Nether God Palace, and it was incomparably sharp. The two executioners took the knife and were about to execute Gu Chen. At this time, the corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. "You're not qualified to kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 beams of purple light burst out from his eyes, which were originally powerless. The moon and the sky cast down rays of moonlight and enveloped him. Poochie. Poochie. His sea of consciousness shone brightly. Along with the influx of moonlight, flames actually lit up one after another. This flame swept out from his mind and spread out, instantly drowning the two executioners. The 2 of them screamed and instantly turned into ashes. As for Gu Chen, his entire body was bathed in flames. Not good. The expressions of Nan Gongjing, Nalan Su, and the rest suddenly changed. They immediately wanted to rush into the square and kill Gu Chen on the spot. At this time, 2 beams of purple light burst out from Gu Chen's eyes, shooting towards the restriction on the square. Whoosh! Under his stimulation, the original restriction on the square to prevent others from breaking into the prison was fully activated, blocking many enemies outside. Oh no, how did he do it? Why does he still have strength? Nalan Su panicked. He never thought that Gu Chen could come back from the dead. He looked at Nan Gongjing in shock and anger. He suspected that the other party's poison had lost its effect. Otherwise, how could this happen? He shouldn't be able to detoxify it. Nan Gongjing was confused. He had the body of 10,000 poison. Even a sage would find it hard to detoxify the poison, let alone an immortal-level king like Gu Chen. The other party had been poisoned by him for days, so the poison should be getting stronger and stronger. Logically, it should be impossible for him to have any strength to fight back. He carefully stared at Gu Chen and found that his whole body was shrouded in flames. Especially in his mind, there was a small person that looked exactly like him being calcined. His face showed pain, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. That's not his power. That's the power of heaven's retribution. Nan Gongjing cried out. The tyrant is going through the retribution. His soul is about to transform into a primordial spirit and step into the celestial being realm, so it attracted the primordial spirit retribution fire. Although Nan Gongjing had lost his memory, his knowledge was still there. He could see through Gu Chen's current state at a glance. For the past few days, Gu Chen's cultivation had been sealed, and it was difficult for him to even activate his mental strength. The only thing he could still control was the power of celestial phenomenon. For the past few days, he tried to form a connection with the moon every day, and his mind gradually reached the state of forgetting himself and everything else. He used the moonlight soul refining technique to continuously temper his soul. Finally, the heavens did not disappoint him. He, who was originally on the verge of breaking through, finally welcomed the opportunity to break through. When Gu Chen stepped into the immortal being realm, he had attracted the heavenly thunder retribution. Now that he had stepped into the celestial being realm, he had also attracted the primordial spirit retribution fire. The biggest characteristic of the celestial being realm was that after stepping into this realm, a primordial spirit would be born in one's mind, and one would be able to comprehend the power of the rules. At this moment, when Gu Chen broke through the bottleneck, his soul was the first to transform, and he immediately attracted the primordial spirit retribution fire. To ordinary people, the primordial spirit retribution fire was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, their soul would be burned to ashes. However, to Gu Chen, it was an opportunity. He wanted to use the primordial spirit retribution fire to remove the poison in his body. Gu Chen roared into the sky. The moment his soul began to transform into a primordial spirit, his mental strength recovered. He guided the primordial spirit retribution fire to burn his body, cleansing it from inside out. Stop him. We can't let him break through successfully. Nan Gongjing shouted angrily. Including him, the 5 Dark Heaven Guards attacked with all their might, quickly destroying the spell formation. 2 of them took the lead and rushed toward Gu Chen. At this time, the poison in Gu Chen's body had not been completely removed, and even his soul had only transformed halfway. Big Brother Gu. Zhao Rou and the others were anxious. They wanted to rush forward to help, but they were also poisoned and tied up. There was nothing they could do. Seeing that the 2 sages were quickly descending, a monstrous aura surged out, and they were about to kill Gu Chen on the spot. At this moment, Gu Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. In his mind, he stared at the bright moon in the sky with his incomplete primordial spirit and reached out to grab it. No one can stop me. His voice was like a great bell, echoing throughout the entire frostless city. In the full moon in the sky, pure white rabbits hopped across the void and descended around him. Crack, crack, crack. Just as the 2 sages rushed to Gu Chen's side, they were covered by a gentle white light, and their bodies suddenly froze. Their bodies were sealed by a faint white ice, and their expressions were completely frozen. It was as if even their souls had been frozen. Lunar soul ice, the celestial phenomenon, true power of the sun and moon secret technique, had finally been mastered by Gu Chen. Thump. Thump. A small golden figure formed in Gu Chen's mind, and the primordial spirit tribulation fire burned every part of his body, causing the poison in his body to disintegrate rapidly. The 2 sages collapsed upon contact and were strangely sealed in ice, causing the other 3 sages to be shocked and stop in their tracks. In that short moment, Gu Chen had finally gotten rid of the poison in his body, and his vigorous blood and chi soared into the sky like smoke. Clang! 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 The shackles that bound his hands and feet were instantly broken, and he was like an azure returning from hell. Facing the nearest sage, he waved his hand and struck out with the super accent killing fist. Rumble. The punch was like a thunderclap, and its aura was like a rainbow, and its essence force was long. Gu Chen had already entered the celestial being realm, and his cultivation was not what it used to be. This punch carried with it a violent sound wave that shook the sage's heart, liver, lungs, and organs to the point that he screamed in pain and was sent flying at a speed faster than when he came. He was sent flying into the distance, smashing through more than 10 buildings before stopping. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The audience watching the execution did not even have time to gasp in shock when they saw Gu Chen flicking his finger. A golden light flashed, and the cage not far away from him was completely shattered. The Ghost King, Lu Yichen, and the rest escaped. Clang. 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 Gu Chen flicked his finger repeatedly, and the shackles binding the group of people all broke. A surge of energy entered their bodies and forced the poison out of their bodies. None of them were poisoned as deeply as Gu Chen, and they quickly recovered their cultivation. Their expressions were full of vigor. Nan Gongjing and the other sage had completely stopped in their tracks. Nan Gongsu approached from the side with an extremely ugly expression. The 3 sages surrounded Gu Chen from 3 directions. However, they didn't dare to act rashly because Gu Chen's attack was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye just now, he instantly turned 2 sages into ice sculptures, and sent another sage flying with a punch. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Such strength had already far exceeded their imagination. When Gu Chen was still in the longevity realm, he already had the strength to contend with a sage. Now that he had broken through to the celestial realm, his strength was even more earth-shattering. At this moment, his primordial spirit had been formed, his golden body was immortal, and his origin energy was as vast as the ocean. The various powers of the northern plains were all shocked. They originally came to watch the Overlord's execution, but who would have thought that such a huge accident would happen? To be able to deal with 3 sages in an instant, the Overlord was even more terrifying than the rumors said. A dragon returning to the sea. The Nalan clan is in big trouble this time. The demon race patriarch, Luo Hao, looked at the domineering Gu Chen and sneered. As for the group of Nalan family clansmen, they were already panicking to the point of not knowing what to do. Especially Nalan Shuling, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Gu Chen, whom she had labeled as a loser a moment ago, had actually condensed his primordial spirit and stepped into the celestial being realm in the next moment. An 18-year-old sage, what kind of concept was that? Heavens! Breaking through to the saint realm at the age of 18, the Overlord's achievement has far surpassed that of Huangfu Qingming. Even in the history of the continent, this is extremely rare, right? It's too scary. To be able to reverse the situation in such a desperate situation. Run, there will definitely be a great battle between sages. It's too dangerous to stay. The audience outside the field exclaimed, and many began to flee, afraid that they would be involved in the aftermath of the battle between sages. However, even more people took the risk to stay because this battle was destined to be left in the history of the Northern Plains. The Overlord was reborn from the ashes, and his power was as brilliant as the sky, pressuring people to the point of suffocation. An 18-year-old sage? Nalan Su looked at Gu Chen, and at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret in his heart. Before this, in the nearly 1,000 years he had lived, the most amazing person he had seen was undoubtedly the King of Weapons, Jiang Beiming. However, at this moment, in front of him, this young overlord had far surpassed the King of Weapons' achievements. The King of Weapons definitely didn't have such a cultivation at his age. Daochild Gu, what should we do? Ghost King and the others had all recovered their cultivation and stared fearlessly at the large number of people from the Underworld Palace and the Nalan clan. Gu Chen coldly looked at Nalan Su, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. Kill everyone from the Underworld Palace, and exterminate the Nalan clan. Exterminate the entire clan. When Gu Chen said this, everyone from the Nalan clan turned pale. The Overlord was determined to kill them. Nalan Su's heart trembled. He knew that his previous betrayal had completely enraged the Overlord, and there was no room for reconciliation between the two sides. Yes. The powerful aura of the King realm surged from the 9 people. It was difficult for them to deal with sages, but to deal with others, it was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. I will be the main attacker, and you guys will support. Nan Gongjing looked at Gu Chen solemnly and said. Hearing this, Nalan Su and the other Heavenly Dark Guard's eyes turned cold, and they nodded. They remembered the terrifying myriad poison body of the other party. No matter how strong this Overlord was, he had just entered the Heaven Realm. If the 3 of them worked together, their chances of victory would be greater. Nan Gongjing took the lead and rushed toward Gu Chen. With a wave of his hand, thousands of layers of purplish-black poison waves spread out and filled the air toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen looked at Elder Nangong. He knew that the Underworld Palace had deliberately sent him to deal with him purely to tie him down. Today's battle is of great importance. Elder, I can only let you suffer a little. Gu Chen murmured. He raised his left hand, and a cold moon appeared in his palm. Those poisons would be troublesome if they came into contact with even a little bit. Gu Chen did not dare to be careless and chose the most effective battle strategy. He pushed out his palm, and a gentle white light spread out in a fan shape. When the poison waves that could corrode everything came into contact with them, they turned into purplish-black ice and fell to the ground. Nan Gongjing's figure flickered, and he quickly appeared 30 feet away from Gu Chen. Nalan Su and the other Heavenly Dark Guard also rushed over in a triangular formation. Boom, the Tyrant Heavenly Bone on Gu Chen's chest shone brightly, and boundless domineering aura spread out. The 3 of them suddenly felt as if they were struck by lightning, and their bodies became severely sluggish. 2 rays of purple light shot out from his eyes, and they went straight for Nan Gongjing, who was closest to him. Spiritual attack. Nan Gongjing had been modified by the man with a bamboo hat, and now that he had lost all his memories, Gu Chen guessed that his primordial spirit was definitely weaker. As expected, Nan Gongjing's eyes became dazed, and his body became even more sluggish. At the same time that Gu Chen used his spiritual secret technique on him, he had already raised a hand. 7 Absolute's Tyrant Blade, golden flying knives appeared one after another at the same time, and they slashed toward the other 2 sages. In the past, Gu Chen could only summon the 7 Absolute's Tyrant Blade one after another, but now that he had broken through to the celestial being realm, his spiritual power had increased greatly, and he could summon 7 of them in an instant. When the 2 sages saw the 7 golden flying knives appear in an instant, they thought that it was just a normal spell, and they forced their way in. The Seven Absolutes Tyrant blade was extremely sharp, and it was good at breaking through the surface with a single point. Ah! Nalan-su and the Heaven Nether Guard both let out shrill cries. Blood sprayed from all over their bodies, and they were crippled. The sages, on the other hand, had tenacious vitality. Even though they were at a disadvantage, they still gritted their teeth and summoned a treasure each, smashing it at Guchen. Nalan-su summoned an ice crystal mountain, while the other saint summoned a battle spear. Guchen was expressionless. His left hand grabbed at the air, and a golden spear appeared in his hand, Overlord's spear. He waved his hand and stabbed out. In that instant, it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping forward, forcefully blocking the attacks of the two sages. Boom boom boom, an energy storm was set off in the entire plaza. The ice crystal mountain was disintegrated, and the spear was instantly broken into two pieces when it met the Overlord's spear. The two sages spat out blood and retreated. It took them a lot of effort to stop, and their faces were as pale as paper. Too powerful, the current Overlord was simply unstoppable. One man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Die, Overlord! It was only then that Namgongjing recovered from his trance and rushed toward Guchen again. His body contained an endless amount of poison. As long as he came into contact with Guchen, he would be poisoned and the situation would be under control. Although he couldn't completely cripple his cultivation like before, he could at least suppress the aura of his breakthrough. Guchen glanced at Elder Nangong, and the golden person in his mind stared at the moon again, summoning it across the air. Crack crack crack. Pure white moon rabbits descended around Elder Nangong's body, turning into a gentle white light that completely drowned him. Guchen summoned the lunar solice with all his might. He didn't want to engage in an unnecessary battle with Elder Nangong. This lunar solice could freeze a person's soul and body, but it would be fine if it was temporarily sealed. This move was just right to deal with Elder Nangong, who had a body full of poison and was extremely troublesome. Namgongjing shouted in anger and tried to break free from the approaching white light, but he was still drowned in it. He turned into a huge block of ice and fell onto the plaza, completely sealed. When the remaining two sages saw this, they felt a chill down their spines. Nalan-su turned his head to look outside the plaza. At this time, the 9 kings under the Overlord's banner had already charged towards all the Nalan clan members present. They had even rushed towards the Nalan clan's mansion. All of them were powerful immortal-level kings with unique physiques. They were killed wherever they passed by. People of the Nalan family were running and screaming everywhere. Their king-level juniors were also being killed one by one. Looking at this situation, it wouldn't be long before the Nalan family's vitality would be greatly damaged. Patriarch Luo! Everyone! Please help the old man. Nalan-su panicked. He quickly looked at the demonic human tribe leader and the big shots of Northern Plains forces who were watching coldly from the side. Luohao's face was expressionless as he replied indifferently. We are here to watch the execution. As for who is being punished, we don't care. As he said that, the bigwigs of Northern Plains forces nodded. They weren't stupid. The Overlord was in a fit of anger. If they stood up for Nalan-su, wouldn't that be courting death? Moreover, the Nalan family had become the pawns of the new emperor of Middle-earth without discussing it with them. To them, it was a betrayal. Today, everyone was invited to watch the execution. They were being threatened openly and secretly. How many of them would feel comfortable? Nalan-su regretted it deeply when he saw that all his former allies were indifferent. He originally had a lot of allies in Northern Plains, but because of the huge benefits promised by the Huangfu clan, he had offended all of them. Now, he was completely isolated. It was over. Die. Nalan-su didn't have time to regret at all because Guchen was already charging towards him. Every time he swung his fist, it was a super accent killing punch. It was fast, and the power of the sound wave attack was strong. It made him miserable. Nalan-su clenched his teeth and used all kinds of methods. He had cultivated for almost 1,000 years and had a few precious treasures and ultimate arts on him. Guchen's treasures were all taken away. He could only fight against the two sages with his bare hands. Not long after, the sage that was sent flying flew back. Even though he was heavily injured, he still had the strength to fight. This encouraged Nalan-su. His eyes gradually revealed a determined look. It was a battle to the death. If they didn't kill the overlord, they would definitely die. The three sages worked together and used all kinds of precious treasures to besiege Guchen. It was a shocking scene. Big brother, should we help the overlord? One of the demonic humans looked at tribe leader Luo Hao and asked. Luo Hao shook his head with a cold expression. The overlord and the people of Underworld God Palace have come to Northern Plains. Do you still not understand their intentions? The overlord definitely wants to ally with our tribe. In that case, he needs to display enough strength. Big brother, you mean? Luo Hao's younger brother was shocked. If we don't submit to Huangfu Wuji, we will eventually need to find an alliance. What we need to know now is the overlord's strength and what kind of conditions he can offer. Luo Hao's words made the big shots of the various factions in Northern Plains nod. They needed to test whether the other party was a suitable ally. Northern Plains had always been isolated from the other regions of Kunlun continent. This would be a major change for them. Guchen was surrounded by three sages. The more he fought, the better his condition became. He had just broken through and needed some time to adapt. Now, he had already adapted. The void around him suddenly became distorted, trapping the three sages in a corner. Spatial shackle? The three sages were trapped in the spatial prison constructed by Guchen. They were shocked and immediately tried to break free. Instant beauty. Guchen didn't give him the chance. Colorful light shone in his eyes as he used the Heaven Emperor's ultimate technique. The vast power of time instantly descended on the three. The injured parts of the two dark sky guards quickly rotted and smelled, and their bodies shriveled. The most unbearable was Nalan Su. He was already close to the limit of a sage's lifespan of 1,000 years. After being hit by Guchen's instant beauty, he immediately aged at an extremely fast speed. His eyes became deep, and his hands became as ugly as chicken claws. No, he trembled all over and touched his dry skin. His heart was trembling. Guchen struck the sun and moon embracing hammer at the two sages who couldn't move. The terrifying light of the sun and moon engulfed them and created a huge ball of light in the sky above Frostless City. When the strong light ended, the two sages had already turned into ashes. All traces of them were completely erased from the world. When the big shots of the various factions in Northern Plains saw this, they were extremely shocked. He had just broken through to the Heaven Realm, yet he won against 6 sages. This overlord really had amazing talent. Overlord, the old man was wrong. I beg you to spare my Nalan clan. Nalan Su's lifespan was about to run out, and he became an old man with 1 foot in the grave. He begged pitifully. The moment the Nalan clan decided to rely on Huangfu Wuji, there was no longer a need for them to exist in this world. Guchen was expressionless. He punched Nalan Su's head and destroyed his primordial spirit. He didn't show any mercy. Grandpa lost. So many sages lost to him. From afar, Nalan Shuling witnessed her grandpa's death with her own eyes. She also saw the Nalan clan fall from the clouds to the bottom of a cliff. She thought of what Guchen said a few days ago. He said that she would regret it. She didn't expect this day to come so soon. I have to escape quickly. As long as I escape to Middle-earth, that Huangfu Wuji will definitely take me in. Nalan Shuling fantasized and turned to leave. However, Lu Yichen blocked her way. You're not the only one who regrets because you misjudged him. However, you're the most foolish one. Lu Yichen said coldly. Her body surged with an astonishing chill. No, Overlord, save me. Nalan Shuling turned to run. At this moment, she was actually fantasizing that Guchen would have feelings for her. She hoped that he would let her go. Unfortunately, Guchen didn't hear her at all. Even if he heard her, he wouldn't give any response. Her beautiful face was gradually frozen. The blood in her body solidified into ice, and the flame of her life was completely extinguished. What a pitiful woman. She doesn't even know what kind of person he is. Lu Yichen shook her head. The Nalan clan had underestimated Guchen. They had to pay the price for it. On this night, Frostless City was immersed in blood and fire. Guchen and his group went on a killing spree. They killed all the people from the Nalan clan and the Underworld God Palace. This was a war, and it was destined to have an extremely cruel side. After experiencing betrayal and almost losing his life, Guchen was unusually ruthless. When everything was over, Frostless City was filled with rivers of blood. The corpses of the Nalan clan cultivators were everywhere. At this moment, Guchen walked toward the leader of the demonic clan and the major forces of the northern plains. He had just gone on a killing spree. His body was still emitting a suffocating pressure. The major forces of the northern plains were all nervous. Even the Luo Hao brothers of the demonic clan were tense. Judging from the strength that the overlord had displayed earlier, although he had just entered the heaven tier, he was not inferior to those veteran saints. It was too scary to offend such a monster with endless potential. It would be a nightmare to fight him. Guchen looked at the many big shots of the northern plains. His eyes flashed with cold lightning as he spoke slowly. You have two choices. I won't force you. The first is to submit to Huangfu Wuji and willingly become his slave, forgetting the glory our ancestors once had on this bitterly cold land. The other is to fight side by side with me. I can't promise you that you won't die, but I can promise you that when everything is over, you will have freedom. Your descendants will remember this day. Our ancestors fought for freedom to live on this land. The big shots of the forces in the northern plains were shocked. Guchen did not promise them any substantial benefits, and he even said that they might die. However, what he said moved them. They had lived in this extremely cold land for generations. They were not afraid of the hardships of the environment. It was because here, they had precious freedom. Luo Hao and the big shots of the northern plains exchanged a few glances. Then, in unison, they let out a thunderous roar. Guchen temporarily settled in Frostless City. For a few days, he discussed the alliance with the demon tribe and many forces of the northern plains. As the northern plains was the last stop, there was no need to hide many things. Other than the promise of the Ghost Emperor, Guchen told them the truth about the alliance between the demon tribe and the stone tribe. When the forces of the northern plains learned that Guchen had single-handedly created such a huge alliance, they were surprised and excited. The 5 major tribes of the continent had been opposing each other for countless years. It was unprecedented for them to join forces to fight the enemy. Originally, the demon tribe was worried about joining forces with Guchen, who had lost the celestial court. However, after hearing about the scale of the alliance, all their worries were swept away, including the celestial court, which was mostly made up of humans. They were an alliance of 5 tribes. They no longer had to fear Huangfu Wuji. Other than discussing business with the demon tribe, there were still many things waiting for Guchen to do. He found his storage ring and many treasures from Nalan Su's corpse. Not only were his original things not missing, but he also obtained the 1,000-year heritage of the Nalan clan. Fortunately, Nalan Su did not touch the white ape that was sleeping soundly in the beast storage bag. It was still sleeping soundly, and its body was covered with more colorful crystals. It did not know what had happened in the outside world. After handing over the task of checking the spoils of war and alerting the underworld god palace to the Ghost King and others, Guchen put more attention on Elder Nangong. On the day of the execution, he used the moon soul ice to seal him. After the battle, he began to think about how to help him recover his memory. Elder Nangong was Guchen's lifelong benefactor. If not for him, Guchen would not have been able to enter the Wuchen sect and embark on the path of cultivation. During the 2 years he was in the Wuchen sect, Elder Nangong did not seem to care about him. However, Guchen later found out that he had been secretly watching him. Like killing God Qing Lin, Elder Nangong was Guchen's path protector. He had protected Guchen for a long time. Elder Nangong was not only indebted to Guchen, but also to his father, and even his family. Guchen owed this elder too much, so he had to help him recover his memory no matter what. However, when he checked Elder Nangong's body condition, he felt extremely pained. He felt an extreme desire to kill the man with a bamboo hat. During the inspection, he discovered that there was not a single part of Elder Nangong's body that was intact. The skin on his body seemed to be sewn together piece by piece. It was obvious that he had undergone a large number of human experiments. He should have been transplanted with a poison-type organ, but the organ itself wasn't very strong. The man with a bamboo hat had also done something to his body. Under his inhumane methods, Elder Nangong's body was forcefully turned into a poisonous creature. Even the air that he exhaled through his nose would poison ordinary people. This caused his poisoned body to be ridiculously strong, surpassing most first-rate physiques. It was even to the extent that if a cultivator of the same cultivation realm were to fight him, the slightest carelessness would result in defeat. However, his body contained a large amount of poison, so the damage to him was naturally great. Elder Nangong's body had to endure intense spasms and pain every day. The pain was not only physical, but his primordial spirit was also being corroded. Unlike Lu Yichen was on a mortal level back then and had yet to consolidate her primordial spirit. Therefore, it was much easier for Gu Chen to awaken her memory. However, Elder Nangong's primordial spirit had already been consolidated. His spirit was too strong, so it was difficult for Gu Chen to affect him. Moreover, his primordial spirit was being corroded by the poison, which made it even more difficult. Therefore, Gu Chen dared not do anything for the time being. He was afraid that he would hurt Elder Nangong's soul. As soon as the soul was damaged, it was difficult to recover. For many days, Gu Chen looked through various books and asked the saints in the northern region to understand the secret of the primordial spirit. After sufficient preparation, he began to try to solve the problem of Elder Nangong's body. What he did was to use the Moonlight Soul Refinement skill. The Moonlight Soul Refinement skill could purify and improve one's soul. He believed that it could solve the poison in Elder Nangong's primordial spirit. If Gu Chen's spiritual strength was insufficient in the past, he would not be able to perform this skill on others. However, now that his primordial spirit had been consolidated, he could use all kinds of skills like his own arm. His usage of the Moonlight Soul Refinement skill had also improved. On this day, bathed in the bright moonlight, Gu Chen began to treat Elder Nangong. The Ghost King and the rest were always on guard to protect Gu Chen. The treatment was very important, so he dared not be careless. The entire process was extremely difficult. The spiritual strength of the small golden person in Gu Chen's mind spread out and covered Elder Nangong completely. The primordial spirit pointed at the moon in the sky with one hand and pointed at the top of Elder Nangong's head with the other. Gu Chen's primordial spirit left his body and gathered the moonlight. It was as if he had put on a starry feather robe. Under the purification of the Moonlight Soul Refinement skill, Elder Nangong's body trembled and his face showed pain. No matter how magical the Moonlight Soul Refinement skill was, it was still extremely difficult to remove the deep-rooted poison in his primordial spirit. He was destined to suffer great pain. Gu Chen was very careful. In order to ensure the best effect of the skill, he even used the secret skill to decipher his spiritual strength and forcefully raised his spiritual strength to another level. His primordial spirit was enveloped by the moonlight and starlight, like a god that could not be blasphemed. Meanwhile, the filth on Elder Nangong's primordial spirit slowly fell off. The treatment process lasted for 3 whole days. When everything was over, Gu Chen's primordial spirit returned to his sea of consciousness. His legs weakened and he collapsed to the ground. His entire face was pale. He had overexerted his spiritual strength. "Brother Gu, are you all right?" Jiao Rou and the rest hurriedly went forward and asked. "I'm fine. How is Elder Nangong?" Gu Chen waved his hand as he stared fixedly at Elder Nangong. His eyes were closed and his expression was much more serene than a few days ago. Gu Chen was most afraid that his treatment would fail. It was his first time doing something like this. The primordial spirit was mysterious. If there was even the slightest mistake during the process, it could lead to irreversible consequences. Gu Chen recuperated while waiting for Elder Nangong to wake up. After another half a day, Elder Nangong slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep in vicissitudes of life. There was no longer any ruthlessness in them. "Gu Chen." He opened his mouth and called out. Gu Chen's expression shook. At this moment, his heart was extremely excited. Elder Nangong was finally awake, since that night when he brought him out of Tiannan City, in order to cover his escape and stall the man with a bamboo hat. It had been a whole 2 years. In these 2 years, they had both experienced countless hardships. Finally, they could meet again. "You've grown up." Elder Nangong sighed as he looked at Gu Chen, who had lost his childishness and become a lot more resolute. He clearly remembered why he had appeared in Northern Plains, and how Gu Chen had saved him. Back then, that youth who could not even cultivate spirit energy but persistently trained himself every day had eventually grown into an overlord of his generation. If Gu Yuan was still alive, he would definitely be very proud to have a grandson like you. Elder Nangong sighed. He had no children in his life and had always been protecting Gu Chen. Unknowingly, he had already treated Gu Chen as his junior. Seeing that Gu Chen had made a name for himself, he was happier than anyone else. Elder, you have suffered. Gu Chen's eyes turned slightly red. He thought about how much suffering Elder Nangong had suffered to protect him when he escaped. He was aware of the suffering that Lu Yichen and Chao Xianben had gone through human experiments, but Elder Nangong's myriad poison body had paid a greater price than them. Although Gu Chen had helped him recover his memories, he could not change his poison body. As long as this poison body existed, he would have to suffer for a day. Gu Chen suggested to Elder Nangong that he could give up on the poison bone in his body. As long as he took away the extreme path organs, the poison in his body would be easily cured. But if he did that, his cultivation would be half crippled. The old man still needs to preserve his cultivation to fight his way into Middle Plains with you. Elder Nangong rejected Gu Chen's suggestion as his eyes shone brightly. Huangfu Wuji not only owes your Gu clan, he also owes the old man. They tortured the old man to this state, the old man must make them pay the price. Elder Nangong was in high spirits, he did not look like an old man who was tortured by poison every day. Lianpa was old, could he still eat? Elder Nangong seemed to have regained his hot-blooded youth and wanted to fight alongside Gu Chen in Middle Plains. I understand, I will find a way as soon as possible to completely resolve the problem with Elder's body. Gu Chen saw that Elder Nangong had made up his mind and nodded. His heart had already drifted to the Middle Earth. Now that the demonic human race, stone race, and Yao race had all supported him, the Ghost Emperor would keep his promise. In that case, the Netherworld Manor would soon betray Huangfu Wuji, and his goal would finally be realized. The biggest problem in front of him now was the Celestial Court. It was time to rebuild the Celestial Court. He already knew how to do it. Sect leader, the Rose-Killing God has received news and has set a specific time for the Celestial Court meeting. At this moment, the Ghost King reported. A few days ago, because Gu Chen was preoccupied with Elder Nangong's matter, he didn't dare to disturb him, so he didn't tell him about this matter. However, they had been delayed in Frostless City for too long, and the news of Nailan family's destruction should have spread to Middle Plains. In order to avoid Huangfu Wuji's attack, it was time to leave. In particular, the old members of the Celestial Court were already on the way to gather. It was said that Zhu Ke, Curly Sickle, and the other killing gods, as well as the two Taoists, Zhongziyu and Sun Shi, had already brought their people to the meeting location. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and the rest were still in Northern Plains. Where is the meeting location? Gu Chen asked. Eastern Wilderness, Linhai Prefecture, the Ghost King said. I know that place, why are we going to such a far place? Gu Chen frowned. He grew up in Eastern Wilderness and had heard of Linhai Prefecture. It was close to the Endless Ocean and was considered extremely remote. After the Celestial Court was destroyed, most of the old members of the Celestial Court escaped to Eastern Wilderness. There is an old branch of the Celestial Court there that is well preserved, and it is far from Huangfu Wuji's sphere of influence, so the meeting location was set there. The Ghost King explained. It seems that many people are very wary of Huangfu Wuji. Gu Chen frowned. Choosing such a remote eastern wilderness showed the weakness of some people in the Celestial Court. Now that Gu Daozi has united the four major alien races, it is naturally a small matter to integrate the Celestial Court, the Ghost King said with a smile. He rarely flattered people, but at this moment, he could not help but say it. When Jiangyu first mentioned the plan to unite the four races, he felt that it was an impossible task. However, now that the most impossible task had been completed, he believed that nothing could stop Gu Chen. Gu Chen was already a saint of the celestial realm, and he was completely qualified to challenge the killing gods. He realized that after this meeting, the second celestial the Arch would be born. This time, no matter what, we must rebuild the Celestial Court and fulfill the last wish of the Celestial the Arch. Gu Chen murmured. Middle-earth, inside the palace of Ba Du, you useless thing, what did you promise me? Huangfu Wuji sat on the dragon throne, and he was unprecedentedly furious at the man with a bamboo hat standing below. The northern plains had just sent back news that the Nalan clan had been annihilated, and the 5 saints they had sent were all annihilated. They had suffered heavy losses. This could be said to be a huge blow to the Nether God Palace. After all, it took a lot of effort to nurture an expert like the Dark Heaven Guard. According to your plan, that scoundrel Gu Chen has already broken through to the celestial realm, and the Northern Plains demon tribe has already formed an alliance with him. Now that he has united the 3 major alien races, he is already a serious threat to my kingdom. Huangfu Wuji was furious. He had originally planned to personally go to the Northern Plains and kill that Gu Chen, but because of the man with a bamboo hat's promise, he did not go. Originally, the news that came back a few days ago was good, saying that Gu Chen was going to be publicly executed. He was even happy about it, and praised the man with a bamboo hat. Who would have thought that the situation would change not long after? The news that Gu Chen had broken through to become a saint in the Northern Plains spread, and the news that he had formed an alliance with the demon tribe also spread like wildfire. Now, this matter had already spread all over the world, and everyone was saying that the Overlord was going to send troops to the Middle-earth, and that his Huangfu clan's kingdom was in danger. He had suffered at the hands of the Overlord time and time again, and his prestige had already suffered a great blow. There was no lack of mockery and ridicule in and out of the court. Huangfu Wuji was filled with regret. He had never thought that he could not kill this kid no matter how hard he tried, and instead allowed him to grow. This subordinate deserves 10,000 deaths, please punish me, Lord God of the Underworld. The man with a bamboo hat did not explain at all. He cat out and took the initiative to ask for punishment. After Huangfu Wuji reprimanded him for a long time, his anger gradually subsided. There were too few people around him that he could trust, especially a trusted aide like the man with a bamboo hat. He could not find a second one. Thus, although he was dissatisfied, he did not really punish the other party. Send down my orders to the prefecture, 2 halls, 3 clans, 4 sacred lands, and 5 sacred sects. From today onwards, the entire Middle-earth will be conscripting troops. Huangfu Wuji said coldly. Lord God of the Underworld, you mean, the man with a bamboo hat's gaze turned cold. That Gu clan remnant will be here soon. I want to gather all the forces and cultivators that can be of use in the 9 provinces. So what if they ally with the 3 foreign races? I can take them all down in one go, and unify the continent earlier than expected. Huangfu Wuji had a crazed look on his face. He had already regarded Gu Chen, who had broken through to become a saint, as an evenly matched enemy. This subordinate understands. Yes, Lord God. The man with a bamboo hat took a deep breath and left with a solemn expression, as if he was about to face a great enemy. When he was far away from Huangfu Wuji's palace, he raised his head to look at the sky and laughed weirdly, as if he did not take Huangfu Wuji's reprimand to heart at all. Haha, Jia, the world is finally going to be in chaos. The Overlord is even worse than Huangfu Wuji. I really want to turn him into my experimental subject. East Baron was located on the east side of Kunlun continent, and on its easternmost side, there was a boundless blue ocean. Since ancient times, countless people had tried to cross the ocean, wanting to know what kind of world it was outside of Kunlun continent. However, the ocean seemed to be boundless. Those who went out to sea either returned empty-handed after spending countless years or never returned, buried in the ocean. Over time, this ocean became known as the Boundless Ocean, shrouded in a mysterious veil. Today, a majestic sky patrol warship pierced through the sky, heading towards the border between the continent and the blue ocean. On the bow of the warship, Gu Chen wore the celestial quartz Taoist robe, his black hair fluttering in the wind as he stared at the vast horizon. Behind him, Ghost King, Lu Yichen and the others also wore the celestial quartz assassin robes, their expressions solemn. Not long after, when the warship was about to reach its destination, 2 rainbows pierced through the sky. Boss, you're finally here. Chao Shanbin took the lead, landing on the bow of the warship and said excitedly. Killing God Rose followed behind him, landing in front of Gu Chen. You're late by many days, Killing God Rose said unhappily. It was a long journey, it took us a lot of time, Gu Chen replied. They had been delayed in North Plains for some time, and the distance from North Plains to East Baron Linhai Prefecture was extremely far. To be able to arrive today was already the result of rushing at full speed. Is it done? Killing God Rose's eyes showed a look of anticipation. It's done, Guchen replied calmly, as if it was something insignificant. You've dealt with the 4 foreign tribes? Killing God Rosette asked again, as if in disbelief. Guchen nodded. Good lad, impressive. She couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to look at the others. You've all worked hard. Since you brought such news, even if you're late by a few days, those guys have nothing to say, she said excitedly. Her gaze suddenly shifted to a corner of the warship, her expression becoming cautious. Who is this fellow Taoist? She noticed Nangong, who was standing in the corner. He had white hair, but he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. She could be sure that the other party had definitely reached the heaven tier, and his strength was unfathomable. He's one of us. Guchen gave a simple explanation, and Killer Rose breathed a sigh of relief. Let's talk about the situation of the former members of the Celestial Court. Senior, you're the only one who came to pick me up. It seems like the others don't like me. Guchen changed the topic to business and said with a smile. Killing God Rosette shook her head. Many of them were already dissatisfied with you. Now that you've arrived so many days late, it's only natural that they don't like you. The Sky Patrol warship flew toward the Linhai Prefecture branch, while the Rose-Killing God briefed Guchen on the situation of the old departments of the Celestial Court who were participating in this meeting. Although we've been searching for the former members of the Celestial Court for the past few months, we haven't been able to contact many of them due to the lack of Skynet and the mysterious identities of many killers. This time I'm not included. 4 gods of slaughter and 2 Taoists have come. Over the past few days, the situation has become rather delicate. Only 4 death gods? It's a little. Guchen frowned. As far as he knew, there were more than 10 death gods in the Celestial Court, but only less than half of them had arrived. It seemed that the disappearance of the Heavenly Palace and the interruption of the nets above snares below had indeed dealt a huge blow to the Celestial Court. Most of the members had lost contact with each other. You think it's too little? If they're all gathered, I'm afraid the resistance you'll face will be even greater. Killing God Rose shook her head and explained. The Celestial Court has recorded a total of 15 death gods, but no more than 10 of them are active. Some of the death gods joined the Celestial Court because they received the favor of the old Celestial Emperor. They don't show their faces at all, even I have never seen them. It's the most difficult to contact these people. Without Skynet, there's no way to start. Guchen pondered deeply. If Skynet can be restored and we can contact these death gods, will they be willing to fight against Huangfu Wuji? Killing God Rosette nodded. These people have been friends with the Celestial Emperor for a long time, and they're all 1,000-year-old monsters. I'm afraid their lifespans are almost up, so they won't be stingy with their lives. Hearing this, Guchen made a judgment in his heart. Alright then, let's talk about the others who are participating in this meeting. You said that the situation has been delicate during my absence. What's going on? Killing God Rose sighed. Chao Xianbin, who was beside her, immediately spoke up indignantly. Boss, you don't know, but the Celestial Court is now divided into 2 factions. One side wants to fight, while the other side wants to retreat overseas and preserve the legacy of the Celestial Court. Overseas? Where can they retreat to? Guchen raised his eyebrows. Killing God Vermilion Bird has an island about 1,000 miles out of the sea. She said that the cultivators of the Celestial Court can be transferred there. She said that overseas is actually rich in resources, and that it's a suitable place to rest and build up strength. We can retreat there and rebuild. When the time comes in the future, there might be a possibility of rebuilding the Celestial Court. Killing God Curled Sickle agrees with her idea. Many other assassins of the Celestial Court also expressed their agreement. Guchen remained silent. He couldn't judge whether this kind of reclusive mentality was right or wrong. Perhaps the 2 killing gods really wanted to preserve the remaining combat power of the Celestial Court and leave behind their legacy. However, the Celestial Palace was gone, so what legacy could be left behind? According to what you said, the other 2 killing gods and Daozi are all in favor of fighting? Guchen asked again. Fatty hurriedly nodded his head. Killer God Rosette took over from his words. It's not as simple as Fatty thinks. The situation is very complicated. Killing God Illusion and Daozi Xianxia are actually neutral. These days, no matter who tried to rope them in, they remained silent. Killing God Thousand Hands, on the other hand, is clearly standing behind Daozi Zhongziyu. They are in favor of fighting just like us, but there's a condition. Killing God Rose paused. What condition? Zhongziyu hopes that the rebuilt celestial court will be led by him. In other words, he wants to become the second celestial emperor. Killing God Rose sneered. He's that confident that the other killing gods will agree to this condition? Guchen asked curiously. Daozi was the heir of the celestial emperor. Although this rule was correct, now that the celestial emperor was dead, the powerful killing gods might not be too happy about this. Zhongziyu broke through to the celestial realm a few months ago, and widened the gap between you and the other Daozi. This is where his confidence lies. Killing God Rosette reminded solemnly. When Guchen heard that, a strange look appeared in his eyes. His companions behind him also smiled. This Linhai prefecture was too remote. The old subordinates of the celestial court had gathered here for many days, but it seemed that they still didn't know that Guchen had broken through to Saint. Guchen didn't explain much and just smiled. If Zhongziyu wants to be the second celestial emperor, the others will support him, and I won't oppose it. Killing God Rose looked at Guchen mockingly. You're not interested in the position of celestial emperor? Compared to a title, the unity of the celestial court is more important. As long as the new celestial emperor is pro-war and willing to ally with me, it's fine. Guchen said indifferently. This was his true thought. The celestial court was a huge organization. If there was someone who could unite all the internal forces better than him, why not? That won't do. We've been busy for so long. If Zhongziyu becomes the second celestial emperor, who knows if he'll be reliable? It's useless even if you don't want to be the second celestial emperor. We've been helping you build momentum these days. Build momentum? Guchen raised his eyebrows. That's right. Why do you think Jiang Daozi didn't come? He's been busy with the assassins of the celestial court, hoping to get their support for you. Killing God Rose explained. Brother Jiang is really thoughtful. Guchen's eyes rippled. Jiang Yaij was also one of the four Daozi, but he supported him to become the second celestial emperor. This kind of breadth of mind and magnanimity was rare. We all believe that you're the most suitable candidate, so don't say anything about not wanting the position. Just fight for it with all your might. Guchen nodded, his eyes filled with determination. In that case, he would do his best. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the Gate of Heaven of the Linhai Prefecture Division. They put away the Sky Patrol warship and went in. After a moment of dizziness, Guchen and the others appeared in the secret realm of the Linhai Prefecture Division. The layout of this Linhai Prefecture Division was slightly different from the other divisions. After all, it was an old division that was said to have existed thousands of years ago. This place was originally abandoned, and few people within the Celestial Court knew about it. That was why it was preserved after the fall of the Celestial Court and was not discovered by the assassins of the Underworld God Palace. As soon as Guchen and the others stepped into the division, countless eyes were cast on them. Some were surprised, some were hostile, some were respectful, and some were indifferent. The attitudes of the former subordinates were all different. With Guchen in the lead, the group walked over calmly and finally stopped in front of the old subordinates of the various factions. Vermilion Bird, Curly Sickle, True Illusion, and Thousand Hands were all present. Zhongziyu, Sunshi, and Jiang Yaij, the three Taoists, also looked at Guchen. Jiang Yaij immediately walked over to greet them with a smile, but the others were not so friendly. Tyrant, you sure have a lot of face. You made us wait for so many days. The thousand-hand killing god, who had never met Guchen, spoke first and coldly snorted. Tyrant, what you've done in the Middle Earth has been too reckless. Although you've resolved the hatred temporarily, you've made it even more difficult for the old subordinates of the Celestial Court. The Vermilion Bird killing god spoke up as well, his tone filled with accusation. Guchen had done such a shocking thing during Huangfu Wuji's ascension ceremony, and the Celestial Court had a mixed opinion of him. A portion of them acknowledged Gu Chen and felt that he was extremely courageous. They admired him and worshipped him like a god. However, a portion of them were dissatisfied because of this and felt that Gu Chen had made their situation even more dangerous. In fact, this was indeed the case. Ever since Gu Chen declared war on Huangfu Wuji during his ascension ceremony and issued the heavenly execution order, the Netherworld God Palace had obviously put in more effort to encircle and annihilate the remaining assassins of the Celestial Court. Many assassins suffered greatly because of this and naturally complained about Gu Chen's impulsive actions. At this moment, Gu Chen had arrived so many days late that he was viewed as an enemy by more than half of the people. Tyrant, what qualifications do you have to issue the heavenly execution order on behalf of the Celestial Arch? Killing God Curled Scythe was even more direct. You're just a Taoist and you don't have the right to do so. Because of you, we've gotten into a lot of trouble and it's even harder to hide. You have to apologize to us for this. Gu Chen listened to the Killing God's accusation and only smiled calmly. Isn't that better? Since it's not easy to hide, then choose to fight. Only by fighting can one survive. What's the point of dragging out an ignoble existence? His words were extremely harsh and instantly angered the Vermilion Bird Killing God and Killing God Curled Scythe. Tyrant, don't be too presumptuous. Qinglin is already gone, and no one can protect you anymore. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold when he heard this. Humph, do you think I don't exist? Killing God Rosette was instantly enraged when she heard this and stood out from behind Gu Chen. Before Qinglin passed away, he entrusted Gu Chen to her, so she was his Dao protector now. How could she allow him to be threatened by two killing gods? Elder Nan Gong's eyes also turned cold when he heard this. He was Gu Chen's earliest Dao protector. When he heard this, he also took a step forward and revealed the aura of a sage. When the two sages revealed their cultivation at the same time, the faces of Vermilion Bird and Killing God Curled Scythe changed. Forget about Rosette, they had already expected it, but who was the other sage? Was he also the killing god of the Celestial Court? As there were a few killing gods in the Celestial Court that they had never seen before, they did not suspect Nan Gongzheng's identity. Seeing that there were two killing gods by Gu Chen's side, Daoist Zhongziyu's expression turned solemn. He knew that Jiang Yaij was helping the tyrant to recruit people in an attempt to make him the new Celestial Emperor. Because of this, he directly regarded the tyrant as a formidable enemy. After all, the tyrant's reputation in the mainland was far greater than his, and what he did at the coronation ceremony had given him extraordinary prestige. The situation was already somewhat disadvantageous to him, and now that Gu Chen was accompanied by two killing gods, he felt that the situation was not good. Tyrant, although the Celestial Court's internal rules state that Taoists and killing gods are on the same level, we should still respect our elders. Zhongziyu took the initiative to speak. At this time, he chose to share the hatred of the Seclusion faction. Tyrant, Vermilion Bird and Curled Scythe have made great contributions to the Celestial Court. How can a little kid like you criticize them so casually? The Thousand-Hand Killing God also spoke. He was Zhongziyu's Dao protector, and naturally knew the benefits of suppressing Gu Chen at this time. The pro-war faction and the Seclusion faction were actually in the same boat, accusing Gu Chen together. No matter how stupid they were, the others could also see the sensitivity of the situation. Sun Shi and Killing God Huanzhen remained silent, maintaining their neutrality, while many of the Celestial Court killers gathered here began to whisper. Facing the joint accusation of two factions, how would the tyrant respond? Today we're here to discuss things, not to quarrel. Killing God Rosette saw that the situation was not favorable to Gu Chen, and was afraid that he would suffer a loss, so he quickly said. Then let the tyrant apologize first. After he apologizes, we can discuss properly. Killing God Curled Scythe sneered. Gu Chen's words just now had provoked them. Senior Rosette, you're wrong. At this time, Gu Chen suddenly spoke. Ah? Killing God Rosette was stunned. Did he say something wrong just now? Everyone. Gu Chen's cold gaze swept across the killing gods and Taoists. I'm not here to quarrel today, I'm here to fight. They were not here to quarrel, but to fight. Don't hold back. Gu Chen's words were powerful, and the provocation was too strong, causing an uproar. Tyrant, you really don't take us seriously. Several killer gods were furious, and murderous intent shot up into the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding world turned into darkness, and the entire magnetic field was distorted by the murderous intent of the killer gods. Many of the would-be Taoists, gold assassins, and silver assassins present changed their expressions. The murderous intent was so strong that they could feel it even though they were not involved. It was obvious how angry the killer gods were at this moment. Tyrant is as bold as the rumors say. He's not here to talk about cooperation, he's clearly here to pick a fight. Some assassins who had never seen Gu Chen before could not help but secretly sweat. He's as arrogant as ever. Cui Jing and Hua Jingfei, the prospective Daoist children who had once suffered at Gu Chen's hands, thought to themselves. There was a gloating look in their eyes. He would not be able to walk away unscathed today after provoking these killer gods like this. Why did you provoke them for no reason? Killer God Rose whispered, not expecting Gu Chen to be so unscrupulous. Senior, these guys are all ganging up against me. We have to kill their spirit. Gu Chen was expressionless, and his voice sounded in Killer God Rose's mind. Kill their spirit? I'm afraid we'll be the first to suffer. Killer God Rose did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although Gu Chen had found a celestial realm helper, their strength was still not enough when compared to the two sects joining forces. I'll take care of everything. Senior, just watch. Gu Chen said calmly, and then took a step forward. With this step, a terrifying domineering aura emanated from his body. Almost in an instant, with the power of one person, he twisted the magnetic field formed by the murderous intent of the three killer gods. Boom, the surrounding world returned to normal in the blink of an eye. The darkness went away, and the suffocating pressure disappeared. What replaced it was the domineering aura that emerged from Gu Chen's body. It was holy and powerful, as if he was the supreme ruler of the world, making it impossible for anyone to resist. He was calm and unruffled as he casually walked towards the three gods of slaughter. With every step he took, the domineering aura on his body surged and dissipated. The assassins trembled in fear. Many of them couldn't withstand the pressure at all. Their legs turned to jelly, and some of them even fainted. Gu Chen intended to intimidate all the assassins of the celestial court, so his innate domineering chi spread out like a tidal wave, forcing the assassins to retreat in panic. Is that the legendary innate haki? The eyes of the three death gods trembled. This domineering aura was mainly locked onto them. They felt the most intense pressure, and at this moment, huge waves surged in their hearts. Under the aura of the tyrant, they did not even have the courage to take a step forward. It was as if the slightest movement would provoke his storm-like attacks. As titled killer gods who had experienced thousands of bloody battles, they actually felt uncomfortable because of a youth's boldness. Damn it, tyrannical firmament bone, under this pressure, Zhongziyu's face turned pale. This tyrant, why does he take us into consideration as well? Killer god Huanzhen and Daoist Sun Shi also felt the impact of the innate domineering qi. Killer god Huanzhen was fine, but Sun Shi, who had not reached the heaven tier, was already swaying. The two of them were furious. This tyrant was too arrogant. They were neutral, so why did he drag them into this? Who wants to go first? Gu Chen looked at the crowd with a smile. That look was simply asking for a beating. This time, all the assassins sucked in a breath of cold air. They completely understood that the tyrant was really here to cause trouble. He directly stood on the opposite side of all the death gods and Taoist children, as if he wanted to fight them all alone. Arrogant brat. Killer god Curled Scythe couldn't take it anymore. He forcefully endured the innate domineering chi and rushed forward. With a wave of his hand, countless scythe-shaped wind blades appeared in the air, each revealing a destructive aura. Experts of the heaven tier had already begun to come into contact with the laws of heaven and earth. Even if it was an ordinary spell cast by their hands, because it was mixed with a thin power of laws, it would still produce great destructive power. The sky full of scythes surged toward Gu Chen, but Gu Chen's face was expressionless, and he did not move at all. The space one zhang in front of him was distorted. All the scythes fell into the distorted space, like cows in a swamp, not making a single splash. At this time, Gu Chen pointed a finger at the thousand-hand killer god, and the space behind him fluctuated. Not good. The thousand-hand killer god's expression changed. He saw the scythes that had disappeared earlier explode from behind him, landing on him like rain falling on a banana leaf. Boom, a dazzling brown light burst out of his body. He had withstood this wave of attack with great difficulty, but his whole person was bristling with anger. Tyrant! You fought with Scythe, why did you involve me? He said angrily. Oh, I just casually pointed. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and that indifferent look made people even angrier. Kid, you broke through and became a saint? At this time, the vermilion bird killer god exclaimed. The thousand-hand killer god and Curly Scythe, who had been plotted against, suddenly realized, and their expressions changed. If he had not reached the heaven realm, no matter how deep his understanding of spatial spells was, it would not have been so easy to deflect the attack just now. This tyrant had become a saint. How old was he? The few killer gods sucked in a breath of cold air, and when the Taoists and prospective Taoists heard this, they felt that the sky had collapsed. An 18-year-old saint. Tyrant, this bastard. Damn it. How long has it been since he stepped into the king realm and triggered the stars in daytime, and now he has stepped into the heaven realm? The group of prospective Taoists felt a strong sense of helplessness. As the celestial emperor's heir like Gu Chen, it was the greatest tragedy. No matter how hard they worked, the other party always seemed to be able to easily surpass them. Zhongziyu originally thought that he was the only one among the four Taoists to step into the heaven realm, but now that he heard that the 18-year-old tyrant had also stepped into this realm, his expression was very interesting. This kid, so he has already broken through. Why didn't you guys tell me? The Rose Killer God was also very surprised, and could not help but turn to look at the Ghost King, Zhao Rou, and the others, and complain. If she had known this, she would not have been so nervous earlier. Everyone could not help but smile, because they wanted to see the Rose Killer God's shocked expression, so they did not say anything. Qing Lin really has a good eye. The Vermilion Bird Killer God looked at Gu Chen seriously. An 18-year-old saint, this was the first time she had seen one, and for a moment, she could not help but feel a strong desire to test him. All of you, come at me together. Gu Chen said indifferently. No matter how strong you are, your words are really too presumptuous. The Curly Scythe Killer God and the Thousand-Hand Killer God were so angry that their teeth itched. The three killers looked at each other, and tacitly surrounded Gu Chen from three directions, since the tyrant had already broken through to the heaven realm. Considering that he was the possessor of a superb physique, it was not too embarrassing for the three of them to join forces. His previous attitude was too arrogant, so the three of them decided to join forces to suppress his arrogance. At this moment, they were very happy. No matter what, the tyrant was a member of the celestial court, so naturally, the more talented he was, the better. But as happy as they were, as seniors, they did not want to lose their prestige in front of him, so they must teach him how to be a person. I am also very curious about your current strength. The Phantom Killer God also stood up, itching to fight. Just now, Gu Chen's domineering aura had also included him in the attack range, which made him want to suppress him. All the killers of the celestial court were dumbfounded when they saw the four killer gods joining forces to deal with Gu Chen. What about you? Do you want to attack together? Gu Chen looked at Zhongziyu. He had also stepped into the celestial realm, and his strength was not much weaker than the four killing gods. Humph, with the four seniors here, you have no chance of winning at all. I will not take advantage of you. Zhongziyu said uncomfortably. He wanted to fight for the position of celestial ruler, and if he joined forces with the other killing gods to deal with Gu Chen, even if he won, it would not be glorious. It was better to watch this Gu Chen be taught a lesson, and when he lost face, he would naturally be too embarrassed to fight with him for the position. Is that so? That's a pity. Gu Chen expressed regret for Zhongziyu's answer, which angered the four killing gods even more. Attack. Beat this brat up. This guy is more annoying than Qing Lin, teach him well on behalf of the old celestial ruler. The four death gods all burst out with energy fluctuations that were as vast as the mountains and as vast as the seas. The vermilion bird killing god turned into a dark fire phoenix, and with a spread of his wings, phoenix fire burned the plains. The curly scythe killing god grabbed with his big hand, and a scythe as long as 10 feet dragged through the void, smashing toward him. The thousand hands killing god seemed to really have 1,000 hands, and the sky was full of hidden weapons flashing. He was known for his proficiency in hidden weapons, and at this moment, a wave of hidden weapons rain made people's scalps tingle. The true illusion-killing god had a pair of orange eyes, and at this moment, a strange light was emitted. He was proficient in illusion, and instantly confused Gu Chen's consciousness, trying to pull him into an illusion. The four killing gods each showed their magical abilities, and Gu Chen's expression became serious, and he spread out his hands. The majestic blood chi in his body spread out, and his origin power crazily flowed. A dazzling sun appeared in his left hand, and a cold bright moon appeared in his right hand. After being able to summon the true sun fire and the moon soul ice respectively, Gu Chen's attainment in the sun and moon refining secret technique was close to great success, and the power of all related secret techniques also greatly increased. His purple eyes first lit up, and he looked at the true illusion-killing god, boom. With this look, he saw through the falsehood, and the illusion of the true illusion-killing god was instantly broken. He retreated madly as if he was struck by lightning. He then raised his left hand and pressed the blazing sun towards the fire phoenix. The phoenix's entire body was intertwined with colorful flames, and its might was astonishing. However, as soon as it approached the blazing sun in Gu Chen's hand, it was like an imprisoned canary. Its figure rapidly shrank, like a moth flying into a flame. The space has been sealed. The vermilion bird-killing god's eyes were filled with shock. Gu Chen had actually sealed the space with a casual lift of his hand. Gu Chen raised his right hand again, and the cold moon chopped towards the rain of hidden weapons that flickered with a cold luster. The thousand-hand killing god was shocked to find that all his hidden weapons were corroded and rusted as soon as they got close to Gu Chen. It was as if they had experienced thousands of years in an instant, losing all their power. "Hey, kid, you can't deal with my side, right?" Killing god Curly Scythe saw that Gu Chen had no choice but to deal with the attacks from three directions at the same time. He could not help but feel a burst of joy. He waved his scythe and chopped down from behind, but before he could get close, Gu Chen let out a thunderous roar. Tut! The terrifying sound wave shook killing god Curly Scythe until he was dizzy, and his attacks lost their aim. At this time, Gu Chen's body began to spin, and his hands drew a circle at a strange angle, embracing the sun and catching the moon, hammering through all directions. Boom! The blazing sun in his left hand and the cold moon in his right collided, and a dazzling celestial light burst out. Not good. The three killing gods' faces changed. They could not escape in time, and were drowned in the light. A huge ball of light appeared where they had been. All the assassins of the celestial court had tactfully retreated several thousand feet away, afraid to get involved in the aftermath of the battle between the killing gods. At this moment, it was as if a sun had risen from the flat ground. It was so dazzling that it could vaporize everything. That was close. Killing god Surreal was glad that he had escaped in time. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face. When the aftermath had dissipated, the three killing gods' hair was disheveled, and their breathing was ragged. Even their clothes were not intact. Gu Chen was still in his pure white Taoist robe. His black hair was loose, and his eyes were like godly jade, standing firm and unwavering. This is not a good place to fight. It will hurt the innocent. I'll let it go today. Tyrant, it's not good for us to kill each other. I'll let you go today. After the battle, killing god Curly Scythe and killing god with 1,000 hands spoke one after another. What they said was shocking. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was clearly a sign of submission. Thank you for your mercy. Gu Chen did not mind, and smiled. The three killing gods were all shrewd people. From the exchange just now, they realized that they would have to pay a huge price to defeat Gu Chen. If they were not careful, they might lose. Therefore, they did not want to continue fighting. This was obviously a losing deal. It was not honorable for them to defeat Gu Chen. On the contrary, if they lost, they would be humiliated. Considering this point, although the three of them hated him to the core, they chose to give up the fight. Gu Chen is really amazing. He actually beat up these three guys and made them lose their temper. Killing god Rose clicked her tongue in wonder. Although the battle was short, Gu Chen's attack combined everything he had learned. He even used time and space spells at the same time. He did not look like someone who had just entered the celestial realm. If the fight continued, she was very sure that even if Gu Chen could not win, he would definitely not lose. Now, you three don't need my apology, right? Gu Chen looked at the killing gods and said. Killing god with 1,000 hands snorted. Overlord, you are indeed very strong, but strength doesn't mean everything here. Strength is everything. That can't be wrong, right? Gu Chen glanced at him coldly, then walked towards Zhong Ziyu. Tyrant, we are here to talk business. I don't want to fight you. Zhong Ziyu's expression was gloomy, and his tone was not very confident. Panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was afraid that Gu Chen would challenge him. Even the 4 killing gods couldn't take down this tyrant. How could he be a match for him? If there is no absolute authority figure, no matter how much discussion there will be no result. Whether it is the pro-war faction or the secluded faction, as long as the second celestial emperor is born, everyone will listen to him, right? Gu Chen stopped and looked at all the members of the celestial court present. The second celestial emperor, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The tyrant was indeed coveting this position, it was normal to have this ambition, but no one would say it out loud. They did not expect him to be so direct at this moment. The 4 Taoists are the heirs of the celestial emperor. The second celestial emperor should be born among the 4 of them. In that case, today the 4 of us will fight to the death. Whoever wins will be the celestial emperor. Gu Chen said expressionlessly. As soon as this was said, Zhong Ziyu and Sun Shi's expressions froze. Did the tyrant want to kill them to prove his position as the celestial emperor? You don't have the final say in this matter. Zhong Ziyu bit the bullet. After seeing Gu Chen's strength, who would want to fight him head-on, no one wanted to be a stepping stone for him to be crowned celestial emperor. Of course I have the final say. If you don't want to fight, I'll force you to. Gu Chen's tone was overbearing. He stretched out one hand and the power of time shrouded Zhong Ziyu and Xianxia at the same time. Gu Chen, this matter can be discussed. Killer God Rosette quickly tried to dissuade him. Gu Chen had already intimidated the 4 killer gods. There was really no need to kill the weaker Taoists. The next scene shocked Killer God Rosette even more. Even Gu Chen's companions did not understand what Gu Chen was trying to do. He actually stretched out his other hand and grabbed Jiang Yaij. Brother Jiang, since you are also a Taoist, don't blame me for being ruthless. He became cold-blooded and ruthless. He even attacked Jiang Yaij, who did not covet the position of celestial emperor and wholeheartedly helped him. Brother Gu, Jiang Yaij did not expect this. Seeing that Gu Chen had used momentary youth, he also used this move to deal with it. The 3 Taoists had also obtained the celestial emperor's ultimate skill and mastered momentary youth. Now that they were being forced by Gu Chen, they all retaliated. Boom, the dazzling light engulfed the 4 of them, and the surging power of time pushed away all the people who had nothing to do with them. Due to the overlord's aggressiveness, the 4 Taoists started fighting. The power of time rippled and formed an absolute territory, blocking everyone outside. For a moment, no one could see what was going on inside. The few killer gods looked solemn. What is the overlord trying to do? No matter how powerful he is, he shouldn't bully the weak like this. Even if he becomes the celestial emperor by stepping on the corpses of the other Taoists, what's the difference between him and the god of the underworld? How can everyone believe him? Killer Thousand Hands and Killer God Illusion spoke one after another. They were worried about Zhong Ziyu and Xianxia, who were dragged into the fight by the overlord. Even Killer God Rosette's expression wavered. She treated Gu Chen differently because of Qing Lin, but what he was doing now was too much. Jiang Yaij had been following her around these days to gather the old members of the celestial court for Gu Chen. Now, the overlord didn't even want to let him go. When the old celestial emperor was on the throne, the relationship between the Taoists was pure competition. To stand out, it was understandable that they would fight to the death. However, now that the celestial court was destroyed, the 4 Taoists who were the pillars of the celestial court should be united against a common enemy. But now, the overlord wanted to kill the Taoists for the throne. We must stop him. The few killer gods couldn't stay calm anymore. Even though they had just lost to Gu Chen, they wanted to stop the battle between the Taoists. However, as soon as they took a step forward, they saw figures flying out one after another to protect the area outside the battlefield. Those who are not involved, stay back. Don't interfere with this battle. The leader was Nan Gongxing. He said coldly. Lu Yichen, Chao Xianbin, Zhao Rou, and the rest of the Heavenly Star sect took out their weapons and aimed at the killer gods. How dare you? You are all members of the Celestial Court. Now that the Overlord wants to kill the innocent, how dare you stand on his side? Killer God Vermilion Bird and the rest were furious. As killer gods, these ordinary killers dared to offend them. Who are you? I don't think there's a killer god like you in the Celestial Court. The thousand-hand killing god looked at Nan Gongxing with a gloomy expression. The old man is a follower of the Tyrant, not a member of the Celestial Court. Nan Gongxing said coldly. As he spoke, billowing poisonous smoke surged out from his sleeves, forming a poisonous miasma around them. The death gods sensed a fatal crisis and retreated one after another. They were terrified by the poisonous smoke. Rose, restrain your subordinates. Xianxia is also involved with the Overlord. Do you want to see him die? Killing God Vermilion Bird glared at Killing God Rose, her eyes filled with rage. Since Killer God Rose had come with them, the few killer gods subconsciously thought that they were all Rose's people. Killing God Rosette's eyes showed that she was struggling. The Overlord's previous actions had indeed disappointed her. She pondered for a moment before speaking. Everyone, we should stop Guchen now. We can't let him go down the wrong path. The 10 of them remained unmoved. Zhao Rou spoke softly. Senior Rose, we follow Big Brother Gu and believe in all of his judgments. Even if he's wrong, we will continue to follow him. Zhao Rou's almost foolishly loyal words infuriated Killing God Rose. Guchen won't even let Yaij go. Do you want to see him lose his own principles for the sake of the Heavenly Emperor's position? If this is Big Brother Gu's wish, it is also our wish. Zhao Rou clenched her teeth and said. The Emperor's path is a path of killing. There's nothing wrong with that. Nan Gongxing's reply was even more straightforward. This time, Killing God Rose was speechless. She realized that these people's bond with Gu Chen had reached a level that she could not understand. It was impossible to persuade them. Fatty. She could only look at Chao Xianbin, who was among the 10 people. He had been staying with her and Jiang Yaij during this period, and they had a deep relationship. He would not allow Gu Chen to kill Jiang Yaij, would he? I'm sorry, Senior, but I believe in Big Brother. Fatty gritted his teeth and said, when Big Brother was alone, he went all out to save me, who was useless at that time. I don't think he will kill Taoists for the Heavenly Emperor's position. I don't even think he cares about the Heavenly Emperor's position. He just said that he will fight to the death with the other Taoists. Whoever wins will be the Heavenly Emperor. Is that still a lie? Killing God Thousand Hands and the others were so angry that they laughed. I don't know. Anyway, Big Brother must have his own reasons. Fatty said angrily. Don't talk nonsense with them. We can't let the tyrant do whatever he wants. I dare you to disturb us. The two sides fell into a stalemate. Many of the Taoists and Golden Assassins were shocked. Not only was the tyrant extremely powerful, but even his subordinates were also extremely daring. They did not show any fear in the face of the killing gods. Instead, they pointed their weapons at them. Where did the tyrant gather such a group of valiant soldiers? 4 waves of the power of time surged. Gu Chen fought 1 against 3, completely turning the surrounding area into a forbidden zone. Zhongziyu, Sun Shi, and Jiang Yaij were all casting time magic with all their might, struggling to withstand Gu Chen's attack. On the other hand, Gu Chen's eyes were constantly deducing, and he was attentively comprehending the Tao of the 3. Layers of illusions appeared around him. Thousands of flowers withered and bloomed, and thousands of waves receded and came back. Flowers bloom and wilt, tides rise and fall. Eternity and destruction are separated by a single thought. Capturing that moment of youth is the true meaning of time. The words that the old Heavenly Emperor had said when teaching, moment of youth, emerged in Gu Chen's mind. The primordial spirit in his mind shone brightly. His soul body was pure gold, holy like a god. Waves of the power of time shrouded Gu Chen. He used the time magic of the 3 Taoists to use with all their strength to verify his moment of youth and make up for the remaining shortcomings. When he was in the Western Desert, Gu Chen had an epiphany and realized that the 9-layered heavens had not really disappeared, but had been sealed in the long river of time by the Heavenly Emperor in a special way. Only when a suitable heir appeared would it return to the world. And the standard of the heir was to have enough attainment in time magic to draw the return of the 9-layered heavens. Originally, this step was difficult to achieve, but after Guchen broke through to the celestial realm, his primordial spirit condensed, and he had already begun to feel the vastness of the law of time. Today, he deliberately made things difficult for the 3 Taoists, intending to combine the power of the 4 to recall the heavenly palace. Guchen was very clear that today's meeting was of little significance in the case that more of the old members of the Celestial Court did not come because of the interruption of the Skynet. Only when the heavenly palace returned, the Skynet was restored, and all the killers of the Celestial Court could contact each other again, could the Celestial Court be truly rebuilt. In order to achieve this goal, even if he had to be the villain that everyone hated to the bone, he would still do it. At this time, he used Moment of Youth with all his strength, and the 3 Taoists also gritted their teeth and held on bitterly. An unprecedentedly powerful power of time washed around the 4 of them, causing different degrees of strange phenomena to appear on their bodies. 2 shadows appeared on each of them. Together with their original bodies, they were the past self, present self, and not self respectively. That figure was incomparably majestic and indomitable. As soon as it appeared, it was as if an immortal king had descended upon the 9 heavens, which shocked the 3 Taoists. Shadows of their past and future selves also appeared on their bodies, but they did not have the same imposing manner as Guchen. Such an anomaly occurred when using momentary splendor. What is the Overlord trying to do? He doesn't want to kill us, but he has another purpose. The 3 Taoists were not stupid, and they quickly realized the extraordinariness. The combined power of the 4 of them was sublimated to the extreme, and they could clearly feel their understanding of time magic rapidly improving. The past me, the present me, and the future me. The figures of everyone at different stages of life released vast divine light, causing the void to be enshrouded in colorful light, and eventually turned into a long river of time. And in the depths of that long river, everyone could vaguely see a behemoth approaching. What is that? The Taoists were surprised, and when that thing appeared in front of them, they cried out involuntarily. The 9-fold palace. So the heavenly palace is still there, and has not been destroyed. The 3 of them looked extremely excited, and they tried to capture the huge illusion of the heavenly palace, but it passed by them as if it was just a mirage. It's useless, the 9-fold palace is floating in the long river of time, and it looks very close to us, but it may be in a completely different time and space. Guchen spoke at this time. He had already felt this situation in the Western Desert, and now he was not surprised. What should we do to make the heavenly palace return to the world? The 3 Taoists looked at Guchen at this time, completely understanding his good intentions. Even Zhongziyu was completely convinced. He only wanted to be the new celestial emperor of the remaining celestial court, but the Overlord wanted to restore the glory of the celestial court. The gap between the 2 of them was obvious. I'm not too sure, maybe it will work if you are sincere. Guchen murmured. The celestial emperor had lived for 9,000 years, and his wisdom and deep understanding of the laws of time were not something he could fully understand. All he could do was do his best and leave it to fate. It will work if you are sincere. The 3 Taoists nodded thoughtfully and closed their eyes one after another. Guchen also closed his eyes again. Their spirits and wills melded into this world, calling for the lost heaven palace, calling for it to return. After an unknown period of time. Woo, a faintly discernible sound came from the river of time, and a gust of wind rose up where the 4 of them were. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes and looked forward excitedly. Within the colorful light, there was a celestial palace that was slowly rising. It solidified and gradually became larger. At the same time, the heavenly star sect and the killing gods who were confronting each other outside felt a sudden earthquake. Rumble. The entire secret realm of the branch was shaking. Many of the assassins of the celestial court couldn't even stand steadily as they watched the void ripple. At the same time, a primordial and ancient aura was produced. This aura caused all the gods of slaughter to be startled. This is, Vermilion Bird, Curled Sickle, Thousand Hands, and True Illusion, the 4 death gods, all became excited. It can't be wrong. It's back. Killing God Rose stared at the void, tears welling up in his eyes. God knew how many difficulties the celestial court had gone through while it was gone. Under everyone's gaze, a majestic ninth heaven palace appeared in the void and rose slowly. At this moment, a strong airflow appeared on the ground, causing countless assassins to lose their balance. However, they cheered together. The heaven palace is back. It's never been destroyed. As long as the heaven palace is here, the celestial court is still here. Everyone cheered as they watched the ninth heaven palace rise into the sky until it reached the clouds and sat firmly on the 9 heavens. At this moment, in the 300 celestial court branches in Kunlun continent, the projection of the heaven palace that had disappeared for almost a year appeared again. Some of the assassins of the celestial court who were in the branch for various reasons stopped what they were doing and looked at the sky in shock and excitement. It was back, just like before, illuminating the entire celestial court. The 9th heaven palace sat high in the clouds and shone brightly. The sound of a great bell rang out from inside. From today onwards, the second celestial ruler is born. The old celestial ruler's aged voice echoed in the 300 celestial court branches in the continent. At the same time, the star and moon bracelets of all the assassins of the celestial court also received the news from the Skynet. The moment the heaven palace reappeared, the Skynet was restored, the merit square and the information pool were back in operation. The old celestial ruler's voice spread to all the branches. The star and moon bracelets of every assassin of the celestial court also received the news of the birth of the second celestial ruler. Who is the second celestial ruler? The death gods were extremely excited when they heard the old celestial ruler's voice. They knew that this was the last time they would hear the voice of the celestial ruler. He had already arranged everything. Even in death, he had left a way out for the celestial court. Everyone's star and moon bracelets were shining, transmitting the news of the birth of the second celestial ruler. The old subordinates of the celestial court in other places were not clear about the specific situation, but the death gods were already looking at the 4 Taoists. There was no doubt that the return of the heaven palace had something to do with the 4 Taoists. The celestial ruler had probably already chosen his successor. Gu Chen and the 3 Taoists gradually broke away from the river of time. They looked up at the 9th heaven palace and smiled. With their concerted efforts, the heaven palace had finally returned. As for who the second celestial ruler was, the heaven palace had a spirit, so it was up to it to decide. Swoosh, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a beam of colorful light was projected from the heaven palace. It passed through the vast void and descended on Gu Chen. At this moment, Gu Chen's body floated up. A rainbow bridge appeared in front of him, and he was wrapped in the power of the heaven palace. He crossed the rainbow bridge and flew toward the heaven palace. He was dressed in a white robe that was spotless. Like a god, he was being looked up to by countless killers of the celestial court. All the killers in the 300 celestial court branches saw the projection in the void and witnessed the moment of the birth of the second celestial ruler. When the death gods saw that the tyrant had been chosen by the heaven palace, they were all shocked and quickly looked at the other Taoists. When they found that they were unharmed, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. What's going on? The death gods could not help but ask the 3 Taoists. The tyrant had been shouting about fighting and killing. Why did the heaven palace suddenly appear and the 3 Taoists were safe? I'm not as good as the tyrant. He deserves the position of celestial ruler. Zhongziyu sighed. No matter how he looked at it, he already knew that he was inferior to the other party. Only under the leadership of the other party could the celestial court regain its glory. Brother Gu is really amazing. Only he understood the will of the celestial ruler. Jiang Yij also sighed. The death gods were speechless for a moment. How could they not understand what had happened when the Taoists said so? See, I told you that boss would not kill the innocent. Fatty said excitedly. Jiao Rou and the other 8 women also smiled sweetly. The death god Rose smiled bitterly. It seemed that her willpower was not strong enough. She did not trust Gu Chen enough. If Qing Lin was still alive, he wouldn't be like me, right? The death god Rose murmured, her eyes blurred. When she saw the 9 heavens palace again, she thought of Qing Lin, who had died in battle inside. His body could not be found until now. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gu Chen flew into the heaven palace and stepped into the cloud palace of the golden arches. Greetings, second celestial ruler. As soon as he stepped into the palace, there was already a person standing in front of him, smiling and greeting him. It was a man wearing a green Qilin mask. He was as imposing as he remembered. Senior? Returning to the celestial palace, Gu Chen had thought that there was no one here, so he didn't expect to see killing god Qinglin. When the news of Celestial Thearch's death and Senior Qinglin's death came, Gu Chen was grieved. He never thought that he would see killing god Qinglin again in this life. Senior, are you alive? Gu Chen asked excitedly. He had heard Celestial Thearch's voice just now, but it was left behind by the other party's divine ability, so even though he saw killing god Qinglin, he didn't dare to be sure that he was alive. I'm still alive, there's no need to doubt. Killing god Qinglin didn't change much compared to the past. If there was anything, it was that he gave off a more profound aura. Senior, what's going on? Gu Chen stepped forward and used his divine sense to examine Senior Qinglin. He found that his body was full of vitality, and he was indeed alive. Gu Chen couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. It was His Majesty who saved me before he died. Killing god Qinglin's expression became somewhat sad. That day, His Majesty fought with Huangfu Wuji, and I also fought with the man with a bamboo hat and a group of dark sky guards. In the end, we were no match and almost died. Killing god Qinglin explained truthfully. It turned out that when he died, the old celestial Arch also burned his vitality and borrowed the power of the Stone of Time. Other than using his life's power to send the celestial palace into the river of time, and using the heavenly scripture to seal Huangfu Wuji's astrological hand, he also transferred his vitality to killing god Qinglin. Although killing god Qinglin's body was almost destroyed, he was a celestial being expert, and his Yuanshen was still there. Before Celestial Arch died, he froze the time that belonged to his body, delaying the collapse of his vitality, and then transferred his remaining vitality to him to change Qinglin's fate. Killing god Qinglin chose to die with the old Celestial Arch, but how could the old Celestial Arch be willing to watch him die young? Killing god Qinglin didn't know any of this. When he woke up, his body had recovered, and his Yuanshen returned to his body. He understood the old Celestial Thearch's good intentions. Since then, the green unicorn killing god had been with the heavenly palace, drifting in the river of time, waiting for the day it would return to the world. In the river of time, he could not feel the flow of time at all. The green Qilin killing god could only cultivate bitterly while waiting. He had thought that he would never be able to return to the present world. He did not expect that the celestial palace would return to the present world today. He also saw Gu Chen and heard the voice of the old celestial emperor. When Gu Chen learned the truth from the green Qilin killing god, he was overjoyed but also mourned for the old celestial emperor. The old celestial emperor was far-sighted and had spent his whole life working for the celestial court. He sacrificed himself to leave a glimmer of hope for them. He even used his remaining life force to save the green Qilin killing god. If it weren't for saving me, perhaps the old Sky Emperor would have found a way to escape. Killing god Qinglin said. Sometimes, he thought that his insistence on staying behind back then might have been a mistake. Instead, he had dragged down the old Heaven Emperor. He was alive, but the old Heaven Emperor was truly dead, and there was no way for him to be resurrected. The will of the old Heaven Emperor has been carried on by you, Senior. As long as the celestial court and the heavenly palace still exist, he will live forever. Gu Chen comforted him. The green Qilin killing god nodded and looked at the magnificent heavenly palace. Yes, His Majesty burned himself in the end. His essence, qi, and soul have all been integrated into this world. Gu Chen, you have gained the recognition of the old Heaven Emperor. From now on, you will be the second Heaven Emperor. If you don't mind, let me crown you. The green Qilin killing god said seriously. The celestial emperor's succession ceremony should be very solemn. This was the inheritance of the era. He hoped to fulfill the last wish of the old Heaven Emperor. It is my great honor to be crowned by Senior Qinglin. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Senior Qinglin was like a teacher, a father, and a friend to him. No one in the celestial court was more qualified than him to crown him. The green Qilin killing god nodded and held a simple coronation ceremony for Gu Chen in the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. From now on, Taoist Gu Chen will be crowned as the second Heaven Emperor of the Celestial Court. He will wield the will of heaven and command the world. The green Qilin killing god announced. When he finished speaking, the 9 heavenly palace seemed to have sensed it. Somehow, Gu Chen had developed a subtle connection with the heavenly palace. Gu Chen, only those who have obtained the complete inheritance of the Heaven Emperor's Time Fist are qualified to be the next Heaven Emperor. Follow me. The green Qilin killing god said and led the way. The two arrived at the flowing time dojo. The ancient stone of time stood there quietly. Ever since the old Heaven Emperor died, the stone of time had been silent. Now that Gu Chen had arrived, it seemed to have sensed him and burst out with a bright light. A vast and boundless power enveloped Gu Chen. Shadows of the past self, present self, and future self appeared around Gu Chen again. His eyes shone brightly. The Celestial Emperor had already left behind the inheritance. Now that the new Celestial Emperor had succeeded the throne, Gu Chen had already fulfilled all the conditions to receive the inheritance. The ultimate technique, Celestial Emperor's Time Fist, was imprinted into Gu Chen's mind in a strange way. Gu Chen couldn't help but close his eyes and quietly comprehend the complete Heaven Emperor's inheritance. The green Qilin killing god watched silently from the side. When the old Heaven Emperor saved him before he died, he also received a part of the Heaven Emperor's inheritance. In the past, killing gods would never be given the Heaven Emperor's secret technique. He was the only exception. If not for the more suitable Gu Chen, the green Qilin killing god would have been the new Heaven Emperor. At this moment, looking at Gu Chen, the green Qilin killing god only felt gratified and complacent. This was a talent that he had personally recommended to the old Heaven Emperor. Gu Chen didn't disappoint him. He believed that under Gu Chen's leadership, the Celestial Court would definitely be able to recover to its former glory. It might even be more resplendent. After several hours, Gu Chen finally imprinted the inheritance completely in his mind. The Heaven Emperor's Time Fist was a powerful Dao art that involved the laws of time. In terms of difficulty, it wasn't inferior to the Sun-Moon refining secret technique. When Gu Chen finished absorbing the inheritance, the light shadow stone in front of him projected a series of illusions, causing Gu Chen's pupils to suddenly contract. Those illusions were scenes. They were scenes of the peak battle between the old Heaven Emperor and Huangfu Wuji before his death. Under the recording of the light shadow stone, the process of the battle between the two was imprinted without a single mistake, including the power of each of Huangfu Wuji's extreme organs. It was displayed in front of Gu Chen's eyes. Gu Chen was moved. The battle between the old Heaven Emperor and Huangfu Wuji was truly rare. He could feel the strength of both sides even through the images. The old Heaven Emperor had recovered to the peak of his prime with the power of the Time Fist. His style could be said to be world-shaking. However, Huangfu Wuji was even more terrifying. Each of his 7 extreme organs possessed unfathomable power. Coupled with the Kunlun, the Arch Sword, and Kunlun Mirror, he could be said to have almost no flaws. Such a great enemy had far surpassed the level of an ordinary Heaven Realm expert. It was no wonder that the old Heaven Emperor died with a grievance. The old Heavenly Emperor really put in a lot of effort. Gu Chen looked at the replay silently. The information of this battle was very important to him. If he knew what abilities Huangfu Wuji had, he would be able to deal with it. With a wave of his sleeves, the battle scene before him collapsed and disappeared. Gu Chen decided to study it slowly in the future. There were more important things to do now. He tried to grab the Stone of Time with one hand and tried to control its power. Wang, the Stone of Time moved slightly, but there was no response. As expected, my abilities are not enough to control it? Gu Chen's eyes were filled with regret. The Celestial Court had 2 great treasures. One was the Book of Heavens and the other was the Stone of Time. The Book of Heavens had been used by the old Heavenly Emperor to seal Huangfu Wuji's divination ability, and this Stone of Time was the only remaining treasure of the Celestial Court. This treasure possessed mysterious and unfathomable power. Gu Chen had personally experienced it before. If he could control its power, he would be more confident in facing Huangfu Wuji's Kunlun Emperor Sword and Kunlun Mirror. The Stone of Time is ancient and powerful. Even if the old Heavenly Emperor's light fist was cultivated to an extremely high level, he could only barely borrow a bit of its power. You have just inherited the old Heavenly Emperor's legacy. This matter cannot be rushed. Killing God Qing Lin consoled. Gu Chen nodded and ignored the Stone of Time. His spiritual perception spread across the entire Sky Palace. There were many restrictions and arrays in the 9-tier Heavenly Palace. In the past, he couldn't see through many of the halls. But now that he had become the new Heavenly Emperor, he had control over this place. With a thought, the entire Sky Palace appeared in his vision. Gu Chen's spiritual perception coincidentally sensed a corner of the Sky Palace and his expression changed slightly. Shua, his body instantly disappeared and soon appeared on a roof on the 9th floor of the Sky Palace. On this roof that was carved with dragons and phoenixes, there was an ancient stone tablet. The words on this stone tablet didn't look like the words of any race in the Kunlun continent. Just a few glances and one would feel dazzled. It's the same stone tablet as the ones in the Ghost Ruins and Demon God Ancient Land. Gu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was in turmoil. He had never expected that there would be such a stone tablet in the 9-tiered heavens. He could not help but recall what the old Celestial Emperor had once said to him. The old Celestial Emperor was originally just an ordinary person. It was only when he was young that he discovered the secret place known as the 9-tiered heavens by chance and obtained the Celestial Emperor's time punch and the 2 great treasures that he had lived a legendary life. Gu Chen was shocked. Could the 9-tiered heavens have the same origin as the Yellow Springs and the ancient land of the demon god? Xiaochen could not help but look up at the sky. If that was really the case, then everything that happened in the Kunlun continent was actually related to the mysterious inheritance from beyond the sky. This world was far grander than he had imagined. Gu Chen, what's wrong? Killing God Qing Lin caught up to Gu Chen and asked when he saw him staring blankly at a stone tablet. Gu Chen quickly regained his senses and shook his head. I'm fine. This matter sounded too mysterious, and even Gu Chen couldn't explain it clearly. Now that the Heavenly Palace had just returned, he had even less time to explore this ancient secret. Senior Qing Lin, many things happened on the mainland while you were away. The Celestial Court only existed in name. Now that the Heavenly Palace has returned, it's time to regroup. Gu Chen briefly told the Green Qilin killing god about what had happened on the continent, and also told him what he was planning to do. Next. Now that the Heavenly Palace had reappeared, the nets above snares below had been restored. He wanted to gather all the assassins of the Celestial Court. At the first moment, Gu Chen came to the intelligence pool of the Heavenly Palace. Through the Skynet, he announced the first decree of the second Celestial Emperor to all the killers of the Celestial Court who were still alive on the continent. Order to assemble. The Celestial Court will be waging an all-out war against the Nether God Palace. Assassins of the Celestial Court, get ready. His decree was immediately sent to the star and moon bracelets of all the assassins of the Celestial Court, clearly telling everyone that the Celestial Court still existed, and the new Celestial Sovereign had been born. In the Middle-earth, Su Huahua, who had the succubus physique, had just walked out of a dense forest, followed by thousands of puppets that he had refined. At this moment, she suddenly received a message. Her little face flushed with excitement, revealing 2 cute canine teeth. Ah! I've received contact from Skynet again. I have to hurry to the branch. In the western desert, in a cave that had long since been eroded by the wind, an old man surrounded by an aura of death received a message. He walked out of the cave he had been sitting in for hundreds of years. The Celestial Court is in trouble, and the old man has received great kindness from the old celestial ruler. It's time to sacrifice himself to repay him. He murmured, as if he had regained the vigor of his youth. The aura that erupted from his body was so strong that it cut the dark clouds in the sky in half. In the southern mountains, a strong old man was riding a winged dragon, dragging a huge beast corpse behind him. Suddenly, the star and moon bracelet on his hand flashed. He suddenly raised his head, so excited that tears were glistening in his old eyes. So the Celestial Court still exists, and the new Celestial Sovereign has been born. The old Celestial Sovereign left too suddenly, and I didn't have time to repay his kindness. Now, I finally have the chance. Old friend, follow me to the battlefield, and pledge loyalty to the new Celestial Sovereign. The old man kicked the winged dragon beneath him. The winged dragon roared at the sky, spread its wings that covered the sky, and soared into the 9 heavens. After the entire Kunlun continent received the first order issued by Gu Chen, the Celestial Court regained its vitality, and countless assassins were ready to take action. Some reclusive killing gods appeared again, and some new generation of assassins rushed to the nearest branch of the celestial court, their blood boiling. There was only one thought in their minds at the same time. War is coming. In the branch of the East Wilderness Linhai Prefecture, the many assassins who had witnessed the return of the Heavenly Palace received Gu Chen's order immediately. The Vermilion Bird-killing god and the Scythe-killing god were shocked, and they gritted their teeth. Since the new celestial sovereign wants war, then let's fight. They originally wanted to retreat with the old members of the celestial court, but now that the new celestial sovereign had been born, they naturally had to listen to the call. The rose-killing god, Xianxia, Zhao Rou, and the others were very excited. The celestial court had been successfully rebuilt, and with the alliance of the four races, the most difficult 2 steps of the 4-step plan proposed by Jiang Yu had been completed. And these 2 steps were completed by Gu Chen himself. He had done something that was almost impossible, and it all felt like a dream. A beam of light shot down from the 9-fold heavenly palace, and Gu Chen and the green Qilin killing god slowly descended. The order had been issued, and Gu Chen announced the return of the celestial court to the entire continent. Next, he would discuss the specific details of the war with all parties. When he landed in front of the countless assassins of the celestial court, led by the death gods, everyone bowed and said in unison, "We greet the celestial sovereign." The voice echoed throughout the entire branch. Gu Chen had ascended to the peak of power with glory. Green Qilin? After bowing, the rose-killing god suddenly looked at the green Qilin killing god next to Gu Chen, and her eyes turned red. She was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. Then, she flew over and rushed into the arms of the green Qilin killing god. "Why aren't you dead yet?" The bloody Rose, who was known for her ruthlessness, choked with sobs. She had done such a thing in public. Everyone, including Gu Chen, was dumbfounded. These two really have something going on. Killing god Qing Lin was a bit embarrassed. He comforted killing god Rosette in his arms. "Alright, there are so many people here." Killing god Rosette came back to her senses and quickly returned to normal. If she wasn't wearing a mask, everyone would have seen her red face. She thought Qing Lin was gone and she was so sad. She couldn't control her emotions when she saw him. The rest of the killing gods also walked up. They were all happy to see Qing Lin alive. The entire Linhai Prefecture branch was in a festive mood. Everyone was immersed in the joy of the new Celestial Emperor and the reconstruction of the Celestial Court. Reporting to Celestial Emperor, "We are receiving news from the Celestial Court's assassins from all the branches on the continent." Soon, all kinds of news came from the intelligence pool. The intelligence-gathering ability of the Celestial Court was finally restored. They were no longer blind and could grasp the situation of the entire continent at any time. Pay attention to the news from Jiang Yu. They have been looking for him for a long time. There should be news. Gu Chen quickly ordered. Although Jiang Yu wasn't from the Celestial Court, Huang Pingzhong and Wei Qizhong were. They must have known about the reconstruction of the Celestial Court and would contact him as soon as possible. 2 of the 4 steps of the plan were completed. He was looking forward to Jiang Yu bringing back the Samsara Cultivator and Lan Chu coming to his side. After the killing gods chatted with Qing Lin, Gu Chen quickly gathered all the higher-ups of the Celestial Court to return to the Celestial Palace to discuss important matters. The reconstruction of the Celestial Court is something to be happy about, but the news will soon reach Huangfu Wuji and the Underworld God Palace. We have to hurry up and complete the plan. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. He already had the power of a celestial emperor when he spoke. "Rosette, Vermilion Bird, I order you to go to the southern mountains and contact the monster allies. Tell them to prepare as soon as possible. Yichen, you already know the monster allies. You will go with them." The 3 of them nodded. "Zhao Rou, Ji Hanying, Xiao Ke, I order you to head to Beijing Mansion. With the military strength of Heavenly Star Sect and Celestial Court, unify Beijing Mansion in the shortest time possible." Gu Chen said again. Zhao Rou and the others' eyes turned cold. "Your Majesty, you mean, together with the northern plains and the western desert, we will attack the central plains and force Huangfu Wuji into submission. Beijing Prefecture will be our main base of operations." Gu Chen said seriously. He had already thought it through. Currently, a large number of the former subordinates of the Celestial Court had gathered in the Eastern Barren territory. The Ghost Emperor was also here. Beijing Prefecture was connected to the eastern wastelands and the southern mountains at the same time. Once the Ghost Emperor succeeded, the army of the Celestial Court, the Ghost Clan, and the Demon Clan would be able to take shape in Beijing Prefecture in the shortest time possible. Beijing Prefecture was also connected to the Central Plains. Through this place, they could form the greatest deterrence to the Central Plains. It was like a sharp knife pressed against Huangfu Wuji's neck. Beijing Prefecture's strategic position was extremely important. Currently, it was still a chaotic place. Huangfu Wuji didn't take it seriously, but soon, the whole world would know about this place. Gu Chen planned to treat Beijing Prefecture as a strategic location. Therefore, he couldn't allow any internal chaos in Beijing Prefecture. He had to clean up the unstable factors in the Whale Alliance and bring it under his command. During the last Whale Alliance meeting, Gu Chen had already suppressed all the sects in the Whale Alliance. This time, with the Heavenly Star sect, a member of the Whale Alliance, he believed that Zhao Rou and the others could easily unify Beijing Prefecture. We obey. The 7 women understood Gu Chen's intention. Their eyes shone with eagerness. There was no need for the Celestial Court to send more people. Soldiers trained for 1,000 days could be used in a single moment. With the current combat strength of the Heavenly Star sect, they would unify Beijing Prefecture and save Gu Chen from any worries. Senior Qing Lin, Elder Nan Gong, Thousand Hands, Huan Zhen, Wan Ye, Zhong Ziyu, Ghost King, Gu Chen named all the remaining upper echelons in one go. There were 6 heaven-tier elites. Everyone, follow me to the Ghost Ruins and ask the Ghost Emperor to come out of seclusion. The Ghost Emperor was the most crucial link in the alliance. Only when he came out of seclusion could they change the situation of Netherworld Tower and Underworld God Palace joining hands and fight for the greatest strategic advantage. However, the Ghost Emperor was too strange. His personality was hard to fathom, so he had to bring more elites with him just in case. Moreover, if the Ghost Emperor came out of seclusion, it would be much easier to solve the problem of Netherworld Tower with the death gods there. Yaij, lead the rest of the Linhai Prefecture branch and wait. I will inform you immediately if there is any need. Also, pay attention to the news of Jiangyu. If there is any news, inform me as soon as possible. Jiang Yaij nodded with a smile. Looking at Gu Chen's clear arrangement of troops and his clear priorities, he sighed inwardly. He really had the talent to be a commander. After all the orders were arranged, Gu Chen left the Heavenly Palace with the 6 heaven-tier elites and the Ghost King, heading to the Ghost Ruins. The whole continent was turbulent and war was about to break out. However, the Ghost Ruins were still quiet, treacherous, and tranquil. Gu Chen's group had just stepped into the Ghost Ruins. This time, the Ghost Emperor didn't play tricks and directly appeared in front of them. I didn't expect you to come back after only a few months. The Ghost Emperor looked deeply at Gu Chen with a serious look. I have successfully united the other clans. Now it's just you, Senior. Gu Chen said with a smile. The Ghost Emperor glanced at the 6 sages behind Gu Chen. Seeing his gaze, everyone became more vigilant. Look at you. If I go back on my word today, I'm afraid I'll definitely die, the Ghost Emperor teased. Senior, you must be joking. I brought so many people here not to target you. Gu Chen lied through his teeth. These people were brought by him to protect himself. After all, the horror of the Ghost Emperor being affected by the heavenly decay last time and turning into a dried corpse was still vivid in his mind. I don't care about your little tricks. The Ghost Emperor shook his head as if he didn't care about the 6 sages at all. I see that you have broken through to the heaven tier. This time, can you see what I have on me? The Ghost Emperor's eyes were like torches. Other heaven-tier elites couldn't see through Gu Chen, who had hidden his cultivation, but he saw through it at a glance. Gu Chen's expression became serious as he remembered what the Ghost Emperor had said last time. One of the main reasons why the Ghost Emperor treated him differently was that he had a plot against him. And this plot was related to what he couldn't see. Gu Chen didn't have a clue when he came back last time and was almost rejected by the Ghost Emperor because of this. This time, he asked again. Gu Chen couldn't help but treat it seriously, and his purple extreme eyes shone brightly. His eyes completely turned the color of purple crystals, and his divine sense also spread out, enveloping the Ghost Emperor. He had now condensed his primordial spirit, and his 5 senses were completely different from before. This time, he finally sensed something abnormal. Senior's aura of death is extremely heavy, and there's a very uncomfortable aura. Looks like you've already sensed something. The Ghost Emperor revealed a joyful expression. In just a few short months, this brat went from being at a loss to having sensed something. Who knows, he might really be able to help him solve his problems soon. Senior, what is this aura? Gu Chen asked after some thought. It's the heavenly Tao shackles. The Ghost Emperor said sternly and explained the sequence of events. Back then, I thought I was extremely talented, and with the help of the Yellow Springs, I would definitely be able to break through the limits of the celestial being realm and reach a higher realm. However, I underestimated the restrictions of this world on the Kunlun continent. Not only was I unable to improve further, but I even triggered a severe celestial decay. Normally, when a normal person encounters the celestial decay, they would die very quickly. However, I borrowed the power of the Yellow Springs to become a half-human half-corpse existence, which allowed me to survive and have an almost endless lifespan. I originally thought that the celestial decay would disappear after becoming like this, but I didn't expect it to follow me like a shadow, never letting me go. These years, the heavenly Tao shackles on me have been getting heavier and heavier. Not to mention breaking through, if this continues, even if I'm already a half-human half-corpse existence, my soul will still be destroyed. In order to prolong my life and slow down the speed of decline, I can only stay in this ghost ruins and borrow the power of the Yellow Springs to suppress the heavenly Tao shackles. The Ghost Emperor sighed. When the celestial realm cultivators present heard this, their expressions changed. They had all heard that if a peak celestial being wanted to improve further, they would encounter the celestial decay, but they didn't expect it to be this ferocious. Not only did it turn the Ghost Emperor into a half-human half-corpse, but it also forced him to stay in this ghost ruins all day, trembling in fear, not knowing when his soul would be destroyed. The heavenly Tao was truly inviolable. Then how does Senior want me to help? Gu Chen had long guessed that the Ghost Emperor's request might be related to the celestial decay, but he didn't understand. What could he do? Could he resist the suppression of the heavenly Tao? I want you to help me break the heavenly Tao shackles. The Ghost Emperor's shocking words caused everyone's expressions to change. Ghost Emperor, you're asking too much. No one can do such a thing. A few of the killing gods scolded, thinking that the Ghost Emperor was just messing with them, or that he didn't want the alliance anymore and was purposely making things difficult. Don't use your narrow vision to judge this world. The Ghost Emperor's eyes glowed brilliantly, causing Curly Sickle, killing god illusion, and the others to subconsciously take a few steps back. Gu Chen fell silent. Although he was not as angry as the killing gods, he also felt that the Ghost Emperor was playing a trick on him. The Davis Decay 5 involved the operation of the heavenly Tao. It was a mystery that was completely beyond his reach. This world is very big. It's much more complicated than you and I can imagine. Don't belittle yourself. The Ghost Emperor looked deeply at Gu Chen. I won't say anything else. Since you've fulfilled your promise, I promise to come out of seclusion and help you solve the problem of the Yellow Springs Tower. Right now, you can only sense the shackles of the heavenly Tao. You can't do anything yet, so I won't force you. You just have to remember this favor. When you have the ability in the future, don't forget to help me resolve this matter. The Ghost Emperor had a kind of blind trust in Gu Chen. He actually believed that Gu Chen could resolve the heavenly Tao shackles on him. What does the Ghost Emperor know? Gu Chen murmured. His confidence in himself was not baseless. Gu Chen really wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. However, since the Ghost Emperor didn't say much, it wasn't good for him to ask. Junior understands. Junior will remember Senior's favor. Now that Senior has come out of seclusion, our chances of defeating Huangfu Wuji will increase greatly. The Ghost Emperor shook his head. You can see my current situation. I'm constantly being tortured by the Davis Decay 5. I can only lie in the Yellow Springs like a dead man to prolong my life. I can't help you deal with Huangfu Wuji. You can only rely on yourself. The only thing I can do is to help you solve the problem of the Yellow Springs Tower. Without the Yellow Springs Tower, Huangfu Wuji's strength will decrease greatly while yours will increase greatly. This favor shouldn't be small, right? Gu Chen nodded. He didn't expect the Ghost Emperor to fight Huangfu Wuji to the death for him. In reality, the Ghost Emperor didn't recognize anyone when he turned into a dried corpse. If he really had such a lunatic as an ally, he would be worried that he would be screwed one day. His actions were exactly what he wanted. I wonder how Senior is going to make the Yellow Springs Tower cooperate with the Celestial Court. If you need our help, just tell us. Gu Chen asked curiously. The Ghost Emperor had left the Yellow Springs Tower that he built up for many years. The Yan clan had already replaced him. Mo Wuji had always doubted whether the Ghost Emperor could make the Yellow Springs Tower change. However, the Ghost King swore that as long as the Ghost Emperor came out of seclusion, he would be able to solve the problem easily. Mo Wuji chose to believe him. Help? If I need the help of the Celestial Court to control the Yellow Springs Tower, how can I still be called the Lord of the Yellow Springs? The Ghost Emperor revealed a look of disdain. At this moment, he seemed to have regained the aura of a monarch that ruled over everything. The Yan clan is merely a dog that I raised. They relied on the things that I left behind to control the Yellow Springs Tower. Now that Master has returned, they will naturally continue to be slaves. The Ghost Emperor revealed a demonic smile that sent chills down one's spine. Now that the first Lord of the Yellow Springs came out of seclusion, the current Lord of the Yellow Springs would probably be in for a tragedy. Clang! Clang! The Ghost Emperor quickly broke free from the chains on his body and stretched his muscles. He had changed into a large black robe. His chiseled face showed a hint of coldness. Let's go to the Yan clan's lair. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can return. I can't stay outside for too long. Everyone looked at each other. Killing God Qing Lin couldn't help but ask. Don't we need to make some preparations? Just go there directly? The Ghost Emperor flew through the air, stirring up chilling winds. We don't need to make any preparations. All you need to do is watch from the sidelines. He took the lead. His attitude was as casual as if he was just going out for a stroll. What exactly is the Ghost Emperor relying on? The Yan clan's lair must be heavily guarded. There are many saints and even a defensive formation. Not only that, the Yan clan's lair is equivalent to the Yellow Springs Tower's headquarters. We don't know the exact location, we only heard that there are tens of millions of undead soldiers there. The killing gods discussed among themselves. The mention of undead soldiers caused everyone to show a hint of wariness. The biggest difference between the Yellow Springs Tower and the Celestial Court was that most of their assassins were devil cultivators. They were especially skilled in controlling undead and ghosts. The refined corpses they controlled were invulnerable, didn't know pain, and couldn't be killed. They were much more difficult to deal with than a regular army. The Yan clan's lair was rumored to have tens of millions of undead soldiers, a saint and a defensive formation. No matter how one looked at it, the Ghost Emperor would have a hard time charging in alone. Since the Ghost Emperor said that, we'll just have to follow and see. Gu Chen smiled casually, flew through the air and chased after the Ghost Emperor. There was a lake of death somewhere deep in the mountains of eastern wilderness. There were no living creatures in the lake. Even aquatic plants with strong vitality could not survive in this area. As for the periphery of the Lake of Death, the trees within a radius of a few hundred miles were all withered and barren. Be it beasts or humans, no one lived here. Occasionally, there would be living creatures that trespassed here, but their whereabouts would be unknown and they would vanish from the face of the earth. In the middle of the Lake of Death, there was a gloomy island. The island was filled with ancient castles. Very few people knew that this was the headquarters of Acheron Tower, one of the three dark forces of the Kunlun continent. It was also the residence of the Yan family, a reclusive aristocratic family of eastern wilderness. It was called Abi Island. The Yan family had been here for many years and was undoubtedly the core power of Acheron Tower. More than 80% of the people on the island were ghost cultivators. Often, the descendants of the Yan family would capture suitable bodies from the outside world and refine them into powerful martial zombies. There were also those who did not cultivate the art of corpse control. They extracted the souls of the captured people and used them to refine all kinds of evil ghost treasures. Over time, Abi Island was filled with Yin Qi. The resentment of countless dead souls did not dissipate and condensed into thick, dark clouds in the sky. It was difficult to see the sun all year round. Today was just an ordinary day for the Yen family. However, in the peaceful afternoon, when the descendants of the Yen family were cultivating, a terrifying pressure suddenly filled the air. Someone had forcefully broken through the barrier of the Lake of Death and descended on the sky of Abi Island. How dare you? Who dares to break into the Yen family? Who is so daring? Don't they know where this place is? The descendants of the Yen family sensed it immediately and sent out guards and flying corpses to clean up the intruder. The Yen family now owned Acheron Tower and had allied with the new emperor of Middle-earth. They were one of the most prominent families on the continent. How could they allow others to provoke them, however? Ah, help! The guards and zombie soldiers that were sent out soon went silent. The descendants of the Yen family were so shocked that they ran out of their residences. In the sky above Abi Island, a middle-aged man in a black robe stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes gave off an evil feeling. The guards and zombie soldiers that were supposed to surround him had all disappeared. How dare you? Who are you? Where are our people? What did you do to them? The cultivators from the Yen family looked at the black-robed man in shock. This was truly strange. The bodyguards had only been attacking for a short period of time. Yet, all they did was let out a scream before disappearing. You mean them? I've already eaten it. The black-robed man licked his lips and sneered. Acting all mysterious. A group of Yen family cultivators either summoned their magic treasures or controlled their refined corpses to surround the black-robed man. Looks like it's been too long since I last appeared. No one in the Yen family remembers me anymore. The black-robed man shook his head. Do it. The group of Yen family members didn't listen to the black-robed man at all. Intense killing intent erupted from their bodies. A bunch of dogs, how dare you offend your superiors? Coldness surged in the black-robed man's eyes. He flicked his sleeves, and gusts of chilly wind appeared in the void. Wherever the chilly wind passed, the magic treasures shattered and the corpse soldiers froze. As for the Yen family members, their flames of life were extinguished on the spot when the wind blew past them. Even their souls were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, all the Yen family members who had attacked were dead. Celestial realm? The remaining Yen family members gasped. At this moment, a few powerful auras shot up into the sky from Avicii Island. Who are you? How dare you kill the descendants of the Yen family? I see that you're also a ghost cultivator. Don't you know that the Yen family is the strongest of all ghost cultivators? How dare you come here and court death? 3 sages of the Yen family rushed into the sky and confronted the black-robed man. Your Majesty, are we really not going to help the Ghost Emperor? In the sky far away, Gu Chen and the others gathered together. The thousand-hand killing god asked. Gu Chen shook his head. It's not a bad idea to take this opportunity to see the Ghost Emperor's strength. The Ghost King stood beside the group of killing gods and stared at the battlefield with full attention. The underworld tower was built by the Ghost race, but now it was occupied by the Yen family. Now that the Ghost Emperor had returned, the Yen family no longer recognized him. He was looking forward to the upcoming battle. The Ghost Emperor was the strongest expert of the Ghost race. His battle would be a great reference for him. The 3 sages of the Yen family quickly attacked the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor's strength was really unfathomable. He chuckled coldly, and in just a few rounds, he had forced them into a life-and-death situation. Who is this person? Why are our skills and techniques ineffective against him? Our Yen family's unique skills have no effect on him. The Yen family soon realized a shocking fact. They claimed to be the strongest among ghost cultivators and were proud of their family's unique skills. But their unique skills, be it the corpse refinement technique or the ghost exorcism technique, were easily countered by the person in front of them. What do you mean by the strongest? It's just something that I taught your ancestor back then. It's fine if you learned it, but how dare you show it off in front of me? The Ghost Emperor said in disdain. He countered the attacks of the 3 sages in a few moves and severely injured them. Who are you? Are you? The 3 sages of the Yen family were shocked when they heard the Ghost Emperor's words. They thought of a possibility. Ghost Emperor. since you've already left, why did you return? At this moment, a thunderous voice came from the depths of Avicii Island. The voice was filled with extreme killing intent. Master of Yellow Spring. The expressions of Gu Chen and the others who were far away turned grim. The Master of Yellow Spring was the leader of one of the three dark forces. Although his strength was not as strong as the Heavenly the Arch and the God of the Underworld, he was not too far behind. Rumor had it that he had 6 powerful battle corpses known as the 6 rebirth paths. Each of them had the strength of a celestial being. It was because of the 6 rebirth paths that the Yen family was able to sit firmly on the top seat of the Yellow Spring Inn. It was also why the Yellow Spring Inn was able to stand firm among the 3 dark forces. Dog slave, since you know that I've returned, why don't you lead your family and kneel down and kowtow to me? The Ghost Emperor said coldly. His words completely angered the Master of Yellow Spring. Old thing, you should have stepped into your coffin a long time ago. The Yen family is no longer what it used to be. We are no longer your slaves. It's good that you've returned today. Killing you will make up for the lack of my Dao heart and allow the Yen family to completely break free from this shackle. After the Master of Yellow Spring finished speaking, he flew into the sky with 6 powerful battle corpses beside him. The 6 battle corpses were dressed in simple and unadorned clothes. They did not look like they belonged to this era. Their appearances were even weirder. Some of them were clearly not from the Kunlun continent. Gu Chan and the Ghost Emperor exchanged glances. The 6 battle corpses reminded them of the corpses in the Yellow Spring. However, unlike the corpses in the Yellow Spring, these 6 battle corpses were well preserved. Each of them revealed the strength of at least a celestial being. The number of sages of the Yellow Spring Inn was not as many as that of the Celestial Court and the Underworld God Palace. However, with the 6 rebirth paths, they had made up for their disadvantage and remained one of the 3 dark forces. You sound tough, but you're still relying on the 6 battle corpses I left behind back then. Your Yen family's ancestor was just a beggar who couldn't even fill his stomach. I took him in and imparted him with cultivation techniques. Now, his descendants want to use my things to kill me. The Ghost Emperor mocked the Lord of Yellow Springs and the 6 paths of rebirth without batting an eyelid. That was a very long time ago. Moreover, my Yen family's ancestor served you loyally and brought Yellow Springs Tower to glory. He's been waiting for your return. But you never returned. Of course the Yen family has a reason to take over Yellow Springs Tower. The Lord of Yellow Springs had a ferocious expression, his eyes flickering with excitement. He had never seen the Ghost Emperor, but the latter's name had always loomed over his heart like a shadow. As long as the Ghost Emperor didn't die, no matter how great the Yen family's achievements were, they would still be working for the Ghost Emperor. The Yen family's ancestors had reminded them to be wary of the Ghost Emperor's return. Some ancestors had told them to remain loyal to the Ghost Emperor, but in the Lord of Yellow Spring's eyes, that was the height of stupidity. Times had changed. He had great ambitions, so how could he be willing to remain someone else's slave? The Lord of Yellow Spring shrieked. The 6 heaven-grade battle corpses stepped forward under his command. After I kill you today, the Yen family will no longer be slaves. The Ghost Emperor looked at the 6 battle corpses and sneered coldly. A slave for life, a slave for life. No matter how many generations the Yen family reproduces, you will always be my slave. The Ghost Emperor's eyes lit up with an eerie green glow after he finished speaking. All of a sudden, the 6 battle corpses that were charging at him stopped moving. Their eyes lit up with a green glow. Then, shockingly, the 6 battle corpses turned around and surrounded the Lord of Yellow Springs. My 6 paths of rebirth. The Lord of Yellow Springs cried out. He never expected the battle corpses he had controlled for so many years to betray him. I gave these 6 battle corpses to your Yen family's ancestor. They exist as the foundation of Yellow Springs Tower. To them, I am their true master. How laughable that you thought you could truly control them. The Ghost Emperor let out an eerie laugh that sent chills down one's spine. This unexpected turn of events shocked Gu Chen and the others in the distance. Ghost Emperor, the Yen family can give up on the Underworld Tower and hand it back to you. The 3 sages of the Yen family panicked when they saw that they had lost control of the 6 rebirth Dao techniques. Shut up. Don't compromise with him. The Lord of the Yellow Springs was furious. That saint was one of his seniors. Unfortunately, it's too late. If all of you were still trembling in fear and still respectfully serving me as your master, I would have forgiven you for cooperating with the Nether God Palace on account of your loyalty. The Ghost Emperor glanced at the Lord of the Yellow Springs with his evil eyes. Today, all 4 of you will die. The entire Yen family will die. I will refine all of you into martial corpses, turning you into loyal servants who will never be disloyal. The 4 of them shivered. According to what the Ghost Emperor said, they were not slaves, but puppets without consciousness. Since the other party did not intend to give them a way out, the 4 of them also abandoned all their naive thoughts. Powerful auras burst forth from their bodies and surrounded him. Even if the 6 rebirth Dao techniques had fallen into the hands of the Ghost Emperor, this was still the territory that the Yen family had ruled over for countless years. They still had the power to fight. I've said it before. All of you are slaves for this life, and you will always be slaves. The Ghost Emperor laughed strangely. Gusts of cold wind blew between heaven and earth. Ah, my head. The 4 sages who were charging at him suddenly grabbed their heads with a splitting headache. They were not the only ones. All the members of the Yen family on Avicii Island were in excruciating pain. What's going on? The people from the Celestial Court were even more shocked. Gu Qin looked into the distance and activated his purple extreme pupils. Under the observation of the purple extreme pupils, he discovered that there was a cold and strange aura in the minds of every member of the Yen family. It was that aura that caused them to behave so strangely. Back then, I planted a slave seal on your ancestor. This slave seal has been passed down from generation to generation. No matter how many generations the Yen family has passed down, you will always be my slaves. The Ghost Emperor revealed the truth with a cold expression. Everyone who heard it felt a chill down their spine. A slave seal that was planted many years ago could be passed down from generation to generation. This Dharma technique was equivalent to a curse. It was too vicious and evil. The Master of Yellow Springs and the other sages of the Yen family felt like their heads were about to explode. They could not use their cultivation and could not help but feel regretful. It turned out that the Ghost Emperor had left behind such a contingency plan. They would never be able to fight back. Master, please forgive us. We know we were wrong. We are willing to be your slaves for the rest of our lives. Master, please forgive us for our sins. With the Master of Yellow Springs as the leader, the members of the Yen family lost their pride. They cowed out in fear and begged for the Ghost Emperor's forgiveness. Unfortunately, the Ghost Emperor was cruel and heartless. Die, all of you. The Ghost Emperor activated the slave seal coldly and instantly destroyed the consciousness of most of the members of the Yen family. Even those who were not on Avicii Island were killed by the curse of the slave seal and turned into walking corpses. The only one whose consciousness was not destroyed was the Master of Yellow Springs. The Ghost Emperor grabbed the top of his head and used the soul-searching art on him. The Master of Yellow Springs howled in pain in the hands of the Ghost Emperor. He could only watch helplessly as his entire family turned into mindless puppets. Gu Chan and the others watched the entire process and felt a chill in their hearts. The Ghost Emperor was simply too terrifying. His methods against the members of the Yen family were infuriating. Everyone could only rejoice that the Ghost Emperor was on their side. If he was an enemy, he would be a great enemy like Huangfu Wuji. Gu Qin could not help but raise his guard. The Ghost Emperor's methods were too evil and vicious. Their cooperation was based on mutual benefits. If the Ghost Emperor felt that he could not help him one day, he might turn against him. The Ghost Emperor destroyed the entire Yen family. The Master of Yellow Springs also howled in pain and his life force dissipated. He became a mindless puppet. Heh, so that's how it is. That Huangfu Wuji is so ambitious. He really doesn't know his place. The Ghost Emperor searched through the memories of the Master of Yellow Springs and seemed to have discovered some information. After digesting these memories, he let go of the Master of Yellow Springs' head and threw him to the side. 6 paths of reincarnation. What a domineering name. I'll give myself one too. He glanced at the 6 battle corpses and the 4 sages of the Yen family who had become puppets and smiled sinisterly. From now on, you will be called the 10 Yama Kings. This is a good name. Very good. Gu Chen and the others approached and saw the 4 sages of the Yan family turning into battle corpses in the blink of an eye. They could not help but feel that human lives were worthless. The fall of the Yan family meant that Acheron Tower was under the Ghost Emperor's control again. All he had to do now was clean up the mess. I can't stay outside the ghastly ruins for too long. I'll leave the rest to you, the Ghost Emperor said to Gu Chen's group. His gaze finally landed on the Ghost King. You're a member of my ghost race. Since this is an alliance between the 5 races, my ghost race has to send a representative. We can't be weak. I'll leave the 10 Yama Kings to you for now. Also, he took out a banner from Lord of Acheron's storage ring and chanted an incantation. Then, he waved it at the Lake of Death. Gu Chen and the others looked at the Lake of Death curiously. After a while, a loud sound came from the lake and corpses slowly emerged from the water. The sound of whimpering could be heard and the corpses were densely packed together. Everyone gasped. There's such a mystery in the lake. Are there really millions of corpse soldiers here? The killing gods were shocked. If they sent an army to attack this place, they would not be able to break through the lake. The number of corpse soldiers was too shocking. Only an existence like the Ghost Emperor, who controlled the life and death of the Yan family, could destroy the Yan family so easily. Millions is an exaggeration, but there are millions, the Ghost Emperor said indifferently. I'll leave the 10 Yama Kings and the million corpse soldiers to you temporarily. You'll fight on behalf of the ghost race. Are you willing? He was obviously talking about the Ghost King. Everyone looked at the Ghost King and felt excited for him. This was a huge fortuitous opportunity. With the 10 Yama Kings and the million corpse soldiers, the Ghost King had become one of the top experts in the world. This was also good news for the Celestial Court. After all, it was much better to cooperate with the Ghost King who belonged to the Celestial Court than the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost King was tempted. However, when he thought of the Yan family that obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation, he became cautious. I don't want you to put a slave seal on me. Don't worry. I'm just fulfilling my promise to your new Celestial Emperor. I won't plot against you. The Ghost Emperor showed a look of disdain. The Ghost King hesitated no more. All right, I accept. Thus, the Ghost Emperor began to impart the secret technique to control the 10 kings of hell and the million corpse soldiers, while Gu Chen and the others discussed at the side. Now that the Underworld Tower had fallen into their hands, it was time to discuss the next step. Over the past year, the cooperation between the Netherworld Tower and the Nether God Palace is unprecedentedly close. They must have grasped the locations and secrets of some of the Nether God Palace's branches. Now that we've taken control of the Acheron House, we should gather the power of the Acheron House and the Celestial Court to destroy the Nether God Palace's branches on the continent as soon as possible. Killing God Curled Sickle suggested excitedly. He, who had originally wanted to live in seclusion, now saw the hope of victory. He admired the methods of the new Sky Emperor, Gu Chen, to the point of prostrating himself. This is a good plan. If we can destroy as many of the Nether God Palace's branches across the continent as possible, the Nether God Palace's intelligence network will be completely paralyzed. We will have a huge advantage in the upcoming war. Killing God Qing Lin nodded in agreement. Everyone agreed with this method. All of you are thinking the same thing. Gu Chen smiled faintly, his gaze turning cold. However, if we want to do it, we have to do it thoroughly. We have to completely destroy the Nether God Palace. This was a rare opportunity. While the Nether God Palace still did not know that the Acheron House had betrayed them, they had to achieve their goal in the shortest time possible. The old man knows quite a lot about the various branches of the Nether God Palace in the Kunlun continent. Nan Gongjing said at this moment. He had been a Nether Heaven Guard of the Huangfu clan for a long time. Naturally, he had learned many of the Nether God Palace's secrets in the process. His memories of that time were still there. Now, they came in handy. I know some as well. Yaij also has a lot of intelligence. Including the Acheron House's information, we have a rough idea of how many branches the Nether God Palace has. Gu Chen smiled coldly. He had once searched Huangfu's soul and investigated the Nether God Palace for a long time. Naturally, he had a lot of intelligence. including Jiang Yige, who had been investigating the Acheron house, and Elder Nangong. Huangfu Wuji would never have guessed that the Nether God Palace no longer had many secrets. Since there is no problem with the intelligence, the only problem is manpower. We need to attack the Nether God Palace from all over the continent at the same time. This requires a lot of manpower. Killing God Azure Qilin said after some thought. Now that the heavenly net has been restored, I will send orders to the assassins of the Celestial Court scattered across the continent to attack. Furthermore, the Acheron house also has branches in various places. With the two factions working together, it will be sufficient to wipe out the various branches of the Nether God Palace. If it is the northern plains, the western desert, or the southern mountains, we can ask the people of the three races to help. As for the eastern desolate land, our current combat prowess is sufficient to sweep through them. Gu Chen quickly made his judgment. When everyone heard this, they all felt that this plan was feasible and became excited. Previously, when the Heavenly Arch died in battle and the Heavenly Palace disappeared, the Nether God Palace and the Acheron house worked together to encircle the Celestial Court for a long time. Fortunately, the various branches of the Celestial Court had always been rather secretive. When the Heavenly Palace disappeared, many of the assassins were on guard, so they preserved their combat prowess to the greatest extent. Now that the tables had turned, it was their turn to encircle the Nether God Palace. However, the situation was different this time. They had the locations of many of the Nether God Palace's branches and knew their weaknesses. They could definitely attack them head-on. Under the leadership of the new Celestial Arch, the underworld would welcome a complete bloodbath. When everyone finished discussing the specific plan, the Ghost King had also successfully obtained the inheritance from the Ghost Emperor. Gu Chen, I have done what I promised you. I hope you won't forget my favor. The Ghost Emperor seemed to be a little tired from staying outside for too long. Senior, don't worry. I will keep my promise, Gu Chen replied seriously. The Ghost Emperor nodded in satisfaction. If that's the case, I will return to the ghastly ruins. You can go about your business. He suddenly remembered the relevant memories he obtained when he searched the soul of the Lord of Yellow Springs. There's one more thing that I should remind you of. Senior, please be straightforward. What do you think Huangfu Wuji's ultimate ambition is? He asked instead of answering. Gu Chen was surprised, but he still answered. It should be to unify the continent and become the greatest emperor in history? The Ghost Emperor shook his head. That is indeed one of his goals, but it is not his ultimate goal. He is currently at the peak of the celestial being realm. Anyone who has reached this realm would want to take another step forward. Gu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Senior, you mean? What? Everyone was shocked. Was this true? Huangfu Wuji had worked so hard to build up his empire. Would he be willing to hand it over to the Yan clan? Huangfu Wuji's ambition is boundless. He wants to get rid of the Kunlun continent's limit of celestial beings, so he has set his sights on a faraway place. The Ghost Emperor said meaningfully, then turned around and left. I'm telling you this because I want you to know that Huangfu Wuji won't care about anything to achieve his goal. Whether it's kinship or the people in the world, they are just pawns in his eyes. When you fight with him, you can't be benevolent or care about the lives of the people. Otherwise, you will definitely lose this war. That's all I have to say. Good luck. The Ghost Emperor had already left, leaving only his words lingering in Gu Chen's ears, causing him to sink into deep thought. Isn't Huangfu Wuji's ultimate goal to unify the continent? Gu Chen frowned and murmured. If Huangfu Wuji only wanted to be an emperor throughout the ages, he would definitely have some misgivings when he did things. However, if his heart was not on the Kunlun continent, then even if all the living beings on the continent were destroyed in war, he would still be indifferent. He had hidden his heart too well. Gu Chen had never thought about this. The Ghost Emperor could see that Gu Chen had a kind side and thought that this would be the biggest obstacle to him winning against Huangfu Wuji. Therefore, he specially reminded him. Gu Chen closed his eyes and thought about this for a long time. He couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time. He could only take it one step at a time. When he opened his eyes again, his face was filled with killing intent. We have to act quickly and completely destroy the Underworld God Palace before Huangfu Wuji notices. In the next half a month, the assassins of the Celestial Court in various parts of the continent received many orders through the Skynet. The Acheron House's various branches also received orders from the headquarters. The two dark forces were supposed to be hostile to each other. But under the instruction of their leadership, they joined hands without Huangfu Wuji's knowledge and launched fatal attacks on the branches of the Nether God Palace that were scattered across the continent. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the main force of the Celestial Court and the headquarters of the Acheron Tower had joined forces and swept away all the branches of the Nether God Palace in the Eastern Barren Territory. In this battle, many killing gods of the Celestial Court and the 10 Yamak kings of the Yellow Spring Manor worked together and killed dozens of underworld god guards. Countless underworld generals and underworld soldiers died, and they seized countless cultivation resources. Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Southern Mountains, with the help of Yellow Spring Tower and the help of the Demon Race, Stone Race, and Demon Race, the flames of war could not be stopped. With overwhelming momentum, the Allied forces quickly destroyed the branches of the Nether God Palace one after another, and the statues of the Nether God fell down one after another. Even in the Central Plains, where Huangfu Wuji's forces were the most deeply rooted, countless branches were attacked and suffered heavy casualties. In just half a month, more than 70% of the Nether God Palace's forces were wiped out, and countless assassins died. For a moment, the Dark World was shaken. The Overlord was crowned as the new Celestial Emperor. The Acheron Tower had joined forces with the Celestial Court. All kinds of explosive news spread in all the regions of the continent, and it caused a series of effects. All the forces realized that after Huangfu Wuji destroyed the Celestial Court, the Dark World had once again experienced a major reshuffle. And this time, the Celestial Court's revenge on the Nether God Palace was too terrifying. It was like hitting the snake where it hurt, and it would not stop until the Nether God Palace was completely destroyed. The Nether God Palace was betrayed by its allies and was caught unprepared. All the important branches were destroyed, and the intelligence system was paralyzed. The whole continent was in an uproar because of the drastic change in the Dark World, and the person who felt it the most was Huangfu Wuji, who was in the capital. Boom! In the Imperial Palace, a part of the palace collapsed. Huangfu Wuji's red eyes were even redder and more bloodthirsty than usual. His whole body was filled with an extremely cold killing intent, and he slowly walked out of the palace that he had destroyed because he couldn't control his emotions. Lord, all the branches of the Nether God Palace have been sending urgent military reports from all over the continent, and when we tried to contact them, we lost contact with all the branches. Many Heaven Nether Guards and Underworld God Guards stood outside, nervously reporting the latest situation to Huangfu Wuji. I know what you're saying. Huangfu Wuji waved his hand, indicating for everyone to stop talking, and his face was very gloomy. There were statues of the Underworld God in all the important branches of the Nether God Palace, and they had a spiritual connection with him. He could use the ability of his red eyes to descend on those statues and understand the specific situation of the branches. The Celestial Court had the Skynet, and very few people in the outside world knew that the statues of the Underworld God in the branches of the Nether God Palace were an important source of information for Huangfu Wuji. However, in the past half a month, Huangfu Wuji repeatedly sensed that the connection between him and the statues of the Underworld God was constantly being cut off. The destruction of every statue meant that the branch of the Nether God Palace was no longer there, and it almost drove him crazy every day. He had built the Nether God Palace single-handedly, and he had spent a lot of effort on it, but now it had been destroyed. Although there were still many experts in the Nether God Palace, and their forces in the 9 prefectures were still relatively intact, it was no different from being destroyed. Without the intelligence network and the branches in the 4 great regions of the continent, how could the Nether God Palace still be called one of the 3 great dark forces of the continent? And that Guchen had already taken control of the Celestial Court and the Yellow Spring Pavilion. With this, he was undoubtedly the Emperor of the Dark World. Yellow Spring Master, this useless thing has ruined my plans. Huangfu Wuji had a crazed look on his face. The group of Underworld God Guards and Heaven Nether Guards had never seen him like this before, and they were all trembling with fear. Huangfu Wuji's killing intent kept overflowing uncontrollably. Recently, the Gu family's surviving members had been constantly using tricks, and they had already made him feel a deep sense of danger. Your Majesty, the officials of the Imperial Court have something to report. Just as Huangfu Wuji was about to go crazy, a few eunuchs from the palace rushed over. What happened this time? He said coldly. That killing intent was hard to control, and it actually directly crushed the eunuch closest to him into a bloody pulp. Your Majesty, please spare us. Your Majesty, please spare us. The remaining eunuchs immediately went silent, and they hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy, fearing that they would also die under Huangfu Wuji's anger. Speak, what happened? Huangfu Wuji slightly controlled his emotions. The eunuchs trembled as they stammered. The Celestial Court united the continent's 4 great foreign clans, and just now, they issued a declaration of war, and spread it throughout the continent, condemning Your Majesty's 3 great crimes. They called themselves the 5 Clans Alliance, and they requested Your Majesty to abdicate, or else. The eunuchs already didn't dare to continue speaking. Or else what? Green veins bulged on Huangfu Wuji's forehead. Boom, the sky above the imperial palace was filled with dark clouds. Huangfu Wuji's killing intent soared into the sky, causing the souls of everyone in the imperial palace to tremble. This extremely shrewd new emperor was enraged. Several eunuchs in front of him were implicated and turned to dust, not leaving a single trace behind, allying with the 4 great races, instigating Underworld Tower to rebel, annihilating Underworld God Palace, issuing a declaration of war, forcing him to abdicate. Gu Chen was pressing forward step by step. Everything he had done had completely driven Huangfu Wuji crazy. He had exhausted his entire life's effort to reach his current achievements, but they were gradually being destroyed by a brat. He managed to control his temper with great difficulty, and in a few steps, he had already stepped into the political pavilion. Greetings, Your Majesty. With Shen Sudong in the lead, the officials of the imperial court had already been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Huangfu Wuji, they all became somewhat nervous and restrained. Everyone had sensed the terrifying killing intent from before, and they knew that this emperor was currently angry. Where is the declaration? Let me see it. Huangfu Wuji sat on the dragon throne and said coldly. Hearing this, Shen Sudong walked out. Among the officials present, he was the calmest. He handed over a jade slip with both hands to Huangfu Wuji. Reporting to Your Majesty, this declaration of war was issued by the Celestial Court and the 4 great races at the same time. According to this subject's estimation, it has already spread throughout the 9 provinces through the Celestial Court's information network. Shen Sudong said expressionlessly. Huangfu Wuji only took the jade slip and casually glanced at it. The contents of the declaration were shocking to the eye, causing the flames of anger in his heart to burn. Even more. The other party listed his 3 major crimes in the declaration, accusing him of being disloyal, heartless, unjust. The words were as ugly as they could be, saying that he was plotting to usurp the throne and was cruel and heartless. In short, it completely tarnished his image. The other party's intentions were very vicious. They clearly wanted to occupy the moral high ground and give him a good reason to fight. What an overlord, what an overlord! Huangfu Wuji was so angry that he laughed, and he looked at the officials below. When the officials saw such a declaration, they didn't know what to think. Did they agree with the Celestial Court? He inexplicably felt guilty because he didn't have much room to refute the crimes on the declaration. Shen Sudong, you really have a good grandson. Huangfu Wuji looked at Shen Sudong and sneered. His face was filled with killing intent. Shen Sudong didn't show any fear and just calmly replied. I am ashamed to have such a traitorous grandson. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Humph. This declaration wants me to abdicate and return the throne to the Ji family. What do you think? Huangfu Wuji's eyes flickered. The civil and military officials looked nervously at Imperial Advisor Shen, worried for him. Right now, the emperor was in a fit of anger, and Imperial Preceptor Shen had an unclear relationship with the Celestial Court's Celestial Emperor. If he answered incorrectly, he might lose his life. Usually, the Imperial Advisor was of noble character and unquestionable integrity. He loved the people as if they were his own children and often spoke up for them, so the officials did not wish for anything to happen to him. The Ji clan no longer exists. What abdication? Shen Sudong's first sentence made Huangfu Wuji's expression ease up a little, but the next sentence made him explode. But now that the Celestial Court is powerful and has the assistance of the 4 races, Your Majesty, please think of the people of the world and send someone to negotiate with them. Peace is the most important and prevent a war from breaking out. You want me to compromise with that, Gu Chen? Huangfu Wuji stared coldly at Shen Sudong. A terrifying domineering aura spread throughout the political pavilion. If it can bring peace to the world, your majesty can give it a try. Shen Sudong straightened his back. He clearly knew that his words would infuriate Huangfu Wuji, but he still said it. Preposterous. You pedantic scholar who only talks about benevolence and morality. Huangfu Wuji immediately berated. His eyes were cold and terrifying. Let me tell you, I will definitely not compromise with anyone. If you want a war, then we will fight. As long as I am happy, what do the people of the world count for? Huangfu Wuji even said such words. The officials fell silent for a moment. They knew that he was so angry that he didn't even want to pretend anymore. Pain flashed in Shen Sudong's eyes. The ruler of a country said such words. The people of the 9 provinces were destined to be plunged into misery and suffering. Your Majesty, please think twice. Shen Sudong bowed solemnly. He knew that it was impossible, but he still did it. Your Majesty, please think of the people of the world. Huangfu Wuji looked at Shen Sudong, this stubborn person who didn't know how to be flexible. His face was distorted from anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed Shen Sudong and the Confucian faction to stabilize the internal situation, he would definitely kill him for his repeated rebuttals. Do your own thing. My army will defeat the 5 Races Alliance and capture that Gu clan survivor alive. At that time I will chop him into pieces and make him into buns for you to eat. Huangfu Wuji said ferociously. Shen Sudong was shocked. He knew that Huangfu Wuji didn't want to talk to him anymore. If he continued talking, his life would be in danger. Your humble servant understands. Shen Sudong took a deep breath and endured the humiliation. He still had to keep his life. Only by staying in the imperial court could he do something for the people of the world. All military officials, step forward. Huangfu Wuji ordered Shen Sudong to retreat. He quickly gathered the commanders of the army and began to deploy troops. When news of the overlord's breakthrough came from the northern region, he had already begun to recruit troops from all over the 9 provinces. Now, he was beginning to see results. He had already made up his mind to gather an army and accomplish the task in one fell swoop. He would completely defeat the 5 Races Alliance and unify the entire continent. In the Heavenly Palace, Gu Chen stood in front of the information pool with his hands behind his back. Images appeared in front of him one after another. Reporting to the Celestial the Arch, the Western Desert Underworld Deity Palace branch has been completely purged. A golden assassin said from the void. Behind him stood several stone race clansmen. Gu Chen, I've taken care of everything on my side. Su Huahua was also in the image. She smiled at him excitedly. Behind her were the corpses of the Underworld Deity Palace assassins. Her puppet army was counting the spoils of war. As Gu Chen listened to the reports of victory from all over the continent, he couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your hard work. For half a month, the Celestial Court attacked the Underworld Deity Palace with all its might. Although there were some casualties, compared to the huge gains, the losses were negligible. The Underworld Deity Palace's forces in the 4 major regions had all been disintegrated. Now, only a portion of the important forces from the Central Plains remained by Huangfu Wuji's side. This was the first time Gu Chen had achieved such great results since he set foot on the path of revenge against Huangfu Wuji. After discussing with the various races, a declaration of war against Huangfu Wuji had been sent out. It had probably caused a huge uproar in the 9 provinces by now. He was trying his best to create an atmosphere of righteousness so that he could prepare for the upcoming war. The declaration of war has already been sent out. Next, as long as Lan Chu comes to my side, she can use the name of the Ji royal family to suppress Huangfu Wuji. That way, we can avoid even more casualties. He knew that once this war began, the people were destined to be plunged into misery and suffering. Countless people would become homeless. However, this war was unavoidable. If someone like Huangfu Wuji unified the continent, that would be the true end of the world. He did not want blood to flow like rivers. The only thing he could do was minimize casualties. As long as Lan Chu was around, many of the factions loyal to the Ji clan in the Central Plains would stand on his side, weakening Huangfu Wuji's strength. Even the attitude of the people of the 9 provinces toward the 5-race alliance would change. They would no longer see them as invaders, which would save them a lot of trouble. The Central Plains had always been the center of the Kunlun continent. The cultivation civilization there was the most flourishing. They were also the strongest, strong enough to resist the alliance of the 4 regions. Under such circumstances, Lanchu's existence was too important. Reporting to your majesty, the Heavenly Star sect has sent news from Beijing Mansion. Killing God Azure Qilin came to Gu Chen's side and said, interrupting Gu Chen's thoughts. Senior, I've already said that there's no need to call me that. Gu Chen smiled bitterly. Rules cannot be broken. It's fine to call you Gu Chen in private, but not in front of others. Killing God Azure Qilin shook his head. Gu Chen did not dwell on this matter anymore. He was excited by Killing God Azure Qilin's news. Jiao Rou and the others are quite efficient. They managed to integrate the Whale League so quickly. There are many people from the Heavenly Star sect under you. They solved a lot of problems for us in Beijing Mansion. That Whale League Alliance Master Chou Feiyang is quite interesting. When he heard that you became the Heavenly Emperor, he took the initiative to lead the Whale League sects to surrender. He wants to join my Celestial Court's army no matter what. Killing God Azure Qilin joked. The Whale League is a complicated place. Be careful of spies from the Underworld God Palace. Gu Chen reminded. Don't worry. Are you worried about your own subordinates? I think they're doing quite well. Killing God Azure Qilin rarely praised others. Now that Beijing Mansion has been integrated, we can start arranging for the Celestial Court, the Ghost Race, and the Fiend Race's armies to be stationed there. We'd better prepare before Huangfu Wuji's army arrives. Gu Chen nodded. From now on, Beijing Prefecture was destined to become a strategic location that would influence the future of the entire continent. We greet the sect leader. On Mount Yunwu of Heavenly Star Sect, Xue Qian and the other elders of Heavenly Star Sect said excitedly as soon as Gu Chen walked into Yunwu restaurant. Ever since the return of the 7 saintesses, Beijing Prefecture had undergone a drastic change. Initially, they didn't quite believe the holy maidens when they said that the sect master had ordered them to reorganize Beijing Prefecture. After all, Beijing Prefecture had always been a lawless area for many years. No force had ever been able to truly unify this place. Although Gu Chen founded the Heaven Star sect, he was not in the sect most of the time. Therefore, many elders and disciples in the sect did not know much about him. They did not even know how powerful he was. After the 7 saintesses united the entire Whale Alliance in the shortest time possible, the army of assassins from the Celestial Court, the 1 million corpse soldiers from the Ghost Clan, and the Demon Clan's army from the South Mountains moved into Beijing Prefecture one after another. Only then did everyone in Heavenly Star sect realize how impressive their sect leader was. Not only was he the sect leader of Heavenly Star sect, but he was also the true leader of the Whale Alliance. He was also the overlord who had triggered the stars in daytime. He was even the Celestial Emperor of the Dark World. Each of these titles was more important than the last. When Xue Qian and the other elders faced the powerful cultivators from various clans, they immediately straightened their backs and felt honored. Heavenly Star sect was founded by Gu Chen himself. After Beijing Prefecture was confirmed to be a strategic location for the Allied forces, Mount Yunwu became a holy land. This was the residence of the commander-in-chief of the alliance. It was the seat of the highest authority. It was destined to go down in history. Xue Qian and the other elders of the Smoke Cloud sect had never imagined that the once small Mount Yunwu would become the focus of the entire world. No need to be so polite. The troops from various clans have been arriving these days. You will be in charge of their accommodation and food. Thank you for your hard work, Gu Chen said gently. Xue Qian had been by his side for a long time. He had always played the role of a housekeeper in Heavenly Star sect. He was the one who took care of almost all the trivial matters. If Huang Pingzhong, Yu Qizhong, and the 7 women were the important combat power of Heavenly Star sect, then Xue Qian was the important rear. It was because of people like him that the others could fight on the front lines without any worries. During these days, a large number of troops had entered the territory of Heavenly Star sect. Xue Qian was in charge of all the food and clothing. Hearing that he had done a good job, Gu Chen could not help but praise him and reward him with some elixirs. Xue Qian and the other elders could not help but become more excited after receiving Gu Chen's praise. They secretly decided to perform well. In terms of cultivation, they could not even be compared to some ordinary soldiers in the allied forces. However, they could provide them with endless support. Xue Qian and the others left after reporting various trivial matters to Gu Chen. Shortly after, assassins from the Celestial Court, generals from the Devil Clan, and emissaries from the Stone Clan came to visit one after another. As the commander-in-chief of the 5 clans, Gu Chen was extremely busy these days. He could not stop, and he did not even have time to rest. He had to understand all the important information that came from all over the continent. After all, he had officially declared war with Huangfu Wuji. Both sides were racing against time to mobilize their troops. Now, it was a competition of who could do it better and faster. When Gu Chen finished receiving the last emissary from the Stone Clan, it was already late at night. He was also a little tired. Integrating the armies of the various clans is really not an easy task. It is even more tiring than a life-and-death battle. When the surroundings finally quieted down, Gu Chen heaved a sigh. If he could, he would rather be a cultivator who wholeheartedly pursued the peak of cultivation. He would not have to deal with so many thorny problems like now. It was just that fate had pushed him to his current position. He was duty-bound and could only do his best. This little guy is so blessed. He has been sleeping for so many days. Gu Chen checked the beast-raising bag in his free time. He was starting to miss White Ape. White Ape had been asleep for a period of time. Now, his body was completely covered in colorful crystal chips. He looked like a colorful egg. Gu Chen did not know what kind of changes he was going through, but he could see that he was breathing slowly. There shouldn't be any major problems. Seeing that White Ape was still sleeping soundly, Gu Chen also stretched his body and planned to rest for a while. At this time, outside the Yunyue restaurant, another guest arrived. Forget it. It seems like there is no time to rest tonight. Gu Chen shook his head and ordered someone to let the guest in. The guest was a thin and beautiful young girl. Beside her was a green cow. The moment she stepped through the door, Gu Chen's eyes could not move away. The young girl's beauty was no less than before. It was just that she was a little thinner. There was a hint of melancholy between her brows. When she saw Gu Chen, her eyes involuntarily turned red. Gu Chen stood up abruptly. His heart was surging with emotions. When they parted in the past, he never thought that things would remain the same but people would change. He also never thought that he would almost be separated by life and death. The two of them hugged each other in a warm and touching silence. Xianxia had clearly lost weight. Like a frightened rabbit, she burrowed into Gu Chen's arms and hugged him tightly. The two of them hadn't seen each other for almost a year, and too many things had happened in this 1 year. The entire Middle-earth imperial family had been annihilated. Whether it was Lanchu's father or brother, all her relatives had died. Gu Chen didn't know how Lanchu had spent the past year, but not only did she have to bear the pain of losing her family, she also had to hide from her enemies. It was easy to imagine how difficult her life had been. Gu Chen had also gone through the years of being on the run, so his heart ached for Lanchu even more. He hugged her, hoping to give her enough comfort. Gu Chen, my father is dead. My mother is dead. My brother is also dead. Lanchu could no longer hold back her tears as she choked with sobs. Over the past year, she had been trying her best to pretend to be strong. Even on the night they escaped from Luoyang, she forced herself not to cry. She didn't want to show weakness, and she didn't want her enemies to feel happy. She had thought that she was already strong enough, but after going through so many twists and turns, arriving at Beijing Manor and seeing Gu Chen, she still couldn't help but cry. Just like a child who only dared to cry in front of her family, Gu Chen was the little bit of warmth in this dark world. Now that she was by his side, she didn't want to pretend anymore. All she wanted to do was cry to her heart's content. I know you still have me, Gu Chen said softly. When Lanchu heard his gentle and magnetic voice, she cried even more fiercely, like a pear blossom in tears. She cried in his arms for a long time and in the end, she actually fainted. It was clear how tired she had been holding on for this period of time. Gu Chen carried Lan Shu to his room and gently placed her on the bed. He carefully covered her with a blanket, afraid that he would wake her up. He wanted to leave the room, but he found that Lan Shu was holding his hand tightly in her sleep, as if she was afraid that he would get lost. Gu Chen sighed. His heart ached even more, and he quietly accompanied her for a long time. When she fell into a deep sleep, Gu Chen quietly released her hand and walked out of the room. "Greetings, master." The green ox had been waiting outside the house for a long time. When it saw Gu Chen, it immediately said excitedly. It came with Lan Shu and was very excited to see Gu Chen. However, seeing that the two of them were deeply in love, it didn't dare to disturb them and only dared to talk to them now. "Thank you for saving her," Gu Chen said gratefully. If the green ox hadn't saved Lan Shu in time during Huangfu Wuji's rebellion, he probably wouldn't have been able to see her again. He would have regretted it for the rest of his life. The green ox had done him a great favor, and he knew what it wanted. It had once wanted to be loyal to him, but it had just betrayed Huangfu Qingming, so Gu Chen couldn't trust it. However, it had saved Lan Shu from the hands of the Huangfu family and protected her as she fled for the past year. This was enough to prove its sincerity. "You can stay in the future," Gu Chen said. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master." When the green ox heard that, it was extremely excited and almost mooed to the sky. Gu Chen glared at it, indicating that it shouldn't wake Lan Shu up. Only then did it quickly quiet down. "Tell me what happened in the past year." Gu Chen brought the green ox far away from his residence and asked. The green ox quickly told him everything that happened in the past year. The specifics were not very different from what Gu Chen imagined. The green ox saved Lan Shu from under the Huangfu clan's nose, and then it was continuously pursued. Fortunately, it was very capable and managed to escape danger many times. However, it didn't know where to go. The reason why it had saved Lan Shu was to express its loyalty to Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen had been trapped in the white whale's body at that time, and the whole world had heard that he had died. This caused it and Lan Shu to almost give up hope. It was only when Gu Chen made a comeback during the enthronement ceremony that they learned about it that they regained hope and wanted to find him. However, Gu Chen was wanted by the entire continent, and his whereabouts were unknown. They couldn't find him even after many twists and turns. Later, the Jiang clan's diviner came, and they learned about Gu Chen's plan. They came east from the 9 states, thinking that he was most likely to appear here. Master became the Celestial Emperor and destroyed the Underworld God Palace. Recently, his fame has spread throughout the 9 states, and everyone is talking about it. We learned that Master's army is in the White Whale Prefecture, so we secretly crossed the border of the Serene Province and finally found Master. "Master, you don't know, but there are 3 million soldiers stationed in the Serene Province. It's too difficult to cross the border. Princess Lan Shu suffered a lot along the way. She's really a strong woman." The green bull sighed emotionally. "Thank you for your hard work," Gu Chen said sincerely. In the past year, Lan Shu and the green bull had experienced more twists and turns than he imagined. Fortunately, they were by his side now. "By the way, Master, we met Xianxia in the Serene Province. He told us the safest way to cross the border," the green bull said. "Oh? Did Brother Jiang find anything?" Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Logically speaking, Xianxia, the prophet, should be the most efficient in searching for the samsara wanderer. However, he had already completed the first 2 steps of the plan, which were the most difficult, but Xianxia still hadn't brought back any good news. This made him a little worried. "Xianxia is looking for someone under Master's orders, right? He told me to tell Master that the person you're looking for is a little special. He's divined the person's location countless times, but the information he got was always confusing. Because he hasn't been found, he doesn't have the face to see Master. He will continue searching." When Gu Chen heard this, he frowned. He couldn't find the samsara wanderer twice. He didn't expect that even the continent's #1 fortune teller would fail for so long. What was going on? "Brother Jiang, there's no need to be like this. If you can't find him, you can come back first. I need him here." Gu Chen shook his head. The 5-Race Alliance army was about to go to war with Gu Chen. Now, both sides were urgently preparing for war. What Gu Chen lacked the most was a strategist. Xianxia was extremely intelligent and proficient in the Tao of Destiny. He was the most suitable person to be Gu Chen's strategist. His presence here was much more useful than searching for the Samsara wanderer. Although Xianxia is young, his talent in the Tao of Destiny is indeed outstanding. In my opinion, he has more potential than any of the Jiang clan's prophets. He has pride in his bones. He probably doesn't want to return empty-handed and disappoint Master, right? As the Green Ox spoke, he added. Although he hasn't returned yet, he found Old Ox. Other than telling Old Ox the way to cross the border and reach Beijing Prefecture, he also asked the old man to bring a brocade pouch to Master. Oh? What brocade pouch? Gu Chen asked in surprise. The Green Ox blinked, and a small brocade pouch immediately floated in midair. Xianxia said that the item in the brocade pouch can help Master win your first battle. Gu Chen was very interested when he heard this. He couldn't help but open the brocade pouch, only to find a piece of paper inside. When Xianxia woke up, it was already noon the next day. She hadn't had a good sleep for a long time. On Gu Chen's bed, she slept soundly like never before. When she woke up, she didn't see Gu Chen. She was slightly disappointed. She thought he would accompany her for the whole day. After changing her clothes and tying up her hair, Xianxia pushed the door open and walked out of the room. Suddenly, the loud noise almost drowned her ears. It was so quiet in the room that she couldn't hear anything, but she didn't expect it to be so loud outside. Whether it was in the sky or on Yunwu Mountain, there were streaks of light flying everywhere, busy and nervous. And from the foot of the mountain, there were endless roars of demonic beasts. Xianxia glanced at the four corners of the room and realized that there was a soundproof formation installed here. That was why she could sleep so soundly without being disturbed. The disappointment in her heart disappeared. Instead, she felt warm because of Gu Chen's thoughtfulness. She spread out her divine sense at once, trying to find Gu Chen, but she was stunned by the majesty of the Heavenly Star Sect. It was already late at night when she arrived at the Heavenly Star Sect last night. At that time, she only wanted to see Gu Chen, so she didn't pay attention to anything around her. However, when she spread out her divine sense, she found that the place was densely packed with the aura of cultivators. Some of them were so powerful that they had clearly reached the celestial being realm. The number of celestial being realm cultivators here far exceeded that of the Middle-earth royal family. Gu Chen's room was at the top of the Yunwei restaurant. She took a few steps to the top and looked into the distance. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Within a radius of several hundred miles, there were military camps everywhere. The soldiers were training in an orderly manner. Looking down from above, the soldiers were densely packed like ants. They were scattered on the vast land and could be seen everywhere. Some of the soldiers were from the human race, and some were from the demonic beast race. There was a place that was filled with yin energy. It was a gathering place for corpse soldiers. Soldiers from different races gathered together, but there was no conflict. Instead, they practiced various battle formations in harmony and nervousness. She had never seen such a situation even when the Central Plains royal family was at its most powerful. Xianxia couldn't help but think of the mythical discussions people had about Gu Chen on their way to find him. Celestial Emperor Gu Chen, Xianxia's heart swayed. She had never thought that the man she liked would grow to such an extent in such a short period of time. His achievements had far surpassed those of her father and brothers. Princess Lanchu, so you're here. A voice suddenly sounded behind Xianxia. She turned around and saw a gentle and beautiful woman. Although she did not seem to have any lethality, Xianxia could keenly sense that her cultivation had already reached the king realm. This made her very shocked. Judging from his age, he was about the same as her. With such strength, he could be considered to have outstanding talent. You are? She asked. My name is Zhao Rou. Big Brother Gu said that you've just arrived and are unfamiliar with this place, so he asked me to take care of you. Zhao Rou said with a smile. Big Brother Gu. Xianxia keenly captured this form of address and realized that the other party should be very familiar with Gu Chen. Zhao Rou and Xianxia chatted amiably, and soon brought her to a banquet hall on Yunwu Mountain for a meal. As soon as she entered the hall, Ji Lanchu immediately felt a large group of people staring at her. There were already many people sitting at the table, a total of 7. Each of them was about the same age as her and had different temperaments, but they were all beautiful. In particular, there was a beautiful woman with a cold aura. Her cultivation had actually reached the late stage of the longevity realm, which was not much different from her. It should be noted that ever since she had a fortuitous encounter in the 10,000 Dragons secret land and experienced many twists and turns afterward, her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Apart from monstrous geniuses like Gu Chen, few people of her age could compare to her. In the Tianqian sect, she actually found 8 young girls who were all at the king realm, and one of them was on par with her. Where did Gu Chen find this group of people? Ji Lanchu murmured in her heart. When Ji Lanchu was looking at the girls, the others were also looking at her. They were curious about the appearance of this princess of the Middle-earth who Gu Chen had killed out of anger and left a marriage contract with her. As soon as they saw Princess Lanchu, the girls' eyes lit up. She was so beautiful that there were almost no flaws. Although there was a bit of melancholy in her eyes, it didn't affect her orchid-like temperament at all. Instead, it made people have the urge to protect her. "Hello, everyone." Ji Lanchu greeted them politely with a smile. Her smile was even more beautiful, overshadowing all the flowers. The girls secretly sighed in their hearts. She was indeed a beauty that could topple a city. With Zhao Rou's introduction, both parties got to know each other. Princess Lanchu and the 8 girls sat together for a meal. "Sister Lu, when did you come back?" Zhao Rou looked at Lu Yichen and asked with a smile. Some time ago, Lu Yichen went to the Nanling Mountains with Killer God Rose and Killer God Vermilion to negotiate with the monster race. They were busy with the Beijing mansion, so they hadn't seen each other for a long time. "I just came back." Lu Yichen answered absent-mindedly. Most of her attention was on Princess Lanchu. Regardless of whether it was his appearance or aptitude, they were both astonishing, causing her to be unable to help but secretly compare them. "May I know where Gu Chen is?" Ji Lanchu wasn't familiar with the girls, so she couldn't help but ask. The girls fell silent. They had heard that Princess Lanchu had slept in Big Brother Gu's room last night. They didn't expect her to be in a hurry to find him after waking up today. Their relationship was indeed deep. Huangfu Wuji's army in Serene Province has been moving. The 2 sides will go to war soon. The Celestial Arch is now discussing strategies with the sages. Lu Yichen answered. Ji Lanchu's heart trembled. No wonder she didn't see Gu Chen when she woke up. He must have been very busy these days. Thinking that she felt a little sad because he wasn't around when she woke up, Ji Lanchu felt guilty. A large part of what Gu Chen was doing now was for her sake. "Your Majesty, there are 3 million soldiers stationed at the border of Serene Province. The commander is True Jade Divine Lord, and the deputy commander is Huangfu Wuji's second son, Huangfu Yi. The Huangfu clan is recruiting soldiers from all the major forces in the 9 states. The 2 academies, 3 clans, 4 sacred lands, and 5 sacred sects have all sent a large number of people to participate in the war. Their strength is not to be underestimated." In the conference hall of the Yunue restaurant, Gu Chen sat on the main seat and was listening to his subordinates' report. Present were the demon sages led by the Ape Clan's high priest, as well as the killer gods and ghost kings of the celestial court. "Huangfu Yi is the real commander. Huangfu Wuji won't be at ease with True Jade Divine Lord." The True Jade Holy Land was one of the 4 holy lands of the 9 prefectures. The True Jade Divine Lord was also a famous celestial being expert, but she might not be loyal to Huangfu Wuji. After all, according to intelligence, the major forces of the 9 prefectures were mostly threatened and had no choice but to join forces with Huangfu Wuji. Therefore, the commander of the army could only be Huangfu Yi. No matter what, Huangfu Wuji trusted his own people more. However, Huangfu Yi lost a pair of legs at the coronation ceremony because of Gu Chen and became a cripple. He was not a celestial being expert, but Huangfu Wuji actually let him lead the army. It seemed that the Huangfu clan really had no capable people. Humph, despicable Huangfu Wuji. The army guarding the border this time is mainly made up of the major forces of the 9 prefectures, and he didn't send many elites under his banner. Jiang Bourgeois, who was also in the hall, said indignantly. Everyone knew that the first battle between the Middle Territory and the Five-Race Alliance would be the most tragic. After all, the battlefront was at the border of the 9 prefectures, and the army of the Middle Territory had to defend it no matter what. Huangfu Wuji first sent out the allied forces of the major forces of the 9 prefectures. While weakening the strength of the Five-Race Alliance, he could also resolve some of the internal conflicts of the 9 prefectures. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Because he controlled the leaders of the major forces, he was not afraid of them rebelling. It could be said that he had nothing to fear. When the major forces of the 9 prefectures unite, their strength cannot be underestimated. The Stone Tribe and the Demon Tribe can only support us from the 2 sides of the 9 prefectures. This battle will be very dangerous. The demon gods and killing gods present discussed. The Middle Territory was the center of the cultivation civilization of the Kunlun continent. Every major force had at least 1 or 2 sages, and their strength could not be underestimated. For a long time, the Middle Territory had been above the other 4 major regions. It was just that they were not internally united, so they gave the other regions a chance to breathe. But now, they were forced to unite, and the potential they could unleash was unimaginable. Although the Heavenly Court side was an alliance of 5 races, the Stone Race and the Demon Race were too far away, so they could only serve as a distraction for the Heavenly Court, the Ghost Race, and the Yao Race. Thus, the real army was only the Heavenly Court, the Ghost Race, and the Yao Race. In this way, although they had the advantage in numbers and experts, the advantage was not great. Even if they could win, they would suffer a great loss. At that time, if Huangfu Wuji personally led the elites of the Sky Mirror Palace and the Netherworld God Palace, the battle situation would be very disadvantageous. It could be said that Huangfu Wuji's strategy was now very clear. He would first let the allied forces of the 9 states wear down the alliance of the 5 clans, and then his own army would go into battle. When the 2 fought, the fishermen reaped the benefits. His plan was too precise. What the 5 clans alliance needed to do now was to ensure that they would suffer as much as possible before facing Huangfu Wuji head-on. How to do it was a difficult problem. Elder Jiang, most of the weapons used by the 9 prefectures coalition army this time should be provided by the 1000 Refinements Saint sect, right? Gu Chen looked at Jiang Bourgeois and pondered. Jiang Yu's silk pouch had given him some inspiration. He already had an idea on how to break through in the first battle. My 1000 Smelting Saint clan is proficient in smithing and has always monopolized the majority of the smithing business in the 9 prefectures. The number of weapons required for this 3 million strong army is unimaginable. Naturally, only my 1000 Refinements Saint sect can satisfy the army's needs. Jiang Bourgeois thought for a moment before an idea came to him. Friend Gu, you mean? I wonder how the weapons forged by the 1000 Refinements Saint sect compare to the armory of the King of Weapons? Gu Chen didn't answer and asked again. The old man has seen the standard weapons in the armory before. They are much stronger than our sects, but the quantity is far inferior. Jiang Bourgeois said cautiously. Very good. That will be enough. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up. If our army has the armory of the King of Weapons, but the enemy's treasures have problems, what will happen? Jiang Bourgeois' eyes lit up, and his expression became somewhat excited. Not only the treasures, but also the defensive fortifications and defensive arrays at the borders. We can also tamper with them. He had fully understood Gu Chen's meaning by drawing inferences about other cases from one case. Elder Jiang, can you do all of this? Gu Chen's face was full of anticipation. Jiang Bourgeois was an authority in this field, and he thought even more than him. I can give it a try. Jiang Bourgeois sneered. The 1000 Refinements Saint sect was slightly different from the other sections. He had finally waited for the chance to take revenge on the Huangfu clan. The meeting lasted from day to night. The sages made arrangements for the deployment of troops and all kinds of accidents that might happen during the war. Only then did they disperse and leave. When Gu Chen walked out of the meeting hall with an exhausted expression, he realized that Ji Lanchu had been waiting for him outside for a long time. He smiled and walked forward, holding her hand. Taking advantage of the dark night, they went out for a walk. It must be very tiring, right? Ji Lanchu said softly on the way. For the whole day, she saw countless people bustling about in the Heavenly Star sect. She realized how big the scale of the war was. As the Heaven Emperor and the leader of the Five Races Alliance, Gu Chen had too many things to consider. It was definitely more tiring than others. It's not tiring at all. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Gu Chen had a resolute expression as he murmured. Ever since the calamity happened to the Fenglin Manor, he had made up his mind to take revenge on Huangfu Wuji. For the past 2 years, he had been hiding everywhere. After going through a lot of hardships, he finally reached this step. He didn't feel tiring at all because he hadn't taken revenge for the 100,000 souls of the Fenglin Manor yet. He hadn't gotten justice for his family yet. Huangfu Wuji owed him too much. Now, he was finally collecting interest from him bit by bit. He enjoyed this hunt. He wanted Huangfu Wuji to feel the deepest fear and die a painful death amidst endless regret. 6 days later, the Five Races Alliance will launch an attack on the Middle-earth from the northern plains, the western desert, and the Beijing prefecture. Gu Chen revealed an important piece of information to Ji Lanchu, causing her expression to shake. I will personally take back the Ji clan's lost empire and return it to you. Gu Chen promised Ji Lanchu softly. Lanchu's family members were all dead. He had no way to bring them back to life. He could only help them seek justice. He still remembered Crown Prince Feng's gentleness and humility. A person like that shouldn't have died so tragically. Even his infant child was murdered. When Ji Lanchu heard Gu Chen's promise, her tears once again flowed out uncontrollably. A man had declared that he would conquer a land of 100,000 miles for her. Which woman hadn't imagined such a scene before? Gu Chen, no matter what the outcome of this war is, I want to be with you forever. Ji Lanchu clutched Gu Chen's hand tightly as she sobbed. What she didn't say in her heart was that she could give up the empire that the Ji clan had lost, but she couldn't live without him. War flags fluttered in the wind, and war drums sounded. A tight defensive line had already been formed along the border of the nether continent. Using the thick and tall city walls of the 20 border cities as a foundation, the army of the middle continent had set up a massive defensive array that could isolate all the enemies outside. Countless cultivators donned their helmets and armor on the city walls, ready for battle. On the tallest city wall, the commander of the 3 million-strong army, True Jade's Sacred Lord, had a solemn expression as she gazed at the black mass of enemy soldiers. On the left was 1,000,000 corpse soldiers. Energy surged into the sky, and wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass would grow. On the right was a massive beast tide. Great Fae were riding ferocious beasts and wielding spears or halberds. And in the middle was the core of the Five Races Alliance, the elite assassin army from the Celestial Court. Such an unprecedented joint army was slowly and steadily advancing toward the borders of the empire, exerting a heavy pressure on the people. Black clouds pressed down on the city. True Jade's Sacred Lord's heart tightened as she sensed the murderous aura coming from the massive army. In her entire life, she had never commanded a battle of such a large scale. Rumble, the massive army trampled across the ground, causing the earth to shake. Countless border guards were sweating, their hearts trembling because of the terrifying beast tide and the unkillable corpse ghost army. 100 kilometers, 25 kilometers, 30 kilometers. When the Five Races Alliance was only 10 kilometers away from the border, True Jade's Sacred Lord gave an order to the entire army. Once the enemy enters the 2.5-kilometer range, the first volley of arrows will be fired. The 2.5-kilometer range was the effective killing range of the standard crossbow bolts of the middle continent. As long as the first volley of arrows could effectively kill and injure the enemy, their defense of the city would be halfway to success. Wu True Jade's Sacred Lord had just given the order when the enemy's bugle horn sounded. The enemy stopped 10 kilometers away from the city and stopped advancing. What's going on? They're not attacking anymore? True Jade's Sacred Lord and the other sect masters could not help but look at each other. Huang Fui expressionlessly stood next to True Jade's Sacred Lord with 2 dark sky guards by his side. Seeing that the Five Races Alliance had stopped advancing, his gaze swept toward the center of the enemy formation, and his pupils constricted. There, a domineering battleship that shone with a cold black light floated in the air, slowly approaching. On that warship, there were 2 completely different flags fluttering in the wind, reflecting into the eyes of the Imperial Army. One of the flags represented the alliance of the 5 clans, and the other was the dragon phoenix flag that belonged to the royal family of the Central Plains. For a moment, countless soldiers on the defensive line whispered. They were all moved by the dragon phoenix banner. The Sky Patrol warship slowly flew over and actually flew past the allied forces of the 5 races. It took the lead and stopped less than 1.5 kilometers away from the border city. Going so deep into the battlefield and not fearing that the reinforcements would not be able to arrive in time, whether it was out of self-confidence or some other motive, the cultivators of the Central Plains were all stunned. Look, that's the Overlord. Since the Sky Patrol warship was so close, someone quickly saw everything on the ship. At the bow of the battleship, Guchen was dressed in a white robe. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he held the hand of a beautiful girl beside him. Behind the two of them, there was no one else. As he stood there, he immediately became the focus of the entire world, causing a huge uproar. The commander-in-chief of the 5 clans is actually standing at the forefront of the battlefield. Has the Overlord gone mad? There are only 2 of them. They can't even be considered a lone army. The Overlord is too arrogant. What does he want to do? Princess Lanchu. The one standing next to the Overlord is Princess Lanchu. The soldiers of the Empire discussed and soon discovered that the girl beside the Overlord was actually the former royal family Princess Lanchu, who was rumored to have died a long time ago. Attack! Attack immediately! Kill the Overlord! Huang Fui was on the city tower. When he saw that only Gu Chen and the girl were on the Sky Patrol warship, his face suddenly became extremely ferocious. His proudest son, Huangfu Qingming, was tortured to death by Gu Chen, and he also lost 2 legs because of him. The hatred could be said to be irreconcilable. Originally, he thought that the Overlord, as the commander-in-chief of the 5 clans, would only have a chance to see the enemy after completely annihilating the enemy. He did not expect the Overlord to be so bold as to take the initiative to come over. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Sky Patrol warship was closer to them than to their own people. They could definitely kill the Overlord instantly with their powerful vitality. As long as the Overlord was killed, the 5-clan alliance would naturally collapse. But, Princess Lanchu is, hearing Huang Fuyi's request, true Jade Divine Lord could not help but hesitate. The former royal family Princess Lanchu was on the ship, and there were still many supporters of the former royal family in the army. If he rashly opened fire on the only remaining bloodline of the former royal family, it was likely to cause dissatisfaction among these people. More importantly, the Overlord was there. As the saying went, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. He had heard countless rumors about the Overlord and knew how terrifying this person was. At this moment, since he dared to come to them on the warship alone, he must have something to rely on. If he rashly attacked, he might fall into a trap. Attack! I ordered you to attack. Have you forgotten who gives the orders here? Huang Fui did not care about anything at all. He saw this as a good opportunity to kill the Overlord, and his tone was cold and undeniable. True Jade Divine Lord gritted her teeth. Although she was the commander of the army, she actually had to listen to Huang Fuyi's orders. She could only do as he said. Destroy that warship. Instantly, a large destructive light appeared on top of the city wall and surged toward the warship. The layers of arrays on the warship were immediately activated, blocking all the Dharma spells and Dharma treasures. Meanwhile, Guchen held Princess Lanchu's hand and spoke with a cold expression. Huang Fui, the only legitimate bloodline of the Middle-earth Empire's royal family is here, yet you still dare to attack. This further confirms the fact that the Huangfu family is plotting to usurp the throne. In the name of the royal family's national general, I order all of you to surrender immediately. Otherwise, you will pay a painful price. His voice was like thunder, spreading throughout the 20 cities at the border. Overlord, stop trying to impress the public. That Princess Lanchu is fake. She really died a long time ago. What national general are you? You're just an invader who wants to destroy the homeland that the people of Middle-earth have lived in for generations. Huang Fuyi's expression was cold, and he immediately retorted. This Overlord was really despicable. He wanted to turn his army into an army of justice and win the support of the ordinary people of the 9 states. If he really took the name of righteousness, then all the feudal lords in the 9 states would rebel. That would be a nightmare for the Huangfu family. as expected, he's not easy to deal with. Gu Chen frowned slightly. Huang Fui was not a brainless person. With a few simple words, he had repositioned himself as an invader. As long as the people of the 9 states believed that he was an invader who was here to destroy their homeland, then the soldiers would be unprecedentedly united. They would explode with powerful battle strength and bring great trouble to the 5-clan alliance. Do you need me to say anything? Ji Lanchu could not help but clench her fists as she looked at Gu Chen nervously. She was the one who had requested to go to battle with Gu Chen today. She knew that this battle would lead to a great loss of life. If she could show up, then the people of the 9 states would feel less resentment towards the 5-race alliance. Perhaps countless lives could be saved. However, only now did she realize that she was still too young. Huang Fui had directly said that her identity was fake, making it impossible for her to defend herself. She did not know how to prove herself. There's no need. It's useless to argue with him on the battlefield. Let's take down this place first. Gu Chen said with a smile. When he looked at Huang Fui again, his gaze had already become ice cold. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Gu Chen's voice rumbled as the Sky Patrol battleship began to retreat amidst the dense cannons. Stop him. Quick, kill him. Huang Fui hurriedly said, unwilling to let go of such a great opportunity to kill Gu Chen. With 2 Tianmin guards leading the way, the group of sages immediately soared into the sky, trying to stop Gu Chen. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. Gu Chen only glanced at the sages coldly as a terrifying Xianxia spread out. Boom, the group of sages who were the first to bear the brunt of the Xianxia. Their bodies swayed under the pressure of the qi and they almost fell from the sky. However, Gu Chen's wave of qi was clearly not only aimed at the sages, but spread as much as possible to the entire battlefield. The boundlessly domineering aura swept through the 3 nearest border cities like a storm. The densely packed cultivators on the city walls were all hit by the impact, and all their eyes rolled back as they fainted on the ground. A large number of archers fell, and the spearmen also fell to the ground like straw. Gu Chen's casual Xianxia had directly caused 100,000 imperial soldiers to lose the ability to fight. What? True Jade Divine Lord's expression changed drastically. The Overlord's qi was even stronger than during the imperial martial competition. It had directly destroyed the military deployment of several border cities. Whoosh, the Sky Patrol battleship turned into a streak of light and safely returned to the rear of the 5-race alliance. Almost as soon as the Overlord returned, the battle formation in front of the coalition army changed. Countless archers walked out, their bows pulled to the fullest, and their cold arrows aimed in the direction of Border City. They are still 10 miles away, not within the range of the arrows. What are they doing? The cultivators of the Empire looked at each other and soon saw a shocking scene. The 5-race alliance's rain of arrows came pouring down, covering a distance of 10 miles, instantly killing a large number of soldiers on the city wall. Hurry up and fight back. Huang Fui was shocked and furious. Sacred Lord True Jade and company looked at each other and smiled bitterly. How could he retaliate? The enemy's army was still 5 kilometers away, and the Empire's standard bows could only reach 5 kilometers at most. There was nothing they could do. Admittedly, if they sent out a large number of cultivators with magical treasures to attack, this distance would naturally be nothing, but after all, the foundation of an army was ordinary soldiers. The army of the 5 races alliance obviously had more advanced weapons than them, causing them to be at a disadvantage in the battle. Fully activate the defensive formation. At this critical moment, Sacred Lord True Jade was more experienced than Huang Fui, and she immediately ordered the full activation of the defensive formation. Suddenly, layers of light shields lit up on the border, and the arrows from the coalition army were greatly weakened when they passed through the light shields. Finally, they were no longer a threat. The Empire's cultivators were just about to take a breather when they saw the 5-race alliance's battle formation change again. Demonic beasts dragged huge rolling carriages to the front. Each rolling carriage had a divine martial cannon, and the barrel was thick, black, and huge, shining with a cold luster. What is that? Sacred Lord True Jade and company had a bad feeling. The Overlord's side had a weapon arsenal, and the weapons they used were obviously much more advanced than theirs. They didn't know what they were using this time. Boom. Boom. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of the Empire's army, the barrels of the divine martial cannons exploded with dazzling beams of light. Each beam of light was hundreds of feet thick, and in the blink of an eye, they traversed 10 miles and blasted the defensive formation of the border city. For a moment, the border city was on the verge of collapse, and the formation seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Not good. If the formation is broken, our advantage will be gone. The Empire's cultivators felt their scalps go numb. Without the thick city walls, they would have to face the ferocious beast tide and undying zombie soldiers. The defensive line would collapse in the shortest time possible. Don't worry, the formation has already been reinforced by the masters of the Thousand Refinements Holy Sect. There won't be any problems, Sacred Lord True Jade said calmly. Although the destructive power of the divine martial cannons was terrifying, the Empire's defensive formation was not to be trifled with. Even if the enemy bombarded it for 3 days and 3 nights, they might not be able to destroy the formation. The only thing they had to be wary of was the sages from the Overlord's side charging over and destroying the border from the inside. Boom 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 boom. As he thought this, the enemy's cannon fire became more and more intense. Soon, the defensive formation became more and more unstable. The protective light shield formed by the formation began to flicker, and it seemed like it could disappear at any time. The speed of this collapse far exceeded the Empire's expectations, and their faces turned pale. Even Huang Fui felt a deep sense of foreboding. Where's sect leader Dai of the Thousand Refinements Holy Sect? Huang Fui quickly realized and looked for the Thousand Refinements Holy Sect's artificers. He wanted them to check the formation and ensure that there was no problem with it. However, they're gone. The Thousand Refinements Holy Sect's artificers are all gone. Damn, where did they go? Everyone looked around but did not see the Thousand Refinements Holy Sect's elders. A strong sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. Your Highness, could it be that the Thousand Refinements Holy Sect has betrayed us? One of the Tianming guards beside Huang Fui asked in bewilderment. Because his eldest brother, Huang Fuli, had died during the coronation, Huang Fui was now the imperial crown prince. How dare they? Their grand elder is still in our hands. Huang Fui felt uneasy, but he forced himself to speak. Your Highness, that Jiang bourgeois is not actually in our hands. He disappeared a long time ago, and we deduced that he was dead. That's why we tricked the Thousand Refinements Holy Sect into working for us. What if the Thousand Refinements Holy Sect has already discovered the truth? Now, all of their people have suddenly disappeared, and the impregnable defensive formation has actually... Kacha. The impregnable defensive formation finally could not withstand the full bombardment of the divine martial cannons and suddenly shattered. In an instant, the Empire's weakened border was presented in front of the Five Races Alliance. Go! The defensive array at the border was broken. The long border of the 9 regions was protected by this array, but now, it had collapsed. The beast tide of the southern mountains, the millions of corpse soldiers from the eastern wilderness, and the army of assassins from the celestial court charged into Yuzhou from all directions like a flash flood. Open the gates and fight to the death with them. Seeing that the defensive array was useless, Huang Fui's eyes turned red as he ordered loudly. Fight! Strike the army of the celestial court. Loud bugles sounded from all the border cities. Soldiers of the Empire rode on horses and strange beasts, rushing out of the open city gates to engage the Five-Race Coalition army. Although the array was broken, the Empire's army was led by elite cultivators recruited from all the major forces of the 9 regions. They were brave and skilled in battle, so it was hard to say who would win. However, before the two sides came into contact, the Empire's army was already in a mess. Many strange beasts and birds of the Empire's cultivators suddenly went out of control, and the reins they used to control them broke. All kinds of standard magical equipment that were taken out by the cultivators suddenly lost their spirituality, and even lost all their power. As soon as this kind of chaos appeared on the battlefield, it directly messed up the formation of the Empire's army, causing their momentum to weaken significantly before they even came into contact with the enemy. On the other hand, the Five-Race Coalition army was led by the army of assassins from the Celestial Court, who were most proficient in the art of killing, and the heavy firepower from the armory. They were like a sharp knife that directly stabbed into the heart of the Empire's army. Wherever they went, they were unstoppable. In addition to the unkillable corpse soldiers and the ferocious demonic beast army, the Empire's army of 3 million soldiers was actually defeated in a single exchange. Damn Thousand Refinement's holy sect. Steady! Steady! Huang Fui commanded from the top of the city wall. Seeing the Empire's army retreating, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell who was behind all this. Whether it was the defensive array at the border, the weapons of the imperial soldiers, or even the protective equipment of the various mounts, they were all maintained by the cultivators under the banner of the Thousand Refinements Saint sect. The Thousand Refinements Saint sect had clearly betrayed the Empire. Before the war, they had done all sorts of things, causing them to suffer a fatal blow. Under such circumstances, Huang Fui could only roar and order his men to beat the drums continuously, forbidding the soldiers from retreating, and fight to the death with the coalition army of the 5 clans. However, the heavens did not go according to his wishes. From all over the 20 border city defense lines, news that made his heart sink to the bottom of the valley came very quickly. Reporting to your Royal Highness, the East Vanquishing Prince has retreated with his army, giving up on defending the border. Crown Prince, something bad has happened. A large number of deserters have appeared at the 3 eastern defense lines. Huang Fui listened to his subordinate's report, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He knew that the little trick before the Battle of the Overlord had worked. East Vanquishing Lord was a king conferred by the former royal family. He was the governor of Yuzhou province and had a strong army. Most likely, after seeing the flag of the former royal family and Princess Lan Chu, the other party had become disloyal. Then, after seeing that the formation had been broken and the 5 clans alliance army was coming at them aggressively, they had chosen to give up on resisting. As for the deserters, there was no need to mention them. Many of them had been forcibly conscripted into the army and might not be very loyal to the new royal family. Seeing that the Overlord was carrying the banner of righteousness and that the army was unstoppable, they had chosen to give up on fighting. Once the deserters appeared, it immediately caused a huge effect. The soldiers of the Empire, who had been fighting back with all their might, quickly lost their will to fight. They either chose to surrender or chose to desert as well. The defeat of the army was like a landslide. Huang Fui had never imagined that he, the crown prince of the Empire, would suffer such a crushing defeat when he led the army into battle. Seeing that the border was quickly broken through and that the 5 clans alliance army was pouring into Yuzhou in large numbers, True Jade Divine Lord's eyebrows twitched. Your Royal Highness, we have lost today's battle. Why don't we retreat for now? We have plenty of time. Seeing that the sages of the Celestial Court were charging over one after another, and that they would soon be unable to resist, he naturally thought of escaping. Although the major forces were working for Huangfu Wuji, they did not want to die in vain in this place. No retreat. We must kill the Overlord. Everyone attack together. As long as we kill the Overlord, we don't care about the others. However, Huang Fui was unwilling to leave. He looked at Gu Chen, who was on the Sky Patrol battleship in the distance, and his eyes were almost crazed. His hatred for Gu Chen was too deep. Huangfu Qingming was his proudest son, but he was tortured to death by Gu Chen in front of him. This hatred was already irreconcilable. Moreover, Gu Chen had destroyed his legs and made him a cripple. He wanted to kill the other party no matter what. As long as he could kill the other party, it would be worth it even if he died. Perhaps there were some descendants of the Huangfu family who were afraid of death, but Huang Fui had inherited Gu Chen's innate craziness and ruthlessness. At this moment, he knew that the situation was hopeless, but he still wanted to gather all his remaining forces to deal with Gu Chen. From his point of view, the battlefield was so chaotic. If he had the chance to get close to Gu Chen and kill him, then even if the Empire's 3 million troops were all destroyed in this battle, it would still be considered his victory. Thinking up to this point, he soared into the sky, took out several forbidden weapons, and led the charge towards Gu Chen. Seeing him like this, the experts from the Sky Mirror Palace and the Underworld God Palace clenched their teeth and soared into the sky behind him. If Huang Fui died, they wouldn't be able to live either. Why not give it a shot? True Jade Divine Leader was extremely shocked to see Huang Fui's craziness, but she refused to accompany him to death no matter what. The Thousand Refinements holy sect has already betrayed us. It's only human nature for us to retreat. Even that Huangfu Wuji can't say anything. He discussed with the big shots of the various holy sects and sacred grounds, then quickly gathered the remaining forces under the various sects and retreated into the inner regions of Yu province. Overlord! I'm going to kill you. Huang Fui led an army and charged towards Gu Chen with a ferocious expression. Gu Chen looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect this Huang Fui to be so daring. However, in his opinion, this was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Unfortunately, you don't even have the right to be my opponent. Gu Chen mocked and ridiculed. As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial court, led by the green Qilin killing god, Elder Nan Gong, and the others, had already soared into the sky and forcibly stopped Huang Fui. Huang Fui's army was either dead or had fled. How could the remaining group of trusted aides be a match for them? They were quickly slaughtered and brought to Gu Chen alive. Kneel. The green Qilin killing god directly shattered Huang Fui's knees with a kick, causing him to kneel in front of Gu Chen, covered in blood. Gu Chen glanced at the lower half of his body coldly. He clearly remembered that he had already destroyed Huang Fui's legs, but at this moment, Huang Fui's legs looked whole. It was probably the man with a bamboo hat who had helped him transplant a pair of normal legs from who knows where. You're better off without legs. A cruel smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. With a flick of his finger, he crippled Huang Fui once again. Ah. Tyrant, kill me if you have the guts. My father will avenge me. You won't be able to be arrogant for long. Huang Fui howled in pain. Once again, he was crippled by Gu Chen. The mental blow was far greater than the physical one. I won't kill you. Someone already said that they'll kill you. After Gu Chen finished speaking, he turned sideways, and Ji Lanchu walked up from behind him. This devastatingly beautiful princess had a cold expression as she looked at Huang Fui with sorrow in her eyes. Huang Fui, back then, your Huang Fu family attacked the palace and killed everyone. You didn't even spare the children of my Ji family. Especially you. Rumor has it that you commanded the army to hack my brother to death. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. After Ji Lanchu finished speaking, he took out a dagger and stabbed Huang Fui dozens of times in succession. She deliberately didn't take his life with each stab. Instead, she wanted him to feel pain, so much pain that he wanted to die. In the end, Huang Fui was covered in blood. He was in so much pain that his body was convulsing. His body had become bone-chilling due to the excessive blood loss. Only then did Ji Lanchu stop the torture. She dropped the dagger and turned to leave. She needed time to calm down. This was the first time in her life that she had done such a cruel thing. It was only to appease the anger in her heart and comfort the souls of her family in heaven. Your Majesty, this guy won't be able to live. How should we deal with him? Chop off his head. After we gain a foothold in Yuzhou, we'll find the largest city and hang it at the city gate. Gu Chen said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone followed his instructions, and the battle on the battlefield was still in full swing. As Huang Fui's head was separated from his body, the allied forces of the 9 states retreated. The 5-clan alliance had achieved amazing results. They occupied the 20 cities at the border of Yuzhou, then reorganized the large number of captured soldiers. These soldiers might have voluntarily given up fighting because they were still loyal to the old royal family, or they might have been forced to join the imperial army because they had no other choice. Adhering to the principle of not killing the innocent, Gu Chen included them as a member of the allied forces. After gaining a complete victory, the allied forces were digesting the military achievements and dispatched scouts to send letters of persuasion to the major forces in Yuzhou province in the name of Princess Lanchu. They would use the Serenity province as their base, and once they had a firm foothold here, they would kill their way to Badu due to the fact that the 5-race alliance didn't massacre the captives wantonly, the fact that the Thousand Refinements sacred sect had taken the initiative to surrender to the alliance, and the summons of Princess Lanchu. All the major powers in Yu province surrendered at the mere sight of it. They took the initiative to join the allied forces and quickly changed the flags in every big city. They replaced the Huangfu clan's Tyrant Beast flag and hung the flags of the allied forces and Ji clan. In just a few short days, the Serenity province had completely changed. The Celestial, the Arch and the Alliance were the rulers. The only regretful thing was that more than half of the allied forces of the Sacred Grounds and the Sage sects of Middle-earth had escaped. They gathered in Qin province and other places to regroup with Huangfu Wuji's army. The five-race alliance had won a great victory. Under everyone's suggestion, Guchen decided to slow down his advance and gain a firm foothold in Yu province first. They needed time to digest the new forces they had conquered. At the same time, Guchen was also waiting for news from Jiangyu. Jiangyu had pointed out the four-step plan to him, which was why he could suppress Huangfu Wuji in all aspects today. However, there was still the last step of the plan that had yet to be realized. This was also what Guchen was most concerned about. No matter how strong the five-race alliance was, it would be difficult for them to successfully encircle and kill a supreme expert like Huangfu Wuji. After all, with Huangfu Wuji's cultivation level, even if he couldn't defeat the cultivator army, he would always have a way to escape. And if he couldn't get rid of such an enemy in one go, as long as he was alive, there would never be a day of peace. All of Guchen's plans were to kill Huangfu Wuji. In order to defeat this publicly acknowledged war god of the continent, he had to unravel the secret of his physique and grasp his weakness. When Jiangyu told Lan Chu and the Green Bull to look for him at Beijing Prefecture, he was in Yu province. It wasn't too long ago. Guchen speculated that he should still be in Yu province. He was looking forward to his return, looking forward to him bringing back the samsara unfettered. While waiting, Guchen began to study the peak battle between Huangfu Wuji and the Heavenly Emperor recorded on the Stone of Time. He tried to grasp his opponent's battle style and all his abilities, watching it over and over again. He was getting closer and closer to Huangfu Wuji. After he killed Huangfu Yi and hung his head on the city gate, no one could guarantee that Huangfu Wuji wouldn't suddenly attack them. With his strength, if he really attacked with the Kunlun the Arch Sword, even if there were a large number of sages in the alliance, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Thinking of this possibility, Guchen's heart tightened. He felt that he had to grasp Huangfu Wuji's weakness as soon as possible. He worked hard to study his opponent's weakness and worked even harder on cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's Time Fist and the Sun and Moon Refining Secret Technique. He was only one step away from mastering the Sun and Moon Refining Secret Technique. If he could cultivate the legendary Yin Yang Two Rights Sword, he believed that his chances of winning against Huangfu Wuji would increase significantly. As for the Heavenly Emperor's Time Fist, it was even more important. The deeper he comprehended this technique, the higher the possibility of him controlling the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time was the only treasure that could compare to the Kunlun the Arch Sword and the Kunlun Mirror. Guchen oversaw Yong province and looked at Badu from afar. He had the momentum to conquer all the rivers and mountains. The Stone Race and the Demon Race kept sending back good news. Their attacks from the north and west were also fruitful, and they had successfully restrained a large number of the 9 provinces' troops. The 5 races alliance's power soared. The news of Yu province changing hands in a few days spread to the other 8 provinces of Middle-earth, causing people's thoughts to change. Huangfu Wuji's rule was on the verge of collapse. Under such a great situation, after waiting for many days, Guchen finally received news of Jiangyu, Huang Pingzhong, and Wei Qizhong returned together. The 3 of them were unscathed. Clearly, they had not experienced much danger. How was it? Did you find the Samsara Wanderer? Guchen looked at Jiangyu expectantly. He did not find any trace of strangers behind him. I found him, Jiangyu replied. It was something that he should be happy about, but he was frowning. Is there anything unusual? Guchen could see that he was troubled. Jiangyu's expression became complicated. Brother Gu, I've boasted in front of you that I've been searching for the Samsara Wanderer for many months. However, I've divined his location countless times, but I've always been wrong. This time, I finally found him in Yu province. Guess where I found him? It was actually at his dojo on Mount Huaning. Jiangyu looked gentle and humble, but he was extremely arrogant in his bones. This time, he volunteered to find Samsara Cultivator, but there was no result after so many months. In the end, he found Samsara Cultivator, but it was because he returned to his own training ground. No wonder he was depressed. If it wasn't for Brother Jiang, even if Samsara Cultivator returned, we might have missed him. Brother Jiang, don't be discouraged. Guchen comforted him with a smile. Jiangyu shook his head, I just don't understand. In this world, besides the possessors of the ether bone, there are very few people that I can't calculate. Actually, it's not that I can't calculate Samsara Cultivator's location, it's just that the location always deviates. It's like I'm being played by him, leading me around by the nose. Looks like Brother Jiang doesn't have a high opinion of Samsara Cultivator. Guchen was deep in thought. That's not it. Jiang Yu was hesitant. After interacting with him, I found that his temper is a bit weird, but which master isn't like that? In comparison, he's quite polite and warm, but I always feel that he's shrouded in a layer of fog, and I can't see him clearly. Jiang Yu was immersed in his thoughts. Guchen shook his head. Jiang Yu was skilled in divination, and liked to read people's minds. It was rare for him to meet someone he couldn't see through. It seemed like he was a bit addicted. He was a good person, but he thought too much. Maybe it was because of this that his body was extremely weak. No matter what, let's meet him first. Where is he now, and why didn't he come back with you? Guchen decided to meet the capable person that old monster Duan couldn't forget before he died. Reporting to sect leader, we talked with Samsara Cultivator, and told him why we're looking for him, and he said he understood. Then, he went back to his training ground and got busy. He only told us to bring you there, saying that he'll answer your questions when the time comes. Huang Pingzhang answered on behalf of Jiang Yu. Oh? What's he busy with? Guchen was even more interested in this Dao planter that he had never met before. Alright, then let's go to Huaning Mountain. This was the third time that Guchen had come to Mount Huaning. The first 2 times he had come here, he had returned empty-handed each time. He had failed to find the Samsara Cultivator. Today was the 3rd time he had come here. Looking at the training hall that had been burned down because of his fight with Lan Chu, Guchen still felt a little guilty. After all, this was the residence of Samsara Cultivator, but he had destroyed it. However, Samsara Cultivator didn't seem to care about this. When Guchen and the others reached the top of the mountain, he was busy in an underground secret room under the training hall. The door to the secret room was open, so Guchen's group easily found him and saw his busy figure. Guchen was very curious about what Samsara Cultivator was busy with. He was actually reluctant to spend any time to see Guchen and instead wanted Guchen to pay him a visit. After all, Yuzhou was already under his control. His name had spread across the world. Very few people dared to disrespect him. When Guchen saw Samsara Cultivator, he immediately saw that he was setting up an array. When he saw a corner of the array, Guchen raised his eyebrows. Not only him, but Huang Pingzhang and Yuqi Zhong were also surprised. The array that Samsara Cultivator was setting up looked familiar. The Flawed Earth Array. Samsara Cultivator is indeed powerful. It hasn't been long, and the array is already starting to take shape. Guchen looked at Samsara Cultivator's busy figure and said solemnly. He recognized the incomplete array. It was the Flawed Earth Array. He had seen it in Duan Donggui's underground secret room. If he remembered correctly, Duan Donggui had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into setting up that array. After he completed it, he didn't want to destroy it because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to succeed again. However, it had only been a few days since Jiang Yu and the others found Samsara Cultivator. The Flawed Earth Array that Samsara Cultivator was setting up was already starting to take shape. The array was so profound, but Samsara Cultivator could set it up much more easily than Duan Donggui. It was clear that he was at a high level in cultivation. Tyrant is here. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Samsara Cultivator stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Guchen. He was a middle-aged man with a face so pale that there was not the slightest hint of blood. He had a pair of heavy eye bags, as if he had not been able to sleep well all year round. Samsara Cultivator, you're too polite. I have something to ask of you, so I should visit you personally. Guchen said politely. I already know why you're here. That's why I made some preparations. Samsara Cultivator grinned. When he smiled, his face was stiff. It was obvious that he didn't make this kind of friendly expression often. Guchen sensed that Samsara Cultivator was looking at him with a strange heat, which made him feel slightly uncomfortable. This person was indeed strange. Back then, I was asked by Duan Donggui of Beijing Palace to ask you about something. Guchen went straight to the point. Back then, Duan Donggui used the incomplete Heaven and Earth Array to transplant organs for Huang Pingzhang, Yuqi Zhong, and the others. Unexpectedly, there was a flaw in the incomplete heaven and earth array, which almost caused the transplant to fail and killed them on the spot. At the crucial moment, something happened to Gu Chen's bone of ether, which miraculously turned the situation around and helped the 9 people successfully transplant organs. Duan Dongwei didn't understand this even after he died. He begged Gu Chen to find out the reason, understand the secret of the bone of ether, and then tell him about it in front of his grave. The only one who could solve this mystery was Samsara Cultivator. He had obtained the incomplete heaven and earth array, and his attainment in cultivation was far beyond Duan Dongwei's. Now that he had seen Samsara Cultivator's ability to set up arrays, Gu Chen didn't doubt his ability at all. He was looking forward to it. Solving the secret of the bone of ether was not only important to him, but also related to finding Huangfu Wuji's weakness. Because of this, it didn't matter how strange Samsara Cultivator was. I've gotten the gist of your problem from them. Samsara Cultivator glanced at Xianxia and the others, and a smile appeared on his face. All of your questions are essentially related to the mysteries of the tyrannical Empyrean bone physique. As a Dao planter, I've been researching all kinds of special body types that have appeared on the continent. To tell you the truth, I've been researching this bone of ether for a long time. Samsara Cultivator's expression turned serious. Why can Huangfu Wuji's body contain 7 kinds of organs, and why can you reverse the failure of your companion's transplant organs? It's all because of the uniqueness of the bone of ether. It's actually wrong for the continent to classify the bone of ether as a top-tier body type. I think it should be considered a heaven-defying body type, a unique special body type that surpasses all other body types. I'd like to hear more. Gu Chen took a deep breath and said. As Samsara Cultivator looked at Gu Chen, a hint of fanaticism gradually appeared in his eyes. Do you know what special body constitution is? He threw out a question, and then answered it himself. The so-called special body constitution is actually a manifestation of the rules of nature in the world. People who have this kind of body constitution are close to a certain kind of rule. They are like fish in water when it comes to training in this kind of rule. They are very talented. Gu Chen nodded. He had heard about this before. Even if they are close to the same rule, there are different levels of strength. The closer they are to the rule, the stronger this kind of body constitution is. That is the difference between medium, first class, and super first class. It is also divided into different types. For example, some people are close to the rule of water, but some people have a body constitution of extreme cold, and they manifest ice, while some people have the other side of the rule of water. Gu Chen couldn't help but think of Lu Yichen and Zhao Rou. The 2 of them should be close to the rule of water. However, Lu Yichen had the heart of extreme cold, while Zhao Rou had the bone of rain, so their abilities were different. Both of them had first-class body constitutions, and Lu Yichen's was slightly stronger. That was the difference between the strong and the weak that Samsara talked about. Everyone's eyes widened. It turned out that this was the source of special body constitution. Gu Chen had reached the celestial being realm, so he had a deeper understanding of the rules of nature. He felt that Samsara's argument did have some basis. Whether it is a complete body constitution or an organ of extreme path, they are all manifestations of the rule of nature, and the rule of nature is controlled by the rule of nature. But there is a kind of body constitution that is different. It is not under the control of nature, and it does not belong to any rule. This kind of body constitution is called the celestial overlord bone. Samsara's words were shocking. That is why I called it a nature-defying body constitution, and I said that it is above all other body constitutions. People who have the celestial overlord bone take over the rule of nature, and they are called inverse cultivators. How is that possible? Everyone present gasped when they heard this. How could such a thing be possible if it wasn't within the rules of the heavenly Tao? Everything in this world was maintained by the heavenly axiom. Even the powerful sages would encounter the Deva's 5 decays. The owner of the tyrannical ether bone was actually not controlled by the heavenly axiom? So that's how it is, that's how it is. If that's the case, then it makes sense. As Jiang Yu pondered, his eyes gradually lit up. Even someone as powerful as his astrology chess fate hand could not calculate the fate of the person who possessed the Tyrant firmament bone. He could not calculate anything related to that person. He had never understood this reason, and neither did his grandfather. But now, there seemed to be an answer. This was because the fated school's study of fate was under the control of the heavenly Tao, and the owner of the Tyrant Empyrean bone had jumped out of the heavenly Tao's rules, so they were unable to calculate it. Guchen was shocked. He knew that his family's inherited physique was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Why did your companion's transplant almost fail? Because every extreme Tao organ has its own heavenly Tao's mark. If it wasn't born with it, it would be easy to reject it. The Tyrant Empyrean bone's domineering power can erase the heavenly Tao's mark, reduce the rejection, and greatly reduce the risk of transplanting extreme Tao organs. Why is Huangfu Wuji able to fuse so many extreme Tao organs? It's also because of the Tyrant Empyrean bone's domineering ability to seize the heavens and earth. It is not restricted by the rule that every person can only have one unique physique. Naturally, it is possible to fuse many physiques. The Samsara cultivator's words were like the ringing of a huge bell. Many of the doubts in Guchen's mind were suddenly solved. Why did he cause a bigger commotion when he went through the heavenly tribulations? Because he was an inverse cultivator. Why did the Ghost Emperor insist that he could break the heavenly Tao's shackles on him? Because he might know the secret of the Tyrant Empyrean bone. However, Guchen had a new doubt. If that was the case, why didn't the Ghost Emperor ask him for help since Huangfu Wuji also had the Tyrant Empyrean bone? Senior said that there was a person 30,000 years ago whose aura was similar to mine. What about the god of the underworld's Huangfu Wuji? Was his aura similar to his? Although the god of the underworld has the Tyrant Empyrean bone, there are some things that can't be transplanted. Guchen's mind was racing. He remembered what the Ghost Emperor said when he first negotiated with him. This Tyrant Empyrean bone might be hiding some other secrets. The information given by the Samsara cultivator was too shocking. It had already turned their worldview upside down. Guchen fell into deep thought. His mind was in a mess. You have been looking for me many times because you want to understand Huangfu Wuji's secret and find his weakness. The Samsara cultivator's eyes flickered when he saw Guchen, and the others were lost in their thoughts. Since he already has 7 extreme Tao organs, it is equivalent to being invincible and perfect. If you want to defeat him, you can only use the Tyrant Empyrean bone's uniqueness to transplant more extreme Tao organs. I am already inscribing the heaven-crippling earth destruction array. It will only take some time to complete. If you can find a suitable extreme Tao organ, I can transplant it for you. The Samsara cultivator gave his suggestion. Guchen's emotions surged. He finally understood why the Samsara cultivator had inscribed the heaven-crippling earth destruction array. It was actually for his own transplant. The Samsara cultivator was too enthusiastic. The fanaticism in the Samsara cultivator's eyes made him feel even more uncomfortable. Can the Samsara cultivator do this? I heard that Huangfu Wuji spent dozens of years doing all kinds of human experiments to successfully fuse many extreme Tao organs. He only managed to complete this step after understanding the characteristics of many extreme Tao organs. No matter how powerful the Tyrant Empyrean bone was, it was definitely not as easy as the Samsara cultivator said to transplant so many extreme Tao organs. Otherwise, Huangfu Wuji wouldn't have spent so many years to realize his ambition. It was even harder to say whether the Samsara cultivator was as capable as the man with a bamboo hat. Under normal circumstances, it naturally wouldn't be so easy. The Samsara cultivator seemed to have realized that he was a little too anxious. He calmed down a little and explained. However, we have the heaven-crippling earth destruction array. This array is extremely profound. I believe you have already understood it from Old Monster Duan. With the help of this array, I am confident that I can help you fuse many extreme Tao organs perfectly without taking too many risks. If you want to defeat Huangfu Wuji, this is the only way. He has 7 extreme Tao abilities, so you must have more extreme Tao abilities than him. There is no other way. I have already told you everything I know. As for how you choose, it is up to you. After the Samsara cultivator finished speaking, he walked to the side and closed his eyes to meditate. He acted as if this matter was none of his business. Guchen's greatest goal was to take revenge on Huangfu Wuji, and right now, unfettered Samsara had provided him with a shortcut. Huangfu Wuji's strength was already at the peak of the continent. If Guchen wanted to defeat him, there was probably no other way but to transplant many extreme Tao organs like Huangfu Wuji did. Gu Chen was extremely disgusted by the act of seizing other people's extreme Dao organs. He even had a prejudice against Dao plant masters because of this. However, the situation was different now. If he wanted to defeat Huangfu Wuji, this was the only way. Gu Chen had no choice but to consider it carefully. If he could defeat Huangfu Wuji as soon as possible with the extreme Dao organs transplanted, countless lives could be saved every day. The 5 races' allied army didn't cause too many casualties when they conquered Serenity Province, but this was just the beginning. As long as the war continued, lives were destined to be lost. Gu Chen wasn't a saint, but he hoped more than anyone to end this war quickly and kill Huangfu Wuji. He couldn't help but close his eyes and seriously consider unfettered samsara's suggestion. I'm not familiar with this unfettered samsara. Although most of what he said makes sense, I can't rule out the possibility that he's lying about some things. Also, he's a bit too proactive. Gu Chen thought of unfettered samsara's passionate gaze and became vigilant. He always knew how to read people's expressions. There were 2 explanations for unfettered samsara's actions. The first was that he was obsessed with the heaven-flawed earth-deficient array like old monster Duan, so he couldn't wait to transplant it for him. The second was that he had other intentions. If it was the first, then unfettered samsara might have hidden some of the possible risks in order to get him to agree to the transplant. If it was the second, then it would be even more dangerous. Therefore, unless the battle with Huangfu Wuji was imminent and there was no better way, he shouldn't easily accept unfettered samsara's suggestion. Gu Chen's thoughts were clear and he understood the pros and cons. He decided to first observe unfettered samsara for a period of time before making a decision. Although he thought this, Gu Chen didn't say it out loud. Instead, he played a trick. Looks like there's no other way to defeat Huangfu Wuji. I can only trouble unfettered samsara. As he spoke, he observed the samsara cultivator attentively. He found that the samsara cultivator's eyes immediately lit up. Apparently, he was somewhat happy. However, it should still take some time for the crippling heaven and earth array to be completed, right? Then, he glanced at the formation around him. If Overlord is willing to transplant it, I will try my best to complete the arrangement as soon as possible. No matter what, this is for the sake of the world. Samsara sighed. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you, loose cultivator. This matter is very important, so I'll send someone to Mount Ning to protect you. At the same time, they can also help you deal with chores. Samsara cultivator was surprised, but he couldn't refuse Gu Chen's suggestion, so he nodded. The tyrant is thoughtful. Let's do that. I also need to consider what kind of extreme organs I need to collect. I'll have to trouble you to give me a list. Gu Chen said again in a flat tone. Oh, Tyrant, although you have a huge force, I'm afraid you don't have much research on extreme organs. To be honest, I've been a Dao plant master for so many years, I'm quite experienced in finding suitable organs. Tyrant, you only need to pay. Why don't you leave finding suitable organs to me? Samsara cultivator said after some consideration. He was a famous Dao plant master in the 9 states, so he must have performed organ transplants on many cultivators. It was indeed possible for him to find the organs that Gu Chen needed. There was nothing wrong with what he said. It's already not easy for loose cultivator to be busy with the crippling heaven and earth array, how can you spare any attention? I'll order someone to collect them. If you're willing to pay a high price, you can still buy the organs you need from the black market. Gu Chen kindly rejected Samsara cultivator's suggestion. If that's fine, I'll make a list. Samsara cultivator thought for a while and said nonchalantly. After the 2 finished their discussion, Gu Chen said again. If that's the case, we'll go back first. I'll send someone to help you later. Oh right, can you let me study the only copy of Crippling Heaven and Earth Array? Before he left, he suddenly thought of something and said. This Crippling Heaven and Earth Array is very profound. Tyrant, you're not a formation master or a Dao plant master. It'll be useless even if you read it. Samsara cultivator shook his head. This crippling heaven and earth array was old monster Duan's biggest concern before he died. To be honest, I promised him that I would take this item to pay my respects to him. Don't worry, I'll only borrow it for a few days. I'll return it to you. Gu Chen explained as if he and old monster Duan were sworn brothers. Yu Qizhong and Huang Pingzhong looked at him strangely. Sect Master and Old Monster Duan didn't have much of a relationship. Old Monster Duan's entire sect was destroyed by him. Moreover, what Guchen said was different from Old Monster Duan's wish before he died. Although they were puzzled, the two didn't say anything. Sect Master must have his own reasons for doing this. That's fine. I've already finished reading the only copy. You can study it for as long as you want. Samsara Cultivator said generously. With a flip of his hand, he took out a yellowed ancient book and passed it to Guchen. Guchen took it and casually flipped through it. This ancient book indeed had the complete crippling heaven and earth array inscribed on it. It was many times more detailed than Old Monster Duan's array. Guchen only took a few glances at it before he unconsciously fell into it. He was intoxicated. With his current realm, he could faintly feel the vastness and profoundness of this array. Old Monster Duan was right. This was indeed an extremely rare and all-encompassing magical array. It involved the obscure order of heaven and earth. It's real. Guchen quickly confirmed that this book wasn't fake. If it was fake, it definitely wouldn't have such a huge attraction for him. Even someone like him who didn't know much about arrays could feel the charm of this book. It was no wonder that Old Monster Duan would go crazy for it and even treat it as his life's work. The fact that the only copy was real meant that Samsara Cultivator wasn't someone else in disguise. Guchen's doubts were cleared up a little. Thank you, Samsara Cultivator. I'll have to trouble you for the rest. Guchen said politely. He put the book into his storage ring and left. After he left, Samsara Cultivator shook his head with regret on his face. What a cautious little fox. Guchen, Jiangyu, and the others left Mount Huaning. On the way, they couldn't help but ask. Brother Gu, are you really planning to transplant the organ? Jiangyu was the first to speak. Brother Jiang, how much of what Samsara Cultivator said is true? Guchen asked instead of answering. What he said explained a lot of things. I'm afraid most of it is true. Jiangyu hesitated. That's right. I'm afraid that most of his analysis about the secret of the bone of ether is correct. But there's a saying in the military school that lies are the truth and lies are the truth. If you mix one or two lies into a large amount of truth, you can gain the complete trust of others. Master, you mean that the Samsara Cultivator can't be trusted? Huang Pingzhong couldn't help but ask. We can't be sure of that yet, but he must be hiding something. It's just that he's very useful to us now, so we need to observe him for a while, Guchen said. That's why Master said to send someone to Ning Mountain. The others suddenly realized. That's right. Send someone to observe him first and see if there's anything unusual about him. No matter what, at least we've gotten the unique copy of Incomplete Heaven and Incomplete Earth. It's a gain. Guchen smiled. I see. Master sure is cunning. Wei Qizhong secretly clicked his tongue. He was several times older than Guchen. Why didn't he have the same cunning? What cunning? Master is resourceful, okay? Huang Pingzhong immediately rolled his eyes at him and flattered him in a subtle manner. No matter what, let's keep him busy for now. Also send some people to the black market to offer rewards for suitable organs. We have to be prepared for the worst. Guchen's expression became solemn. If the battle really reached a critical level, he would probably have to carry out the transplant even if there was a risk. After all, this was the only way to defeat Huangfu Wuji. Inside the imperial palace of Badu, Huangfu Wuji sat on the dragon throne with his head lowered and didn't say a word. Military reports kept coming in from the front. Yuzhou had fallen, the crown prince had died in battle, and people all over the 9 states had changed their minds. His empire was now in danger. Faced with such a dangerous environment, Huangfu Wuji was no longer as angry as before. All he felt was gloominess and depression. In the past, the overlord had repeatedly opposed him. The reason why he was angry was because he felt that an ant offended his superior and hurt his dignity. But now that the other party had become the celestial emperor who could cover the sky with one hand in the dark world and was also the leader of the alliance of the 5 clans, the relationship between the two sides was already equal. He could not feel any anger, only fear and tension. Below him, Shen Sudong and the other important officials of the imperial court were all present. The man with a bamboo hat and many of the Dark Heaven guards were also present. They were all reporting the dire situation to him. Just a few months ago, he was still the emperor of the great virtue and mighty deity. Everyone in the 9 states obeyed his orders. Even the various alien races were wary of him and came to pay respects to him. However, not much time had passed, and Netherworld Tower had already betrayed him. The Underworld God Palace had suffered a devastating blow, and he no longer had any right to speak in the Dark World. The 4 major alien clans and the Celestial Court worked together to attack him head-on. Even in the 9 states, rebellious forces continued to appear. All of a sudden, he felt that he was alone. How ironic. When he thought of this, Huangfu Wuji's eyes became as cold as 10,000 years old ice. Your Majesty, the current situation is urgent. When the alliance of the 5 clans gains a foothold in the Serenity Prefecture, they will probably head straight for the capital. We must make a decision as soon as possible. Seeing that Huangfu Wuji seemed to be distracted, Shen Sudong could not help but remind him. Being reminded, Huangfu Wuji glanced at the man with a bamboo hat. What do you think we should do now? At this critical moment, he did not trust any of the civil and military officials in the imperial court. The only one he trusted was the man with a bamboo hat. He did not know how many of these officials were forced to follow him. Only God knew how many of them secretly hoped for him to die. Only the bamboo hat man had always been his left and right arms. The Underworld God Palace had been established with his help, and a large part of the reason why the bamboo hat man was able to reach his current level of power was because of him. Although the man with a bamboo hat had often been in trouble recently, Huangfu Wuji still trusted him more at critical moments. My lord, the reason why the Overlord was able to force us into this situation is largely because he is good at finding allies. The man with the bamboo hat's will-o-wisps flickered in his eyes. He has the support of the 4 foreign clans, the King of Weapons Armory, and even the traders of the 9 regions. That's why he was able to take down the Serenity Prefecture at a miraculous speed. Huangfu Wuji nodded and continued listening. So if we want to deal with him, we should also try our best to ally with others and make use of the forces that can be used. Huangfu Wuji could not help but frown. The major forces of the 9 regions are already under the control of the imperial court, but you also saw that under the attack of the alliance of the 5 clans, they were utterly defeated. It was simply a disgrace. Apart from them, what other forces can we find on the continent to cooperate with? The man with a bamboo hat laughed strangely. My lord, you should not blame the major forces. Although they were conscripted into an army, they did not undergo strict training and cooperation. Naturally, they are a pile of loose sand. With the 1,000 refinements sacred sect rebelling and the Overlord having the King of Weapons Armory, it is not surprising that they were defeated. Although they were defeated, many of the sacred lands and sacred sects evacuated the Serenity Prefecture in time, preserving as much of their combat strength as possible. They can still be used by us. Now, they have already gathered together with the armies of the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture and the Underworld God Palace, and are stationed in the Azure Prefecture. The Netherheaven Army is our elite army. My lord has personally trained them for many years. They are different from the scattered allied forces of the various forces. As long as we arrange for the cultivators of the various forces to join our elite army, I believe that the situation in the Serenity Prefecture will not happen again. In addition, apart from them, we can actually ally with another force. Huangfu Wuji revealed a look of shock. Which force can help us now? The man with a bamboo hat laughed sinisterly. Haha Jia, do you still remember the Desolate God sect, Lord? Although they are an evil sect, their influence in the 9 regions is not small. They have a large number of followers, and there are many powerful cultivators in the upper echelons. We can definitely use them. Desolate God sect? Many of the officials present could not help but change their expressions. Shen Sudong objected on the spot. Nonsense. The Desolate God sect is famous for being extreme. If we cooperate with them, we will definitely have to acknowledge their position and allow them to spread their teachings. By then, it will bring about disastrous consequences to the 9 regions. Anyone who had a slight understanding of the teachings of the Desolate God sect would know how crazy and extreme it was. They worshipped the Desolate God, and for that, they could kill innocents. They were a bunch of lunatics who saw human lives as nothing. Haha, we are only using them temporarily. The man with a bamboo hat said disapprovingly. My lord, the Five Races Alliance has just gained a foothold in the Serenity Prefecture, and there is the Desolate God Valley in the Serenity Prefecture. That is the place where the Desolate God sect has the most influence. If we form an alliance with the Desolate God sect and promise them benefits, they will be able to wreak havoc everywhere in the Serenity Prefecture and disrupt the advancement of the Five Races Alliance. When Huangfu Wuji heard this, he was tempted. The people of the Desolate God sect have always been unpredictable. Will they be willing to cooperate? Huangfu Wuji's brows relaxed. Very well, you shall contact the Desolation God cult. Shen Sudong immediately became anxious. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Cooperating with the Desolation God cult is tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. It will leave 1,000 years of trouble for our Central Plains. Humph. I have already made up my mind. Huangfu Wuji's eyes turned cold and his domineering aura spread out. Under the impact of the domineering aura, Shen Sudong's body only swayed a little before he stabilized himself, but his face revealed a pained expression. When the previous emperor was still alive, he was able to follow the advice of others, but this Huangfu Wuji acted arbitrarily. He only cared about his own benefits and never thought about the problems of the people in the 9 provinces 100 years later. My lord, the leader of the Desolation God cult, Dongfang Zhen, is not an easy person to deal with. I'm afraid that if you want to form an alliance with him, you will have to personally make a move. The man with a bamboo hat spoke again, drawing Huangfu Wuji's attention back. I have nothing to say to those evil cultists. Huangfu Wuji frowned. In fact, he felt that the Desolate God sect's teachings were simply laughable to the extreme. If it wasn't for a rebellion occurring, he would utterly not allow an evil sect like this to exist and threaten his rule once he unified the continent. It is precisely because my lord has always scoffed at the Desolation God cult that you need to personally make contact with them. Back when my lord was still the Central Plains war god, your Sky Mirror Mansion had suppressed the followers of the Desolation God cult many times. If it is only this subordinate making an appearance, they will inevitably feel that my lord is lacking in sincerity. The man with a bamboo hat analyzed. Very well, I will personally make a trip. Huangfu Wuji weighed the pros and cons and agreed. Also, now that the front line is in a state of emergency, does your majesty have a suitable candidate for commander? Huangfu Wuji's expression turned gloomy when he heard this question. After Huangfui's death, his Huangfu clan seemed to have withered even more. The army stationed in Qingzhou was his main force, so he should send someone with prestige and trust to be the commander. However, there was no suitable candidate in the Huangfu clan. He did not trust the officials of the imperial court and the leaders of the various sacred lands and sects, afraid that traitors like the Thousand Smelting Saint sect would appear. He was originally prepared to be the commander himself, but now he had to make contact with the Desolation God cult's leader. If you don't have a suitable candidate, I'm willing to lead the army. The man with a bamboo hat said something shocking. Oh? Are you willing to be the commander? Huangfu Wuji was pleasantly surprised. Although the man with a bamboo hat was his right-hand man, he had always liked to act in the dark. Not to mention assuming any position in the imperial court, most of the time, he didn't even show his face in front of the officials of the imperial court. At this time, he took the initiative to take on a heavy responsibility, which was very rare. Although he had never held any position in the army, Huangfu Wuji had no doubts about his ability. The Underworld God Palace had been established with his help, and he had also been the one who had given him advice and plans for the great empire that he had built over the years. He was definitely a suitable candidate. He was trustworthy and had absolute authority in the Netherworld army. Very well, you shall be the commander of the Netherski Legion and oversee Qingzhou. Huangfu Wuji said. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Shen Sudong, who was still standing there, and coldness surged in the depths of his eyes. State Preceptor Shen, capable people do more work. You shall also follow the man with a bamboo hat to Qingzhou and take on the position of military advisor. Shen Sudong's eyes turned cold, but he didn't dare to refute. This humble subject shall obey the order. All right, all of you are dismissed. This emperor and the man with a bamboo hat have other matters to discuss. Huangfu Wuji waved his hand and let the others leave. When only he and the man with a bamboo hat were left in the hall, the man with a bamboo hat said, "Haha, Lord, why do you want Xianxia to follow? No matter what, that overlord is his grandson. Aren't you afraid that he will take this opportunity to join the other party? Don't I still have you?" Huangfu Wuji sneered. This Xianxia is always going against this emperor, and every time he opens his mouth, he talks about the common people. This emperor already doesn't want to tolerate him anymore. Directly killing him will cause the court officials to protest and cause the people's hearts to waver. It's better to send him to the front lines. When you get there, find an opportunity to kill him and frame the celestial court. This way, the Confucian faction won't be able to blame this emperor, and the overlord will be accused of murdering his family. Huangfu Wuji smiled sinisterly. So that's how it is. Killing two birds with one stone, Lord, is indeed brilliant. The man with a bamboo hat praised. Alright, Xianxia isn't important. Let this emperor ask you, if you take the initiative to fight this time, what are your chances of winning? Huangfu Wuji's expression turned solemn. The Netherworld army was his strongest military force. If the man with a bamboo hat were to lose, then his empire would truly be at risk. It's hard to say what my chances of winning are, but this subordinate's new experiment has already produced results. This is a good opportunity to give it a try. The eyes of the man with a bamboo hat flickered with a dim light. At night, in the depths of the Huangfu clan's hidden underground palace, Huangfu Wuji left the imperial palace without anyone knowing. After many months, he once again stepped into the dark and damp underground prison. I didn't expect you to come see me again in such a short time. It seems like your situation is worse than I imagined. In the prison cell, the old man with disheveled hair ridiculed in a hoarse voice. After speaking, he suddenly coughed. This emperor can't be bothered to talk to you today. Huangfu Wuji was expressionless. He knew that talking to the old man was just giving him information, so he simply didn't say anything. He directly opened the prison cell and untied the two purple gold chains that bound him. What are you doing? The old man's tone became stern. He had already stayed in this prison cell for several decades and had never left. Huangfu Wuji had also never done such a thing. This emperor is going to leave Tyrant City for a while. I can't be at ease leaving you here, so I'm changing places for you. Huangfu Wuji said coldly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect your situation to be this bad. When the old man heard this, he disregarded the wound on his chest and laughed loudly and ridiculed. Huangfu Wuji had left Luoyang countless times over the years, but he had never thought of moving him. He didn't expect that now that he had become the emperor, he was still worried that something might happen when he left. This could only mean that he felt that even Luoyang wasn't safe anymore. It showed how weak his heart was. Is it my son? He's already very close to you? The old man clearly knew that he would offend Huangfu Wuji, but he still asked agitatedly. Huangfu Wuji's face was as cold as frost. This Gu Yuan had been locked up here for several decades, but his brain was still intact. He only needed to say one or two sentences, and he could guess so much. However, how was he supposed to answer this question? The one who forced him to move Gu Yuan away for the sake of caution wasn't his son, but his grandson. If Gu Yuan knew about this, he would probably ridicule him even more crazily. Shut up. After I move you to a safe place, you must give this emperor the answer I want the next time we meet. In the sky above the Allied army camp in Yuzhou, the sun was setting in the west, and the sunset glow was magnificent. Gu Qin sat on the clouds and stared at the gradually setting sun and the crescent moon in the sky. He opened his left palm, and a weak true fire of the sun was burning. His right palm was suspended in the air, and a translucent piece of lunar soul ice was spinning. One yang, one yin, one fire, one ice. As Gu Qin put his hands together, they gradually gathered. Sizzle, when the true fire of the sun and the lunar soul ice met, there was a violent reaction, and the two forces quickly melted. Bang, with a soft sound, the two forces of yin and yang completely turned into ashes, and Gu Qin frowned. It's still not right. How can I fuse these two forces? Gu Qin's sun and moon secret technique was only one step away from the phenomenal success stage, and this last step was to fuse the true fire of the sun and the lunar soul ice, the two heavenly phenomenon true forces, and cultivate the yin-yang two right sword. These days, the army was stationed in Yuzhou, and most of the matters were handled by his subordinates. Gu Chen had been making the best use of his time to cultivate. The Yinyang Tu right sword was the most important. The true fire of the sun could only be summoned when the sun appeared, and the lunar soul ice could only be summoned at night when the moon appeared. Day and night were separated, so one could imagine how difficult it would be to fuse these two powers that could only appear at different times of the day. After thinking about it, Gu Chen realized that the sun and the moon would only appear at dawn and dusk occasionally, so he used these two periods of time to cultivate the Yinyang Tu right sword. However, after solving the problem of time, he realized that this was just the beginning. The true fire of the sun was extremely young and hard, while the lunar soul ice was extremely keen and soft. It was too difficult to fuse these two completely different forces together. He tried for many days in a row, but he failed every time. Today, he failed again. Dusk was too short, and it passed in an instant, causing Gu Chen to frown. According to this progress, it would be extremely difficult for him to cultivate the sun and moon secret technique to the phenomenal success stage. As the last step of the first heaven secret technique, cultivating the Yinyang Tu right sword was extremely important to him. Not only was the power of this technique unparalleled, seizing the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, but it was also a guarantee for the cultivation of the second heaven. Gu Chen's nature of the heavenly stars technique was broad and profound, but he was currently only cultivating the Stardust Scroll, and his secret technique was only at the first level of heaven. For a peerless cultivation technique like the nature of the heavenly celestial art, Gu Chen was only at the beginner level. However, just at the beginner level, he was already at the level of a first-rate cultivator in the Kunlun continent. Celestial art secret celestial art. Gu Chen knew that if he could cultivate the second secret technique, he would be celestial, the secret technique. Gu art, he mountain secret technique, he, Chen, he had. Gu Chen secret yi, he said, mountain, sect. Mountain sect army, mountain clan mountain. Mountain Chenli clan of the mountain Hua mountain, and secret of sect. Mountain. He ordered the soldiers to guard Mount Huaning and asked Huang Pingzhong to keep an eye on Samsara cultivator's formation with his all-seeing eyes. It was difficult to master the Yinyang Tu right sword, and it was difficult to make great progress in the Heavenly Emperor's time fist because it had only been passed down for a short time. If he couldn't find a way to increase his strength, he might have to consider the transplant. Sect Master, celestial art is normal. He never steps out of the secret room except for setting up the heavenly flawed earth formation. Huang Pingzhong reported honestly. When they first met celestial art, they felt he was suspicious. But after some time, they felt he was just a fanatical Dao plant master. Many masters in every field were like him, forgetting to eat and sleep in order to complete their research. Celestial art didn't come into contact with anyone else. The heavenly flawed earth formation was real. All the signs showed that he only wanted to help Gu Chen transplant. Gu Chen nodded. It was best that the Samsara cultivator was not acting strangely. He was just being cautious. He looked at the other generals and listened to the latest reports. Your Majesty, ever since man with a bamboo hat became the commander of the Netherworld army, he has retreated 100 li to the border between Qing province and Yu province. He has tightened his forces and doesn't seem to want to attack us. Yao, sure, and demonic humans have suggested to us to attack Qing province as soon as possible. It will be disadvantageous to our army if we delay. Killing God Rose brought the opinions of the various races. The 5 races' allied army had occupied Yu province for 20 days. Yu province's forces were basically digested. It was time to move forward. Demonic humans and Sher clansmen were few in numbers. They supported the allied army in northern plains and western desert and suffered many casualties. Humans' greatest advantage was their numbers. They were worried that if they delayed, Huangfu Wuji would start recruiting again and cause more casualties. It is about time. When Qing province's Netherworld army was mentioned, Gu Chen's expression became complicated. News of man with a bamboo hat becoming the commander of the allied army had arrived a few days ago. However, he was more concerned about another piece of information. Shen Sudong had become the strategist of the Netherworld army. No matter what, the other party was his maternal grandfather and his mother's father. Gu Chen didn't want to fight him to the death. Moreover, it wasn't just Sudong. Qing province had true martial academy. It was rumored that Huangfu Wuji had mobilized a large number of teachers and students to join the army. This meant that his enemies had many familiar faces, like Mu Ziyu and Yi Qingxuang. Without the backstabbing from Thousand Refinement's sacred clan like last time, Huangfu Wuji had sent his true elite army. Gu Chen knew that this was going to be a tough battle. It wouldn't be as easy as last time. There were too many variables that could happen on the battlefield, and there were familiar faces in the enemy's camp. This made him feel conflicted. However, war was cruel after all. He had to be responsible for his comrades who stood on the same side as him. He could not be soft-hearted at all, even if he was forced to attack Sudong. He had to attack when the time came. This wasn't being cold-blooded. It was just that war was like this. Since his maternal grandfather had chosen to stand on Huangfu Wuji's side, he was probably mentally prepared. Pass down my order. Prepare to attack Qing province. Gu Chen made his decision. Understood. Killing God Rosette nodded and left. Gu Chen, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. The ape race's high priest was sitting in the camp. He rarely gave opinions, but now he suddenly spoke. High priest, speak frankly. Gu Chen listened attentively. Hearing this, Gu Chen laughed involuntarily. The Desolate God sect has been slandering me for a long time, but compared to the army of the Central Plains, they can't do much. Don't underestimate them. The high priest shook his head. There is a Desolate God Valley in the Yuzhou, so it has always been the headquarters of the Desolate God sect. Their followers here are far more than you and I can imagine. Furthermore, the current leader of the Desolate God sect, Dongfang Zhen, has been to the southern mountains before. I have interacted with him before, and he is a very troublesome person. Oh? Gu Chen's expression became more solemn. To be able to make the high priest say that he was troublesome, his strength was definitely not weak. His impression of the Desolate God sect had always been those idiots who had entered the Desolate God Valley to commit suicide. He had never understood the higher-ups of the sect. That Dongfang Zhen is an expert of the late stage of the Heaven Realm, and he believes in the Desolate God. It seems that he has grasped some kind of mysterious power that belongs to the Desolate God. The high priest loosened his grip on his crutch, bent down, and lifted his trousers at his thighs. What entered Gu Chen's eyes was an extremely sinister wound. Although the high priest was already old, and his body was shriveled and smaller than the average ape clan, his exposed leg was even more withered and skinny, as if it was just a layer of skin wrapped around his bones. There was also a wound on his thigh. Although it had already healed, the flesh looked like it had rotted, and there was even a rotten smell coming from it. I have fought with many saints in my life, but only this wound, even after so many years, still hurts faintly. The high priest said with a serious expression. When he was young, he was once ranked number 1 in the ape clan, and was even more glorious than the current Sun Jinming. However, the battle with the Desolate God sect's Dongfang Zhen was something that he could not forget. Even now, his wound had not healed, and he needed to use a walking stick all year round. This kind of secret was something that outsiders did not know. Now that he had taken the initiative to say it, everyone had a direct understanding of the degree of danger that Dongfang Zhen was. High priest, I understand what you mean. I will be careful of the Desolate God sect. Gu Chen engraved the high priest's reminder in his heart. The next day, the allied forces of the 5 clans ended their many days of rest and reorganization, officially marching towards the Azure province in a mighty manner. With the addition of the Thousand Refinement's sacred sect and the various local forces of Yuzhou led by the East vanquishing king, the allied forces were even stronger than before. Wherever they passed, they were like a torrent of steel, causing the earth to tremble. The Alliance flag and Dragon Phoenix flag fluttered among the army. Every time they passed by a city, a large number of commoners would line the streets to welcome them. Gu Chen, Princess Lan Chu, and many key generals stood on the patrol battleship. Behind them were dozens of battleships, and they became the focus of the entire world. His spirit pierced through the rainbow and won the hearts of the people. The tyrant's reputation of upholding the royal family and eliminating treacherous officials had firmly occupied the position of righteousness. The world of mortals is like a prison, and all living things are suffering. Reincarnation never ends, suffering never ends. Suddenly, a series of crisp bells rang out on the path of the Allied army. Thousands of ascetics dressed in hemp clothes with strange tattoos on their faces came barefoot, blocking part of the army's path as they chanted loudly. "Take pity on the people of the world, a god will descend from the heavens. Infinite origami, send me home." The strange chanting gradually grew louder, and groups of ascetics appeared from various parts of the army. They gathered towards the army and seriously affected the speed of the army. What's going on? Many generals of the Allied army looked into the distance. When they saw clearly what kind of people were blocking the way, their expressions changed. "Your Majesty, they are from the origami cult. How should we deal with them?" The green Qilin killing god stood beside Gu Chen and asked solemnly. Gu Chen frowned. The high priest had just reminded him yesterday, and he didn't expect the origami cult to come and cause trouble today. Compared to the millions of people in the Allied army, the origami cult only had tens of thousands of people. They were nothing more than lice. However, how to deal with them was a problem. This cult had a great influence in Yuzhou. If they killed them without mercy, it would probably cause unnecessary trouble. "Chase them away," Gu Chen said. The best way to deal with this group of lunatics was to ignore them. The order was passed down, and soon, troops surged out from the battle formation to drive away the followers of the origami cult. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred at this moment. "Infinite origami, send me home." Some of the followers of the origami cult shouted loudly. The moment the Allied army advanced, they suddenly self-destructed. Boom, boom, boom. The followers of the origami cult were carrying forbidden talismans on them. Using themselves as bait, they launched a suicidal attack when they got close to the Allied army. No one thought that someone would be so crazy, and the number of people who were crazy reached tens of thousands. For a moment, chaos broke out in all directions of the Allied army. Thousands of soldiers were killed or injured. A bunch of lunatics. Many generals were enraged. On the Sky Patrol warship, Gu Chen's expression turned even uglier. What was the origami cult trying to do with such a premeditated large-scale attack? Before he could think about it, a huge phantom appeared in the void far away. It was a middle-aged man dressed in linen clothes. His face and arms were full of scars. He let out a thunderous voice to the huge Allied army. "The Overlord is a jinx from the heavens. You will suffer the wrath of the origami if you join him. It's Dongfang Zhen." The high priest raised his head to look at the phantom and said solemnly. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He immediately spread out his divine sense. Not only him, many of the killing gods and demon sages of the Allied army also acted immediately, wanting to find the other party's position. This madman not only sacrificed the lives of tens of thousands of followers, but also caused many casualties in the Allied army. "What are you hiding for? Come out." Gu Chen's voice was like thunder. The anger in his words was not concealed at all. In the attack just now, a large number of innocent soldiers had died in vain. Even the ordinary people who were close to the army were affected. "Overlord, you are a jinx. There is no need to worry. I will kill you and use your life to deliver all living beings from suffering." Dongfang Zhen sneered. "All the people of Yuzhou, listen up. From today onwards, anyone who walks with the Overlord will be disobeying the decree of the origami cult. My origami cult will send down heavenly punishment." After he finished speaking, the phantom pointed to a small city not too far away. It was called Descendant City. When the Allied army passed by Descendant City, they were warmly welcomed by the common people. The 500,000 citizens of Descendant City welcome the Overlord. "For your ignorance and foolishness, you have violated the will of the origami. I hereby send down the wrath of the heavens." After he finished speaking, from the direction of Descendant City, a heaven-shaking explosion sounded out. Boom! The entire city was submerged in a sudden storm of flames and energy. Billowing black smoke rose up, turning into a mushroom cloud in the sky. In front of the millions of soldiers, Kuan City was reduced to ruins. Flames and explosions engulfed the place. Countless cries came from the city. Countless lives were lost just like that. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his killing intent soaring into the sky. "Since you want to target me, then come at me. What kind of ability is it to attack unarmed people?" His black hair danced wildly, his pupils turned completely purple, piercing through the void. directly piercing through the illusion of the desolate god sect's leader. No need to be anxious, this is just the beginning. The desolate god will gradually send down the wrath of heaven, letting the people of the world feel his mercy. He spread his arms, laughing hysterically, and after saying that, the illusion completely dissipated. Brother Jiang. Gu Chen's eyes were red, immediately looking at Jiang Yu on the ship. Jiang Yu's fingers were calculating, he had already divined the opponent's possible position. And at this time, he had already obtained the result. In the east. He pointed with his finger. Shua. Shua. Shua, with Gu Chen in the lead, at least 10 saints used their movement techniques, immediately rushing towards the east. Gu Chen used the stars carrying moon steps, his speed reaching a level he had never seen in his life. He only wanted to catch Dongfang Zhen as soon as possible. The opponent's methods were too vicious. In order to deal with him, he actually implicated hundreds of thousands of innocent mortals. If he did not die, he would definitely not rest. Gu Chen, killing God Qinglin, Elder Nan Gong and the rest chased all the way east, their divine sense covering the sky and covering the earth. This chase covered a distance of 1,000 li, spending an entire half a day. However, perhaps because Dongfang Zhen was already prepared, he had already secretly changed directions along the way. Everyone ended up empty-handed. Suppressing a wave of anger, Gu Chen and the rest returned to the allied forces. When they returned, all the followers of the desolate god sect had already been ordered to be killed. At this point, there was no need to have any more misgivings. It was just that the ruins of Kuan City were still burning, and the desolate god sect's declaration of action had also caused a series of consequences. The innocent people of Kuan City died in vain. This frightened countless people in Yuzhou. All the people who came to welcome the allied forces dispersed. And those mortals who lost their families because of the desolate god sect's actions were full of sorrow, irrationally thinking that this was a disaster brought by the allied forces. The desolate god sect actually dared to declare war on our army. There must be a big secret behind this. We must quickly think of a way to solve it. It's easy to meet the king of hell, but it's difficult to deal with the little demons. If the desolate god cult continues to act like they did today, it will bring us great trouble. Many generals of the allied forces realized that the situation was not good. They immediately wanted to discuss of. The allied forces realized that the situation was not good. They immediately. Gu Chen, however, lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. He left the army alone and flew toward Descendant City, which had just been destroyed by the desolate god sect's attack. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other. It seemed that the Heaven Sovereign couldn't let go of the fact that the innocent Kuan City was destroyed. Everyone. Chen, of Chen, and of the Zhen of people of. Although the allied army had sent out reinforcements as soon as possible, the number of people who survived the attack was still not many. Gu Chen saw a child crying bitterly as he hugged his parents' corpses. He saw an old man who had lost his legs and was lying on a wooden plank on the verge of death. Gu Chen shuttled through the ruins in silence. His heart was unusually heavy. The tragedy in Kuan City reminded him of the 100,000 dead souls in the Fenglin Manor. A large part of the reason he went against Huangfu Wuji was because he didn't want the tragedy of Fenglin Estate to occur once more. Yet now, because of his arrival, all the innocent commoners of a city had died in vain. Gu Chen already knew that there would be casualties in war, and he was already mentally prepared. However, when such a huge number of casualties appeared in front of him, and he could not stop it in time, the impact on his heart was still unimaginable. Gu Chen could not help but clench his fists. He listened to the sorrow of the city and stood in the ruins for an entire night. Why did you come if you knew that you would be sad? In the latter half of the night, Ji Lanchu came to Gu Chen's side and softly asked. She knew that Gu Chen must be suffering in his heart. Although he was an assassin and a famous tyrant, if he was stripped of all his titles, he was actually just an 18-year-old young man. He was only 18 years old, but he was already carrying too many things on his shoulders. When Ji Lanchu thought of this, she could not help but feel heartache for him. Since the start of the war, she could clearly see how much pressure Gu Chen was under. But now, he was still standing here to mourn the commoners of Kuan City, taking all the blame on himself. Sometimes, she really hoped that Gu Chen was not such a righteous person. If that was the case, he might be able to live more easily. I want to remember every brick and tile here, every life that has disappeared, Gu Chen murmured. After that, his gaze turned resolute. I swear to all the dead souls in this city that I will definitely bring back Dongfangzhen's head to mourn for them. After saying this, he turned around and strode away. Let's go, the war still has to continue. Confusion was left for those with weak wills. He did not have time to stop. Even if there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of him, he had to continue, since they had already come this far. Only by thoroughly defeating Huangfu Wuji and defeating all their enemies could they possibly win true peace. In the next few days, the Allied forces increased their vigilance and at the same time, increased their speed towards the border of Qingzhou. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the army deliberately bypassed the cities along the way to avoid bringing trouble to the commoners. But even so, the situation in Yuzhou began to change. After the desolate god cult declared war on Gu Chen, they began to run rampant in Yuzhou. In the name of preaching, they eliminated dissidents and created a lot of trouble. Just as Dongfangzhen had announced when he attacked, they began to take revenge on those who were with Gu Chen. The first to suffer were the various local forces in Qingzhou. They had already sent their elites to join the Allied forces, but they did not expect their backyard to be on fire. The followers of the desolate god cult attacked their families and forces one by one, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Under these circumstances, the forces in Qingzhou were shaken, and one by one, they withdrew from the Allied forces with various excuses. They had no choice, Yuzhou was their foundation. Even if they followed Gu Chen and won the war, if their foundation was gone, the losses would be difficult to recover. As for these forces, Gu Chen did not urge them to stay, nor did he make things difficult for them. He allowed them to leave as they wished, and the Allied forces lost a lot of forces. Not only that, because the desolate god cult vigorously promoted Gu Chen as a jinx, out of ignorance and fear of the desolate god cult, the evaluation of the overlord in Yuzhou began to change. The ignorant people began to boycott the overlord and the Allied forces, believing that they had brought disaster upon them. And Huangfu Wuji, who had originally been spurned in Yuzhou, unexpectedly became a wise emperor under the propaganda of the desolate god cult. The direction of public opinion was extremely unfavorable to the Allied forces, and these rumors even spread to other places in the 9 regions, causing Gu Chen and the others to gradually lose the advantage of Princess Lanchu's royal family. The tyrant is licentious and tyrannical, committing all kinds of crimes and killing the innocent. Huangfu Wuji is a wise and upright person who loves his people like his own children. He is a rare virtuous emperor. Through word of mouth from the desolate god cult, Huangfu Wuji's image was established as a glorious and mighty figure, while Gu Chen's image in the eyes of the common people plummeted. This is too much. The desolate god cult really dares to spread all kinds of rumors. Some places even said that Kuan City was massacred by His Majesty's order. Not only that, they said that the sect master was trying to usurp the throne. For this, they even found a fake Princess Lanchu and said that wherever the tyrant's army passed, they would burn, kill, and loot. All kinds of rumors spread to the Allied forces, causing the generals to be filled with righteous indignation. After entering Yuzhou, they strictly abided by the discipline and did not offend any city in 9 regions. But now, they unexpectedly became a demon-like army, and the image of Gu Chen was smeared to the extreme. The desolate god cult was too good at stirring up the hearts of the people. They could even turn white into black. Many commoners were too ignorant. Without knowing the truth, they believed what they said. We should send troops to encircle and annihilate the desolate god cult and uproot this damned cult. How do we encircle them? The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. The followers of the desolate god cult are too scattered, and it is impossible to encircle and annihilate them all. If we don't handle it well, they will make use of us and say that we are wantonly slaughtering civilians, which proves that our army is cruel. The generals were in a deadlock, and their opinions were not unified. Humph, you humans are just like this. You care too much about things like reputation. During the debate, Sun Jinming kept shaking his head. In my opinion, we don't even need to care about the desolate god cult. They are just tools that Huangfu Wuji uses to interfere with us. As long as we take down Qingzhou as soon as possible and defeat Huangfu Wuji's main army, the desolation god cult will naturally be obedient without a backer. Sun Jinming's words were crude, but his reasoning was not crude. His words enlightened everyone. That's right. If the desolate god cult wants to spread rumors, then let them. Our target should be the battlefield. Guchen made the final decision. He didn't care how his image would be slandered. He was focused on the overall situation. Having come to a conclusion, the Allied army didn't care about anything else and advanced at full speed. Finally, a few days later, they arrived at the border of Yuzhou and Qingzhou, looking at Huangfu Wuji's Nether Heaven army from afar. After the man with a bamboo hat became the commander-in-chief, he took the initiative to retreat 100 miles to the border. Within this 100 miles, there was nothing but flat plains. The two armies looked at each other from afar and could see each other's banners fluttering in the wind. Woo! After the Allied forces arrived, the man with a bamboo hat rode on a strange bird and waved his hand, signaling the start of battle. A torrent of steel from the Netherworld army riding on strange beasts swept out, rapidly traversing 100 miles of plains as they charged towards the Allied army. Kill! The Allied army immediately sent out their troops, and both sides clashed on the battlefield. On Guchen's side, Nan Gongjing, Lu Yichen, and many others looked at the man with a bamboo hat in the distance. Their eyes flickered with intense hatred. He was Huangfu Wuji's right-hand man and had committed countless sins for Huangfu Wuji. He had conducted countless cruel and inhumane experiments and was unscrupulous in order to complete his experiments. Guchen stared at the man with a bamboo hat in the distance. His gaze was ice-cold. The other party was the one who had given the order for the calamity in Fenglin Manor. Because of him, Elder Nangong had been modified into the myriad poison body and was still enduring the agony brought about by the poison. It could be said that the first person Guchen wanted to kill the most was Huangfu Wuji, and the second was this man with a bamboo hat. As long as they could take down the man with a bamboo hat, it would be equivalent to Huangfu Wuji severing his limbs. At that time, with so many saints ganging up on him, no matter how strong Huangfu Wuji was, he would still have to die. Man with a bamboo hat, do you dare to fight against the old man? Nan Gongjing shouted from the front, his eyes filled with towering killing intent. Haha Jia, Nan Gongjing, you are merely my experimental subject. You are not qualified. The man with a bamboo hat's strange laughter came from afar. Shen Sudong stood beside him, and his eyes were filled with worry. When this war ends, I will use you as an experiment, man with a bamboo hat. Guchen replied indifferently. He had noticed Shen Sudong, but he appeared extremely cold. At the same time, he looked behind the two of them. Other than the upper echelons of the Nether Heaven army, there were also representatives of the various major factions. Among them were some familiar figures. He saw Mu Tianxi, whom he had once fought at the tournament, on the side of the Azurewood Manor. He saw his old friend, Qi Zian, on the side of the South Flower Sacred Land. Feng Jiuqian, Hong Tai, and other old friends from the Glazed Light sect and Shantian sect were also here. What surprised him even more was that the leader of the Sky Sea Pavilion was Yao Yufei. He originally believed that the Sky Sea Pavilion had already dealt with Yao Yufei, the Underworld God Palace's high priest. He never expected her to still be alive. Now, she had used Huangfu Wuji's influence to take control of the Sky Sea Pavilion. These old friends, be they friends or enemies, were now standing against him. They were either passively or actively tied to the Nether Heaven army. Guchen shifted his gaze and saw True Martial College's deputy Dean Qi and Mu Ziyu. However, he did not see Yi Qingshuang. It was unknown where she had gone. Perhaps he had no choice but to kill some of his old friends. Guchen severed the unwillingness in his heart as his expression turned frosty. This was war. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. No matter who it was, as long as they stood against him, he had to attack them. He believed that his old friends had already made up their minds. They were only standing here because of their bonds and beliefs. Just as Guchen was analyzing the enemy's upper echelons, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The Nether Heaven army and the vanguard of the coalition army were already locked in battle. There was no clear winner, but suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Then, within the 100 miles of the plains, giant monsters broke out of the ground and let out terrifying howls. They were creatures that looked like octopuses. They were sticky all over, and there were dozens of them. As soon as they appeared on the battlefield, poisonous smoke came out of their mouths and bodies, instantly spreading over 100 miles. When the soldiers came into contact with the poisonous smoke, they were immediately corroded and turned into a pool of blood. Run! What kind of monsters are those? Be it the soldiers of the Netherheaven army or the coalition army, they all fled in fear. However, the speed at which the poisonous smoke spread was too frightening. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed everyone and turned them all into a pool of blood. What's going on? Countless soldiers of the coalition army were shocked. The dozens of monsters were each 100 feet tall. They had never seen such ferocity and terror. Man with a bamboo hat, Nangongjing looked at the giant poisonous octopuses with a bewildered expression. Haha jia, Nangongjing. Don't you find me familiar? Man with a bamboo hat's laughter came from afar. It's all thanks to you. I used your body as an experiment to refine this poisonous gas that can be used on a large scale. His smile was too eerie, causing countless people on the Alliance's side to suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with fear. This lunatic, the man with a bamboo, had even killed his own soldiers for the sake of an experiment. He used his own soldiers as bait to lure the Alliance's troops out, then test the strength of these octopuses. In front of the monsters raised by the man with a bamboo hat, all the soldiers sent out were instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, the dozens of octopuses spat out poisonous smoke from their bodies and swam across the battlefield, heading straight for the Alliance's troops. Attack! Destroy those monsters! The generals of the Alliance's faces paled. They had seen with their own eyes just now how terrifying the monster's poisonous gas was. If they let it get close to the Alliance's army, the Alliance's losses would be quite heavy. In an instant, the generals of the Alliance attacked. Boom! 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 The sages and beast kings unleashed their spells and artifacts at the same time, bombarding the octopuses. However, the octopuses did not seem to have a physical form. Their bodies were torn open by the energy storm, but they quickly healed and continued to rush towards the Alliance's army. Even more poisonous gas gushed out from their wounds, causing a large number of casualties. What kind of monster is this? Everyone was shocked. Normal attacks were completely ineffective against this monster. Retreat. Set up the formation. At this critical moment, Guqin made a prompt decision and gave the order. They could not act rashly before they understood how to defeat this group of monsters. Otherwise, the Alliance's losses would be too great. Hearing the order, the Alliance's battle formation changed. A large number of cultivators took out the formation tools they had obtained from the Armament King's armory and quickly formed a defensive formation. Under the protection of the formation, the surging poisonous gas was finally suppressed, temporarily unable to invade. Roar! However, there was another octopus that came faster. It charged into the Alliance's army, wanting to start a massacre. The generals' hearts tightened. This monster could not be killed no matter what. Even if they managed to kill it, its poisonous gas would still kill tens of thousands of soldiers. What should they do? Swoosh! At this time, Chao Xianben suddenly appeared beside the octopus, his hands waving a silver light. Spatial teleportation, with his ability, the octopus did not even have the chance to cause too much damage before its entire body was forcibly teleported away. When it reappeared, it was actually on the Tianming army's side. Help! Why is this monster attacking our own people? The octopus monster had appeared within the Netherheaven Legion and continued its slaughter. It was obvious that it was a creature without much intelligence. The man with a bamboo hat suddenly froze. His eyes flickered as he shouted. Stop! He stretched out his hand and pointed at the octopus. The octopus suddenly shrank and slowly drilled into the ground. In just a short period of time, the Netherheaven army had also suffered a large number of casualties. Looks like the Celestial Court used my information to unlock the potential of Gluttony's blood. The man with a bamboo hat looked at Chao Xianben with a gloomy expression. Fatty Chao teleported back to Gu Chen's side and glared at the man with a bamboo hat. Back then, the man with a bamboo hat had exterminated his entire family in order to obtain him. He had never forgotten this hatred. Today, he was no longer a cripple. He finally found a chance to take his revenge. The man with a bamboo hat looked at Chao Xianben for a while and suddenly laughed. What a pity, what a pity. If it was me, I would definitely be able to perfect your ability. Chao Xianben had thought that the man with a bamboo hat would say something along the lines of a scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. He did not expect that the man would only be regretful that he had not personally modified it. Chao Xuanbin's eyes immediately turned red. Man with a bamboo hat, you killed my entire family. I will definitely take revenge. Fatty gritted his teeth. It was not just him. There were too many people present who had their families destroyed because of the man with a bamboo hat's experiments. Haha Jia, if you have the ability, then come at me. The man with a bamboo hat flung his sleeves. Tyrant, I am not trash like true Jade Divine Lord and Huang Fui. I have countless backup plans waiting for you. The so-called five-race coalition army, I will destroy you all. His pair of will-o'-the-wisp eyes flashed with a frightening light. He then whistled, and the octopus monsters that were besieging the defensive array slowly retreated. In a situation where he had the upper hand, the man with a bamboo hat chose to retreat. He seemed to be full of confidence and did not care about the strategic advantage at hand. Gu Chen's face was gloomy. He ordered a temporary retreat. They must first find a way to deal with the octopus monsters. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the coalition army to defeat the man with a bamboo hat. After the army retreated, the higher-ups of the alliance gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Those octopus monsters do not look like real creatures. They are most likely refined corpses or puppets. No matter what they are, the man with a bamboo hat's skills in this aspect have far surpassed the level of the entire Kunlun continent. It is hard to imagine where he learned this skill. It is difficult to deal with those octopus monsters directly. It is better to sneak attack the man with a bamboo hat. As long as we can kill the man with a bamboo hat, the crisis will naturally be resolved. There are also many sages in the Tianming army. If they set up a killing array, it will be very disadvantageous for us. In the case that Huangfu Wuji has not appeared, we have to ensure the number of sages as much as possible. The generals discussed among themselves, but there was no suitable way to deal with the current situation. Everyone had a bad feeling. The coalition army had never been in such a precarious situation. Behind them, there was the desolate god sect causing trouble everywhere. In front of them, there was the man with a bamboo hat blocking the way. This was clearly a combination of punches. The other party wanted to gradually dismember the coalition army. The sages had always been most afraid of Huangfu Wuji, but now they realized that in terms of individual combat power, Huangfu Wuji might be the strongest. But in terms of intelligence and group compatibility, the man with a bamboo hat was probably more terrifying. Gu Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. The situation was extremely bad. How could they break out of this predicament? Report. The Tianming army has sent a messenger to visit. At this moment, a soldier entered the camp and came forward to report. The man with a bamboo hat has sent a messenger? Everyone was surprised. What was the other party up to this time? Who has come? Gu Chen inquired. Reporting to the Celestial Arch, the one who has come is the state preceptor of Central Earth, Shen Sudong. The subordinate reported truthfully. Gu Chen's expression suddenly became solemn. At this juncture where both sides were like fire and water, what was his grandfather doing here? The man with a bamboo hat knew of the relationship between the two of them. He actually dared to send him here. What was he up to? Let him in. Gu Chen said. Everyone looked at each other. Your Majesty, should we leave first? Everyone knew the relationship between Gu Chen and Shen Sudong and asked worriedly. There's no need. It's just a messenger. Gu Chen said coldly. There was no kinship on the battlefield. Compared to Shen Sudong, he trusted his brothers who had gone through life and death with him more. There was no need to hide anything from them. In addition to Shen Sudong, there were also Mu Ziyu, Qi Ziyan, and other people who were familiar with Gu Chen's true martial academy. In addition, Yao Yufei was also there, and she was accompanied by a Tianming guard. Gu Chen sat on the main seat, with many celestial court death gods and demon saints on both sides. He looked at the people who came in with a cold expression. I wonder why State Preceptor Shen is here. He behaved very coldly, as if he was not familiar with the group of people in front of him. His attitude made the group of people have different expressions. Among them, his peers were the most emotional. Once upon a time, the person in front of them was a small steward of true martial academy, Chingu, but now he was the famous second celestial emperor of the continent. He was only 18 years old, but he had already become one of the most powerful people in this continent. Mu Ziyu's beautiful eyes secretly glanced at a group of big shots in the barracks and saw her junior sister Lanqiu. Her junior sister's vision was really amazing. Even if Huangfu Qingming was given another 10 years, he would not be able to reach Gu Chen's current achievements. Your Majesty Celestial Emperor, we are here on the order of the commander to summon you to surrender. Gu Chen was businesslike, and Shen Sudong also behaved very calmly and went straight to the point. Summon you to surrender? Humph, man with a bamboo hat is too confident. It's ridiculous. Aren't you afraid that you can't go back? The sages in the barracks were angry and looked at the group of messengers aggressively. Gu Chen's eyes also narrowed. Man with a bamboo hat did not seem to be such a naive person. Did he send this group of people over just to annoy me? Gu Chen, your 5-clan alliance seems to be very powerful, but this is Middle-earth. You won't be able to hold on for long. If you know what's good for you, disband the army and leave 9 states. This is the best choice for you. Yao Yufei said, looking at Gu Chen with a bit of resentment in the depths of her eyes. Oh? I wonder what are the benefits of withdrawing from 9 regions. Gu Chen looked at Yao Yufei expressionlessly. He never thought that this woman would be able to make it this far after he exposed her identity. On the surface, this group of emissaries was led by Shen Sudong, but he could tell that Yao Yufei was the one who was truly in charge. This group of emissaries was more or less related to him. Perhaps the man with a bamboo hat wanted to use them to convince him, but the only one he trusted was Yao Yufei, the sacrificial child he had personally created. He had even sent a dark sky guard to protect her. If the allied forces of the 5 clans take the initiative to withdraw from Yuzhou, the other clans will promise not to invade the 9 prefectures and acknowledge the rightful position of the emperor. Then, the imperial court can also promise not to invade the 4 major clans of the continent within 1,000 years. As for the matter regarding the Celestial Court and the Yellow Spring Tower, we can let bygones be bygones. Gu Chen, since you have become the emperor of the Dark World, you can be it. My emperor is the emperor of the 9 states, and you are the emperor of the Dark World. From now on, we will mind our own business. Yao Yufei smiled. These words instantly caused quite a commotion in the army camp. Listening to these conditions, it was obvious that Huangfu Wuji was showing weakness. This was truly shocking. With Huangfu Wuji's temperament, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to propose such conditions. At this moment, the allied forces of the 5 clans had fallen into a predicament. If Huangfu Wuji's conditions were true, then to the various clans, their goal of sending troops would be considered to have been achieved. And to the Celestial Court, if they could really gain control of the Dark World, it would also be an ideal situation. Did Huangfu Wuji personally say these words? Gu Chen looked at Yao Yufei, his eyes revealing a hint of ridicule. He and Huangfu Wuji had already reached the point where one side would not rest until the other was dead. He absolutely did not believe that Huangfu Wuji would take the initiative to show weakness. These conditions were told to me by Lord Man with a bamboo hat, and he represents my emperor. Yao Yufei said seriously. Hee. Gu Chen suddenly sneered. He raised his hand and slapped Yao Yufei across the face. Gu Chen's speed was simply too fast. Not to mention Yao Yufei, even the dark sky guard beside her didn't notice it. In an instant, half of her beautiful face swelled up and became frighteningly ugly. She also took a few steps back. Gu Chen, you. Yao Yufei was shocked and angry. Yao Yufei said angrily. She had never expected Gu Chen to start a fight without saying a word. The dark sky guard beside her was even more furious. He subconsciously wanted to make a move, but killing God Qing Lin and Elder Nangong instantly appeared in front of him and completely locked onto his aura. The eyes of the killing gods and demon sages in the army camp turned cold. The dark sky guard instantly didn't dare to move. Even Mu Ziyu and the rest were momentarily uneasy. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Gu Chen looked at Yao Yufei and sneered. Words alone are no proof. Man with a bamboo hat said it to you, and you say that man with a bamboo hat's words are Huangfu Wuji's words. Do you really think we're so easy to fool? Gu Chen's simple words caused the hearts of the generals who were tempted by the enemy's conditions to tremble. The celestial arch was right, this condition had been said by several people, and it didn't have any authority to speak of. If they really believed this condition and really withdrew, then the advantage that they had painstakingly created would all be gone. Huangfu Wuji said that he wouldn't invade the major races within 1,000 years, but could he really guarantee that? Words alone were no proof. The other party might be using this as a delaying tactic to numb them so that they could gradually divide and eliminate them. No one present was a fool. Gu Chen's simple words immediately dispelled their fantasies of a peaceful withdrawal. Gu Chen, even if you don't believe what I said, there's no need to insult me, right? Yao Yufei looked angrily at Gu Chen. She could no longer conceal the resentment in her eyes. She was born with a beautiful countenance, and how many people could bear to lay a hand on her? But now, Gu Chen said that he would slap her in front of everyone. He didn't leave her any face at all. So what if I insult you? Gu Chen sneered. He sat on his seat and raised his hand again. Yao Yufei's expression changed drastically. She wanted to activate her demonic snake hair, but Gu Chen's speed was faster than her. This time, he slapped the other half of her face. This time, her face was directly disfigured. Gu Chen, I represent Lord Man with a bamboo hat. I represent my emperor. How dare you humiliate me like this? Yao Yufei screamed shrilly. She had gone completely crazy. If you really represent them, then how dare you call my name when you see me? Gu Chen's gaze turned cold. By the time he finished speaking, Zhao Rou and Ji Hongying had already walked out. They directly grabbed Yao Yufei and pressed down, forcing her to kneel on the ground. Let me go. Let me go. Yao Yufei tried to struggle, but she was shocked to discover that Gu Chen's 2 slaps were accompanied by a power that seeped into her body. Her cultivation was instantly sealed, so she couldn't resist the 2 female generals at all. She was shocked. The current Gu Chen was already this strong? Your Majesty Celestial Emperor, as the saying goes, when 2 armies fight, don't kill envoys. Shen Sudong hurriedly walked out and pleaded for Yao Yufei. State Preceptor Shen, you are a great scholar, so you naturally have an understanding of etiquette and rules. Gu Chen sneered and glanced at Yao Yufei. Since she's here on behalf of the man with a bamboo hat, she should have some manners. Do you think it's appropriate for her to call me by my name? This, Shen Sudong was speechless for a moment. The current Gu Chen was different. His status in the 5-race alliance was equivalent to Huangfu Wuji's status in the court of the Central Plains, and it was indeed disrespectful for Yao Yufei to call him by his name as an envoy. The Gu clan has really produced a Qilin's son. Shen Sudong looked at Gu Chen's aggressive appearance and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. On the surface, Gu Chen was dissatisfied with Yao Yufei's behavior, but in reality, he had a deeper intention. The conditions that Yao Yufei had just proposed could be said to be poison to the 5-race alliance. It could achieve the goal of dividing the alliance, and this was also one of the reasons why the man with a bamboo hat had sent them here. However, Gu Chen had easily dispelled the illusions of the leaders of the alliance and made them face reality again. Not only that, he was wantonly humiliating Yao Yufei, and she was representing the man with a bamboo hat, so she was actually humiliating the man with a bamboo hat. Although this child was only 18 years old, his intelligence was already monstrous. How good would it be if we weren't in this kind of environment? Shen Sudong lamented in his heart. The other party was his grandson, and he was also extremely intelligent. If they weren't enemies, he would definitely teach him everything he knew. If this child's intelligence and ability were used to help the common people, he would definitely bring great contributions to the Central Plains and even the entire human race. Your Majesty the Sky Emperor is right. It was indeed Saint Xiao who was rude first. Shen Sudong sighed and didn't dare to plead for Yao Yufei anymore. State Preceptor Shen is indeed reasonable, and I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Since Yao Yufei is the envoy of your army, I'll spare her life and just give her a little punishment. Gu Chen said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the many envoys changed again. Weren't those 2 slaps considered punishment? This Gu Chen is getting more and more ruthless. Mu Ziyu secretly clicked her tongue. Although she didn't like Yao Yufei, she didn't expect Gu Chen to be so ruthless. Hongying, cut off her hair as punishment. Gu Chen looked at Ji Hongying, who was holding Yao Yufei, and said coldly. Understood. Ji Hongying immediately made her move. Her hands turned as red as branding iron as she grabbed the back of Yao Yufei's head. No. No. Gu Chen, you can't. Yao Yufei panicked and struggled with all her might, but she couldn't move at all. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Shaving her hair sounded like a very small punishment, but Yao Yufei had the ultimate organ, the snake demon hair. All her abilities lay in her hair. What Ji Hongying was doing now was clearly not as simple as cutting off her hair. She was digging out her organs. Oh no. Yao Yufei, that idiot. She had to provoke the overlord in his territory. That dark guard really wanted to save Yao Yufei because she was one of the sacrificial children that the man with a bamboo hat thought highly of. If she was crippled, the man with a bamboo hat would definitely blame him. But he was being watched by a group of death gods. What could he do? He could only curse Yao Yufei for not knowing how to appreciate favors and taking the initiative to provoke trouble. In front of everyone, Yao Yufei's snake demon hair was forcefully pulled out. Not only was her beautiful appearance gone, but even her head was riddled with holes. After the punishment, Gu Chen let her go and looked at Shen Sudong again. State Preceptor Shen, envoys, do you have anything else to say here? Gu Chen's words caused everyone to fall silent. Yao Yufei, who had just spoken, had ended up in such a miserable state. Who would dare to say anything that didn't appreciate favors? Many of them were originally asked by the man with a bamboo hat to come and persuade Yao Yufei to surrender. Actually, they were not willing to do so, so they might as well not say anything. Your Majesty Sky King, I hope you can carefully consider the proposal just now. However, Shen Sudong was a stubborn person. Knowing that it was not the right time, he still stubbornly said. The old man knows that empty words are no proof, but if your Majesty Sky King can put the people of the world first, the old man promises to do my best to make my emperor abide by the promise. He gritted his teeth. Facing his grandson, his eyes revealed a pleading look. Such an old man was looking at him with a pleading look, and he was also his grandfather. Even if Gu Chen had a heart of stone, his heart couldn't help but ripple a little. The old man heard that after Kuan's city of Yuzhou suffered an unexpected disaster, your Majesty Sky King mourned for the people of the city for a whole night. It can be seen that your Majesty still has a benevolent heart. Now that you and I are evenly matched, if the war continues, it will only be the people of the world who suffer. The old man doesn't want to see the world become a river of blood and starving people everywhere. I can only beg your Majesty Sky King to accept the surrender agreement. After Shen Sudong finished speaking, he made a deep bow, which shocked many people in the military camp. They had long heard that the great scholar Shen Sudong loved the people as his own children. He was already 60 years old, but for the sake of the people of the world, he was still willing to be so humble to his own grandson. Gu Chen appeared beside Shen Sudong almost instantly, preventing him from bowing to him. A look of pain flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he felt respectful and sad for Shen Sudong. Grandfather. It was the first time that he called Shen Sudong like this, which shocked him. Do you think that all this is caused by me? Do you really think that as long as I withdraw my troops, there will really be peace in the world? Gu Chen's two simple questions made Shen Sudong's heart fluctuate. He remembered that Huangfu Wuji had said that he would rather betray the people of the world than the people of the world betray him. He remembered that in order to achieve his goal, he did not hesitate to join forces with the evil cult. Grandfather, you are indeed wholeheartedly thinking for the people of 9 regions. In order to maintain your belief, it is understandable that you choose to stand on Huangfu Wuji's side. But in my opinion, that is just pedantic benevolence and righteousness. Shen Sudong was silent. He did not know how to refute Gu Chen's words. Even if I withdraw my troops, this war will not end. On the contrary, it will cause my comrades to suffer an even greater disaster. Only when Huangfu Wuji is dead will this war end. That's all I have to say. All of you can leave. Gu Chen waved his hand. He could no longer communicate with Shen Sudong. There was no right or wrong between the two sides. It was just that they had different standpoints and different ideologies. Mu Ziyu went forward to support Shen Sudong. After this great scholar was criticized by his own grandson, he suddenly felt like he had aged a lot. Shen Sudong's eyes revealed a perplexed look. In fact, he had also thought about what Guchen said. He had always doubted whether his insistence was right. But if he did not do this, what else could he do? Brother Gu, I'm sorry. For the sake of my master, I have no choice but to become your enemy. Before the group of envoys left, Xianxia looked at Gu Chen and said solemnly. His master, who was also the sacred lord of South Flower Sacred Land, Luo Haiqing, had been captured by Huangfu Wuji, and his whereabouts were still unknown. For the safety of his master, the South Flower Sacred Land had no choice but to stand with Huangfu Wuji. Gu Chen, my grandfather was also captured, and so was Ding Gu. So, Mu Ziyu also revealed an apologetic look. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. I understand everyone's difficulties. Please take care of yourselves. Gu Chen closed his eyes. He knows that the next time he meets his old friends, it will be on the battlefield. Shen Sudong and his party left, while Gu Chen suppressed the anxiety in his heart and continued to discuss the military situation with the others. The current situation is too bad. The problem of the Desolate God sect is still unsolved, and now they have to face a group of octopus monsters that can release terrifying poisonous gas. As long as those octopus monsters are still on the battlefield, it will be difficult for our army to advance. No matter what, we have to find a way to solve it. How to solve it? We have already tried. Those octopus monsters have no obvious weakness. Fatty Chow's space transmission can't deal with so many of them. Moreover, the man with a bamboo hat sent a messenger to summon us. I'm afraid he is very confident in his pets. Maybe the number of monsters we saw today is far from all of them. Everyone discussed for a long time but still couldn't come up with a suitable plan. Even a sage can't deal with those octopus monsters. After all, the poisonous gas they release is the same as Elder Nangong's, which is enough to pose a fatal threat to a sage. Is this man with a bamboo hat so difficult to deal with? Humph, is there no one in your human race who is more powerful than him in this aspect? The honey badger demon saint said unconvinced. The human cultivators present looked at each other. Suddenly, Huang Pingzhong showed a hesitant look. Sect master, there is a person who may be able to help us. Who? Everyone looked at him at the same time. It's Samsara. Huang Pingzhong hurriedly explained that Samsara is a very famous Dao plant master in 9 regions, and the man with a bamboo hat is also an expert in organ transplantation. Their fields of research are the same. Perhaps he has a way to deal with those octopus monsters. Huang Pingzhong has been secretly observing the Samsara through Qianli penetrating eyes for the past few days. It can be said that he is very impressed with his ability. They have personally experienced the complexity and profoundness of the heaven-crippling and earth-splitting array, but in the hands of the Samsara, it was completed at an amazing speed. Now, it is almost completely arranged. When everyone asked who could deal with the man with a bamboo hat, he couldn't help but think of the Samsara cultivator. Man with a bamboo hat isn't just a Dao plant master. Many of the human experiments he has done are beyond the scope of common sense. Can Samsara be his opponent? Jiang Bourgeois was the first to doubt it. As the #1 refiner in the continent, he was much more famous than Samsara cultivator in the 9 regions. At present, he couldn't think of any magical weapon that could deal with those octopus monsters, so how could a mere Samsara cultivator do it? Brother Gu, we can call him over. It'd be great if he can do it, but if he can't, there's nothing to lose, Jiang Yu suggested. Gu Chen nodded. Since there was nothing he could do at the moment, he might as well give it a try and see if the situation could get any worse. Therefore, Gu Chen quickly sent someone to Mount Huaning to invite the Samsara cultivator. Only half a day later, he arrived at the military camp. Everyone presented the scene of the battlefield recorded by the water mirror stone to the Samsara cultivator. He stared at the scene of the octopus monsters for a long time. His eyes flickered incessantly. What do you think after seeing this? Gu Chen casually asked. He didn't have much hope. A stiff smile appeared on the pale face of the Samsara cultivator. To tell you the truth, when I saw this group of monsters, I felt that they were somewhat familiar. The Samsara cultivator's words were shocking. Many of the sages present revealed a look of disbelief. Could it be that Taoist friend has seen this kind of creature before? The Samsara cultivator looked slovenly, especially with his heavy eye bags. He always gave people a feeling that he was unreliable. Therefore, everyone didn't have much hope for him. I have traveled all over the world. I have been to the coastal area of the eastern wasteland. In the coastal area, I have seen sea monsters that are highly similar to these octopus monsters. The Samsara cultivator's tone was calm and confident. If I'm not wrong, the octopus monsters that are causing great trouble to the Allied forces are those sea monsters. However, they were artificially modified by the man with a bamboo hat. Taoist friend, are you sure? Everyone's eyes were filled with amazement. The Samsara cultivator shook his head and chuckled. The so-called Tao plant master isn't as simple as helping people transplant organs. A truly powerful Tao plant master has done enough research on the human body and all kinds of living creatures. They can turn something rotten into something magical. The sages all had awkward expressions. Looks like the Samsara cultivator saw through their disdain towards Tao plant masters. Since the Samsara cultivator saw through the origin of these monsters, is there a way to deal with them? Guchen asked in anticipation. The Samsara cultivator's attitude towards him was much more friendly. These sea monsters live in the ocean all year round. Therefore, their body structure is special. They are almost in liquid form and have extremely strong regenerative abilities. The man with a bamboo hat is very skilled in Tao plants. He cleverly used their characteristics and modified them into monsters that can release large amounts of poison gas. If you want me to deal with these monsters, honestly, I really can't. Everyone was slightly disappointed. Looks like this Samsara cultivator just happened to know these monsters. Although these sea monsters have been modified, their original habits and weaknesses are definitely still there. Perhaps we can use them. The Samsara cultivator suddenly changed the topic. Everyone's face lit up again. The next morning, a loud horn sounded at the Netherworld Sky Army's location. Under the situation where he had the upper hand yesterday, the man with a bamboo hat clearly wants to strike while the iron is hot and continue to hurt the Allied army's prestige. Almost at the same time the horn sounded on the battlefield, on the 100-mile plains, the terrifying octopus monsters from yesterday once again crawled out from the ground. And today, the number of octopus monsters is clearly double of yesterday's. When they saw this scene, the Netherworld Sky Army rejoiced. However, the morale of the Allied army's normal soldiers was greatly affected. The terror of the monsters was still fresh in their minds. Wherever the poison gas went, no one could withstand it. No one was willing to die. Haha, Tyrant. The man with a bamboo hat is still sitting on a strange bird. His voice came from afar. Yesterday, I deliberately gave you a chance to surrender. I didn't expect you to not appreciate it. Instead, you ruthlessly attacked our messenger. Since that's the case, today, I will start a massacre. His pair of ghostly green eyes are glowing, and his voice is even more chilling. With a sharp howl, hundreds of octopus monsters slowly swam towards the Allied army's direction. Their number is far more than yesterday. If they continue to attack today, no one can guarantee that the defensive formation will not be broken. Yesterday, the Samsara cultivator had given him a suggestion. Guchen decided to trust him and give it a try. If the method really worked, then the current crisis would naturally be resolved. TSK, Overlord, could it be that you want to challenge my pet alone? HM? Who is that guy beside you? I've never seen him before. Man with a bamboo hat smiled strangely. He was curious about what Guchen wanted to do. Guchen stood in the air above the plain. Countless cultivators from both armies looked at him and held their breaths. Be careful, the celestial sovereign is about to make his move. Many celestial dark guards on the side of the Dark Heaven army immediately issued orders, as if they were facing a great enemy. Man with a bamboo hat could be so carefree and arrogant, but they didn't dare to. After all, Guchen had created countless miracles when he was still the tyrant. A person's name was like the shadow of a tree. Ever since he became the celestial sovereign, he had rarely put on such a posture. Guchen looked coldly at the hundreds of giant octopus monsters and slowly closed his eyes. He recalled what Samsara had said yesterday. This kind of sea monster lives in the deep sea all year round. Although its body has extremely strong recovery ability and is very difficult to kill, it has a fatal weakness, and that is, it is especially sensitive to sound. If the sound can reach a certain frequency, it can cause great damage to them, causing them to lose control of their minds and flee. As Guchen recalled, his internal organs all trembled. From his body, with his heart as the center, began to sound like a drum. Thump thump. Thump thump, his body shone with a golden light, and his internal organs rang at the same time. From his body came a sharp sound wave, which gradually spread and became louder. Samsara, who was next to him, tried hard to listen. Under Guchen's sound wave technique, he felt a little uncomfortable. The sound gradually became louder and spread throughout the whole world. Every time Guchen's heart beat, countless ordinary soldiers heard it and felt the blood in their body flow back. Guchen had great attainments in the sound wave technique. After reaching the celestial realm, its power was obviously stronger. His internal organs kept ringing at a high frequency, and the sound they made was sometimes sharp and sometimes deep. The unfettered Samsara listened attentively and suddenly said, "This is the frequency." Whoosh, Guchen's eyes suddenly opened, and two beams of light burst out. At the same time, he waved his hand forward and punched out a super accent killing punch, ding. However, this punch was different from the past. It did not produce a sonic boom. Instead, it formed a strange sound between heaven and earth. This voice spread out, covering an area of several hundred li. When the cultivators of the two armies heard this sound, they felt as if their ears were ringing, but they didn't feel any discomfort. What happened? The cultivators of the Nether Heaven Legion, who had been on high alert, were stunned. The Overlord sonic attack was a famous technique, but it didn't cause any damage to them? Not good, not good. When the man with a bamboo hat heard this sound, his expression changed slightly. Ding, as the sound spread out, the hundreds of octopuses heard it, and their footsteps suddenly stopped. After that, they let out extremely terrified cries one after another. They suddenly turned around and fled in the opposite direction of Guchen in a panic. The direction they fled in was the direction of the Nether Heaven Legion. The hundreds of octopuses attacked the Nether Heaven Legion in a frenzy. "Stop right there. Stop." The man with the bamboo hat was shocked and angry. He tried to control the group of monsters, but their low intelligence had already been overwhelmed by fear. They didn't listen to his orders at all. "Set up the formation. Quickly set up the formation." Many Nether Heaven Legion quickly realized what was going on and immediately copied the 5-tribe alliance's method to set up the defensive formation. However, the hundreds of octopuses were coming at them aggressively. Although the formation blocked a portion of them still passed through and crashed into the Nether Heaven Legion. The octopuses were terrified and only wanted to escape. They didn't care how many people there were in front of them. They charged forward recklessly, spreading poisonous gas in all directions. In an instant, the Nether Heaven Legion's formation was in chaos. Countless soldiers from the Heavenly Mirror Palace and assassins from the Underworld God Palace turned into pools of blood. They didn't even have time to scream, "Doomsday!" It was a scene of doomsday. This was originally a trump card to deal with the 5-tribe alliance. However, no one knew what the Overlord did, but the group of octopuses all went out of control. Screams and cries filled the Nether Heaven Legion. The soldiers who were protected by the formation saw their companions corroded and died one by one. They couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. As for the 5-tribe alliance, they saw their Heavenly the Arch throw a punch and all the octopuses rebelled against the man with a bamboo hat and obeyed his orders. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they cheered for the Overlord. Although Guchen was already the Heavenly the Arch, the title of Overlord was even more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Other than the screams of the Nether Heaven Legion soldiers, there was only the cheers of the Alliance soldiers. Guchen looked at the scene in the distance and clicked his tongue. Although Samsara had already informed him of the possible effects, the actual scene was still more heroic than he had imagined. The unfettered cultivator is really knowledgeable. I thought I had made some achievements in the Tao of sound waves, but compared to you, I am nothing. Guchen sighed with emotion from the bottom of his heart. He felt a little admiration for the Samsara cultivator beside him. Although he practiced sound wave attacks, he didn't know that there were so many things to learn about frequency. It turned out that different frequencies of sound waves had different effects on different living beings. Some sound wave frequencies are harmless to humans, but they are extremely lethal to another race. Some sound wave frequencies can't be felt by humans at all, but some creatures can use them to communicate. He had never heard of this kind of knowledge before, and it opened a new door for him to practice the law of sound waves in the future. It's all in theory. If you weren't proficient in sound wave attacks, how could we have gone so smoothly? Samsara said with a smile. It's a pity. If we could have followed up this victory, we would have been able to achieve great results. Guchen said with regret. Because hundreds of octopus monsters were wreaking havoc in the Tianming army's territory, if they attacked now, they would also be attacked, so they could only watch from afar. But even so, it's already very satisfying. They finally solved the problem of the octopus monsters and dealt a heavy blow to the Tianming army. The five-clan coalition army's morale has been low these days, so today's victory is especially important. Thinking of this, Guchen looked at Samsara with a bit of gratitude. He had always suspected the other party, but now, he can't help but trust him more. On that day, when hundreds of octopus monsters were finally dealt with, the Tianming army suffered immeasurable losses. Man with a bamboo had originally wanted to deal a heavy blow to the five-clan coalition army, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face by Guchen. This seemed to be a huge blow to him. After that, he sat alone on the battlefield, looking lost. I didn't expect Guchen to crack the man with a bamboo hat's killer move so quickly. Mu Ziyu, Qi Ziyan, and the others looked at the depressed man with a bamboo hat from afar and sighed. The current Guchen is too terrifying. The unfavorable situation was reversed in just one day. Right now, both sides are enemies. While they admire their old friend, they also have a strong sense of vigilance. The octopus's plan is useless. It's time for them to face the coalition army head-on. Next, if they don't die, then Guchen will die. As everyone gazed at the bamboo hat man's bleak back and sighed over his failure as a commander-in-chief, no one noticed that the bamboo hat man, who had his head lowered and seemed to have been dealt a heavy blow, had slightly perked up his lips. With the help of the Samsara cultivator, Guchen defeated the Tianming army single-handedly. This greatly boosted the morale of the allied army. From the next day onwards, they launched wave after wave of attacks. The man with a bamboo hat did not seem to have a backup plan after his test subject was crippled. He could only shrink his defensive line and passively receive the allied army's attacks like a turtle shell. Although the five-race alliance army could not break through the defensive line for the time being, they had already gained the upper hand. It was only a matter of time before they completely defeated the enemy. Under such circumstances, Guchen had to start considering the issue of fighting Huangfu Wuji. After he took down the Tianming army and killed the man with a bamboo hat, he would be facing a great enemy, Huangfu Wuji. Even if there were enough sages in the allied army and they could join forces to kill Huangfu Wuji, Guchen still did not have enough confidence when he thought about Huangfu Wuji's 7 extreme organs and 2 supreme treasures. He was most worried that he would not be able to kill Huangfu Wuji in one go. If he escaped, there would be endless trouble in the future. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Under such a tight schedule, it was difficult for Guchen to make breakthroughs in the Heavenly Emperor's Time Fist and the Yin-Yang Two Rights Sword. He could not help but reconsider the possibility of accepting the extreme organ transplant. At this time, the Samsara cultivator happened to bring news. Overlord, the world crippling array has been set up. It can be transplanted at any time. His words made Guchen's heart skip a beat. Just a few days ago, Xueqian had also told him that the extreme organs purchased from the black market had arrived one after another. Through the recording of the battle between the old Celestial Emperor and Huangfu Wuji, Guchen already roughly knew what the abilities of all 7 of Huangfu Wuji's extreme organs were. The mighty ether bone and the astrological hand did not need to be mentioned. The ability of Huangfu Wuji's red eyes was somewhat similar to his purple polar eyes. They were both good at using spiritual attacks. At the same time, he could easily use his eyes to project his spiritual will. Apart from that, his other 4 extreme Tao organs had also been analyzed by a large number of heavenly court assassins who had been reading ancient and modern books day and night. The other 4 organs were the fallen devil wings, the reverse dragon tendon, the enigmatic steel door, and the giant spirit arm. Although these 4 extreme Tao organs were not top-tier physiques like the Tyrant Empyrean bone and the astrological chess life hand, each of them was at the peak of the top-tier physiques. In fact, it had been countless years since the extreme Tao organs had appeared, so his judgment of their abilities was a little vague. Perhaps they really were of a higher grade. Faced with the 7 powerful extreme Dao organs, Guchen acted according to the symptoms. He had people by abilities targeted to these organs on the black market. Now that the heavenly crippling earth destruction array had been set up, the extreme Dao organs that he needed were almost ready, and the battle between him and Huangfu Wuji was just around the corner. Perhaps, it was time for the transplant, unspecialized. What's the success rate of the transplant? How long will it take for me to master the ability? Guchen asked seriously. When Samsara Unfettered heard his question, there was a flash of joy in the depths of his eyes. Guchen's question meant that he had finally decided to accept the transplant. Although I don't have any experience in this area, with the uniqueness of the Tyrant Empyrean bone physique, the success rate of the transplant is still very high. As for mastering the ability, it will depend on your own talent, Tyrant King. Samsara Unfettered smiled. Guchen nodded. Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, Huang Pingzhang ran in hurriedly. Sect leader, someone crossed the border and arrived at our camp. He said he wants to see you. Guchen frowned. Who is it? Why are you so nervous? Huang Pingzhang glanced at the Samsara Unfettered, hesitated, and sent a message to Guchen. When Guchen heard who it was, he sprang to his feet in an instant. Unfettered, let's talk another day. He immediately followed Huang Pingzhang, leaving behind Samsara Unfettered with a look of disappointment. After Guchen left the military camp, he was quickly taken by Huang Pingzhang to a secret tent that was protected by a divine sense restriction. The moment he entered, he saw 2 women, one old and one young, and cried out in surprise. Mother! Little Qiu! Other than his mother, there was no one else who could make Guchen leave everything else behind and rush over to see her. Ever since they parted in Luoyang a year ago, the mother and son had not seen each other for a long time. After he declared war on Huangfu Wuji, he had been worried about his mother's safety. Now that he finally saw her, how could he not be excited? Greetings, Your Majesty. Xianxia looked at his son and called out jokingly. Hearing this, little Qiu giggled and mimicked little Qiu's call. Don't make fun of me. Guchen shook his head and hurriedly pulled his mother and little Qiu to sit down. Mother, where have you been all this time? If not for Jiangyu's divination that you were definitely alive, I would have been very worried. Where's Yangzhen? Shouldn't she be by your side to protect you? Why isn't she here? Guchen was full of questions. In fact, ever since the Skynet was restored, he had tried to contact Yangzhen, but there was no response, which made him very worried. Xianxia looked at Guchen gently. Your son is risking his life, how can I do nothing? During this time, Mother, Yangzhen, Qingshuang, and the others have been busy with one thing. Yi Qingshuang? She's with you? Guchen was extremely shocked. He could not understand why these 2, who almost became mother-in-law and daughter-in-law but had a falling out, would be together. Guchen's heart was full of doubts while Xianxia shook his head slowly. Tell Mother about the current situation. Although Mother heard some information about the battle between the allied forces on the way, it is not comprehensive. Seeing that his mother was interested in the situation, Guchen did not ask much and told her everything truthfully. Including how his grandfather came to persuade them to surrender and was chased away by him. It's just as I expected. Things have developed to this point. Xianxia could not help but sigh when she heard about her father. Mother, I hope you can forgive me. I can't compromise with grandfather on this matter. The only thing I can do is to protect the Shin family as much as possible after everything is over. Guchen explained. Mother understands your difficulties, but do you really want to attack your grandfather and your friends? How many innocent people will die in this battle? Xianxia shook her head. I have no other choice. Guchen's tone was heavy. If possible, he did not want things to develop to this point. What if Mother says you have other choices? Guchen was shocked. What do you think, Mother? The reason why the court supports Huangfu Wuji is for self-protection and for the sake of the common people. They don't want war to break out because Huangfu Wuji is powerful. And the reason why Huangfu Wuji is powerful is because he controls 1 government, 2 academies, 3 clans, 4 sacred grounds, and 5 sacred sections. Even the royal family of the Central Plains was restricted by the major forces of the 9 states and couldn't do as they pleased. It was because of this balance that the 9 states had always been stable and prosperous. But Huangfu Wuji broke this balance. By controlling the leaders of the major forces, he has the absolute right to speak, and no one dares to disobey him. With the support of the major forces, it will be very difficult for you to defeat Huangfu Wuji. The sacred sects and sacred grounds of the Central Plains all have deep foundations. Even if you defeat the army of the man with a bamboo hat, you will still be in a quagmire of war. If you want to completely solve this problem and avoid a life-and-death battle with your grandfather and friends, the only way is to save the leaders of the major forces. Xin Yushu pointed out the crux of the problem. Gu Chen frowned. No one knows where the leaders of the major forces are imprisoned. They might be in the imperial palace of Ba'du. If you want to save them, you will be in direct conflict with Huangfu Wuji. The problem now is that the allied forces are trapped here and can't move forward. The war with the major forces of the 9 states is imminent, so how can we talk about saving their leaders? Xin Yushu smiled. What if Mother says that the leaders are not imprisoned in Ba'du, but somewhere else? Gu Chen's expression turned cold. How would Mother know where they are imprisoned? Even Jiang can't divine this. In order to deal with the major forces of the 9 states, the allied forces had long thought of various countermeasures. Jiang Bourgeois had suggested many times that they should save the leaders of the major forces. As long as they saved the leaders, the major forces of the 9 states would rebel like the 1,000 smelting sacred sect, and Huangfu Wuji would be alone. They all agreed with this idea and asked Jiang Yu to divine, but the results were not clear, so the topic was left unsettled. Now that his mother mentioned this matter again, Gu Chen's mind became active. When Huangfu Wuji first became emperor, Mother noticed that the situation in the imperial court was a bit strange. Then, during the ascension ceremony, I didn't see any leaders of the major forces, so Mother guessed that something must have happened. After investigation, we confirmed that the leaders of the major forces were captured, so Mother started to search for them. When Xin Yushu explained the ins and outs of the matter, Gu Chen was startled. His mother, a weak woman, actually went to do such a dangerous thing. There's something that you might not know. The sacred leader of the South Flower Sacred Land, Luo Haiqing, once pursued Mother for many years. When Mother left Eastern Wilderness and returned to the Shin clan, he refused to give. He didn't. He refused to give. Gu Chen listened in surprise. He had heard about this when he had inquired about his mother's whereabouts, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Luo of Chen. Chen said. Luo of Luo, Luo of Sacred Mother, Mother. Luo Luo Sacred, of. Luo, he, is. Of. Shen, Shenli has Tian. He. No one in South Flower Sacred Ground knows about this. Huangfu Wuji naturally wouldn't have thought of it. Gu Chen was enlightened. He finally understood how his mother found the place where the leaders of the major forces were imprisoned. Chen you declared war on Huangfu Wuji during the ascension ceremony. Mother knew that there would be a war sooner or later. Once the war happened, the major forces of the 9 states would definitely become your greatest obstacle. Mother knew that your grandfather was stubborn, and you would never turn back after making up your mind. You would probably kill each other sooner or later. You are all Mother's closest relatives. I didn't want to see that day come, so I started to investigate. It's easy to find the location, but it's definitely difficult to rescue her. Mother needed help at that time, but the heavenly court had already been destroyed, and you were wanted by Huangfu Wuji with a sky-high bounty. It was too difficult to find someone who was willing to help. At that time, Mother happened to be near the Qingzhou True Martial Academy, so I went to look for Qing Shuang. Qing Shuang might have done something wrong, but she isn't a bad person. Because of the calamity of Fenglin Manor, she is on the same side as us. She didn't disappoint Mother and immediately left the True Martial Academy with Mother. After many twists and turns, we finally found the place where the leaders of the major forces were imprisoned. Gu Chen sighed. He didn't expect that Yi Qingxuang would actually help his mother when he was in the most dangerous situation and wanted by the entire world. These two women actually joined hands to do such a dangerous thing. It made him feel that women could hold up half the sky. Mother, where is that place? Is it heavily guarded? That place is called the Underworld God Pagoda. It is surrounded by the Underworld River. It was probably the place where Huangfu Wuji had a fortuitous encounter, Xianxia said solemnly. The reason why Huangfu Wuji could have such glorious achievements was because he relied on the Gu clan's overlord Aetherbone and had a fortuitous encounter. And that fortuitous encounter was the underworld god pagoda. Huangfu Wuji obtained the inheritance of the underworld god there, which later led to the underworld god and the underworld god palace that could summon wind and rain in the dark world. When Guchen heard this, he shivered. He didn't expect that mother had found the origin of the underworld god palace. The underworld god pagoda is guarded by an extremely small number of underworld god palace assassins, but its interior is filled with layers of restrictions. The leaders of the major forces are imprisoned in the upper levels of the underworld god pagoda. We tried to investigate the situation inside, but it was very difficult to enter the pagoda. With Qing Shuang and Yangzhen's cultivation, it was too difficult for them to do this. That's why mother came here to find you. They stayed behind to observe and prevent any accidents from happening. Xianxia wasted a lot of time looking for Guchen. After all, she and little Qiu didn't practice cultivation. Just the distance of a single prefecture was extremely far for them. After listening to everything, Guchen fell into deep thought. Mother's words made sense. If they could rescue the leaders of the major forces, then the situation of the war would change fundamentally. If all the major forces of the 9 prefectures joined their side, Huangfu Wuji would be powerless to reverse the situation, and the war would end prematurely. This matter was worth doing. It could avoid fighting with grandfather and his old friends. Most importantly, it could save countless common people. Guchen made a prompt decision and asked Huang Pingzhang to invite the Green Qilin killing god, the High Priestess, and the other higher-ups of the allied forces. He had to make a decision on this matter as soon as possible. Very soon, the higher-ups of the allied forces arrived. Guchen told them the ins and outs of the matter. This is feasible. It's worth taking the risk. Jiang Bourgeois had been good friends with many of the leaders of the various forces for many years. He knew their temperament and strength very well. Hearing this, everyone was tempted. No one objected. Everyone approved this rescue plan. According to the description, the underworld god pagoda is heavily guarded. I'm afraid we'll have to send a lot of people to attack it. But we're fighting against the army of the man with a bamboo hat. Who should we send? If we send too many people, I'm afraid the other party will be alarmed, and everything will go to waste. Everyone quickly discussed the specifics. Who should be sent to rescue them and how many people should be sent? This was a very important question. If they sent too few people, they wouldn't be able to rescue the leaders of the various forces, and they would lose a precious opportunity. However, the Allied forces' battle was also very important. If they sent too many people, it might affect the Allied forces' strength, and Huangfu Wuji might notice their intentions and transfer the leaders of the various forces. Let me complete this rescue plan personally. At this time, Guchen spoke. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed, and almost all of them objected to it. How can we do that? How can the commander of the Allied forces put himself in danger? If your majesty is not with the army, the man with a bamboo hat will also notice immediately. Guchen looked at everyone, appearing very calm. I naturally have my own considerations for saying this. Ever since the group of octopuses was defeated, the Netherworld army has adopted a passive defense. As long as we maintain our offensive, I believe there won't be any major changes in the battle situation in a short period of time. According to my mother, if everything goes smoothly, it will only take a few days to get to the underworld god pagoda. Everyone should be able to hold on for a few days, right? Everyone still felt that this matter was inappropriate. Killing god Qinglin was the first to speak. Your Majesty, you don't need to do everything personally. Leave the matter of going to the underworld god pagoda to me. It's good to let Qinglin go. Your Majesty should be in the army. The others all agreed. Senior Qinglin, you have a deeper understanding of the underworld god palace than I do. You should be able to guess how strange and dangerous the underworld god pagoda is, right? Guchen shook his head. I once fought with the underworld god guard Jiaolan. The underworld demon's 6 harmonies art that he was proficient in belonged to the orthodox inheritance of the underworld god palace. The path of the netherworld god is very strange. Senior, you specialize in body arts. I'm afraid you will be at a great disadvantage if you enter the Netherworld God Tower. It's the same for other people. But I'm different. I have moves that can restrain them, so if I go, I'll have the highest chance of success. Gu Chen's analysis left Azura God Qinglin speechless. He had enough understanding of the underworld deity palace, so he knew that Gu Chen was right. I will leave a doppelganger in the army. It will only take a few days for the doppelganger to deal with everything. It's decided then. Master Jiang will come with me. The rest of you stay here and deal with the man with a bamboo hat. The Netherworld Legion was the greatest enemy in front of them, and Gu Chen did not want to take away any important combat power, lest it lead to an accident. In his opinion, since there were very few guards in the Underworld God Pagoda, then the most difficult thing to break through would be the restrictions. It was useless to have more people to deal with the restrictions in the pagoda. It might even lead to accidents. Therefore, he decided to bring only Jiang Bourgeois. Firstly, Jiang Bourgeois was the continent's top artificer, and he was proficient in formations and mechanisms. He was very good at dealing with restrictions. Secondly, he was old friends with the leaders of the various forces. They would only believe him if he was there. Gu Chen had made up his mind, and his words were reasonable. The others could not argue with him anymore, so they could only agree to his suggestion. If only Gu Chen and Jiang Bourgeois disappeared, and Gu Chen left a doppelganger behind, then the enemy would definitely not discover their true intentions. While I'm away, everyone must remember not to let anyone know that I'm not in the army. If anything happens during this time, Senior Qing Lin will be in charge of the Celestial Court. Senior, you can discuss this with the High Priest and the others. Master Jiang, time is precious. Let's go. Gu Chen reminded them, then left the army camp quietly with his mother and Jiang Bourgeois. Only a few of the higher-ups in the army knew about his departure, and the enemy would never have thought that the commander-in-chief of the army would leave at such a crucial time. Avoiding the Netherworld army's spies, Gu Chen and the others quietly entered Qingzhou. After that, under his mother's guidance, Gu Chen and Jiang Bourgeois advanced at full speed. In just one day, they arrived at the Underworld God Pagoda. This pagoda was located under a huge lake. One could only step into it by drilling to the bottom of the lake and passing through a karst cave. Gu Chen and the others entered the karst cave, and the scene before them suddenly became clear. The gray sky was filled with dark clouds, and the dark red ground was lifeless. This was a half-sealed mystic realm. Mother, you must have spent a lot of effort to find this place. Gu Chen sighed. This place was too hidden. He could not imagine how Huangfu Wuji had found this place and had such a fortuitous encounter. There's no one here. That must be the Underworld God Pagoda, right? Jiang Bourgeois looked around curiously and found a black river flowing endlessly in the distance, surrounding a pitch-black and ugly giant pagoda. Something's wrong. So there were assassins from the Underworld God Palace guarding the entrance of the Underworld God Pagoda. Xianxia frowned. This place was a little different from the last time they sneaked in. Moreover, they had already arrived here, but they did not see Qing Shuang or Yang Zhen. Gu Chen listened to his mother's words, and his purple extreme eyes lit up as he gazed at the Underworld God Pagoda. Due to the obstruction of the Ming water, his divine senses could not explore the other side of the river. However, with the supervision of the purple extreme eyes, Gu Chen could still see the situation at the entrance of the pagoda. There were dozens of corpses of assassins from the Underworld God Palace. They had clearly died only a few days ago. The Underworld God Palace assassins guarding this place are all dead. Did something happen in the pagoda? Gu Chen's expression changed. Qing Shuang and Yang Zhen aren't here. Did something happen to them? Xianxia looked worried. She had spent a lot of time on the way to seek help, and she was afraid that something bad had happened to the two of them. We'll know once we go in. Gu Chen's expression was grim as he flew up with his mother. The three of them did not hide their tracks anymore and flew directly over the Ming River, arriving in front of the Underworld God Pagoda. These people must have been killed by Qing Shuang and Yang Zhen. Gu Chen looked at the wounds of the dead assassins and realized that the method of killing had the style of the assassins from the Celestial Court. There were also sword wounds. He guessed who did it, and he felt relieved. So, the two girls couldn't wait for reinforcements, so they broke the pagoda to save them? Jiang Bourgeois frowned as he listened. The two immortal-level girls who did not know about barriers wanted to break the underworld god pagoda. They were simply courting death. If there were no accidents, Xianxia and the others wouldn't act rashly. I'm afraid that something unexpected has happened here. Mother, wait for us outside the tower. Master Jiang, let's go. We might be able to catch up with them. Guqin told Xianxia to find a safe place to hide, then entered the underworld god tower with Jiang. Bourgeois. The underworld god tower had 18 floors. As soon as they entered the first floor, Guqin and Yangzhen saw traces of the restrictions being broken. These two girls are not weak, especially the one with the sword. Every sword strike just happened to break the restrictions formation core. They are not simple. Jiang Bourgeois gave his evaluation after a few glances. Guqin knew that Yangzhen didn't use a sword, so it could only be Yi Qingshuang. Although Yi Qingshuang didn't know about formations, she had the martial sage body and had outstanding combat comprehension. She was good at finding flaws. He didn't say anything and hurried up to the second floor. The restrictions on the second floor are more complicated than the first. They are very interesting. Some of the formation patterns are unheard of. Jiang Bourgeois seemed to have found a treasure. If not for the urgency of the situation, he would have stopped and taken all the restrictions with him. Although the restrictions here were not strong, some of the techniques were clearly unique and unseen in the Kunlun continent. Guqin didn't say anything and continued to go up a few more floors. The higher they went, the more complicated and powerful the restrictions in the underworld god tower became. Strands of black qi started to seep out of the walls of the tower, forming a faint black fog. This is underworld demon qi. Master Jiang, you have to be careful. The black qi was cold and vicious. It could invade one's body and damage one's internal organs. Guqin recognized that it was the same source as the underworld demon qi that underworld guard Jiao Lan cultivated. He couldn't help but warn Jiang Bourgeois. Yes. The power of the fifth floor's restrictions has increased greatly. Based on the traces of damage, the two girls are having a hard time breaking the formation. We have to catch up quickly. Otherwise, their lives will be in danger. Jiang Bourgeois said solemnly as he checked the remaining restrictions. On the 8th floor of the underworld god tower, Yi Qingshuang and Yangzhen were back to back. They were surrounded by a group of 3-headed, 6-armed demons. Qingshuang, these underworld demons are between real and illusory. They can't be hurt by swords or physical techniques. We can't break through at all. If this goes on, I'm afraid we'll die for sure. Yangzhen's expression was a little flustered, and her words revealed a bit of ridicule towards Yi Qingshuang. If it wasn't for Yi Qingshuang's insistence on challenging the tower, and if it wasn't for the fact that she was obsessed with making a great contribution, she wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. I'm sorry, Sister Yang. I'll try my best to lure them away later. You should take this opportunity to escape. Yi Qingshuang held the long sword and breathed heavily. What are you talking about? How could I abandon you? Yangzhen frowned. I was the one who insisted on entering even though I knew that this tower was filled with dangers. I was the one who dragged you down. Yi Qingshuang kept swinging her sword, repelling the nether demons that tried to approach. Moreover, if Madame Gu really comes with reinforcements, someone must go to meet them and inform them of the situation here. Sister Yang, don't shirk it anymore. After saying that, Yi Qingshuang's eyes turned cold, and the sword light in her hand suddenly changed. Clang, she forcibly tore open a gap in the encirclement of the nether demons, and then flew over. At that moment, the nether demons howled and chased after her. There was a gap in front of Yangzhen, and there were only 5 or 6 nether demons guarding the stairs leading to the 7th level. Her eyes showed that she was struggling. If she left, Yi Qingshuang would be alone and without help, and she would definitely die. But if they didn't leave, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, and they would still die here. Qingshuang is right. If reinforcements come, someone needs to lead the way for them. Yangzhen gritted her teeth. Her desire to survive finally won over the short friendship she had with Yi Qingshuang. She flew down the stairs. Goodbye, Qingshuang. You must live. As Yangzhen left, Yi Qingshuang faced the nether demons alone, and she was in even more danger. The nether demons' bodies were in the form of smoke, and normal sword techniques couldn't do much damage to them. If Yi Qingshuang hadn't cultivated sword intent and used it to attack the souls of these nether demons, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. But now, she was alone, and there were more than 600 to 700 nether demons around her. She couldn't help but feel despair. Looks like it's hard to escape this time. Yi Qingshuang waved her sword with all her strength, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. She didn't expect that she would die alone in such a dark place, and that no one would remember and miss her. But she didn't regret it. The time she spent with Xianxia was much better than when she was in True Martial Academy. All she could do was try to kill as many nether demons as possible, and reduce the obstacles for those who came later. That way, they might be able to realize Xianxia's plan. Die, bastard. Thinking of this, Yi Qingshuang's face was full of heroic spirit, and she waved her sword to kill the enemy. Qingshuang, you must live, you must live. Xianxia ran to the 7th level, but the further she ran, the deeper the guilt in her heart became. In the end, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She could imagine what would happen to Yi Qingshuang if she was alone, but for her own safety, she abandoned her in the end. Thinking of how she blamed Yi Qingshuang for trying to be brave, she felt even more tormented, and wanted to turn around and save her several times. But when she thought that those nether demons couldn't be defeated, the timidity in her heart overcame that impulse. I'm sorry. Yangzhen's eyes were red, and she ran down the stairs crazily. Only by leaving this tower as soon as possible could she reduce the guilt in her heart. She ran in a panic, and didn't even notice who was in front of her. Suddenly, she bumped into someone. Aya, why are you so rash, little girl? An old man with a brandy nose complained. Who are you? Yangzhen's expression changed greatly, thinking that the other party was an assassin from Nether God Palace. Yangzhen. Before she could react, she heard someone call her from the side, and she couldn't help but look over. With this look, her expression shook greatly, and she wept tears of joy. Gu Daozi, quick, go save Qingshuang. Any later, and it'll be too late. Yi Qingshuang's physical strength gradually reached its limit. She felt cold all over, and her thoughts became slow and sluggish. After the surrounding nether demons were killed by her, they turned into nether demon energy, and strands of it entered her body. Originally, she was still able to defend herself, but as her physical strength was gradually exhausted, they finally took advantage of her. Following the invasion of the cold and vicious nether demon energy, her internal organs seemed to freeze, and the blood in her body was about to freeze into ice. She only used the last bit of stubbornness in her heart to wave her sword, trying to kill the surrounding demons. If she died, who would remember her? Would they miss her? Her family in Tiannan City cared more about power than love for her. She had been on the road of cultivation for many years. Maybe they had already forgotten her. Originally, she still had her master, Tao Yu, who doted on her. She also had a few senior and junior sisters in the Wuchen sect. However, all of this was destroyed by the Underworld God Palace. Her master was gone, and the Wuchen sect was gone. She drifted to the True Martial Academy. In the True Martial Academy, she completely closed her heart. She had almost no friends. Even her new master, Vice Principal Qi, and senior sister, Mu Ziyu, she did not have much sense of belonging to them. She seemed to have a lonely city in her heart. No one could get close to her. She was used to being alone. Even if she was going to die, she did not want to be a burden to others. She helped Yangzhen escape not so much because she wanted to save her life, but because she did not want to owe her a favor. She was such a person, using her cold face to build a fortress. Although this way, she could isolate everyone outside, she could also prevent herself from getting hurt. Yi Qingshuang had never felt that there was anything wrong with her behavior. However, at the end of her life, her heart could not help but waver. Because of her indifference, maybe no one would remember her or miss her even after she died. She was going to die in this dark corner. She was going to become a martial saintess whose name would be passed down through the ages, but in the end, she was going to die in this unknown place. If I die, will he remember me? Madame Gu went to look for him. Is it possible that he will come in person? When he sees my corpse, will he shed a tear for me? Yi Qingshuang's mind was full of thoughts. In the end, it was filled with Gu Chen's figure. However, she quickly laughed at herself. There was a trace of sadness in the depths of her eyes. He is now a dignified overlord. Things are different now. There are so many outstanding women around him. How could he remember me? He can't come in person. He has so many things to do. Even if he comes, I have done such an outrageous thing to him. I'm afraid he won't be sad to see me dead, right? Yi Qingshuang murmured in her heart. She realized that in her heart, Gu Chen's demonic barrier had already reached such a deep degree. She wanted to be by his side and fight side by side. Even if it was as a maidservant, she didn't care. But in the end, she was going to die here, and the other party might never know about it. Gu Chen, I want to try my best to catch up to you, to be closer to you, but I can't. Yi Qingshuang's eyelids gradually became heavy. Leaning on her sword, she half knelt on the ground. She was already covered in wounds. Wu, the surrounding nether demons instantly became excited. After surrounding her for so long, this woman finally couldn't hold on any longer. Cruel smiles appeared on their malevolent faces. They wanted to swarm forward and tear this woman to pieces. Goodbye, Gu Chen. Yi Qingshuang's eyelids were closed so tightly that only a small slit was left. The world in her eyes was completely dark, without a single glimmer of light. She felt cold all over, as if she had fallen into an icehouse. Pop, right at this moment, a high-pitched sound like that of a mighty army resounded throughout the 8th level of the Underworld God Tower. Everywhere the sound wave passed, the nether demons were like ice meeting fire. They all let out sharp cries of fear, and their bodies suddenly collapsed. 600 to 700 nether demons collapsed at an astonishing speed, and a figure teleported to Yi Qingshuang's side the moment she collapsed. Yi Qingshuang's body, which had already gone cold, felt as if she had fallen into a hot spring. She quickly recovered, and her consciousness also gradually became clear. When she opened her eyes, a handsome and extraordinary face appeared in front of her. This face had appeared in her mind countless times just now. She smiled weakly. This is a dream, right? She stretched out her hand and boldly stroked this face. This was something that she would never dare to do under normal circumstances. But in a dream, she was about to die, so she had no qualms. The other party's face was warm and tactile, as if it was real. Yi Qingshuang's smile subconsciously became even more radiant. Even in such a weak state, her smile still had a soul-stirring beauty. It's not a dream, I'm here to save you. Gu Chen said softly. If he had arrived just a moment later, Yi Qingshuang would have died in the hands of the nether demons. Looking at this stubborn woman covered in wounds, he couldn't help but feel a little heartache. It's not a dream? Hearing that extremely realistic voice that she hated so much, Yi Qingshuang gradually returned to reality. She turned her head weakly and saw Yang Zhen and an old man that she didn't know. If it was a dream, it was fine to see Yang Zhen, but why did she see an old man that she didn't know? Yi Qingshuang quickly understood, and her pale face turned red. Let me go, she said bashfully. When she recalled that she had touched Gu Chen's face just now, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. You're injured, don't force yourself now. Gu Chen frowned. What was wrong with this woman? She had touched his face for no reason, and now she looked like she didn't want his help. I'm fine. Yi Qingshuang tried to get up, but her body was frozen stiff, and she couldn't get up at all. Be quiet for me, don't move. Gu Chen said huffily. This woman was so uncooperative no matter what. He injected essence energy into Yi Qingshuang's body to help her recover the circulation of her blood. At the same time, he took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into her mouth without caring whether she agreed or not. Gu Chen, you. Seeing Gu Chen's overbearing appearance, Yi Qingshuang was a little annoyed, but her mouth was blocked by a medicinal pill, and she couldn't even say what she wanted to say. You acted rashly, I'll settle the score with you later. Treat my injuries properly first, Gu Chen said coldly. Yi Qingshuang felt that her temper was completely suppressed by Gu Chen. She could only swallow the medicinal pill and obediently treat her injuries with Gu Chen's help. Not knowing why, Gu Chen clearly didn't have a good temper towards her, but she inexplicably became happy in her heart. After a long time, the nether demonic aura in Yi Qingshuang's body was finally cleansed, and her face regained its rosy color. And on the 8th level, while she was treating her injuries, all the nether demons had been wiped out by Gu Chen. Gu Chen specialized in sound wave attacks, and this sound wave had an extremely strong restraining effect on strange existences like the nether demons. This was the reason why he insisted on coming to the Underworld God Tower. One had to know that this was only the 8th level of the Underworld God Tower, and there were already so many nether demons, there would definitely be more later. If it was killing God Qinglin or someone else, even if they could successfully break through, they would definitely waste a lot of time. Seeing that Yi Qingshuang was getting better, Gu Chen looked at her and asked sullenly. Gu Chen was a little angry. In his opinion, Yi Qingshuang and Yang Zhen were too impulsive. If he had arrived a little later today, Yi Qingshuang would definitely have lost her life. Hearing Gu Chen's rebuke, Yi Qingshuang only pursed her lips. It's my fault. No, it's not Qingshuang's fault. Yang Zhen was already filled with guilt when she escaped. How could she let her shoulder the blame now? She hurriedly explained. It's like this. Madame Gu and the rest have been gone for too long. We were worried that things might change. A few days ago, Huangfu Wuji came to the Underworld God Pagoda again. Yang Zhen's words made Gu Chen and Jiang Bourgeois' expressions change. Huangfu Wuji came here? Yes. Although we were very far away, we can be sure that it was him. He brought an old man into the pagoda. His actions were very strange, and we were very concerned. Because Madame Gu has been gone for too long, we were worried that she would delay the opportunity to rescue the leaders of the various forces. So, I suggested that we try entering the pagoda. Yang Zhen gritted her teeth and took responsibility for her impulsive actions. It's not like that. I underestimated the danger here and insisted on giving it a try, Yi Qingshuang retorted. Yi Qingshuang retorted at this time. She didn't want anyone to take the blame for her, especially in front of Gu Chen. This matter was indeed due to her lack of consideration. Yang Zhen was merely dragged into it. Someone else has been imprisoned in the Underworld God Pagoda? Gu Chen didn't really want to blame them. After hearing their words, he was more concerned about the new prisoner in the Underworld God Pagoda. The leaders of the 2 academies, 3 clans, and 4 sacred grounds should have been imprisoned in the Underworld God Pagoda a long time ago. Who else was worth Huangfu Wuji bringing? The situation is not good. If Huangfu Wuji came a few days ago, it means that he is currently in Qingzhou. Since he is in Qingzhou, is he going to the front battlefield? Jiang Bourgeois' expression changed as he thought of this possibility. Hearing this, Gu Chen's heart suddenly tightened. Huangfu Wuji's combat strength was not inferior to an army. If he was really on the battlefield, it meant that they didn't have much time left. Qingshuang, Yang Zhen, leave the pagoda first. My mother is outside. Meet up with her. Master Jiang, we need to break this tower as soon as possible and save all the leaders. Gu Chen realized that they were running out of time. After he finished speaking, he rushed to the 9th floor with Jiang Bourgeois without waiting for their consent. Yi Qingshuang very much wanted to follow them, but her injuries had not completely healed, and her cultivation was still some distance away from the heaven tier. She knew that she might be a burden if she followed them, so she could only grit her teeth and follow Gu Chen's instructions, leaving the Underworld God Tower to meet up with Xin Yushu. Gu Chen and Jiang Bourgeois entered the 9th level and advanced at full speed. However, this Underworld God Pagoda had a total of 18 levels, and each level's restrictions was more complicated than the one before it. The number of underworld demons that appeared also increased, and their strength also increased. Under such circumstances, if he wanted to completely break through the trial, he would need far more time than he originally estimated. Daoist Yuchi, is the Overlord not here? In the Allied army camp, 3 days had passed since Gu Chen's main body had left. Samsara Unfettered came to his tent and asked Yu Qizhong, who was guarding the entrance. Unfettered, I'm sorry. The sect master is cultivating a secret technique and is at a critical juncture. He will not see anyone for the time being. Yu Qizhong explained with an apologetic look. Samsara Unfettered's eyes flickered when he heard this, and he said earnestly. Since the Overlord is at a critical juncture in his cultivation, I naturally do not dare to disturb him. However, Daoist Yuchi, please inform the Overlord that the World Crippling Array has been activated and is operating very smoothly. The Overlord has already agreed to carry out the transplant, and this matter should not be delayed. Yu Qizhong nodded when he heard this. The old man understands. Don't worry, unfettered. Once the sect master is free, the old man will immediately inform him of this matter. Samsara unfettered nodded when he received this promise. He glanced at the tent again, then turned and left. In the Netherheaven Legion's camp, the mood of the soldiers was somewhat depressed and pessimistic these days. Ever since the man with a bamboo hat's octopus attack was broken, the Legion suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the commander seemed to have lost his composure and adopted a defensive posture. Every day, the Five-Race Alliance would launch an attack on them, and the attacks were fiercer than the previous one. A large number of soldiers couldn't help but feel shaken. Could they still win this war? That day, the Overlord only needed a punch to make hundreds of giant octopus monsters turn against him. This matter was too strange. Until now, they still didn't understand what was going on. It only left a huge shadow in their hearts. Ever since the Overlord became famous, he had created countless miracles. Like an invincible god, rumors spread in the army, saying that the Huangfu family's doomsday was coming and that the Overlord was the true son of heaven. This kind of talk had seriously shaken the morale of the army. The generals of the imperial court caught several people who spread the rumors and beheaded them on the spot, slightly suppressing the unfavorable public opinion. In the face of this situation, the man with a bamboo hat, as the commander, stayed in his tent all day and rarely showed himself. This undoubtedly made the situation worse. End of chapter 470. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.